Chapter 1943. At that time, Yuan Hong even wanted to go to the Black Turtle's sanctum to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson to avenge his grandmaster. However, he dismissed this thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. He was a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple. If he went to the Black Turtle's sanctum to teach a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple a lesson, the other Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples would be displeased. At that time, as long as a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was stronger than him stepped forward, he would be the one to be taught a lesson. Even if his grandmaster was Lian, not all the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples would give him face. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, there were a few other martial geniuses who possessed blue innate spiritual roots. They were the direct disciples of the Silver Flame Elders in the Saint Land. All of them were arrogant and did not respect his grandmaster at all. For this reason, Yuan Hong no longer thought of going to the Black Turtle Sanctum to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. Brother, one of Duan Lingtian's companions came to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum at the same time as me. When he heard Yuan Kuang's words, he seemed to have seen a ray of hope in the darkness. It was also from that time onwards that Kuli's tragic life began. The two brothers, Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang, would look for Guli every few days to teach him a lesson. They did not kill or cripple Guli. Instead, they tortured him step by step. They slowly destroyed Guli's will. They only had one goal in mind. They wanted Guli to trick Duan Lingtian into coming to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. In Yuan Hong's opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian came to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, they could do whatever they wanted to him. Unfortunately, no matter how badly they tortured Guli, Guli still gritted his teeth and endured it. From the beginning until the end, he did not have any intention of betraying Duan Lingtian. This made Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang very gloomy. When they saw Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative to look for them, they were extremely excited. They were like two wild dogs that had seen a delicious bone. They could not wait to pounce on it and bite it. That's the room, right? Thank you, senior brother. After Duan Lingtian asked several dozens of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, he finally found out which house Guli was staying in. He seems to have found out which house Guli is staying in. You go and lure Guli out. I'll go and meet this Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to descend to the tea house, Yuan Hong noticed his movement and immediately said to Yuan Kuang, Brother Lingtian, you're going to be in the tea house. Suddenly, Yuan Kuang's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the T-shaped house where Guli lived. Yuan Kuang's actions naturally attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. He who was about to descend to the ground could not help but pause for a moment. It was this momentary daze that allowed him to react in time and suffer a sneak attack from Yuan Hong. Bang! When Duan Lingtian noticed Yuan Hong's sneak attack, it was already too late for him to dodge. He could only mobilize his Sun Saint energy to cover the surface of his body through his 99 Saint veins and forcefully receive Yuan Hong's palm attack before he was sent flying backward. Since Yuan Hong did not use his full strength and Duan Lingtian had covered his body with his Sun Saint energy in time, he only suffered some minor injuries. However, even though it was only a minor injury, Duan Lingtian's internal organs were shaken, causing him to throw up a mouthful of blood. Who are you? Why did you sneak an attack on me? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared coldly at the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who was standing nearby. It was this Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who had sneaked an attack on him and injured him. He asked himself if he had ever seen this person before today. Since he had never seen this person before, it was only natural that he did not offend this person. However, why did this person sneak an attack on him? This was something that Duan Lingtian could not figure out. It's senior brother Yuan Hong. Why did senior brother Yuan Hong attack this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? Could it be that this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple has offended senior brother Yuan Hong? When Yuan Hong sneaked an attack on Duan Lingtian, it had attracted the attention of many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. Soon after, more and more Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples walked out of their residences to join in the fun. Yuan Hong? When Duan Lingtian heard the whispers among the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, the frown on his face deepened. Not only had he never seen this person before, but he had never even heard of this person's name. Junior brother Ling Tian. All of a sudden, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. A surprised expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Senior brother Guli. However, when he turned to look at the source of the voice, his expression turned grave immediately. Not far away, he saw the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who had charged toward Guli's residence earlier. He was carrying Guli with one hand as though he was carrying some kind of cargo. Guli's cheeks were red and swollen. His face was stained with blood. With just a glance, it was obvious he had just been beaten up. Leave now. Yuan Hong wants to deal with you. He's Li An's grand disciple. He's an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. Gu Li's face was red and swollen as he roared at Duan Lingtian. He wanted Duan Lingtian to leave. If he did not hear Duan Lingtian's voice and was afraid Duan Lingtian would be at a disadvantage, he would not have been tricked by Yuan Kuang to come out. After being beaten up so many times in the past, he knew how to protect himself. Li An's grand disciple? At this moment, all the doubts in Duan Lingtian's heart disappeared. Since Yuan Hong was Li An's grand disciple, everything made sense now. Slap. At this moment, the crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. It was Yuan Kuang who was carrying Guli with one hand. He raised his hand and slapped Guli. Then, he scolded coldly, "Trash. Did I ask you to talk too much? You're seeking death." Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian. He instantly mobilized his son's saint energy and cast the golden crow's wings. In just a flash, he charged toward Guli and Yuan Kuang. Its speed was so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning. "I think you're the one who's seeking death." At the same time, Yuan Hong made his move as well. He charged toward Duan Lingtian. Yuan Hong's speed and strength that belonged to an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator were completely unleashed at this moment. Moreover, he managed to block Duan Lingtian in time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not cast his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Due to this reason, his speed was not as fast as Yuan Hong, who was an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. "Duan Lingtian, if you want to save Guli, you'll have to get past my brother first." Upon seeing this, Yuan Kuang laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with disdain. Slap. 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 Then, he slapped Guli a few more times in front of Duan Lingtian, causing Guli's face to swell. Guli's eyes were wide open as he tried to resist with all his might. However, he was not only a divine saint stage martial cultivator. His saint energy had just been brewing in his body, but before he could release it, it was destroyed by Yuan Kuang's saint energy. Yuan Kuang was an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. His strength completely suppressed Guli. At this moment, Guli was so angry that he almost crushed his teeth from clenching them. At this moment, he hated himself for being too weak. Not only was he unable to help Duan Lingtian, but he was also a burden to Duan Lingtian. This time, Duan Lingtian did not say anything. However, he looked at Yuan Kuang as though he was looking at a dead man. "All of you forced me to do this." After a few moments, Duan Lingtian's throat moved. When he spoke again, his voice was extremely hoarse. His hoarse voice was so cold that it sent chills down the spines of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. At the same time, terrifying killing intent rose from Duan Lingtian's body as though it was endless. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian? The Duan Lingtian from the Black Turtle Sanctum? He's wearing the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. It must be him. I heard that Duan Lingtian killed a martial Dao genius at the peak of the exemplary saint stage in the Black Turtle Sanctum 10 days ago. Since his opponent made the first move, he's not guilty. It's said that although his strength has yet to reach the quintessential saint stage, he can be considered as one of the best powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. After confirming that the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple before them was indeed Duan Lingtian, a commotion broke out immediately. All of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. It was as though they were hunters who had spotted their prey. Currently, not only was Duan Lingtian a celebrity in the Black Turtle Sanctum, but he was also a celebrity in the entire Four Symbols Sanctums. For this reason, when they found out the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple before them was Duan Lingtian, they were all extremely excited. Not only were the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples looking at him with interest, but some of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who did not come out earlier also came out of their residences and joined in the crowd to watch Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian had some sort of charm that attracted them. I've long heard that Elder Lian is senior brother Yuan Hong's Grand Master. Judging from senior brother Yuan Hong's actions, it seems like he's going to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson for his Grand Master. Senior brother Yuan Hong is an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Although Duan Lingtian is quite strong, he can only be considered as one of the best powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. I'm afraid he's going to be in trouble today. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene felt Duan Lingtian was going to be in trouble. The news of Duan Lingtian defeating the Black Turtle Sanctum's early quintessential saint stage disciple, Jianghu, had not spread to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Otherwise, they would not have thought so. In terms of strength, Jianghu was already half a step away from entering the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Moreover, he had even mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability. He was not someone Yuan Hong who had just broken through to the early quintessential saint stage could compare to. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were not the only ones who were unaware that Duan Lingtian had defeated Jianghu. Even Yuan Hong was unaware of this. Otherwise, he would not have dared to offend Duan Lingtian no matter how bold he was. We forced you to do this? Due to his ignorance, Yuan Hong had a disdainful and mocking smile on his face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. So what if we forced you to do this? Don't tell me you're going to rebel against us? Today, not only are we going to torture Guli, but we're going to torture you as well. You can only blame yourself for being blind and offending my Grand Master. The moment Yuan Hong's words left his mouth, he made his move again and charged toward Duan Lingtian. All of you deserve to die. Chapter 1944. Boom. After a few moments, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed as the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings surged into his body. In just a blink of an eye, the Sun Saint energy had become so strong that it was comparable to the Saint energy at the peak of the exemplary Saint stage. This morning, Duan Lingtian had used this Sun Saint energy to fight with Jianghu, an early quintessential Saint stage disciple from the Black Turtle Sanctum. If Jianghu did not master a high-grade offensive divine ability, with his strength, he was confident he could defeat Jianghu. He would not have ended up in such a wretched state after defeating Jianghu. It was fortunate that Duan Lingtian had entered the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to recuperate. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for his spiritual energy and Sun Saint energy to recover to this extent. Although he had not fully recovered, it was more than enough to deal with Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong was only an ordinary early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. If Jianghu wanted to kill him, it would not take more than 10 moves. Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to Jianghu. Naturally, he would not need more than 10 moves to kill Yuan Hong. Good. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he faced Yuan Hong, who was charging at him menacingly. The golden crow's wings on his back flapped, causing his speed to rise to its peak. He was even faster than Yuan Hong. What a fast speed! The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's speed. As bystanders, they saw Duan Lingtian and Yuan Hong charging at each other. However, they saw Duan Lingtian's speed was slightly faster than Yuan Hong's. This scene naturally shocked them as well. According to the news they had obtained, the fastest speed Duan Lingtian displayed when he killed Gu Long, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, was only comparable to an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. Duan Lingtian's current speed is comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. Many of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were at the quintessential saint stage, so it was easy for them to see this. Duan Lingtian's speed is comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator? The other Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples narrowed their eyes when they heard this. Then, a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. It's only been 10 days. His speed actually increased so much. Heavens! Who can tell me what is going on? Could it be that he was still hiding his strength 10 days ago? It's possible. According to the news from the Black Turtle's Sanctum, although Duan Lingtian's strength was almost at the early quintessential saint stage, he was still far from being able to threaten a quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Therefore, when he fought with that Gulong 10 days ago, it's very likely that he really did hide his strength. Actually, other than hiding his strength, there's another possibility. He must have made a breakthrough in the past 10 days and has broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. While they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed, the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. They kept talking about how Duan Lingtian had killed Gulong, the martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, in the Black Turtle Sanctum 10 days ago. That battle had shown Duan Lingtian's strength to everyone. However, Duan Lingtian's strength from 10 days ago was nothing compared to the strength he had displayed now. They were not on the same level at all. How's this possible? At the same time, Yuan Kuang, who was holding Gu Li in one hand, had a horrified expression on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed was even faster than his brother's. Ha! Ha! Junior brother Lingtian. Good job. Gu Li also noticed this and laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with joy and joy. What are you laughing at? Upon hearing Gu Li's laughter, horror dawned on Yuan Kuang's face. He slapped Gu Li again, causing half of Gu Li's face to swell up even more. Hit me then. You won't be so smug for long. Unless you kill me, don't think you'll have an easy time. Gu Li, who was slapped again, threw up a mouthful of blood. He had a wicked smile on his face as he snarled. At this moment, all the gloominess in his heart was gone. All he felt was elation. Yuan Kuang was so angry that he slapped Gu Li a few more times. Although he was furious, he did not dare to really cripple or kill Gu Li. Let alone Yuan Kuang, even his brother, Yuan Hong, did not dare to kill Duan Lingtian even though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his grand ancestor. This was because he was afraid of the Zoroastrianism's rule. Yuan Hong merely possessed a green innate spiritual root. If he violated the Zoroastrianism's rule of killing a fellow disciple, he would definitely be killed. At that time, even his master would not be able to save him. Although his master possessed a blue innate spiritual root, his master was his master, and he was his master. The two of them could not be confused. Unless his master possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, perhaps, he would be able to plead on his master's behalf. How's his speed so fast? When the onlookers discovered Duan Lingtian's speed was even faster than Yuan Hong had also discovered this. Horror dawned on him immediately. Don't tell me he has broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. This thought appeared in Yuan Hong's mind at this moment. When Duan Lingtian killed Gulong, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, 10 days ago, his cultivation base was only at the early exemplary saint stage. Due to this reason, when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed, he was certain Duan Lingtian had broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage in these 10 days. It seems like he has indeed broken through. The strength and aura in his body is comparable to the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. This must be the benefit of the assist-type divine ability he mastered that's suspected to be a high-grade divine ability. At this moment, Yuan Hong thought of many things. An expression of jealousy appeared on his face when he thought of this. In Yuan Hong's opinion, Duan Lingtian was only an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. A mere exemplary saint stage martial cultivator had already mastered 2 high-grade divine abilities. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Yuan Hong, who had yet to master a single high-grade divine ability up until now. For this reason, Yuan Hong was extremely jealous of Duan Lingtian. He even hated Duan Lingtian to the core. Although Duan Lingtian's speed was extremely fast, Yuan Hong was not discouraged at all. The reason he's so fast is because of that high-grade movement divine ability. If it's not for that high-grade movement divine ability, his speed would be far inferior to mine. Unless he's mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability as well. Otherwise, even if his strength is temporarily boosted by his assist-type divine ability and is comparable to the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, it's still impossible for him to be a match for me. The moment Yuan Hong thought of this, he was filled with confidence. His speed might be faster than mine now, but it's still boosted by his assist-type divine ability. He'll only be able to last for a while before his strength returns to its original state. At the same time, his speed will return to its original state as well. Yuan Hong's eyes gleamed coldly as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian without slowing down at all. He did not even stop for a moment. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Yuan Hong swung his fist out as fast as he could. It seemed like a simple punch, but it contained an extraordinary aura. It contained the profundity of a martial tactic. When the punch was swung out, it carried the force of wind and thunder. It was as though it was earth-shattering as a vast energy swept toward Duan Ling Tian. Looking at the power of this punch, even if it was a towering mountain, it would most likely be blown apart by it. Faced with Yuan Hong's earth-shattering punch, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned even colder. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, the 100 inscriptions saint sword that he had obtained from Jianghu previously appeared in his hand. He swung the sword that contained the profundity of the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. The profundity of the sovereign heart sword gave Duan Lingtian's sword a force that was not inferior to an ordinary heaven-rank saint-grade martial tactics force. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian's 100 inscriptions saint sword collided with Yuan Hong's fist. To be more precise, the vast energy surging from both of them collided with each other. In this collision, Duan Ling Tian had used his 100 inscriptions saint weapon while Yuan Hong did not use his saint weapon. In other words, Duan Ling Tian had the upper hand. Boom! Along with a loud explosion, a vast and rolling energy swept out from the point where the sword and fist collided. A gust of violent wind swept out, causing the robes of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples to flutter loudly. Many of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples with a weaker cultivation base could not help but squint their eyes when they were blown by the violent wind. After a while, under the watchful eyes of the others, Yuan Hong stood there motionlessly, allowing the violent wind to wreak havoc on him. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was sent flying. His face had turned pale in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! Upon seeing this, an uproar broke out in the crowd again. Initially, I thought Duan Lingtian's speed and strength are faster than senior brother Yuan Hong. I didn't expect him to be at a disadvantage even though he's using his 100 inscriptions saint sword while senior brother Yuan Hong is empty-handed in this head-on collision. Yuan Hong is an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse after all. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian's speed is faster than Yuan Hong, that's because he has cast his high-grade movement divine ability. Based on the aura he's emitting, it's only comparable to the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage at most. His strength is boosted by the assist-type divine ability that he cast. Once the effect of the assist-type divine ability wears off, he'll definitely revert to his original state. Once he reverts to his original state, he won't be able to defeat Yuan Hong anymore. Unless he has mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability, it's impossible for him to be a match for senior brother Yuan Hong. When the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples saw Duan Ling Tian was at a disadvantage, they began to discuss among themselves again. Based on their words, most of them were not optimistic about Duan Ling Tian's chances. Perhaps, he has mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability, but he hasn't cast it yet? There was one as well. Chapter 1945. Impossible. When a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple heard someone saying that Duan Ling Tian might have mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability, he immediately refuted. Duan Ling Tian's movement divine ability is definitely a high-grade divine ability. His assist-type divine ability that can raise his strength to such a level is most likely a high-grade divine ability as well. He's already considered lucky to have mastered 2 high-grade divine abilities. It's very rare, but all of you are saying he might have mastered a third high-grade divine ability. All of you must be thinking too much. Do you really think high-grade divine abilities are like cabbages in the market that you can get as many as you want? When the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple reached the end of his sentence, his tone became a little heated. As soon as the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple finished speaking, many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples agreed with him. That's right. It's impossible for Duan Lingtian to have mastered a third high-grade divine ability. It's not easy to master a high-grade divine ability. Let's not talk about the others, just look at senior brother Yuan Hong. His cultivation base has already broken through to the early quintessential saint stage, but he still hasn't mastered a single high-grade divine ability. It seems like Duan Lingtian is going to lose. If he loses, he'll be in big trouble. Perhaps, senior brother Yuan Hong won't cripple or kill him because of the sex rules. However, he'll definitely torture him until he'll wish he was dead. It seems like senior brother Yuan Hong intends to avenge his grandmaster and gain his master's favor. Poor Duan Lingtian. He's going to become Yuan Hong's tool to gain his master's favor. Based on the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples' words, it was obvious they felt Duan Lingtian was going to be defeated by Yuan Hong. Moreover, he would be humiliated and tortured by Yuan Hong. He would wish he was dead. The small group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who felt Duan Lingtian might have mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability changed their stance when they heard the other disciples' words. However, there was still a small group of people who insisted on what they thought. Naturally, they could only think about it in their hearts. If he said it out loud, he would definitely be attacked by the other Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. Seeing that Yuan Hong had sent Duan Lingtian flying with a single punch, Yuan Kuang was relieved. However, he did not forget to look at Gu Li, who was still in his hands. With a look of disdain, he said, "Gu Li, did you see that? So what if this Duan Lingtian is faster than my brother? Even if he has 100 inscription saint weapon, he's still no match for my brother in a head-on battle." Gu Li's expression was grave. He looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with worry in his eyes. Junior brother Lingtian, use your high-grade movement divine ability to leave the Vermilion Bird Sanctum before the effect of your assist-type divine ability wears off. Don't come back. At the very least, don't come to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum again until you're stronger than Yuan Hong. At the same time, Gu Li hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, urging him to hurry. However, there was no response to his voice transmission. It was as though Duan Lingtian did not hear him at all. Gu Li immediately continued to send another voice transmission. However, he did not receive any response at all. What's junior brother Lingtian doing? Gu Li was so anxious that he almost broke his teeth from clenching them. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian suddenly flapped his golden crow's wings, causing the surrounding air to be sucked away. Boom! 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 When the air was sucked away again, a series of thunderous explosions resonated in the air. Whoosh! At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow as he shot up into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in just a blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Gu Li sighed in relief. He thought Duan Lingtian had listened to him and was preparing to leave the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Trying to run away? Yuan Hong smiled coldly and soared into the sky as well. He chased after Duan Lingtian and disappeared into the horizon as well, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Let's go. Let's go up and have a look. At the same time, the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples also prepared to fly up into the sky to watch the show. However, as soon as they made their move, they stopped moving before they could fly up into the sky. All of them were dumbfounded as they stared at the sky. To be more precise, they were staring at the clouds in the sky. Behind the clouds, Duan Lingtian, whom they thought had escaped, appeared. Moreover, that was not all. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian was carrying a person in his hand. Upon closer inspection, was that not Yuan Hong? At this moment, Yuan Hong, who had 3 bloody holes on his body, was still bleeding profusely, had fainted again. He was being carried by Duan Lingtian as though he was an item. It was obvious that Yuan Hong had merely fainted because he was still breathing. Amidst the dead silence, Yuan Hong's heavy breathing was exceptionally loud. The scene of Duan Lingtian carrying Yuan Hong as though he was an item was extremely familiar to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. At the same time, many of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples instinctively looked at Yuan Kuang, who was standing nearby, and Gu Li, who was being carried by Yuan Kuang. No matter how they looked at it, they felt Duan Lingtian was imitating Yuan Hong. How's this possible? However, most of them were still shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Based on the current situation, it seemed like Duan Lingtian's strength was even higher than Yuan Hong's. Otherwise, how could Yuan Hong be defeated by him? Brother! Yuan Kuang, who was being carried by Duan Lingtian like an item, cried out in disbelief when he saw Yuan Hong had fainted. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so powerful to be able to subdue his brother, Yuan Hong. Don't tell me he has mastered another high-grade offensive divine ability? The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves as they confirmed another matter. Duan Lingtian had indeed mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to subdue Yuan Hong. What a freak! He has actually mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. In fact, he's only an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. If he possesses a green innate spiritual root instead of a yellow innate spiritual root, his future would be limitless. What a pity! It's indeed a pity. A person with a yellow innate spiritual root would most likely not be able to enter the quintessential saint stage. Even if he's lucky enough to enter the quintessential saint stage, he'll never be able to break through to the saint celestial stage. On the other hand, a person with a green innate spiritual root would definitely be able to enter the saint celestial stage and become a true powerhouse in Zoroastrianism. If Duan Lingtian's cultivation base can break through to the saint celestial stage, ordinary saint celestial stage powerhouses would not be a match for him with the 3 divine abilities he has mastered. What a pity! He's just a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root. When the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene mentioned Duan Lingtian's yellow innate spiritual root, they shook their heads and felt it was a pity. A person who had mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Anyone would feel pity for such a person. Let go. As Duan Lingtian descended from the sky while carrying the unconscious Yuan Hong, he glared at Yuan Kuang coldly and shouted. As soon as he shouted, Duan Lingtian's left eye, the strange pupil, flashed as a dragon-shaped soul attack shot out. It entered Yuan Kuang's body and slammed into his soul, causing his soul to tremble. As his soul trembled, Yuan Kuang instinctively let go of Gu Li's hand. As soon as Yuan Kuang let go of his hand, Gu Li regained his freedom. Nobody was restricting the saint energy in his body anymore. Junior brother Ling Tian. After regaining his freedom, Gu Li did not lose his mind due to the pleasant surprise. He immediately flew out and only heaved a sigh of relief when he appeared next to Duan Lingtian. He knew he was out of danger. Duan Lingtian's true cultivation base was only at the intermediate divine saint stage. Due to this reason, the soul attack he cast with his current soul was not enough to destroy Yuan Kuang's soul. Yuan Kuang was a bona fide exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. His soul was much more powerful than Duan Lingtian's. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill Yuan Kuang when he cast his soul attack. He only wanted to distract Yuan Kuang so he could free Gu Li. Although Duan Lingtian knew Yuan Kuang did not dare to kill Gu Li, he did not want to see Gu Li being controlled by Yuan Kuang. It would be extremely passive to him, and he did not like being passive. After a while, Yuan Kuang regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he realized Gu Li had disappeared from his hand. Horror dawned on him immediately. After taking a deep breath, Yuan Kuang looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "Duan Lingtian, let go of my brother." "Let go of your brother? Why should I let him go?" Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. However, his smile was evil no matter how one looked at it. It caused chills to run up Yuan Kuang's spine. What can you do if I don't let you go? Don't tell me you dare to kill my brother? Yuan Kuang said in a deep voice. You're right. I want to kill your brother. Duan Lingtian sneered. You won't be able to live if you kill my brother. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yuan Kuang's eyes widened as he said coldly, don't forget the rules of Zoroastrianism. Crack. As soon as the words rules left Yuan Kuang's mouth, a crisp sound resonated in the air. It was Duan Lingtian who had broken Yuan Hong's neck with a raise of his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian broke Yuan Hong's neck, he did not forget to slash his sword twice. The first slash destroyed Yuan Hong's soul. The second slash pierced Yuan Hong's heart. At this moment, even if a deity descended from the heavens, he would not be able to save Yuan Hong since he was already dead. The moment Yuan Hong was killed, the scene fell into a dead silence. The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who were present on the scene were dumbfounded. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to disregard the rules of Zoroastrianism and kill someone. After a while, Yuan Kuang, who was pale with shock and disbelief, was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. His voice trembled as he said, You actually dared to kill my brother? You're dead. You're dead. When Yuan Kuang reached the end of his sentence, he shouted angrily. Chapter 1946. Not only do I dare to kill your brother, but I dare to kill you as well. After killing Yuan Hong, Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan Kuang with killing intent in his eyes. It sent chills down Yuan Kuang's spine. At that moment, Yuan Kuang realized that his body had stiffened involuntarily from fear. When he saw Duan Lingtian raising his hand and tossing his brother's body to him, Yuan Kuang, who was distracted, finally suppressed the fear in his heart and quickly caught Yuan Hong's body. Let's go. As soon as Yuan Kuang caught Yuan Hong's body, he recalled Duan Lingtian's words and no longer dared to say anything. He thought to himself as he hastily prepared to leave with his brother's body. Whoosh! However, just as Yuan Kuang was about to leave with Yuan Hong's body, the area within a 100-meter radius of Duan Lingtian was covered by a layer of golden light in just a blink of an eye. It blocked the sight of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. At this moment, due to the existence of Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory, Yuan Kuang was also covered by the golden light. He disappeared before the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples' eyes, causing them to be unable to see what was going on inside. Earlier, Duan Lingtian said he wants to kill Yuan Kuang. Not only did he kill Yuan Hong, but he also wants to kill Yuan Kuang. It seems like Duan Lingtian has nothing left to lose. He knows he'll be sentenced to death for killing Yuan Hong, so he doesn't care about killing Yuan Kuang. The Yuan brothers deserve this for offending such a ruthless person who doesn't care about his life. Duan Lingtian is too ruthless. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene whispered among themselves. When they mentioned Duan Lingtian, a hint of dread could be heard in their voices. Duan Lingtian was a ruthless person. This was what they all agreed on. Senior brother Guli, I'll send you out first. After condensing the 10,000 swords territory, before Duan Lingtian could kill Yuan Kuang, he looked at Guli, who was standing next to him, and said to Guli. After informing Guli, Duan Lingtian immediately activated the vast Sun Saint energy in his body. Before Guli could react, he sent Duan Lingtian out of the 100-meter radius of the 10,000 swords domain. In the next instant, Guli's figure appeared in front of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, attracting their attention. It's him. Duan Lingtian seems to be standing up for him. What is his relationship with Duan Lingtian? The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who could not see the situation inside the 10,000 swords territory shifted their attention to Guli, causing him to become the focus of everyone's attention since he was easily injured. Based on the way Duan Lingtian addressed him, it seems like he called him senior brother. I remember him. At that time, I was in the same batch as Duan Lingtian to join Zoroastrianism. However, he went to the Black Turtle's sanctum, and I went to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. At that time, I remember he was with Gu Li, then. Does this mean Gu Li has a close relationship with Duan Lingtian before he joined Zoroastrianism? Isn't it obvious? Didn't you hear Gu Li address Duan Lingtian as junior brother? Before they joined Zoroastrianism, it's very likely that they were brothers from the same sect. If that's the case, it's no wonder Duan Lingtian was so angry that he even killed Yuan Hong. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves again. Based on their words, they did not agree with Duan Lingtian's impulsive act of killing Yuan Hong. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian's actions were akin to seeking death. Since he had violated the Zoroastrianism's rule and killed his fellow disciple, it was very likely that he would pay with his life. Junior brother Ling Tian. However, Gu Li, who was sent out, did not pay attention to the people around him. When he regained his senses, horror dawned on him. Based on what Duan Lingtian had said to Yuan Kuang, naturally, he could guess the reason why Duan Lingtian had sent him out was because he did not want to be a burden to him. If he was also in Duan Lingtian's territory when Yuan Kuang died, he would undoubtedly become a suspect. He would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. In the 10,000 Swords territory, Duan Lingtian walked toward Yuan Kuang in the air. Bang! 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 With every step, Yuan Kuang felt as though a huge rock had smashed into his chest. His expression changed drastically, and his breathing involuntarily quickened. His heartbeat continued to accelerate. What are you trying to do? Faced with Duan Lingtian, who was walking toward him in the air, Yuan Kuang held Yuan Hong's body and retreated. Fear was written all over his face. What can I do? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as though he was talking about something insignificant. No. You can't do that. If you kill me, you'll be violating the sect's rules. Zoroastrianism will never let you go. Yuan Kuang said to Duan Lingtian in a trembling voice. Fear was written all over his face as he narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me that I'm not violating the Zoroastrianism's rules if I kill your brother? Upon hearing Yuan Kuang's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but sneer before he said disdainfully, to Zoroastrianism, there's no difference between killing Yuan Hong and killing both of you. Swoosh. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, horror dawned on Yuan Kuang's face. He knew he was in big trouble. At this moment of life and death, Yuan Kuang's expression changed rapidly. In the end, he kneeled in the air and kowtowed to Duan Lingtian. Duan. Senior brother Lingtian. Senior brother Lingtian, please let me go. I'm willing to apologize to senior brother Gu Li. As long as you don't kill me, senior brother Gu Li can take revenge on me however he wants. I haven't lived long enough, and I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Senior brother Lingtian, as long as you're willing to let me go, I'm willing to testify that it was my brother, Yuan Hong, who wanted to kill you. You killed him out of self-defense. He deserves to die. As long as I testify for you, you won't be violating the Zoroastrianism's rules. In order to survive, Yuan Kuang did not hesitate to betray his own brother. Although Yuan Hong wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he was afraid of the Zoroastrianism's rules. Therefore, he had never thought of killing Duan Lingtian. He only wanted to torture Duan Lingtian until he wished he was dead. A hint of disgust flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard Yuan Kuang's words. Although Yuan Hong did not hold back when he attacked Duan Lingtian, there was not much killing intent. It was obvious he did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew Yuan Hong did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian not because he was merciful, but because he was afraid of violating the Zoroastrianism's rules. After all, the Zoroastrianism's rules forbade the killing of fellow disciples. However, even though Yuan Hong was afraid of the Zoroastrianism's rules, it did not mean Duan Lingtian was afraid of it as well. When Duan Lingtian saw Yuan Kuang humiliating Gu Li, he had already sentenced the Yuan brothers to death in his heart. Now that Yuan Hong was dead, Yuan Kuang was the only one left. You'll have to bear the consequences of your actions. There's no exception. When Duan Lingtian saw how Yuan Kuang was willing to betray his own brother in order to survive, he no longer bothered to waste his breath on him. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately killed Yuan Kuang before Yuan Kuang could even react. It was a simple, direct, and violent move. Even Yuan Hong, who was at the early quintessential saint stage, was killed by Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Yuan Kuang, who was only at the intermediate exemplary saint stage, was powerless in front of Duan Lingtian. Hua Lao. After killing the Yuan brothers, Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Hua Lao. He wanted Hua Lao to guide his divine consciousness to the depths of the Yuan brothers' souls so that he could locate their innate spiritual roots. He wanted to devour the Yuan brothers' innate spiritual roots. Currently, he was eager to improve his innate spiritual root. The Yuan brothers could only blame themselves for being unlucky when they came to him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had made up his mind to kill the Yuan brothers not because he was interested in their innate spiritual roots, but because he wanted to avenge Gu Li. As for the idea of devouring the Yuan brothers' innate spiritual roots, it only came to him when he was fighting with Yuan Hong. Due to this reason, he did not hesitate to take the risk of violating the Zoroastrianism's rule and killed Yuan Hong in front of everyone. After killing Yuan Hong, he killed Yuan Kuang as well. His innate spiritual root is dark green. Hua Lao guided Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness into Yuan Hong's soul. As soon as it entered Yuan Hong's soul, it told Duan Lingtian about the grade of Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root. A dark green innate spiritual root was the best green innate spiritual root. It's the same as my innate spiritual root? Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited. If Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root was too bad, he was not sure if his innate spiritual root would be able to improve to a blue innate spiritual root after devouring Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root. Now that he heard Hua Lao's words, he was filled with confidence. There's also Yuan Kuang's innate spiritual root. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian was not only going to devour Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root, but he was also going to devour Yuan Kuang's innate spiritual root. After devouring Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root underwent a huge transformation as well. Your innate spiritual root has turned light green. Congratulations, your innate spiritual root is now a blue innate spiritual root. Hua Lao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. Blue innate spiritual root. His innate spiritual root had undergone another transformation. It was no longer a green innate spiritual root. Now, my speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy is more than twice as fast as before. As Duan Lingtian tried to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy, he could clearly feel the improvement in his innate talent. This was a substantial improvement. It was clear and real. This improvement gave Duan Lingtian a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 1947. After devouring Yuan Hong's innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had transformed into a blue innate spiritual root. However, there were no obvious changes to his innate spiritual root after he devoured Yuan Kuang's innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Although Yuan Kuang's innate spiritual root was also a green innate spiritual root, it was nothing compared to his blue innate spiritual root. There was no doubt it would be a long road ahead for his blue innate spiritual root to transform. Devouring a green innate spiritual root was just a drop in the bucket. Whoosh! With just a thought, Duan Lingtian withdrew his 10,000 swords territory and appeared in front of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian withdrew his territory, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples did not pay any attention to him. Instead, their attention was on the two corpses that were falling from the sky. Bang! Bang! The two corpses fell to the ground with a loud thud. In the next instant, the entire place fell silent. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were shocked. Duan Lingtian told Gu Li through voice transmission that Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had come looking for trouble with him. He also told him the purpose of his visit and taught him the secret method that could resist the soul-searching secret tactic to Gu Li. Junior brother Lingtian, you'd better run now. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape when the enforcement elders from our Vermilion Bird Sanctum arrive. Gu Li urged Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. His voice was filled with anxiety. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian had challenged the authority of Zoroastrianism by killing Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang. How could the Zoroastrianism let Duan Lingtian go? Don't worry, senior brother Gu Li. I have a way to deal with this matter. In the face of Gu Li's urging, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. Instead, he responded to Gu Li with a confident smile. This caused Gu Li to be stunned again. Where did his junior brother Ling Tian get his confidence from? Killing fellow disciples in Zoroastrianism was no small matter. At the same time, the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples regained their senses. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's ruthlessness was engraved in their hearts. This Duan Lingtian is really capable of doing anything, even Yuan Kuang was killed by him. Ruthless. Too ruthless. I can't believe such a ruthless person would appear in the Black Turtle Sanctum. As far as I know, he was already a ruthless person before he entered the Black Turtle Sanctum. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, by killing Yang Wu, the son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder. However, no matter how ruthless he is, he's going to die today. Killing fellow disciples is not a small matter. He'll have to pay with his life. Many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. All of them agreed that Duan Lingtian was going to die today. He would most likely have to pay with his life for the Yuan brothers. It's a pity his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root. If he possesses an innate spiritual root that's blue or above, coupled with the 3 high-grade divine abilities he has mastered, the higher-ups would only punish him symbolically even if he kills a few more people, let alone the Yuan brothers. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was confirmed to be a yellow innate spiritual root when he was in the Black Turtle Sanctum. For this reason, he'll definitely die today. It's such a pity that such a genius who's good at comprehending and has mastered high-grade divine abilities is going to be executed soon. The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves again. Not many of them thought Duan Lingtian would survive. I wonder if Duan Lingtian will escape when he knows he's going to die. Although the chances of him escaping are slim, if he doesn't escape, he won't be able to survive at all. If I were him, I'd definitely take a gamble even if I know the chances of escaping are slim. As long as I win, I'll be able to live a comfortable life. It seems like he has no intention of escaping at all. Amidst the discussions, many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. However, they discovered Duan Lingtian had been standing there for a long time. From the beginning until the end, he had no intention of leaving at all. In the next instant, they were dumbfounded when they saw Duan Lingtian's actions. Duan Lingtian flew out. However, he did not leave the residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. Instead, he flew and landed in front of the Tertius house where Yuan Hong stayed before he sat down at the stone table in the small courtyard. Duan Lingtian sat there quietly as though he was waiting for something. Soon after, a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder arrived. Elder Wu. Elder Wu. When the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples saw this Silver Flame Elder, they quickly bowed at him. None of them dared to show any disrespect at all. The person who arrived was a fat old man. His short stature made him look as fat as a ball. His chubby face, in particular, was so small that only a pair of small eyes could be seen. However, it was precisely this fat old man's small eyes that were sharper and more spirited than anyone else's eyes. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Enforcement Elder? When everyone bowed at the fat old man, Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess the other party's identity. Under the signal of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Enforcement Elder Wu Yi discovered the Yuan brothers' bodies. His chubby face turned grave immediately, and his small eyes gleamed coldly. You're Duan Lingtian? Under the signal of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, Wu Yi shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian sitting there leisurely with one leg crossed over the other, he was instantly enraged. Stand up. After taking a deep breath, Wu Yi suddenly shouted and asked Duan Lingtian to stand up. His tone was dignified and contained an unquestionable meaning. Upon hearing Wu Yi's shout, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene could not help but feel chills running down their spines. They knew very well that although this enforcement elder of their Vermilion Bird Sanctum seemed harmless, he was actually extremely terrifying. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the enforcement elder of their Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Junior brother Ling Tian, he's the enforcement elder of our Vermilion Bird Sanctum, Wu Yi. He seems harmless, but that's not the case at all. You should try to go along with him. Otherwise, who knows what he'll do. Gu Li immediately reminded Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. His voice was filled with worry. When Duan Lingtian heard Wu Yi's shout, he narrowed his eyes and stood up at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Then, he left the small courtyard and stepped into the air. When Duan Lingtian arrived near Wu Yi, he bowed slightly and cupped his hands together. Greetings, Elder Wu Yi. I dare not accept your greetings. Faced with Duan Lingtian's greeting, Wu Yi's expression softened a little. However, his tone was still as domineering as before. I'm the enforcement elder of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, Wu Yi. I came here today to investigate the death of my Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang. You, Duan Lingtian, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, have disregarded our Zoroastrianism's rules and killed the two Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang. Do you admit to your crimes? When Wu Yi reached the end of his sentence, his eyes narrowed as a terrifying aura emitted from his body. The aura that contained a powerful and oppressive force swept out like a tidal wave toward Duan Lingtian. If it was an ordinary person, their expression would have changed when they saw Wu Yi's aura. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved like a mountain. He was not affected at all. A hint of surprise appeared in the depth of Wu Yi's eyes when he saw this. Elder Wu Yi, if I'm not mistaken, let's not talk about whether I admit to my crimes or not. I don't think you can decide what happened today, right? After all, I'm not a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple. Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Yi and said nonchalantly. There was a rule in the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. If a disciple from any of the sanctums committed a crime, only the enforcement elder from that sanctum could decide what to do. The enforcement elders from the other sanctums could only decide what to do with the disciples from their own sanctums. For this reason, even if Duan Lingtian had come to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum to kill someone and violated the Zoroastrianism's rules, the enforcement elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum would be the one to decide what crime he was charged with. You know the rules. When Wu Yi heard Duan Lingtian's words, he snorted and said, Before I came here, I've already asked another Silver Flame Elder from our Vermilion Bird Sanctum to invite the enforcement elder from your Black Turtle Sanctum. Elder Guoxiong will be here soon. Guoxiong was the enforcement elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded nonchalantly. Then, under the incredulous gaze of everyone present, including Wu Yi, he turned around and continued to swagger into the Secundus house where Yuan Hong lived when he was still alive. Not only that, he also closed the door behind him. Then, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in the air again. Elder Wu Yi, when Elder Guoxiong arrives, let me know. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene was dumbfounded. Was he not a little too bold? On the other hand, the enforcement elder from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, Wu Yi, was so enraged that his chubby face trembled. His small eyes gleamed coldly. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have been killed many times over. Junior brother Lingtian, even though Gu Li knew Duan Lingtian and was familiar with him, when he saw Duan Lingtian's bold actions, he felt like Duan Lingtian had become a stranger. He could not see through Duan Lingtian at all. Naturally, he was not like the other Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who thought Duan Lingtian was seeking death. In his opinion, since his junior brother Lingtian dared to do this, he must be confident. However, he did not know what kind of confidence he had. On the other hand, when the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guxiong received the news and rushed to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. The Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder Lian had also received the news and rushed to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum almost at the same time as Guxiong. Chapter 1948. How could it not be ugly? Lian was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder. He was second only to one person in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Even in the entire four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, he was still considered one of the top figures. However, someone like him was continuously provoked by a new disciple who had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum and had just joined the Zoroastrianism. At the very least, in Li An's opinion, it was a blatant provocation. In Li An's opinion, this was the greatest insult to him. The first time, the new disciple had killed his best friend's son in front of him. The second time, the new disciple had killed his prospective direct disciple. The third time, the new disciple had killed his grand disciple. How could he tolerate this? This was especially so when he found out his grand disciple had offended Duan Lingtian because he wanted to avenge him. Lian was completely enraged. Duan Lingtian, how dare you kill Yuan Hong and his younger brother one after another? I'd like to see how you're going to keep your lowly life this time. When Lian arrived at the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, his expression was grave, and his eyes were cold. In his opinion, this time, Duan Lingtian was dead meat. Put aside the fact that Yuan Hong might not have wanted to kill him, even if he did, he would have killed Yuan Hong out of self-defense. However, what about Yuan Hong's younger brother? Based on the information he had obtained, Yuan Hong's younger brother, Yuan Kuang, did not make a move against Duan Lingtian at all. Duan Lingtian had killed Yuan Kuang for no reason other than killing a fellow disciple. According to the rules of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian had to pay with his life for Yuan Kuang's. Elder Guxiong, I don't think you're going to rule that Duan Lingtian is innocent like last time, right? Lian asked after he caught up to Guxiong. His eyes flashed when he arrived next to Guxiong. Humph. Guxiong, who had come because Duan Lingtian had killed the two Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, had a gloomy expression when he heard Li An's words. Elder Lian, are you questioning the fairness of the ruling I made last time? Since you feel that my previous ruling was unfair, why don't you appeal to the altar master? As he spoke, Guxiong's voice became colder and colder, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by a few degrees. I just want to remind Elder Guxiong that some people don't always kill based on reason. Today, even if Duan Lingtian killed Yuan Hong in self-defense, the crime of killing Yuan Kuang is enough for him to be executed. Lian said indifferently. As he spoke, his tone turned cold. Elder Lian, as the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guxiong, know what I'm doing. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Guxiong said in a deep voice. From his words, he did not give Lian any face. Humph. Li An's expression turned grave when he saw Guxiong did not give him any face. A hint of killing intent flashed in the depth of his eyes. Following that, Li An's body flashed as he sped up and headed to the residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples ahead of Guxiong. At the residence of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, more and more Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples walked out of their respective residences. They only had one purpose in coming out, and that was to join in the fun. Due to this reason, it did not take long before the sky above the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples' residences was filled with a few thousand people. At this moment, these people, led by the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder Wu Yi, were surrounding a Secundus house as they discussed among themselves. At this moment, the door of the Secundus house was tightly shut, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. That Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Lingtian, is so fierce. He still dares to act so arrogantly in front of our Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder Wu Yi after killing Yuan Hong. He even entered Yuan Hong's residence to rest in front of elder Wu Yi. Duan Lingtian is really rebellious. Does he really think the rules of our Zoroastrianism are dead? No matter what he did, he'll definitely die today. As for his seemingly valiant behavior, perhaps he just wants to indulge himself before he dies. That makes sense. I think he's just going for broke. He's not afraid of anything anymore. The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. They knew Duan Lingtian was going to be executed soon. Humph. If it's not for the rule of our Zoroastrianism's four symbol sanctums, which states that the enforcement elders of one of the sanctums are not allowed to punish the disciples of another sanctum, Duan Lingtian wouldn't have survived until now. Can't you see how dark Elder Wu Yi's expression is? He's really angered by Duan Lingtian this time. The Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder should be arriving soon. When the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder arrives, it'll be time for Duan Lingtian to pay with his life for the Yuan brothers. I really want to see if Duan Lingtian can still be so arrogant at that time. As the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves, the expression of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, Wu Yi, darkened. Although his face was full of fat, one could see that his expression was extremely ugly. One could see how furious he was. Ever since Wu De became the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, this was his first time seeing such an arrogant Zoroastrianism disciple. After killing his fellow disciple, he actually acted as though nothing had happened. He even completely disregarded him, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder. After this matter is over, I'll look for the sanctum leader and ask him to look for the hall master of the Saint Land's enforcement hall to change the rules of the four symbol sanctums. When an outer sanctum's disciple killed someone in the four symbol sanctums, I, the enforcement elder of the four symbol sanctums, can't even uphold justice for the deceased. It's so humiliating to be an enforcement elder like this. Wu Yi muttered to himself. In the end, he felt extremely humiliated. Naturally, it was not as if he had never encountered an outer sanctum's disciple committing a crime in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum before. However, although he could not punish those outer sanctum's disciples, they would still act like a mouse that had seen a cat when they saw him. He enjoyed the feeling of a cat catching a mouse very much. However, today, Duan Lingtian had completely disregarded him. Not only did he not enjoy the feeling of a cat catching a mouse, but he also felt extremely humiliated. As the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, he could only watch as an outer sanctum's disciple who killed his fellow disciple acted so freely under his nose. However, he could not do anything about it. Humiliating. Unbearable. Furious. These were the emotions Wu De, the enforcement elder of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, felt at the moment. Junior brother Ling Tian, as a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple, Gu Li, naturally, stood among the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. When he looked at the Secundus house that originally belonged to Yuan Hong, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Although he was confident in Duan Lingtian, he was confident in him. However, based on the current situation, it was extremely disadvantageous for Duan Lingtian. He's Gu Li. Duan Lingtian killed the Yuan brothers because of him? Speaking of which, he's quite a pitiful person. He was always bullied by the Yuan brothers. Now that the Yuan brothers are dead, he can be considered to have escaped from the clutches of the devil. He's fine, but that junior brother Ling Tian of his is going to be executed today. When the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder arrives, Duan Lingtian will definitely die. Currently, Gu Li had become the center of attention of many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. Upon hearing the words of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, Gu Li became even more worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. No matter how lively it was outside, there was no one in the Secundus house that originally belonged to Yuan Hong. Naturally, it was not completely empty. In an inconspicuous corner, the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda that had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust stood there. Inside the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, or to be more precise, in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, a person was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. How fast! With my current cultivation speed, I'll only need 5 months to make a breakthrough even if I cultivate in the Secundus house. 5 months in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda is only half a month in the outside world. In other words, I'll only need half a month in the outside world to successfully break through to the Mastery Divine Saint stage. Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his eyes with a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. He had entered the Secundus house to sense his current cultivation speed. After all, he no longer possessed a green innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. Although my blue innate spiritual root is only light blue, with the help of the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, my current cultivation speed is comparable to a monstrous genius with a light blue innate spiritual root. Apart from that, even if I cultivate in the Secundus house, with the help of the cultivation environment on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, my current cultivation environment is comparable to the Primus house. Of course, if I can cultivate in the Primus house, my cultivation speed will also be improved further. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel excited. It's almost time. Elder Guoxiong should be here soon, right? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he immediately left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and put it away. Then, he sat cross-legged on the wooden bed in the Secundus house and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, outside the Secundus house, a figure moved swiftly and arrived next to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement Elder Wu De in just a blink of an eye. Elder Wu De. The person greeted Wu De. Elder Lian. In the face of the greeting, Wood also responded, but he didn't show any flattery. He was the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder. His strength was in no way inferior to the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong. Even if he was not as strong as Lian, he was not too far off. For this reason, he was very casual even when he was facing Lian, its elder Lian. The Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, Lian. Lian's appearance instantly attracted the attention of many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. What about Duan Lingtian? Chapter 1949. When Wu Yi heard Lian's question, if he did not know about the conflict between Lian and Duan Lingtian, he would have cursed out loud. Were all the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples so arrogant? How dare he disregard him, the enforcement elder of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's territory? He's in the Secundus house that originally belonged to Yuan Hong. He said he'll come out when the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong arrives. When Wu Yi reached the end of his sentence, his eyes narrowed coldly. His fat face was contorted, showing just how angry he was at this moment. What? Upon hearing Wu Yi's words, Li An's expression changed drastically. He shouted angrily, "Who does he think he is? He's just a sinner who has violated the sex rules. How dare he be so presumptuous?" As soon as Lian finished speaking, before Wu Yi and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene could react, he had already made his move at lightning speed. Boom! Lian casually raised his hand and slapped forward. A vast and nearly invisible energy instantly transformed into a palm print. The palm print tore through the air and caused a loud bang as it ruthlessly landed on the second-class house in front of him. Rumble. As a series of earth-shattering explosions reverberated in the air, the Secundus house suddenly collapsed and turned into ruins. Smoke and dust filled the air. From afar, one could feel chills running up one's spine. How ruthless! Upon seeing this, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene shuddered. They did not expect the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder Lian to be so ruthless. He destroyed the Secundus house in just one move. Elder Lian. Upon seeing this, Wu Yi's expression turned grave as he glared at Lian angrily. Whether it was Lian destroying the Secundus house in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples' residence or abusing his authority, he was displeased. Although he was displeased by Duan Lingtian's actions, he did not think of abusing his authority. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a mere Duan Lingtian to survive in his hands. As the law-enforcing elder of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, Wu Yi was just like any other person. He would get angry because of all kinds of unpleasant things, but he had his own principles. In Zoroastrianism, everything was done according to the rules. This was Wu Yi's principle. "Don't worry, I didn't kill him," Lian said calmly. Although he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces, he was not so impulsive as to kill Duan Lingtian in front of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder. He made a move because he didn't want to make things too easy for Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, the reason why Duan Lingtian dared to be so arrogant was definitely because he knew that he was going to die, so he wanted to be complacent and enjoy himself before he died. Duan Lingtian wanted to enjoy it, but he wouldn't let him. Don't you like to rest? Let's see how you're going to rest after I destroy the house. Lian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the ruins shook a few times, and then an angry and cold voice came out. Boom! Following that, another loud sound reverberated in the air as the ruins exploded. A person rose up into the air. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had a grave expression on his face. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was covered in dust since he had just come out from the ruins. Duan Lingtian, how dare you call me by my name when you see me? Do you know that you've violated the Zoroastrianism's rule of not respecting your elders? Lian said coldly. A hint of satisfaction could be seen in his eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian's wretched state. Based on his words, he was directly saying Duan Lingtian did not respect his elders. Humph. Upon hearing Lian's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but snort coldly. He retorted, if I'm not mistaken, there's also a rule in Zoroastrianism that the elders in the sect are not allowed to bully the weak. You've already put aside your pride to bully the weak, and you still want me to respect you? Is there something wrong with your head, or are you an idiot to begin with? Duan Lingtian had been suppressing the anger in his heart for a long time when Lian destroyed his room. Now that he heard Lian say that he did not respect his elders, he could not hold it in any longer and exploded. He did not respect his elders and bullied the weak. How could he still have the cheek to say he did not respect his elders? Ridiculous. Extremely ridiculous. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he felt much better. However, while his anger was appeased, Lian's anger was not. Idiot. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Then, all eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian, causing him to become the center of attention. These gazes came from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who were present. Their gazes were filled with shock, disbelief, admiration, and surprise. All in all, when Duan Lingtian said the word idiot to Lian, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene had different thoughts. Some of them thought Duan Lingtian was seeking death. Some of them thought Duan Lingtian was going all out. Since he knew he was going to die, he wanted to enjoy himself before he was executed. There were also some people who admired Duan Lingtian. They did not know why Duan Lingtian dared to act so boldly. Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death. When Lian looked at Duan Lingtian again, an awe-inspiring killing intent rose from his body, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. At this moment, he felt as though his lungs were about to explode because of Duan Lingtian. Ever since he became a Zoroastrianism's elder, who else would dare to call him an idiot in front of him? Duan Lingtian, an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, actually dared to call him an idiot. This made him feel as though he had swallowed a fly. What? Elder Lian, are you angry now? Duan Lingtian was amused when he saw how angry Lian was. He said nonchalantly, I don't think I've said anything wrong. Why don't we ask Elder Wu Yi to be the judge of this? As the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, I'm sure he knows the rules of Zoroastrianism better than both of us. Why don't we ask him to tell us who provoked who first today? Who's at fault? Lian was rendered speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He felt as though his lungs were about to explode. After all, he was the one who instigated the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian. If you respect me, I'll respect you tenfold. When Duan Lingtian saw that Lian did not reply, he continued to say, I, Duan Lingtian, always have a clear conscience. Naturally, now that I'm in Zoroastrianism, I'll definitely abide by the rules of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian's first sentence was still acceptable. Many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples secretly gave him a thumbs up. As for the last sentence, it made everyone's expression become a little strange. Duan Lingtian said he would abide by the rules of Zoroastrianism? What a joke! Could it be that he did not violate the rules of Zoroastrianism when he killed Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang earlier? Was he abiding by the rules of Zoroastrianism? Due to Duan Lingtian's actions earlier, the people present on the scene scoffed at his second sentence. Duan Lingtian is too shameless. How can he say something like that? That's right. If he abides by the rules of Zoroastrianism, he wouldn't have killed Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang. It's still fine if it's Yuan Hong since he killed them out of self-defense. However, what about Yuan Kuang? From the beginning until the end, Yuan Kuang did not even make a move against him. However, he still killed Yuan Kuang. It's fine if other people say this, but Duan Lingtian is the most ridiculous person in the world when he said this. Based on his actions, it seems like he's just venting his emotions. It seems like he's also aware that he's running out of time. Since the Black Turtle Sanctum's elder Lian is here, I'm afraid the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong will be here soon. Most of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples glanced at Duan Lingtian before they shook their heads. They felt that Duan Lingtian did not have much time left, so he was being so self-indulgent. Humph. I can't be bothered to argue with you. After all, no matter what, you'll definitely die today. Lian snorted coldly as though he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. He no longer said anything to Duan Lingtian. Instead, he stood quietly at the side with his eyes closed as he waited for the arrival of the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong. When Duan Lingtian saw Lian had fallen silent, he no longer continued to speak. He retracted his cold gaze from Lian. Soon after, the scene became quiet again. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong. After a few breaths. Whoosh! A soft voice was transmitted into the ears of everyone present, causing them to raise their heads and look into the distance. They saw an old figure flying toward them at an extremely fast speed. Soon after, the figure landed next to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder Wu Yi. It was a person wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder's uniform. It's the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Elder Guoxiong? The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples immediately shifted their attention to the newcomer. Elder Guoxiong. Duan Lingtian looked at the newcomer and narrowed his eyes. He was not afraid at all. In fact, in the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, as a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Guoxiong, the enforcement elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, had the right to sentence him to death based on the severity of his crime. Elder Guoxiong. When Wu Yi saw Guoxiong, his eyes lit up as though he had seen his savior. Elder Guoxiong, you came at the right time. Now, you can make your decision and sentence Duan Lingtian to pay with his life for the Yuan brothers. Lian said to Guoxiong directly. Based on his words, it was as though he was giving an order. He really wanted to see Duan Lingtian sentenced to death, so he did not realize he had overstepped his boundaries. When Wu Yi heard Lian's words, he could not help but frown even though he was not involved. As the person involved, Guoxiong's expression darkened immediately. He said rudely to Lian, Elder Lian, it's not up to you to tell me what to do. Chapter 1950. This was not Lian's first time being treated so rudely by Guoxiong. Please search for the most complete. Damn. However, being humiliated by Guoxiong in front of so many people, he couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his heart. Although he was furious, he did not show it on his face. At the very least, it was not appropriate for him to show it at this moment. Who knew if Guoxiong would rule in Duan Lingtian's favor if he fell out with Guoxiong? Although according to the Zoroastrianism's rules, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Duan Lingtian would definitely be killed, who knew if Guoxiong, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, would side with him? In order to witness Duan Lingtian's death, he chose to endure it for now. Based on this, one could see how much he wanted Duan Lingtian to be killed. Duan Lingtian. After Guoxiong retracted his gaze from Lian, he immediately shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His eyes gleamed coldly as he asked in a deep voice, I heard you killed 2 Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. When Guoxiong asked Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes instantly shifted to Duan Lingtian. Yes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian replied without hesitation. Why? Guoxiong asked again. Although everything was going according to procedure, his voice gradually turned colder. Yuan Hong wanted to kill me, so I killed him out of self-defense. Duan Lingtian said in a timely manner. As for Yuan Kuang, although he didn't make a move on me, he threatened my friend's life in an attempt to interfere with my fight with Yuan Hong. In my opinion, he's an accomplice of Yuan Hong. Both of them wanted to kill me, so I killed him out of self-defense as well. His words were said fluently as though he had rehearsed it countless times. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent again. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples looked at each other. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes. After a while, many people began to whisper among themselves, "Isn't Duan Lingtian a little too shameless?" Indeed, he's shameless. It can be said that he killed Yuan Hong out of self-defense. However, Yuan Kuang did not make a move on him at all, and he actually found such an excuse to say he killed Yuan Kuang out of self-defense. What a joke! Does he really think the enforcement elders from the Black Turtle Sanctum are so easily deceived? Do you think they believe everything he says? In my opinion, not only does he think the Black Turtle Sanctum's Duan Lingtian, but he also thinks our Vermilion Bird. In the beginning, the group, the Vermilion Bird Sanctums, the Vermilion, ver mildly, the Vermilion as well. When the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong heard the words of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, his expression turned grave immediately. Elder Guo Duan Lingtian, don't listen to Duan Lingtian's nonsense. I've already investigated what happened today. It's true that Yuan Hong launched a sneak attack on him, but I can't be sure if he intended to kill him or not. At the same time, Wu Yi, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, looked at Guo Duan Lingtian and said, "Let's just assume that Yuan Hong tried to kill Duan Lingtian and was killed by him out of self-defense. However, based on my investigation, Yuan Kuang did not threaten his friend's life. It's not difficult to verify this. We can ask his friend to swear on the lightning penalty oath, and the truth will be revealed. I believe he can confirm if Yuan Kuang threatened his friend's life to interfere with Duan Lingtian." When Wu Yi reached the end of his sentence, he shifted his gaze to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples nearby and found Guli. When Guli heard Wu Yi's words and saw Wu Yi looking at him, horror dawned on him. He was not afraid of death. If he could exchange his life for his junior brother Ling Tian's safety, he would be more than happy to do so. However, if he swore on the lightning penalty oath according to Wu Yi's words, not only would he die from the lightning penalty, but he would also implicate his junior brother Ling Tian. At that time, everyone would be able to confirm that Duan Lingtian did not kill Yuan Kuang out of self-defense. According to the Zoroastrianism's rule, killing a fellow disciple for no reason was a capital offense. Elder Wu Yi, there's no need for that. When Duan Lingtian saw everyone, including the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong, had shifted their attention to Guli, he quickly interjected. As soon as he spoke, he stopped Wu Yi. "What? Do you admit that you killed your fellow disciple?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Yi shifted his gaze from Guli to Duan Lingtian and smirked coldly. Lian stood at the side and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. A cruel smile appeared on his face. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being executed. "Elder Wu Yi, I didn't admit to it." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Duan Lingtian, if you don't admit to it, just ask your friend to do as Elder Wu Yi said. At that time, the truth will be revealed." At this moment, Guoxiong was furious. "Elder Guoxiong, there's no need to rush." Duan Lingtian shook his head again before he transmitted his voice to Guoxiong. This sentence caused Guoxiong's eyes to widen in shock. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. However, at the same time, a hint of suspicion could be seen on Guoxiong's face. In the end, he turned to look at the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder Wu Yi and transmitted his voice to Wu Yi. Immediately, Wu Yi's face was filled with shock and disbelief. At the same time, he also revealed a somewhat suspicious expression. "Huh." Just when everyone, including Lian, noticed that there was something wrong with the two law-enforcing elders' expressions, Li An's expression changed. Whoosh. 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 The air rippled as a wave of scorching and vast flame energy surged out from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder Wu Yi's body. In the end, it consolidated into a flame territory. The flame territory was like a gigantic beast that swallowed Wu Yi, Guoxiong, and Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, only a huge fireball with a diameter of 100 meters was left in front of everyone's eyes. The huge fireball continued to burn as it hovered in the air, blocking everyone's sight. What's Wu Yi doing? Lian could not help but frown when he saw this. Even if they wanted to execute Duan Lingtian, according to the rules, they would have to make a verbal judgment first, right? For some reason, an ominous feeling rose in Lian's heart. Moreover, this feeling grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, Lian even wanted to barge into Wu Yi's flame territory to see what he and Guoxiong were up to. However, in the end, he resisted the urge. Naturally, he could do that. However, the consequences were not something he could bear. At that time, as long as Wu Yi and Guoxiong reported him to the Saint Lands Enforcement Hall, he would not be able to get away scot-free even if he was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. As the enforcement elders of the Four Symbols Sanctums, Wu Yi and Guoxiong were directly under the Saint Lands Enforcement Hall. What are Elder Wu Yi and Elder Guoxiong doing? Are they going to execute Duan Lingtian? Even if they want to execute Duan Lingtian, according to the rules, they would have to make a verbal judgment first, right? Perhaps, Duan Lingtian's shamelessness has angered the two enforcement elders. Due to this reason, they no longer intend to execute Duan Lingtian verbally. That's possible. As the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves, more than 90% of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples thought the same thing. Wu Yi had cast the flame territory to block their sight because he wanted to execute Duan Lingtian. Even Gu Li felt the same way. At this moment, Gu Li's face turned pale immediately. He clenched his fists tightly as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, he hated himself to the core. He hated himself for being too weak. He could not help Duan Lingtian at all. The appearance of the flame territory immediately separated the two worlds. Most of the people outside the flame territory thought Duan Lingtian was going to be executed. However, inside the flame territory, Duan Lingtian was in peace with the two enforcement elders. Whoosh! Whoosh! Guoxiong and Wu Yi took out a transparent spiritual pearl at the same time. It was the spiritual pearl that was used to test one's innate spiritual root. Wu Yi had cast the flame territory to block the sight of the people outside for this very moment. Duan Lingtian, if you dare to deceive me and Elder Guoxiong, I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to wish for death even if I have to execute you. Wu Yi threatened in a deep voice as he passed the spiritual pearl to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were cold as he passed the spiritual pearl to Duan Lingtian. Although Guoxiong did not say anything, the piercing look in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian explained everything. The facts will prove everything. After receiving the spiritual pearls from the two enforcement elders, Duan Lingtian held one spiritual pearl in each hand with a flip of his palm as he waited quietly. Normally, the spiritual pearls would only react after the span of 10 breaths. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had told Guoxiong a piece of important news through voice transmission. He possessed a blue innate spiritual root. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guoxiong did not have any dealings with Duan Lingtian before this. However, due to Gu Long's death 10 days ago, he had come across Duan Lingtian again. It was precisely because of that encounter that he learned some things about Duan Lingtian. This included the fact that Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. At that time, Guoxiong was puzzled. Where did a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root find the courage to go against the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder? However, today, Duan Lingtian had told Guoxiong through voice transmission again. His innate spiritual root is not a yellow innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. In Zoroastrianism, martial geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots would usually be given special treatment. They would even be allowed to do things that ordinary disciples would not be able to do. That included killing fellow disciples of the same sect. Why did Gulong dare to kill Duan Lingtian 10 days ago? It was all because he thought Duan Lingtian was a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root. The Zoroastrianism that valued talents would not kill him. Chapter 1951. Finally, the span of 10 breaths had passed. The 2 spiritual pearls in Duan Lingtian's hands began to shine with a green light as though they were telling the people around them something. It's really a blue innate spiritual root. Wu Yi's eyes widened immediately. Before this, he did not believe Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. This was because the Black Turtle's sanctum had informed him that Duan Lingtian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. However, he had no choice but to believe it when he saw this. Blue innate spiritual root. Guoxiong was momentarily stunned when he saw the reaction of the 2 spiritual pearls in Duan Lingtian's hands. When he regained his senses, he cursed the 2 Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elders who tested Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root. How could they turn a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root into a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root? Not only was this a trap, but it was also pushing a martial genius out of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian. Why don't you acknowledge me as your master and come to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum? When Wu Yi looked at Duan Lingtian again, he narrowed his small eyes that shone with hope. The fat on his face relaxed as he revealed a smile that he thought was gentle. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten about the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian. He wanted Duan Lingtian to acknowledge him as his master as soon as he opened his mouth. In the fire worship sect, a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root would always be fought over by the Silver Flame Elders to be their disciple. As a Silver Flame Elder in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, Wu Yi was, naturally, no exception. There's nothing good for you in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Moreover, you've already offended that vengeful Lian. If you continue to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, you'll only bring trouble to yourself. If you're willing to acknowledge me as your master, I'll immediately ask the Sanctum leader of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum to negotiate with the Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum and ask for you. When Wu Yi reached the end of his sentence, a hint of urgency could be heard in his voice. Bullshit. When Duan Lingtian was put in a spot and was about to refuse, Guoxiong immediately looked at Wu Yi and scolded him. Duan Lingtian is a martial Dao genius in our Black Turtle Sanctum. How dare you try to poach him in front of me? Do you really think I'm dead? Guoxiong, you can't say that. Wu Yi was a little unhappy when he heard Guoxiong's words. He said with a straight face, who in the 4 Symbols Sanctums does not know about Duan Lingtian's current situation in your Black Turtle Sanctum? If Duan Lingtian continues to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, who knows when Lian will kill him? It's not like you don't know what Lian is capable of. He's a guy who will do anything to achieve his goals. In the past, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian is just a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root. It's fine for him to deal with him slowly. However, if he finds out that Duan Lingtian possesses a blue innate spiritual root, he'll definitely do whatever it takes to kill Duan Lingtian. This was one of the reasons Guoxiong had consolidated his flame territory to block the view of the people outside. If Lian found out that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root, this martial Dao genius would most likely be killed by him. For this reason, I think it's best for Duan Lingtian to come to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. It's too dangerous for him to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. After all, Lian will find out about his blue innate spiritual root sooner or later. Wu Yi finished speaking in one breath. Guoxiong's expression changed when he heard Wu Yi's words. Elder Guoxiong, I know you want to take Duan Lingtian as your direct disciple. However, you didn't say anything because you don't think you'll be able to protect Duan Lingtian. Just let him go and let Duan Lingtian come to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Lian won't dare to act recklessly in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Wu Yi advised. Humph. Guoxiong snorted. Although I don't think I'll be able to protect Duan Lingtian, there might be someone in the Black Turtle Sanctum who can protect him. You, Wu Yi narrowed his eyes when he heard Lian's words. He asked in shock, you're going to recommend Duan Lingtian to the Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum? That's right. Guoxiong nodded. Elder Guoxiong. Wu Yi was instantly anxious when he saw Guoxiong nodding in all seriousness, as he didn't want a duck that was already cooked to fly away. Out of consideration for my age and the fact that I don't have a proper personal disciple, give Duanling Tian to me. I, Wu Yi, will surely remember this favor of yours. I'll definitely remember it. Duanling Tian, who was standing at the side, was speechless when he saw this. From the beginning until the end, Wu Yi did not seem to ask for his opinion at all. Guoxiong, who was annoyed by Wu Yi, saw Duanling Tian's speechless expression from the corner of his eyes. His eyes lit up immediately as he said, "Elder Wu Yi, what's the point of telling me so much? If Duanling Tian doesn't want to stay in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, are you going to tie him up here? In my opinion, you should ask for his opinion first before you try to persuade me. You're putting the cart before the horse." Guoxiong immediately tossed Wu Yi, this trouble, to Duanling Tian. When Duanling Tian saw Wu Yi looking at him, he immediately expressed his stance and said apologetically, "Elder Wu Yi, I'm sorry. I'd like to stay in the Black Turtle's Sanctum to comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier." The Black Turtle's Barrier. The Black Turtle's Barrier was the only reason he wanted to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Currently, he only lacked a high-grade defensive divine ability. As the #1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's Barrier was undoubtedly the most suitable defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism for him. I forgot that, Duanling Tian, you're also very talented in mastering divine abilities. Currently, you've already mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Guoxiong spoke before Wu Yi could reply. Then, he looked at Wu Yi and said with a smile, "Elder Wu Yi, if I'm not mistaken, the divine ability in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum is not as powerful as the high-grade movement divine ability that Duanling Tian has mastered. For this reason, you should just give up. Duanling Tian won't stay in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum." Wu Yi's chubby face was a little stiff. When his eyes met Duanling Tian's determined gaze, he sighed. Forget it, forget it." In the end, Wu Yi waved his hand helplessly like a deflated balloon. It was as though he had suddenly aged a few decades. "Elder Wu Yi, the most important thing right now is to deal with Duanling Tian," Guoxiong suddenly said to Wu Yi with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi shuddered and regained his senses. His expression turned solemn as well. Since Duanling Tian possesses a blue innate spiritual root, according to the unspoken rules of Zoroastrianism, it's not a big deal for him to commit such a small mistake. However, we still need to punish him on the surface. Otherwise, we won't be able to convince the others. Wu Yi and Guoxiong looked at each other and quickly reached a consensus. Unspoken rules? Upon hearing Wu Yi's words, Duanling Tian's lips twitched subtly. Although Duanling Tian knew the fire worship sect would not exchange his life for the lives of the Yuan brothers after he revealed his blue innate spiritual root, he was certain the fire worship sect would not allow him to kill the Yuan brothers. However, he did not know this was known as the unspoken rules in Zoroastrianism. Outside the flame territory. As time passed by, the uneasiness in Li An's heart grew stronger, and his expression turned grave. It's not over yet? Why do I feel this is strange? If the 2 enforcement elders want to kill Duanling Tian, it shouldn't take them so long. Could it be that something has happened? Something has happened? What could have happened? Many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples also noticed something was amiss. However, they could not tell what it was. Junior brother Ling Tian, a glimmer of hope could be seen in the depth of Gu Li's eyes. Whoosh! Finally, under the watchful eyes of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder Wu Yi withdrew the flame territory that was blocking everyone's sight. After the flame territory was withdrawn, 3 figures appeared before everyone's eyes. When the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples saw Duanling Tian, who they thought had been executed, standing there as though nothing had happened, they were dumbfounded. Could it be that the 2 enforcement elders did not execute Duanling Tian after such a long time had passed? Since they did not execute Duanling Tian, what were they doing earlier? Many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were filled with doubts. Elder Wu Yi, Elder Guoxiong, what were both of you doing earlier? Li An's eyes gleamed brightly as he looked at the two enforcement elders and asked in a deep voice. However, even though his voice wasn't soft, regardless of whether it was Wu Yi or Guoxiong, they completely ignored him, causing Li An's expression to become extremely ugly. Junior brother Ling Tian, you. At the same time, Gu Li could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. He could not see through what was happening. Senior brother Gu Li, you just have to watch carefully. Duan Ling Tian interrupted Gu Li's voice transmission. His tone was calm, giving off a sense of security. Upon hearing this, Gu Li nodded inwardly. At the same time, he immediately looked at the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong. Today, Elder Guoxiong would be the one to make the decision regarding Duan Ling Tian. Cough cough. However, when everyone's attention was on Guoxiong, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder Wu Yi cleared his throat. After successfully attracting everyone's attention, Wu Yi said in a clear voice, I've repeatedly confirmed that Duan Ling Tian killed the Yuan brothers out of self-defense. Killing the Yuan brothers out of self-defense? Gu Li was dumbfounded. The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples was dumbfounded as well. However, he still killed Yuan Kuang even though he knew he could have held back. That's not a good thing. Now, Elder Guoxiong will make the final decision regarding Duan Lingtian's crime. Wu Yi continued to say. When Lian heard the first half of Wu Yi's sentence, his expression had already turned grave. He completely ignored the second half of Wu Yi's sentence. The ominous feeling had finally come true. Chapter 1952. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Ling Tian, killed the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang. Although there is a reason behind it and it was self-defense, he was too reckless in killing Yuan Kuang. For this reason, I've reached a consensus with the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's enforcement elder, Elder Wu Yi, and we've decided to send him to the first mine of the four symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism to serve for 10 years in 3 months. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guoxiong, made a ruling against Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian would be sent to the first mine of the four symbol sanctums to serve for 10 years in 3 months. The moment Guoxiong's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Apart from Guoxiong and Wu Yi who had a calm expression on their faces, Duan Ling Tian was the only one who remained calm. He was not surprised by the ruling at all. It was as though he had long known about it. As for the others, including Lian and Gu Li, they were stunned by the ruling. Elder Guoxiong. Lian was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Guoxiong with a grave expression as he said in a low voice, Duan Ling Tian. You can say that Duan Ling Tian killed Yuan Hong out of self-defense, but how can you say that he killed Yuan Kuang out of self-defense? Don't you think it's a little arbitrary for you to make such a rash ruling? Lian questioned Guoxiong as soon as he spoke. Guoxiong's expression turned grave immediately. He glanced at Lian coldly. Elder Lian, this ruling is a unanimous decision made by Elder Wu Yi and I. If you have any objections, you can go to the St. Lands Enforcement Hall in a few days' time to express your opinion. At that time, the ruling I've made today will be recorded in the St. Lands Enforcement Hall's files. You're not qualified to interfere with my ruling. When Guoxiong reached the end of his sentence, his tone was unfriendly. There was even a hint of mockery in his tone. It was because of Lian that he could not accept Duan Ling Tian as his disciple. Although he was not much weaker than Lian, he was still weak. In addition, Lian's foundation in Zoroastrianism was stronger than his. If Duan Ling Tian became his disciple, he might not be able to protect Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, in order not to destroy Duan Ling Tian, he planned to recommend Duan Ling Tian to the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. As long as Duan Ling Tian became the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum, even if Lian wanted to lay his hands on Duan Ling Tian, he would have to think twice before making a move on him. The sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum was a Golden Flame Elder. He was one of the strongest elders in Zoroastrianism. Hearing Guoxiong's words, Lian was instantly enraged. He stared at Guoxiong with an ominous glint in his eyes as his body trembled violently due to his anger. However, Guoxiong completely ignored him. He was not worried Lian would make a move on him. If Lian dared to make a move on him, he was confident he would send Lian to the St. Lan's Enforcement Hall. Even if Lian did not die, he would at least be skinned alive. Elder Wu Yi, do you agree with Elder Guoxiong's decision as well? Lian asked as he took a deep breath to suppress the raging anger in his heart. He shifted his gaze from Guoxiong to Wu Yi. Didn't Elder Guoxiong say it already? This is a unanimous decision made by me and him. Wu Yi said impatiently when faced with Lian's question. Good. Good. Very good. In a few days, when all of you file today's decision into the St. Lan's Enforcement Hall's case file, I'll personally go to the Enforcement Hall to protest the decision that all of you have made today. After Lian obtained Wu Yi's confirmation, he was so angry that his face was distorted. Then, Lian glanced at Wu Yi and Guoxiong coldly before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. He said coldly, Duan Lingtian, although I don't know what method you used to make Wu Yi and Guoxiong favor you, however, I want to tell you that the two of them are not the only ones in the Zoroastrianism's Enforcement Hall. When they send today's decision to the Enforcement Hall and file it into the Enforcement Hall's case file, I'll immediately rush to the Enforcement Hall to overturn the decision that they made today. At that time, the Enforcement Hall will send another St. Lan's Enforcement Elder to make a new decision on you. You won't be able to live for long. When Lian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. Facing Lian's cold shout, Duan Lingtian didn't even look at Lian from the beginning until the end. As soon as Lian finished speaking, he opened his mouth and spat out two words unhurriedly. Idiot. Idiot? Duan Lingtian's words stunned the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. Isn't this Duan Lingtian too valiant? He actually dared to call Lian an idiot? Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death. Lian was already furious. When he heard Duan Lingtian calling him an idiot, he was instantly enraged. He wanted to seize this opportunity to attack Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, even if he could not kill Duan Lingtian today, he wanted to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. Elder Lian, don't tell me you thought I was referring to you when I called you an idiot? That's a huge misunderstanding. Moreover, I didn't call you that earlier, did I? Or perhaps, Elder Lian, you've always had such a nickname? Duan Lingtian said solemnly as he looked at Lian, who was about to make a move. Duan Lingtian's serious appearance angered Lian to the point that he wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. However, he knew he could not touch Duan Lingtian today. This was because as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he noticed Guoxiong and Wu Yi were staring at him. It was as though they were saying, if you dare to touch Duan Lingtian, we'll attack you together. Duan Lingtian, you won't be so smug for long. Lian glared at Duan Lingtian coldly before he left in a huff without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he stared at Lian's departing figure. A cold gleam flashed in the depths of his eyes. If he had the chance, he would not let Lian continue to live in this world. Lian's existence was still a hidden danger to him. What? What's going on? Duan Lingtian killed two of our Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, and this is the only punishment he receives. Isn't this too ridiculous? Moreover, what happened after Elder Wu Yi consolidated his flame territory and shrouded him, Elder Guoxiong, and Duan Lingtian? Why is there such a huge change in the situation? That's right. Before that, Elder Guoxiong and Elder Wu Yi were very aggressive when they faced Duan Lingtian. However, after they came out of the flame territory, they stood on Duan Lingtian's side and tried their best to protect him. Moreover, they even gave Duan Lingtian an excuse to punish Duan Lingtian. The turning point must be in the flame territory. Unfortunately, we don't know what happened when they were in there. The group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. Their words were filled with confusion. They had seen the changes in Guoxiong, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Enforcement Elder, and Wu Yi, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Enforcement Elder, before they entered the flame territory. Due to this reason, they were puzzled. This was because the changes in their attitudes were too great. From wanting to punish Duan Lingtian to protecting Duan Lingtian, it only took a blink of an eye for them to accept it. However, they were certain something must have happened. Otherwise, the two enforcement elders would not have such a huge change in attitude toward Duan Lingtian. Now that the punishment for Duan Lingtian had been decided, Guxiong and Wui left one after another. Duan Lingtian, can you tell us why the two enforcement elders' attitudes toward you changed so much after they entered the flame territory? Many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were curious. Some of them even asked Duan Lingtian directly. If you want to know, why don't you ask Elder Wu Yi? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and used Wu Yi as a shield when faced with these people's questions. After a while, a few Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples did not manage to get any answers from Duan Lingtian. They gave up on the idea of finding a breakthrough from Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, what's going on? After the group of Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples left, Guli finally had time to be alone with Duan Lingtian. When they were alone, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples were not the only ones who were confused. Even Guli was puzzled. Actually, it's nothing much. I just proved my value to them. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and replied through voice transmission. What value? Guli became even more curious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. My innate spiritual root is a blue innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. There was nothing to hide in front of Guli. Blue innate spiritual root? Guli narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. What's going on? Isn't your innate spiritual root a yellow innate spiritual root? The news of Duan Lingtian possessing a yellow innate spiritual root had long spread in the Four Symbols Sanctums. Naturally, Guli had also heard about it. However, Duan Lingtian had just said his innate spiritual root was a blue innate spiritual root. Guli was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. I can't believe junior brother Lingtian possesses a blue innate spiritual root. However, only such an innate spiritual root is worthy of your martial Dao innate spiritual root. After a while, Guli regained his senses. He thought the news from the Black Turtle Sanctum was fake, so he did not dwell on it. Senior brother Guli, your innate spiritual root must be quite good as well, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. It's much worse than yours. My innate spiritual root is only a green innate spiritual root. Guli replied. Green innate spiritual root? That's not bad. Chapter 1953. In the Zoroastrianism, those who possess a green innate spiritual root can at least become a bronze flame elder in the future. With the innate talent you've displayed in the past, it's not impossible for you to become a silver flame elder in the Zoroastrianism in the future. Duan Lingtian added. Junior brother Lingtian. However, when Guli heard Duan Lingtian's words, he did not agree. Instead, his expression turned grave. What's wrong? When Duan Lingtian saw the grave expression on Guli's face, his heart skipped a beat. His expression turned grave as well. Junior brother Lingtian, I'd like to leave the Zoroastrianism temporarily. I have some matters to attend to, Guli said after taking a deep breath. What matters? Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled. It's not convenient for me to tell you now, but this matter is very important to me. Originally, I planned to bid farewell to you and leave as soon as I saw you. However, the Yuan brothers kept a close eye on me, so I didn't have the chance to go to the Black Turtle Sanctum to look for you. Guli said, today, you came and killed the Yuan brothers to avenge me. For this reason, I think it's time for me to leave. Senior brother Guli, no matter what you're going to do, I'll support you. Since Guli said it was not convenient for him to say, Duan Lingtian did not ask any further. After all, everyone had their own secrets. How could he not hold back in front of Guli? When Guli heard Duan Lingtian's words, a smile appeared on his face. However, senior brother Guli, if you want to leave, it's best if you leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, whether it's our Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian or the Northern Plethora Sect's fifth Elder Yang Chong, they'll definitely target you. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. I think so too. Gu Li nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said to Duan Lingtian, junior brother Lingtian, please send my regards to Hall Master Zhu. All right. Duan Lingtian immediately agreed. After that, Duan Lingtian escorted Gu Li all the way to the north of the Vermilion Bird altar before stopping. If they continued forward, they would be considered to have left the Vermilion Bird altar. Senior brother Gu Li, take care. Duan Lingtian said to Gu Li, junior brother Lingtian, you have to be careful in Zoroastrianism. I'll come back to help you when I'm done with my business. Perhaps, at that time, I will be able to help you a little, and not be like a trash, like I am now. Gu Li nodded and laughed at himself when he reached the end of his sentence. Senior brother Gu Li, what do you mean by that? No matter what, you're still Duan Lingtian's senior brother. This is a fact that can never be changed. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, Gu Li finally left. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when Gu Li's silhouette disappeared from his sight. He immediately left the Vermilion Bird altar and returned to the Black Turtle altar. What he wanted to do the most was to return and cultivate. Currently, he possessed a blue innate spiritual root. His cultivation speed was more than 2 times faster than before. I'll be able to break through to the Mastery Divine Saint stage in 2 weeks at most. If I'm given another month, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the peak of the Divine Saint stage. 3 months later, when I go to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mind to serve my sentence, my cultivation base will most likely break through to the Exemplary Saint stage. On his way back, Duan Lingtian thought about his beautiful tomorrow. The moment he thought of this, he was even more anxious to return home. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Black Turtle Sanctum, Gu Li had also left the Zoroastrianism. After leaving the Zoroastrianism, he decided on a direction and headed in that direction as though something was guiding him. 30 years. It's been 30 years, Gu Li muttered to himself as he made his way back. There was a secret in Gu Li's heart that even his father, Gu Xiaoyun, did not know about. 30 years ago, he had obtained an incomplete inheritance in the Dao Martial Saint land. The reason the inheritance was incomplete was because there was only a small portion of it. Moreover, it was incomplete. According to the records of the inheritance, if he wanted to obtain the complete inheritance, he would have to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. This was the reason he wanted to come to the upper province. He desperately wanted to obtain the complete inheritance. However, after arriving in the upper province, he did not plan to look for the complete inheritance since he wanted to understand the upper province better. It was only when he was tortured by the Yuan brothers that his competitive spirit was ignited. It made him very eager to obtain the complete inheritance. The reason he did not tell his father, Gu Xiaoyun, about the inheritance was because the senior who left the inheritance had warned him not to share the inheritance with his friends and family. Unless he met someone who was suitable to inherit the inheritance, he was not allowed to pass the inheritance to anyone else. In order to not make things difficult for himself, he decided to treat this as a secret that only he knew. According to the records of the incomplete inheritance I obtained in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land, the inheritance I'm about to obtain belongs to an ancient sect, the Seven Absolute sect. The Seven Absolutes sect has a total of 7 absolutes. The inheritance I'm about to obtain is the third absolute, the Kratos. I'm also the successor of the Kratos progeny. Gu Li's eyes lit up. As long as I obtain the inheritance of the Kratos progeny, the third absolute of the 7 absolute sect, my strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, I'll be able to help junior brother Ling Tian when I return to the Zoroastrianism and help him rescue his sister-in-law. The upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land was vast and boundless. It was much larger than the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. In the northern polar region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, this place was covered in snow all year long. The sky and earth were the same color as the land. At this moment, on the peak of a snowy peak in the polar region of the northern region, an old and aged figure was standing. Although his clothes were thin, he did not seem to feel cold at all. The old man's robe fluttered in the wind, accentuating the white snow that was falling from the sky. He looked like an immortal. At this moment, if there was another person here, they would be able to see that the old man was standing on the snowy peak. Although the old man was in a world of ice and snow, his feet did not touch the ground of the snowy peak. Even the falling snow was blown away by an invisible force when it came close to his robes. Whoosh! 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 The cold wind continued to blow at the old man. However, the old man stood there without moving at all. His gaze was fixed in the southwest direction. His fingers were constantly moving as he muttered to himself, "The successor of the fog-rain progeny is already here." Moreover, it seems like the successor of the Kratos progeny is about to appear as well. It seems like the day of the Seven Absolutes reunion in the Seven Absolutes sect is not far away. The Seven Absolutes reunion? Old man Tianji, you sure are dreaming. At this moment, a beautiful woman appeared on top of the snowy peak. She walked on the snow without making a sound. The beautiful woman had an exquisite face. Her facial features were almost perfect, making it unforgettable for anyone who saw her. When she heard the old man's words, she could not help but mock him. As far as I know, the Six Absolutes, Gemini, is still nowhere to be seen, right? The beautiful woman asked again. The Gemini progeny's legacy is in my hands. I've already chosen a successor for it. Based on the time, Shadowless should be bringing them here soon. The old man said. You wooing? That damned ladyboy? A hint of disgust flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes when she heard the old man's words. This disgust was clearly directed at the Shadowless mentioned by the old man. Widow Hua, who are you calling a damned ladyboy? Almost as soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, a feminine voice sounded. His tone was mixed with a bit of anger. The voice came from the snowy peak, but there was no third figure in sight. I'm talking about whoever has a voice that's neither male nor female. What? Are you still not convinced? Don't forget that your current cultivation base is far inferior to mine. If you're not convinced, why don't you try fighting me? Hearing the feminine voice, the beautiful woman seemed to have changed into a different person, as if she had turned into a shrew. Humph. The feminine voice rang again. However, this time, it was only a snort before it disappeared completely. You're an elder after all. What's wrong with going easy on him? The old man sighed. If Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rufeng, was here, he would definitely recognize this old man as the oracle man who was elusive. Duan Rufeng was no stranger to the voice earlier. It belonged to Yu Wuying, who had been by his side for some time. The Seven Absolutes sect was divided into 7 absolutes. The 4th absolute was the Shadow progeny. The successor of this progeny was skilled in assassination. Yu Wuying was the current successor of the Shadow progeny. Since the damned ladyboy is here, I'm sure the successor you've chosen for the Gemini progeny must be here as well. Let's go. I'll go with you to meet them. The beautiful woman said. Based on her words, it was obvious she was interested in the successor the oracle man had chosen for the Gemini progeny, the 6th absolute of the 7 absolute sect. At the same time, in the main hall of a palace that stood on a vast platform halfway up the snowy peak, 2 exclamations sounded in unison as a young woman entered. Miss Xuanai? You? Why are you here? The young woman was stunned when she saw the pair of twins in front of her. The young woman who walked into the main hall was none other than Han Xuanai, who was brought to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land by her master. She was also the eldest miss of the Greenwave Han mansion in the Debussy subterranean. You're the people that the damned ladyboy, Yu Wuying, brought here? After a while, Han Xuanai seemed to have thought of something and asked in surprise. Xuanai girl, I'll say it again. I'm not a ladyboy. My name is Yu Wuying. You can call me Senior Brother Yu Wuying or Lord Yu Wuying. Chapter 1954. Miss Xuanai, why are you here? One of the twins looked at Han Xuanai in shock and disbelief. It was apparent he did not expect to see Han Xuanai here. As far as he knew, was Han Xuanai not the eldest young miss of the Greenwave Han mansion, a 5th-rate force in the Debussy subterranean? Why was she here? Nangong Yi, I arrived much earlier than both of you. Han Xuanai blinked her lively eyes. When she spoke, there was a hint of surprise in her tone as well. However, I didn't expect that the successor of the Gemini progeny that the damned lady boy said was chosen by Grandpa Prophet would actually be the two of you. This is just too shocking. Why are both of you here? The twins standing in front of Han Xuanai were none other than Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Both of them had been staying in the Azure Cloud Mansion ever since Duan Lingtian brought them to the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was only recently that Yu Wuing brought them out of the Azure Cloud Mansion and brought them to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Along the way, Yu Wuing had told them some things. Due to this reason, they knew both of them would soon become the successors of the Didymus progeny in the Seven Absolute Sect, an ancient sect in the Dao Martial Saint Land. To them, this was a great opportunity. They were excited for a long time because of this. However, it did not cross their minds that they would meet Han Xuanai here. They were not unfamiliar with Han Xuanai. Back when they were still on the mortal continent, Cloud Continent, they had met Han Xuanai through Duan Lingtian. Xuanai girl, don't blame me for falling out with you if you continue to call me that. The feminine voice resonated again, expressing his displeasure. I'm not the one who gave you the nickname, damned lady boy. If you want to fall out with me, go look for my master. As long as you can make her stop calling you a damn transvestite, I will definitely stop calling you that in the future. Han Xuanai's mischievous eyes flashed as she spoke to the air. Immediately, the feminine voice no longer sounded. It was completely silenced. Yu Wuing had obviously gone to a corner to be depressed. Han Xuanai's teacher, that widow Hua, was not only a generation older than him, but her strength was also far from what the current him could compare with. Miss Xuanai, are you a disciple of the Seven Absolute Sect as well? Nangong Chen, who stood at the side, asked in shock. On the other hand, Han Xuanai was even more shocked than him. She looked at Nangong Chen as though she was looking at a monster. She was extremely shocked. This Nangong Chen knows how to take the initiative to talk to someone? In Han Xuanai's memory, although the Nangong brothers were twins, and their appearances and figures were exactly the same, their personalities were different. One of them was active while the other was quiet. Their personalities were polar opposites. Due to this reason, she could not help but feel surprised when she saw Nangong Chen, a taciturn person, taking the initiative to talk. That's right, I'm also a disciple of the Seven Absolute Sect. I'm the successor of the Red Dust progeny. Han Xuanai nodded in response to Nangong Chen's question. Although the Red Dust progeny was ranked 7th in the Seven Absolute Sect, its importance was second to none in the Seven Absolute Sect. This was because they were in charge of the most important information. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Red Dust progeny was the eyes and ears of the Seven Absolute Sect. Apart from the Fog Rain Sword, the other 6 absolutes in the Seven Absolute Sect were not ranked based on their strength. Putting everything else aside, even the second absolute, Heavenly Secret, was far inferior to the third absolute, Kratos, in terms of combat prowess, even if they were at the same cultivation base. The third absolute, Kratos, might not be able to dodge the assassination of the fourth absolute, Enying, who was at the same cultivation base. Even the fourth absolute, Enying, might not be able to defeat the sixth absolute, Gemini, who was at the same cultivation base. After all, he could only assassinate one person in a short period of time. However, there were 2 of the 6 absolute, Gemini. Both of them were watching him at the same time. Naturally, there was nowhere for him to hide. Apart from the Fog Rain progeny, the 7 absolutes of the 7 Absolute Sect each had their own specialties. Outside the palace. In the distance, the Oracle Man and the beautiful woman walked side by side in the sky as though they were taking a stroll. Old Man Tianji, do you really plan to activate the 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation? As they flew through the air, the beautiful woman looked at Elder Tianji and asked with a serious expression. Yes. The Oracle Man nodded before he continued to say, since the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute, has appeared, it's time to activate the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation left behind by the Sword Saint Patriarch. Otherwise, how can the other 6 absolutes catch up to the successor of the first absolute? Go and look for the successor of the Kratos progeny and bring him back. I'll make a trip to the Phoenix clan and bring the girl from the blazing Phoenix progeny back. At that time, I'll activate the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation and give the successor of the 6 absolutes a great fortune. At that time, it'll be time for the old men of our generation to retire. The Oracle Man said. I've already found a successor for the Red Dust progeny, but I don't think you found a successor for the Prophet progeny, right? The beautiful woman questioned. If you activate the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation without finding a successor for the Prophet progeny, won't you be cutting off the successor of the Prophet progeny's future? As for the two of us, we're too old to enjoy the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. Moreover, as far as I know, the heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation left behind by the Sword Saint ancestor is targeted at the successors of the 6 absolutes other than the successor of the first absolute. If there's one less absolute, the effect will be greatly reduced. Don't worry, I've already found a successor for the Prophet progeny. When I go to the Phoenix clan to bring the girl from the blazing Phoenix progeny back, I'll bring her back as well. The Oracle Man said. What? Upon hearing the Oracle Man's words, the beautiful woman could not help but turn pale with fright. You've already found a successor for the Prophet progeny? Speaking of which, I found her earlier than you. It's just that she didn't cultivate by my side. The Oracle Man smiled faintly. Old man, you're really good at hiding things. You didn't even let me know beforehand. To think that I was worried about you, worried that you wouldn't be able to find a suitable successor. The beautiful woman said in annoyance. Let's go. Follow me to meet the 2 little fellows from the Gemini progeny. At the same time, the Oracle Man and the beautiful woman had also arrived at the palace on the platform halfway up the mountain. The Oracle Man took the lead and entered the palace. The beautiful woman, naturally, followed closely behind him. Snow continued to fall from the snowy peak, completely hiding the palace halfway up the mountain. If one did not get close to it, one would not be able to see the palace at all. The snowy peak was hidden in the snowy land, making it very inconspicuous. Due to this reason, it was not targeted by the 3 great sections. Otherwise, if the people from the 3 great sects found out that the remaining members of the 7 absolute sect were hiding here, they would have sent countless powerhouses here with only one purpose in mind, to kill all the remaining members of the 7 absolute sect. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the existence of the snowy peak. Apart from that, he was also unaware that the current successors of the 7 absolute sect were all gathered here. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not even know about the existence of the 7 absolute sect. He did not even know that his identity as the successor of the Fog Rain progeny was the first absolute and the leader of the 7 absolute sect. After returning to the Black Turtle Sanctum and the place where the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples stayed, Duan Lingtian immediately entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. As Duan Lingtian circulated the cultivation method, the Sun Saint energy in his body began to circulate through his 99 Saint veins. Time flew by. About 5 months had passed by very quickly. At this moment, a vast aura suddenly surged out of Duan Lingtian's body as he sat cross-legged in the air of the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Along with it, the Sun Saint energy solidified. When the Sun Saint energy surged out of his body, it underwent a certain change as well. Following that, the Sun Saint energy returned to Duan Lingtian's body without any warning. It was as though it had never appeared before. I've made a breakthrough. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky, and they were shining brightly. Earlier, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the Mastery Divine Saint stage. I've spent more than 5 months in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to break through. It's equivalent to more than half a month in the outside world. As expected of a blue innate spiritual root, it's really efficient. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his eyes shone brighter. In just half a month, his cultivation base had broken through to the Mastery Divine Saint stage from the Intermediate Divine Saint stage. Even a monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root might not be able to compare to such a cultivation speed. I'll continue. I'll break through to the peak of the Divine Saint stage in one go. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he closed his eyes and immersed himself in his cultivation again. He circulated his cultivation method, the 9 Dragons War sovereign technique, and continued to cultivate. In his body, the 9 dragons carried the Sun Saint energy and Heaven and Earth Spirit energy as they circulated one great circulatory cycle after another. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes again, 1 year and 3 months had passed. Naturally, this was the time in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Only 1.5 months had passed in the outside world. It must be because I've broken through too quickly that my foundation is not stable. This time, it's much slower to break through to the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed brightly when he sensed the majestic Sun Saint energy in his body. Fortunately, nobody heard what he said. Otherwise, they would definitely beat him up. It had only taken him 1.5 months to break through to the Mastery Divine Saint stage and the peak of the Divine Saint stage. How could he say it was too slow? How was he supposed to live? Chapter 1955. Initially, I thought the transformation of my innate spiritual root would increase my cultivation speed and improve my cultivation base in a short period of time. However, it seems like there's still a limit to it. After cultivating for a while, Duan Lingtian managed to make 2 breakthroughs in his cultivation base. For example, before he had broken through to the peak of the Divine Saint stage, his cultivation base had only just broken through to the Mastery Divine Saint stage. His foundation was not stable at all. It was precisely because of this unstable foundation that he was repeatedly hindered in his later cultivation. If it weren't for this hindrance, I could have saved 1/3 of the time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If it were not for his unstable foundation, he was confident he would be able to break through from the Mastery Divine Saint stage to the peak of the Divine Saint stage in a month. Due to his unstable foundation, it took him half a month to break through. Of course, the 1 month and half a month referred to the time in the outside world. 1.5 months in the outside world was equivalent to 1 year and 3 months in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The ratio of time in the outside world to the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was 1 to 10. If I continue to cultivate, although I'll be able to break through to the Exemplary Saint stage in the end, it'll take me a lot of time. It's better for me to stop cultivating for a while and focus on other things such as comprehending divine abilities and comprehending the Sovereign Heart Sword. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he stopped cultivating as well. In fact, he did not need to deliberately stabilize his cultivation base. All he needed was some time, and it would naturally stabilize. There's still a month before I have to go to the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine to serve. A month outside is equivalent to 10 months in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. During this time, I'll try to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. I don't believe I won't be able to comprehend it with my heart that has been tempered by the Sovereign Heart Sword. Soon after, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. In the following period of time, he would meditate on the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. At the same time, he would allow his cultivation base to undergo a transition period and further stabilize his foundation. But, 2 months have already passed in the outside world, and Lian still hasn't made a move. It seems like he was rejected when he went to the Saint Lands Enforcement Hall. Before Duan Lingtian comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, he thought of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. He still remembered, 2 months ago, he had killed the Yuan brothers at the Vermilion Bird Altar. He should have been sentenced to death. However, since he had displayed his innate spiritual root in front of the Black Turtle Sanctum's Enforcement Elder Guoxiong and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Enforcement Elder Wu Yi, both of them dismissed the idea of killing him. Martial geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots were the main targets of Zoroastrianism. It was not unforgivable for such an existence to kill 1 or 2 ordinary disciples. After all, compared to the death of one or two ordinary disciples, the death of such a genius was a greater loss to Zoroastrianism. Given the choice, he would naturally choose to protect the latter. If the former died, then so be it. It didn't affect the overall situation. This further explained that the Dao martial saint land was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even in a powerful force like Zoroastrianism, under the strict rules of Zoroastrianism, disciples with high innate talent and value who would be favored by Zoroastrianism in the future could also break the rules and receive preferential treatment. 2 months ago, Duan Lingtian was able to turn the situation around because he had displayed his value. He possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Now, Lian must have found out that I possess a blue innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. 2 months ago, Lian refused to accept Guoxiong's decision and had declared that he would go to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall to overturn Guoxiong's decision. However, 2 months had passed, and Lian did not make a move. This meant he did not overturn Guoxiong's decision. The dossier that Elder Guoxiong submitted to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall must have stated that I possess a blue innate spiritual root. Otherwise, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall wouldn't have allowed him to do as he pleases. After all, it's fine if I killed Yuan Hong. Many people saw him attacking me first. However, it's not right for Yuan Kuang to do so. Previously, the reason Duan Lingtian dared to kill the Yuan brothers was because he possessed an innate spiritual root that was about to transform. At that time, his innate spiritual root was dark green. If he took another step forward, he would possess a blue innate spiritual root. As it turned out, he was right. After he killed the Yuan brothers and devoured their innate spiritual roots, his innate spiritual root had successfully transformed from a green innate spiritual root to an indigo innate spiritual root. If he did not reveal his blue innate spiritual root and prove his value, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong and Wu Yi would not have changed their minds so much after the appearance of the Flame Territory. In the end, they even protected him at all costs. In order to protect him, he even made up some high-sounding words. It was all for the sake of justifying their actions. Naturally, this justification was undoubtedly a huge joke to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who were present that day. Because anyone could see that the two law-enforcing elders were spouting nonsense. However, what else could they do? As long as the Saint Lands Enforcement Hall did not pursue this matter, it would be a foregone conclusion. Based on the current situation, this matter should be a foregone conclusion. As for serving the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, it won't affect me at all. According to the Four Symbols Sanctum's rules, the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who are punished to serve in the mine will be exempted from the punishment as long as they're qualified to enter the Saint Land. Duan Lingtian had heard about how the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples would be punished to serve in the mine if they made a mistake. He also knew that he would be exempted from the punishment as long as he could enter the Saint Land. It's not difficult for me to enter the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. With my current strength, it's enough for me to pass the Saint Land's assessment and become a Saint Land's disciple. However, there's still some time before the next Saint Land assessment. For this reason, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, even if he went to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, he would not have to stay for long. When the Saint Land assessment began, he would be able to leave the mine. As long as he could pass the Saint Land's assessment and become a Saint Land's disciple, he would be exempted from the punishment of serving 10 years. In the next 10 months, I'll properly comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. I don't believe I won't be able to comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier, the #1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he discarded all distracting thoughts and immersed himself in comprehending the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. He had memorized a lot of information about the Black Turtle's Barrier when he went to the Black Turtle altar previously. It was very convenient for him to comprehend it now. While Duan Lingtian was comprehending the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, Lian was in a bad mood. Don't tell me that Duan Lingtian really possesses a blue innate spiritual root? However, during the innate talent assessment, the result of his innate spiritual root was only yellow. Don't tell me he can hide his cultivation base and his innate spiritual root as well? Li An's expression was grave. More than a month ago, he had gone to the Saint Lands Enforcement Hall with the intention of overturning Guoxiong's verdict on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian must have killed Yuan Kuang on purpose. Any Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple would be able to testify to this. For this reason, when he went to the Saint Lands Enforcement Hall, he was filled with confidence that he would be able to overturn Guoxiong's verdict on Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, as long as he could overturn Guoxiong's verdict, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall would definitely send a Saint Land Enforcement Elder to intervene. At that time, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. However, while imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel. When he arrived at the Saint Lands Enforcement Hall and saw the dossier that Guoxiong had submitted regarding his verdict on Duan Lingtian, Lian was dumbfounded. This was because the dossier that Guoxiong had submitted stated that Duan Lingtian might have killed the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple, Yuan Kuang, on purpose. However, since Duan Lingtian was a martial Dao genius with a blue innate spiritual root, according to the unspoken rules of Zoroastrianism that was above the rules of Zoroastrianism, it was not appropriate to sentence Duan Lingtian to death for the death of an ordinary Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple like Yuan Kuang. For this reason, Guoxiong had decided to send Duan Lingtian to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mind to serve his sentence. The Saint Lands Enforcement Hall had also approved of this verdict. A martial Dao genius with a blue innate spiritual root was worthy of being given the green light in this matter. Blue innate spiritual root? How's that possible? After Lian finished reading the dossier, he felt as though his heart was being trampled on by thousands of horses. He could not calm down for a long time. Then, he immediately accused Guoxiong of falsifying the dossier. This was because he was certain Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root and not a blue innate spiritual root. However, the elder on duty in the Saint Lands Enforcement Hall replied to him as follows: "Before we have sufficient evidence to prove that the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong falsified the dossier, the Enforcement Hall won't accept your accusation since there's no proof. Naturally, if you insist on suing him, you can do so as well. Our Law Enforcement Hall will send a law enforcement elder to travel with you and verify if what you said is true or false. If the final result proves that what you said is false, our Law Enforcement Hall will deem you as blasphemous against the Law Enforcement Hall and will severely punish you." However, the words of the elder on duty in the Saint Lands Enforcement Hall that day made Lian hesitate. Blasphemy against the Enforcement Hall was not a small crime. Chapter 1956. Even Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, did not dare to underestimate the severe punishment meted out by the Enforcement Hall. Please search for the most complete. Damn. For this reason, he had decided to leave the Saint Land Enforcement Hall and search for evidence to prove that Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. While he was searching for evidence, he began to investigate the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Guoxiong. As an enforcement elder, Guoxiong was famous for his selflessness in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed as the enforcement elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. If he had not seen Duan Lingtian being tested for his innate spiritual root, he would not have doubted Guoxiong's judgment at all. Lian had seen Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root being tested for a yellow innate spiritual root. That was why he thought the report Guoxiong submitted to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall was fake. In his heart, he had long assumed Duan Lingtian was a mediocre person who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. There was only one reason a selfless person like Guoxiong would fake Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root. The relationship between him and Duan Lingtian was not simple. For this reason, Lian had been investigating the relationship between Guoxiong and Duan Lingtian in the past 2 months. However, his efforts were in vain. A technique to conceal one's innate spiritual root? Logically speaking, it's impossible. Even if such a technique exists, only powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage and above would be able to use it. After all, only powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage and above would be able to sense the existence of their innate spiritual root. If those below the Saint Celestial stage can't even sense their innate spiritual root, how would they be able to use a technique to conceal their innate spiritual root? Lian muttered to himself. He was certain Duan Lingtian had escaped this calamity because Guoxiong had faked the report. He did not know why Guoxiong had faked the report to help Duan Lingtian. Master. All of a sudden, a voice rang from outside, waking Lian up. Come in. As Lian spoke, a figure entered Li An's spacious mansion like a ghost and arrived at the front courtyard of Li An's residence. The person who came was a middle-aged man with a medium build. His facial features were slightly ferocious, and his messy hair was draped over his shoulders. His eyes were constantly flickering with a frightening luster. He stood there like a vicious wolf, giving people a hair-raising feeling. This middle-aged man was wearing a white robe with bronze flames embroidered on it. However, the flames did not form any pattern. Based on this, one could tell he was a bronze flame elder in the Saint Land. The uniforms of the elders and disciples of the Holy Land only had flames embroidered on them. Only the uniforms of the four symbols sanctums elders and disciples would have patterns embroidered with flames. Greetings, Master. After the middle-aged man entered, he bowed respectfully to Lian. Alas. Lian sighed as he looked at the middle-aged man. Wei He, I've let you down. Not only did I cause you to lose a direct disciple, but I also failed to punish the murderer. Based on Lian's words, this middle-aged man was none other than Wei He, the master of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple, Yuan Hong, who was killed by Duan Lingtian 2 months ago. Master, Yuan Hong died for you. His death was glorious. However, Wei He shook his head. As soon as his words left his mouth, his eyes gleamed coldly. However, I didn't expect his murderer to be so skillful that he didn't have to pay with his life. He's just a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root. What right does he have to receive such preferential treatment? When Wei He reached the end of his sentence, his tone was slightly agitated. He only had one direct disciple under him, and that was Yuan Hong. Although Yuan Hong's innate talent was only ordinary in his opinion, he was doted on because he was sensible. After coming out of closed-door cultivation yesterday, since he had nothing to do today, he went to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum to look for his friends. Who would have thought as soon as he arrived at the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, he would learn that his direct disciple, Yuan Hong, had been killed. Moreover, the murderer was still at large. After he learned about the incident and learned the murderer, Duan Lingtian, was a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, he immediately came to the Black Turtle Sanctum. After he arrived at the Black Turtle Sanctum, he first went to look for his master. As far as he knew, when the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong sentenced the murderer, Duan Lingtian, 2 months ago, his master was present. He even said he would go to the Saint Land's enforcement hall to overturn Guoxiong's sentence. However, based on the current situation, his master did not seem to have achieved his goal even if he went to the Saint Land's enforcement hall. Master. I heard you went to the Saint Land's enforcement hall? Wei He asked as he looked at Lian. Yes. Lian nodded. It would have been fine if Wei He did not mention the Saint Land's enforcement hall. However, as soon as he mentioned it, his expression turned grave immediately. You didn't manage to overturn Guoxiong's sentence? Wei He asked again. No. Lian shook his head. Why? Wei He had an expression of dissatisfaction on his face. As far as I know, not only did Duan Lingtian kill my disciple, but he even killed my disciple's younger brother. My disciple attacked him first and was killed by him. It can still be considered self-defense. However, it's obvious he killed my disciple's younger brother, Yuan Kuang, on purpose. Moreover, many Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples can testify that Duan Lingtian intentionally killed Yuan Kuang. Don't tell me the Saint Land's enforcement hall approved of Guoxiong's sentence. When Wei He reached the end of his sentence, a hint of dissatisfaction could be heard in his voice. In the dossier Guoxiong submitted to the Saint Land's enforcement hall, it said Duan Lingtian is a martial genius who possesses a blue innate spiritual root. Due to this reason, the Saint Land's enforcement hall did not pursue the matter of Duan Lingtian intentionally killing Yuan Kuang. Lian said in a deep voice. Lian felt very depressed and aggrieved when he spoke about this. Blue innate spiritual root? Wei He was stunned. He asked again, Master, as far as I know, doesn't Duan Lingtian possess a yellow innate spiritual root? When he participated in the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple selection, you were one of the hosts, right? That's right. Lian nodded. At that time, he used 2 spiritual pearls to test his innate spiritual root, and both of them revealed that he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. I'm 100% certain about this. Then, does this mean there's something wrong with the dossier Guoxiong submitted? He lied about Duan Lingtian possessing a blue innate spiritual root? Wei He's eyes flashed coldly. Initially, I thought so as well. I even wanted to sue that old geezer Guoxiong for this. However, the people from the St. Lands Enforcement Hall said that if I insist on suing Guoxiong, the Enforcement Hall will accept it. However, if the Enforcement Hall finds out that I'm slandering Guoxiong, I'll be punished by the Enforcement Hall. When Lian reached this part of the sentence, a hint of dread could be seen on his face. After all, as the Enforcement Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, Guoxiong can be considered as a member of the Enforcement Hall. It's not a small crime to slander an Enforcement Elder. Then, Master, you're not certain if Duan Lingtian possesses a blue innate spiritual root or not? Wei He asked with a frown. Master, didn't you personally witness the test of Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root? Didn't you confirm that he possesses a yellow innate spiritual root? It's because Duan Lingtian knows how to conceal his cultivation base. When I think about this, I'm not certain if he knows how to conceal his innate spiritual root or not. However, based on the current situation, this assumption is not valid. Lian continued to say, after all, only those at the Saint Celestial stage and above can sense their innate spiritual roots. However, Duan Lingtian is only an exemplary Saint stage martial cultivator. It's impossible for him to sense his innate spiritual root. If he can't even sense his innate spiritual root, how could he possibly conceal his innate spiritual root? That's right. Wei He's eyes brightened when he heard Lian's speculation. He agreed with this statement. It seems like the Black Turtle Sanctum's Enforcement Elder Guoxiong is indeed playing favoritism and falsifying the dossier. That's what I suspect as well. However, during these 2 months, I've been investigating the relationship between Guoxiong and Duan Lingtian, but I didn't find anything fishy. Logically speaking, as the Black Turtle Sanctum's guardian elder, Guoxiong has always been selfless. He wouldn't help a new disciple who has just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum. Lian shook his head. He could not figure this out as well. For this reason, he was hesitant and could not make up his mind to sue Guoxiong. Master, there must be something going on between Guoxiong and Duan Lingtian. It's just that you didn't notice it because he hid it well. Just like what you've said, it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to conceal his innate spiritual root. Unlike Lian, who was hesitant, Wei He said decisively, moreover, you've seen it with your own eyes. When he took the innate talent test, it indeed showed that he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. Moreover, he even tested it twice with 2 spiritual pearls. For this reason, we can be certain that Duan Lingtian only has a yellow innate spiritual root. Guoxiong must be lying. After Wei He confirmed this, he said to Lian, Master, based on all these reasons, I've decided to go to the Enforcement Hall in the Saint Land and sue the Black Turtle Sanctum's Enforcement Elder Guoxiong for falsifying the report that Duan Lingtian only has a blue innate spiritual root. Once it's proven that Guoxiong has falsified the report, Duan Lingtian will lose his right to rape in the Zoroastrianism. At that time, as long as the Enforcement Hall makes a new ruling, Duan Lingtian, who only has a yellow innate spiritual root, will definitely die. Moreover, Guoxiong will be in trouble as well. He might even be stripped of his position as the Enforcement Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Wei He's words were filled with conviction. The moment he finished speaking, he bade farewell to Lian and left in a hurry before Lian could return to his senses. I'm really getting more and more cowardly. Since when am I not as courageous as my disciple? Lian laughed at himself when he regained his senses. Chapter 1957. There's still no substantial progress. It seems like I'll have to witness someone else casting the Black Turtle's barrier before I can comprehend and master it in a short time. 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he could not help but sigh. However, there are less than 10 people who have successfully comprehended and mastered the Black Turtle's barrier in Zoroastrianism. In our Black Turtle's sanctum, it seems like only the sanctum leader has mastered the Black Turtle's barrier. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The sanctum leader of the Black Turtle's sanctum was also a golden flame elder in Zoroastrianism. It was said that he was ranked in the top 50 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian was wondering how he could witness the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle's sanctum casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, a loud voice resonated in the air without any warning. The voice was extremely penetrating as it passed through the Secundus house and the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda before it entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Who's calling me? Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled. He was certain he was not familiar with this voice. He had never heard it before. The voice was old. He could tell the person who called him was an old man. I'm Meng Jin, a silver flame elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum. After the person called out to Duan Lingtian, he began to introduce himself as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would ignore him. Meng Jin? Duan Lingtian thought for a moment before he realized he had heard this name before. He was one of the 5 silver flame elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Compared to Lian, Guoxiong, and Tingshan, Meng Jin did not have much of a presence. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian had to think carefully before he remembered him. After leaving the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and putting it away, Duan Lingtian pushed open the door and left the second house. As soon as he left the Secundus house, Duan Lingtian noticed 2 gazes that descended onto him. One of the gazes was fine, but the other gaze was filled with hostility. Duan Lingtian followed his gaze and looked over. With just a glance, he saw 2 figures standing in the air not far away, one in front and one behind. The person in front was an old man. He was wearing the exclusive uniform of the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder. He had a well-built body. If one did not look above his neck, one would not be able to tell that he was an old man. The person standing behind the old man was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. This person was none other than the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was defeated by him 2 months ago. His name seemed to be Zhang Ji. As for the old man, he was none other than the Silver Flame Elder, Meng Jin. Elder Meng Jin, are you looking for me? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at the old man. You, come with me, Meng Jin said indifferently. Meng Jin said as he looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to walk out of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence. It was as though he was not worried that Duan Lingtian would not follow him. Farewell, master. Before Duan Lingtian could make a move, he heard Zhang Ji bowing respectfully at Meng Jin who was leaving. Zhang Ji's voice was filled with respect. Elder Meng Jin is Zhang Ji's master? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel surprised. Although he had seen Zhang Ji standing by Elder Meng Jin's side earlier, he had thought that Zhang Ji had been captured by Elder Meng Jin to ask about his residence. Who would have thought that Elder Meng Jin was actually Zhang Ji's teacher? However, even though Duan Lingtian knew Meng Jin was Zhang Ji's master, he still followed him. With so many people watching, he was not worried Meng Jin would do anything to him. Duan Lingtian has left with Elder Meng Jin. Elder Meng Jin seems to be here to look for Duan Lingtian. Is he going to seek revenge for his direct disciple, Zhang Ji, for what happened 2 months ago? Do you think that's possible? That happened 2 months ago. If Elder Meng Jin wants to seek revenge for Zhang Ji, he would have done it a long time ago. Why would he wait until today? You have a point. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who happened to see Duan Lingtian leaving with Meng Jin could not help but discuss among themselves. They did not leave Duan Lingtian's side at all. In any case, senior brother Duan Lingtian won't be at a disadvantage. 2 months ago, he killed 2 people in the Vermilion Bird's sanctum and caused such a huge commotion. However, he was only sentenced to 10 years of service in our 4-symbol sanctum's first mine. He killed a fellow disciple. It's not a small mistake. Didn't they say the 2 people from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum were courting death and wanted to kill Duan Lingtian? That's why they were killed by Duan Lingtian, right? Duan Lingtian acted in self-defense. That's why he was given such a light punishment. That's not the case. I have a friend who's a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple. He witnessed what happened that day. According to him, one of the two Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples did attack Duan Lingtian first. However, that person might not have the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. He most likely wanted to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson to seek revenge for our Black Turtle Sanctum's Elder Lian. A Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple seeking revenge for Elder Lian? Are you sure you're not mistaken? You don't know this, right? That Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple is the direct disciple of Elder Lian's first direct disciple. He's Elder Lian's grand disciple. What's so strange about him seeking revenge for his Grand Master? Let's not talk about whether Elder Lian's grand disciple who attacked Duan Lingtian had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. It's said that the other Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple was killed by Duan Lingtian even though he did not make a move at all. In the opinion of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples who were present at that time, Duan Lingtian had intentionally killed Duan Lingtian. However, in the end, our Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guxiong only sentenced Duan Lingtian to serve in the mining area for 10 years. Don't tell me the enforcement elder from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum has no objections to Elder Guxiong's decision? It's said that the decision to punish Duan Lingtian was made by Elder Guxiong and the enforcement elder from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. As the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples chatted, they began to talk about the incident that Duan Lingtian had caused in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum 2 months ago. News of that incident had already spread throughout the Four Symbols Sanctums. At the same time, many Four Symbols Sanctums disciples questioned the decision made by the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guxiong. However, it was useless. As the saying went, the words of a lowly person carry little weight. As time passed, fewer and fewer people discussed this matter. However, many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples had doubts in their hearts. Duan Lingtian had a powerful background. Otherwise, how could he have intentionally killed someone without paying with his life? On the other hand, after Duan Lingtian caught up with Meng Jin, one of the 5 great silver flame elders from the Black Turtle Sanctum, he could not help but ask, "Elder Meng Jin, where are you bringing me?" "You'll know when we get there," Meng Jin said indifferently. "You'll find out when you get there." However, when Duan Lingtian heard Meng Jin's words, he came to a halt and said with a frown, "Elder Meng Jin, if you don't make it clear, don't blame me for not cooperating. Who knows if you're looking for revenge because I injured your disciple 2 months ago? Seek revenge from you?" When Meng Jin heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment before he chuckled. "An old man like me won't be so shameless as to interfere in a fight between juniors like you. Moreover, the fact that you injured him is also a form of training for him. I'm more than happy, why would I seek revenge from you?" Meng Jin's words were so frank that Duan Lingtian had no choice but to believe him. "Forget it, it's just the two of us now. There's no harm in telling you." After a while, Meng Jin said again, "I've come to look for you on the orders of Elder Qian, the Silver Flame Elder from the Saint Land Enforcement Hall." "The Saint Land Enforcement Hall? Elder Qian, the Silver Flame Elder?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Elder Meng Jin, do you know why Elder Qian is looking for me?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel anxious. Could it be that Lian had really overturned the decision made by Elder Guxiong 2 months ago? However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he quickly suppressed it. He felt it was impossible. With the grade of his innate spiritual root, even the Saint Land Enforcement Hall would choose to protect him. However, if Elder Guxiong's decision wasn't overturned, why did the Silver Flame Elder from the Saint Land Enforcement Hall come to look for me in the Black Turtle Sanctum? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. "I don't know the exact reason as well. However, Wei He came with him as well," Meng Jin said as he led the way. Duan Lingtian caught up to him again. Wei He? This was his first time hearing this name. Wei He is the direct disciple of our Black Turtle Sanctum's Elder Lian. He's also the master of Yuan Hong, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple whom you killed 2 months ago. Meng Jin said again. Yuan Hong's master? Duan Lingtian frowned. The confusion on his face grew. Under Meng Jin's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at a secluded palace in the north of the Black Turtle Sanctum. This palace was located in the forest. It was very inconspicuous. If it was not for Meng Jin leading the way, Duan Lingtian might not have been able to find this place. The palace was slightly dilapidated, but it was still clean. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind Meng Jin and entered the main hall of the palace. With just a glance, he saw a familiar figure. The familiar figure was one of the three figures standing in the main hall. It was none other than the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guxiong. Elder Guxiong, why are you here? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission when he saw Guxiong. Someone accused me of abusing my authority and lying about the grade of your innate spiritual root to clear your name. Guxiong replied through voice transmission. What? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Guxiong's words. Immediately afterward, when his gaze fell on the middle-aged man who was staring at him coldly, he vaguely guessed something. He's Wei He. He's the one who accused Elder Guxiong of abusing his authority and lying about the grade of my innate spiritual root to clear my name? Lying about the grade of my innate spiritual root? It seems like Lian doesn't believe my innate spiritual root is blue. Chapter 1958. But, this time, I'm afraid Lian is going to screw over his own personal disciple. Duan Lingtian smirked inwardly as he looked at Wei He. Duan Lingtian, this is Elder Qian from the Saint Lands Enforcement Hall. Meng Jin introduced Elder Qian to Duan Lingtian. After leading Duan Lingtian in, he looked at the old man who was surrounded by Guxiong and Wei He before introducing himself to Duan Lingtian. Greetings, Elder Qian. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian greeted the old man politely. Elder Qian was a scholarly old man who appeared to be very kind. When he saw Duan Lingtian greeting him, he nodded at Duan Lingtian with a gentle smile on his face. You're Duan Lingtian? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I came to the Black Turtle Sanctum today because of the verdict your Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Elder Guxiong, made on you 2 months ago. Elder Qian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Duan Lingtian nodded again. His expression was calm as though he did not feel guilty at all. In fact, there was nothing for him to feel guilty about. Upon seeing this, Wei He smirked inwardly. Humph. You're just bluffing. Later on, when Elder Qian personally examines your innate spiritual root, I want to see if you can still be as calm as you are now. In Wei He's heart, he had already sentenced Duan Lingtian to death. He was certain Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root because of his first impression. Aren't you surprised at all? Elder Qian asked curiously when he saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression. Elder Qian, I've long guessed this would happen. However, I didn't expect the person who wants to overturn Elder Guxiong's verdict isn't Elder Lian from our Black Turtle Sanctum. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he shifted his gaze and looked at Wei He who was standing next to Elder Qian meaningfully. There's no need for my master to overturn your verdict. When Wei He saw the mockery in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he who originally did not intend to speak was instantly enraged. He could not help but sneer when he saw the mockery in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Humph. However, Elder Qian was displeased by Wei He's words. He snorted. It's not that easy to overturn a verdict, an enforcement elder's verdict. Before the truth is clear, everything is still unknown. In the fire worship sect, it was equivalent to slapping the Saint Lands Enforcement Hall in the face if someone questioned or even tried to overturn the decision of an enforcement elder. In Zoroastrianism, all the enforcement elders, including the 4 enforcement elders from the 4 symbols sanctums, were directly appointed by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. Questioning the verdict of any enforcement elder was equivalent to questioning the judgment of the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. For this reason, when Lian wanted to accuse the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guxiong of abusing his power for personal gain, the elder on duty in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall had given him a warning. It was fine to accuse an enforcement elder appointed by the Enforcement Hall. However, if the truth was revealed, the accuser's actions would be considered as blasphemy against the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. In Zoroastrianism, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall was in charge of enforcing the law. It was a sacred and dignified place. If anyone dared to blaspheme against the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, they would be severely punished. The Saint Land Enforcement Hall's dignity was not to be trifled with. In the history of Zoroastrianism, many people had blasphemed against the Saint Land Enforcement Hall in various ways. Although most of them did it unintentionally, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall did not care about this. In the end, at least half of those people died from the Saint Land Enforcement Hall's punishment. Yes, Elder Qian. Wei He's heart skipped a beat when he heard Elder Qian snort. He quickly replied and no longer dared to say anything else. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, a hint of mockery could be seen in his eyes. Whoosh! Elder Qian was a straightforward person. With a raise of his hand, he took out a spiritual pearl that was used to test innate spiritual roots and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Use this spiritual pearl to test your innate spiritual root. If the spiritual pearl shows that you have a blue innate spiritual root, I'll use my divine consciousness to enter your soul to sense and investigate your innate spiritual root to see if it's really a blue innate spiritual root. Do you have any objections? As soon as Elder Qian finished speaking, his gaze turned stern as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It gave Duan Lingtian a sense of pressure. I'll do as you say, Elder Qian. Under Wei He's shocked gaze, Duan Lingtian, who was facing the pressure from Elder Qian, was still as calm as ever. He readily reached out his hand and took the spiritual pearl from Elder Qian. He can still be so calm at a time like this? If Wei He had thought Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying himself, he could not help but have an ominous feeling when he saw how calm Duan Lingtian was when he was being tested by Elder Qian. The Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong stood on the other side of Elder Qian. From the beginning until the end, Guoxiong's expression did not change at all. In his opinion, the ruling he made to Duan Lingtian was carried out according to the unspoken rules of Zoroastrianism. There was no suspicion of favoritism at all. Due to this reason, Wei He's complaint to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall was just a farce to him. In any case, he would not be the one to suffer in the end. When Duan Lingtian held the spiritual pearl in his hand, apart from Guoxiong, who did not pay much attention to it, everyone else, including Elder Qian from the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, Wei He, and Meng Jin, were staring at the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand intently. They were waiting for a reaction. After the span of 10 breaths, the spiritual pearl would tell them the grade of Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root. Time continued to pass by quietly. After the span of a breath. After the span of 2 breaths. After the span of 10 breaths, the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand finally reacted. Elder Qian, Wei He, and Meng Jin immediately narrowed their eyes. Then, under the watchful eyes of the three of them, a faint green light shone from the spiritual pearl. In the end, the green light shone brightly. It was dazzling. It's really a blue innate spiritual root. Meng Jin could not help but exclaim in a low voice. Impossible. Wei He's expression changed drastically when he saw the green light shining from the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand. After a while, shock and disbelief could be seen on his face. There must be something wrong with this spiritual pearl. Change it to another one. I have a spiritual pearl here as well. Change it to another one. As Wei He spoke, he hastily took out a spiritual pearl and threw it at Duan Lingtian. Smack. Although Duan Lingtian could ignore the spiritual pearl that Wei He threw at him, he still extended his hand to catch the spiritual pearl in order to make Wei He give up hope and despair. He wanted to use Wei He's spiritual pearl to test his innate spiritual root again. When Wei He saw Duan Lingtian catching his spiritual pearl, he stared at it with a hint of hope in his eyes. At this moment, he completely viewed this spiritual pearl as his last hope. However, after the span of 10 breaths, his spiritual pearl shone with a dazzling green light as well. Horror and disbelief could be seen in his eyes. How could this be? Impossible. It's impossible. When you first entered Zoroastrianism, my master witnessed you being tested twice for your innate spiritual root. Both times, you only have a yellow innate spiritual root. You must have used some sort of trick. You must have. Wei He's face was filled with disbelief as he roared continuously. At this moment, he had completely lost his composure. Meng Jin glanced at Wei He and shook his head. At this moment, even an outsider like him could confirm that Duan Lingtian indeed possessed a blue innate spiritual root. As for why Duan Lingtian was tested to possess a yellow innate spiritual root when he first arrived at the Black Turtle Sanctum, he had no idea. He only believed what he saw with his own eyes. Enough. It wasn't until Elder Qian's shout that Wei He quivered and quieted down. Whether he's using some sort of trick or not, the truth will be revealed once I probe his soul with my divine consciousness and sense his innate spiritual root. Upon hearing Elder Qian's words, a glimmer of hope appeared in the depth of Wei He's eyes again. Once again, he saw Elder Qian's divine consciousness as his last hope. Duan Ling Tian, my divine consciousness will only probe and sense your innate spiritual root. It won't harm your soul. Therefore, there's no need for you to feel pressured. Just let it be, Elder Qian said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Duan Ling Tian's straightforwardness and cooperation left a good impression on Elder Qian. After he smiled at Duan Ling Tian, he extended his divine consciousness to probe and sense Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root. As soon as Elder Qian's divine consciousness entered Duan Lingtian's soul, it pressured Duan Lingtian. This was because Elder Qian's divine consciousness was extremely powerful. However, compared to Hualao's divine consciousness, Elder Qian's divine consciousness is much weaker. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized this as well. It seems like Hualao has recovered a lot of his strength. If he can come out of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, with his strength and divine abilities, even the Golden Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism might not be a match for him. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt it was a pity. It was a pity Hualao could not come out. Otherwise, Hualao would be a super fighter by his side. If he had a super fighter by his side, he would have charged into the Saint Land Enforcement Hall of Zoroastrianism to rescue his wife and daughter and bring them away from Zoroastrianism. Is this Wei He an idiot? Things have already come to this, and he's still holding on to hope. Chapter 1959. Soon after, Elder Qian withdrew his divine consciousness under the watchful eyes of the others. Wei He immediately looked at Elder Qian. The hope in his eyes grew brighter. There's no doubt Duan Ling Tian possesses a blue innate spiritual root. Sensing Wei He's gaze, Elder Qian swept his gaze over Wei He. His gaze instantly turned cold as he sternly shouted, Wei He. You've slandered the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong. This is equivalent to disrespecting the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall. Now, follow me back to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall to receive your punishment. Just as Elder Qian finished speaking, Wei He's expression changed completely, becoming fearful and uneasy. Elder Qian. I'm only worried because my direct disciple was killed. Please have mercy, Elder Qian, please have mercy. In the next instant, Wei He no longer cared about Duan Lingtian as he begged Elder Qian for mercy. If he was sent to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, he would be skinned alive even if he did not die. Humph. However, Elder Qian completely ignored Wei He's begging. After he snorted coldly, he waved his hand and a vast energy pressed down on Wei He, suppressing him. After suppressing Wei He, Elder Qian lifted him up like an eagle catching a chick. Elder Guoxiong. The Saint Land Enforcement Hall will give you an explanation for Wei He slandering you. Elder Qian said as he looked at Guoxiong. After he finished speaking, he brought the pale-faced Wei He away. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian, I can't believe you possess a blue innate spiritual root. After Elder Qian brought Wei He away, Meng Jin looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. I was wondering why Elder Guoxiong would take care of you 2 months ago. As it turns out, it's because you possess a blue innate spiritual root. It's enough for you to be taken care of by the unspoken rules of Zoroastrianism. Thank you for leading the way, Elder Meng Jin. Duan Lingtian nodded at Meng Jin. Although he was not fond of Meng Jin's direct disciple, Zhang Ji, he approved of Meng Jin's character. At the very least, Meng Jin wouldn't blindly protect him. This could be seen from Meng Jin's attitude on the road. I still have some things to do. Elder Guoxiong, Duan Lingtian, I'll take my leave first. After a short moment, Meng Jin bid farewell and left, leaving only Duan Lingtian and Guoxiong in the hall. Meng Jin had tactfully left because Guoxiong had instructed him to. Guoxiong had something to say to Duan Lingtian in private. Duan Lingtian, you'll head to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine in a month. Are you ready? Guoxiong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. I've been ready for a long time. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly before he said, speaking of which, I still have to thank you for your judgment, Elder Guoxiong. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been executed 2 months ago. You don't have to thank me. You know very well that you're only alive because of your innate talent. If your innate spiritual root wasn't a blue innate spiritual root but a yellow innate spiritual root, I wouldn't have been able to protect you even if I wanted to. Guoxiong said, perhaps, at that time, what happened today would have happened as well. However, Wei He wouldn't be the unlucky one. We would be the unlucky one. Wei He? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as it flashed coldly. He could not help but ask, Elder Guoxiong, what kind of punishment will Wei He receive for slandering you and blaspheming the Saint Land Enforcement Hall? Will he be executed by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall? He won't be executed. Guoxiong shook his head. His eyes flashed coldly when he mentioned Wei He. However, even if he doesn't die, he'll be skinned alive. Blaspheming the Saint Land Enforcement Hall is not a small crime. Moreover, Elder Qian has already promised me that the Saint Land Enforcement Hall will give me an explanation. For this reason, I'm certain Wei He won't be lightly punished. Guoxiong continued to say. He won't be executed? Duan Lingtian was disappointed when he heard this. Wei He's actions today were clearly to harm him. If his innate spiritual root was a yellow innate spiritual root instead of a blue innate spiritual root, he would have been killed by Wei He. Duan Lingtian had always advocated an eye for an eye for an eye for an eye for an eye. Naturally, he was disappointed when he heard Wei He would not be executed by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. Why? Do you really want him to die? Since Duan Lingtian did not deliberately conceal his emotions, Guoxiong could easily see through it and asked in a timely manner. Don't tell me you don't want him to die after being slandered by him, Elder Guoxiong? Duan Lingtian asked. To me, even if he doesn't die, he'll be skinned alive. That's enough to quench my anger. Naturally, I'll feel better if he's executed. Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed when he heard the first half of Guoxiong's sentence. However, when Guoxiong finished his sentence, Duan Lingtian realized he and Elder Guoxiong were kindred spirits. However, it won't be easy for him to be executed. If he's not at the Saint Celestial stage or above, he won't be able to survive the Saint Land Enforcement Hall's punishment. Unfortunately, as a Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder, he's only at the Saint Celestial stage. Guoxiong sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. A hint of pity could be heard in his voice. Elder Guoxiong. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he asked, if I'm not mistaken, the news of Wei He accusing you and asking the Saint Land Enforcement Hall's elder to come here shouldn't have spread, right? Yes. Guoxiong nodded. Usually, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall wouldn't spread such news. After all, the Enforcement Hall can't be sure if I'm really cheating or not. If I'm really cheating, it'll damage the Saint Land Enforcement Hall's reputation if news of this spreads out. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Duan Lingtian nodded. His eyes gleamed coldly as he asked again, however, if news of Wei He slandering you and blaspheming the Saint Land Enforcement Hall spreads out, what would the consequences be? If news of this spreads out, it won't damage the Saint Land Enforcement Hall's reputation. The Saint Land Enforcement Hall won't pursue the matter, right? Theoretically, yes. However, once news of this spreads out, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall will be pressured as well. If Wei He's punishment isn't severe enough, it won't show that the Saint Land Enforcement Hall's reputation is not to be trifled with. Guoxiong replied instinctively when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, in the end, his eyes brightened as he stared at Duan Lingtian intently. You're saying we should spread this news so the Saint Land Enforcement Hall will be pressured into killing Wei He to protect the Saint Land Enforcement Hall's dignity? It's not me, it's you. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm just an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. I don't dare to spread news of this at the risk of offending the Saint Land's Black Turtle Sanctum. Elder Guoxiong, as the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder appointed by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, even if news of this spreads out, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall won't blame you. Moreover, if you do this, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall will think you deliberately spread news of this because Wei He provoked you. That's why you want to kill him. Duan Lingtian's words were flawless. Duan Lingtian, you're really wishful thinking. Guoxiong was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. When he regained his senses, he could not help but stare at Duan Lingtian intently. However, are you so sure I'll spread news of this to force the Saint Land Enforcement Hall to kill Wei He? I'm not sure. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm only giving you a suggestion, Elder Guoxiong. As for whether you want to spread news of this, the choice is in your hands, Elder Guoxiong. Just like Elder Guoxiong, although I want him to die, his death doesn't affect me at all. I, Duan Lingtian, have even offended his master, Lian. How could I be afraid of him? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he smiled disdainfully. Duan Lingtian, in the past, I thought it was unwise for you to make an enemy out of Lian because I thought you overestimated yourself. However, why do I suddenly have a feeling that you'll be the one who has the last laugh in this game of chess with Lian? Guoxiong looked at Duan Lingtian intently again. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. Duan Lingtian's suggestion to force the Saint Land Enforcement Hall to kill Wei He showed how meticulous he was. It was not something an ordinary person could compare to. At the very least, Guoxiong did not think of this. Elder Guoxiong, you flatter me. I'm merely an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. How can I possibly fight with Lian? He's the first Silver Flame Elder in our Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Lingtian smiled humbly. However, his words were casual. It was obvious he was saying one thing, but he was thinking another. Naturally, Guoxiong could see Duan Lingtian's insincerity, but he did not point it out. Then, Guoxiong smiled faintly and said, Duan Lingtian, 2 months ago, I intended to recommend you to Lord Sanctum Leader so that he could accept you as his direct disciple. If Lord Sanctum Leader accepts you as his direct disciple, as long as he recommends you to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple, you'll naturally be exempted from the punishment of serving in the mine. However, when I went to look for Lord Sanctum Leader 2 months ago, I learned he was at a critical juncture in his closed-door cultivation. For this reason, I didn't disturb him. Until now, he hasn't come out of his closed-door cultivation. Guoxiong continued to say, if Lord Sanctum Leader doesn't come out of his closed-door cultivation within a month, I'll have no choice but to personally send you to serve in the first mine of our 4 symbol sanctums. However, don't worry, as soon as Lord Sanctum Leader comes out of his closed-door cultivation, I'll definitely recommend you to him. Upon hearing Guoxiong's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. The Sanctum Leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum was actually in closed-door cultivation? Duan Lingtian immediately dismissed the idea of watching the Sanctum Leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Chapter 1960. Elder Guoxiong. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he looked at Guoxiong. I understand your good intentions in recommending me to Lord Sanctum Leader as his disciple, but I appreciate your good intentions. I already have a master. Moreover, according to the customs in my hometown, once I have a master, I'm not allowed to acknowledge a second master before obtaining the permission of that master. Otherwise, it'll be considered treason. Duan Lingtian's words were filled with conviction. You already have a master? Guoxiong was surprised. He asked again, which force does your master belong to? My master is just a sectless cultivator. He doesn't belong to any force. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Duan Lingtian, think about it carefully. If you can acknowledge a golden flame elder like Lord Sanctum Leader as your master in Zoroastrianism, it'll only be beneficial to you. Guxiong advised with a solemn expression, put everything else aside, just take the conflict between you and Lian as an example. If you can become the direct disciple of the Sanctum Leader of our Black Turtle Sanctum, Lian won't dare to make an enemy out of you even if he's 10 times more courageous. Most importantly, Lord Sanctum Leader won't mind if you have another master before this. As long as you're willing to acknowledge him as your master, with your innate talent, he won't reject you. Guxiong's persuasion was also earnest and well-intentioned. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's blue innate spiritual root and his monstrous innate talent in comprehending divine abilities, Duan Lingtian was definitely the most sought-after martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root in Zoroastrianism. He was certain as long as he recommended Duan Lingtian to the Sanctum Leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Sanctum Leader would definitely accept Duan Lingtian as his disciple without any hesitation. Elder Guxiong, you don't have to persuade me anymore. I've already made up my mind. Duan Lingtian shook his head. When he spoke again, his tone was resolute and decisive. He did not leave any room for negotiation. To be honest, he was, naturally, tempted by Guxiong's words. However, he still felt it was inappropriate. Put aside the fact that he would be letting down his master, Feng Qingyang, whom he had yet to meet, even if his master did not mind, he did not want to drag other people into this. That was right. He did not want to drag other people into this. He did not come to the fire worship sect to become a fire worship sect's disciple. He did not want to rise up the ranks and become a high-ranking official in the fire worship sect in the future. There was only one purpose for him to come to Zoroastrianism. That was to save his wife and daughter, to save his master. Whether or not his master's knowledge or not, he would be affected would be, Duan, his master, as his master's 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 masters, he. A master for a master. Master to teach to Lingtian a master. Duan Lingtian. Let alone the fact that the other party was his master, if it was possible, Duan Lingtian did not want to implicate any innocent people because of his matter. Forget it. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't persuade you anymore. When Guxiong saw how resolute Duan Lingtian was, he did not try to persuade Duan Lingtian. He sighed and said, I'll pick you up in a month's time. We'll head to the first mine in the Four Symbol Sanctums. After Guxiong finished speaking, he left. He did not even bid farewell to Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he was angered by Duan Lingtian's stubbornness. After Guxiong left, Duan Lingtian returned to his residence in the Black Turtle Sanctum and returned to his secundus house. However, he did not enter closed-door cultivation in the following month. Instead, he would occasionally comprehend the Sovereign Heart Sword and the divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic and the otherworldly celestial, that he had mastered. As for the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, he temporarily put it aside. There's no need for me to waste my time on the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, before I see someone else casting it. This was also the reason Duan Lingtian did not continue to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Apart from that, there was still room for improvement in both the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic and the otherworldly celestial. For this reason, Duan Lingtian spent more time on them. Heaven rewarded those who worked hard. 10 months later, Duan Lingtian finally reached the threshold of the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Moreover, he had mastered the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial. However, his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, seemed to have reached a bottleneck. It's time. Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought. After he put the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda away, he pushed the door open and went to the small courtyard outside his room. He sat down in front of the stone table in the courtyard. 10 months in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was only 1 month outside. Judging by the time, Elder Guxiong should be here soon. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he sat in front of the stone table. At this moment, a voice resonated from the lower floor of the secundus house he was in. Have you heard? Elder Li An's eldest direct disciple, Wei He, was executed by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall 3 days ago. Wei He was executed? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel stunned. Then, another voice resonated in the air. It can't be, right? He's really executed? Just because of the news that spread earlier? Humph. Don't underestimate that news. I don't know who spread it, but it said that Wei He had challenged the Saint Land Enforcement Hall's authority and was detained by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. The voice that came first sounded again. Perhaps, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall did not intend to kill Wei He because he's a bronze flame elder and possesses a blue innate spiritual root. However, someone spread the news that Wei He had blasphemed the Saint Land Enforcement Hall and challenged the authority of the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. Wouldn't the Saint Land Enforcement Hall's authority be tarnished if they don't execute Wei He? In the fire worship sect, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall is a sacred place that cannot be desecrated. What would the others think if someone managed to survive after such a place was desecrated by someone? They would only look down on the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. One must admit that the owner of this voice had a clear understanding of this matter. Now that you mention it, you're right. However, have you heard about how Wei He blasphemed the Saint Land Enforcement Hall? The owner of the other voice asked. I've heard about this. It said that 3 months ago, our Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guxiong made a ruling on Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Wei He went to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall to accuse Elder Guxiong of abusing his power for personal gain. The first voice continued to say, I've heard that the Saint Land Enforcement Hall has personally sent people to our Black Turtle Sanctum to investigate. However, the results show that Wei He had slandered Elder Guxiong. Not only did Wei He not avenge his direct disciple, but he even sacrificed his own life. How pitiful. The second voice continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears. It seems like Elder Guxiong has spread the news in the end. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He knew his suggestion had been accepted by the enforcement elder. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about Guxiong, a voice resonated in the distance. Accompanying the voice was a tall figure. It was none other than Guxiong. Guxiong had arrived as scheduled. He brought Duan Lingtian to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine for his service. Elder Guxiong, did the enforcement hall of the Holy Land find out who spread the news? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask on the way to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Yes, they did. Guxiong nodded. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian deeply. It's just as you've said. After the Saint Land Enforcement Hall found out I was the one who spread the news, they didn't make things difficult for me. Everything was just as Duan Lingtian had said. Due to this reason, Guxiong was even more shocked by how meticulous Duan Lingtian was. He could not help but make up his mind. Even if he had to fall out with Lian, he would never make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian gave him a feeling that was even more dangerous than Lian. Wei He's death. I'm sure Lian isn't feeling too good either, right? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. In his opinion, Lian was the one who had tricked his eldest direct disciple, Wei He. If Lian had not told Wei He that he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, Wei He would not have been so foolish as to go to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall to sue the Black Turtle Sanctum's guardian elder Guxiong for abusing his power for personal gain. It could be said that Wei He had dug his own grave. And the reason why he went to seek death was also related to Lian. Wei He was sentenced to death by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall 3 days ago. The news has only reached our Black Turtle Sanctum today. Even if Lian has learned about this, he must have just learned about it not long ago, Guxiong said. That's right. Just as Guxiong had said, Lian had also just learned about Wei He being sentenced to death by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. Bang! With a loud sound, the stone table in front of Lian collapsed and turned into dust. I've let you down. Li An's expression turned grave as his eyes turned red. His body emitted a terrifying aura that kept people away. Wei He was his eldest personal disciple, as well as his first personal disciple. He had a special relationship with this direct disciple. He even treated him like his own son. However, this direct disciple whom he treated like his own son had died. I've underestimated Duan Lingtian. I can't believe he really possesses a blue innate spiritual root. After confirming Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root, Lian felt pressured. Coupled with the fact that he had just learned that his eldest direct disciple had been sentenced to death by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, he could not wait to find Duan Lingtian and kill him. Lian blamed Duan Lingtian for Wei He's death. At this moment, his desire to kill Duan Lingtian was unprecedentedly strong. Duan Lingtian, you've caused me to lose my family. I'll let you have a taste of losing your family as well. The moment Lian thought of this, his eyes flashed coldly as killing intent surged out of his body. In the next instant, he left his residence and the Black Turtle Sanctum. His target was the White Tiger Sanctum. Chapter 1961. There was only one purpose for Lian to go to the White Tiger Sanctum. He wanted to look for Duan Lingtian's companion, Zhu Luqi. He still remembered when Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the Zoroastrianism. He had two companions with him. Everyone, please search for the complete answer. Damn. After some investigation, he learned that one of Duan Lingtian's companions was called Gu Li while the other was called Zhu Luqi. The former was in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum while the latter was in the White Tiger Sanctum. Humph. I don't believe that Zhu Luqi and Gu Li are like Duan Lingtian and refuse to come out. Lian snorted inwardly with a grave expression on his face. Ever since Duan Lingtian had killed Li En's grand disciple, Yuan Hong, 3 months ago in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, Lian had been lurking near the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. He was waiting for Duan Lingtian to come out. When Duan Lingtian was alone, he would capture Duan Lingtian and perform the soul-searching secret tactic on him. In the Zoroastrianism, even if Duan Lingtian was alone, he did not dare to kill Duan Lingtian. The Saint Land Enforcement Hall's methods were beyond imagination. They might even make him swear on the lightning penalty oath to confirm if he was the one who killed Duan Lingtian. He did not dare to take the risk. However, as long as he did not perform the soul-searching secret tactic on Duan Lingtian in front of other people, with his status as a Silver Flame Elder, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall would not pursue the matter even if they found out about it. Unfortunately, during these 3 months, Duan Lingtian had been in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, he could not find a suitable opportunity to perform the soul-searching secret tactic on Duan Lingtian. Today, Duan Lingtian was going to be sent by the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong to serve in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Lian knew he would not be able to perform the soul-searching secret tactic on Duan Lingtian for the time being. Since Duan Lingtian could not do it, he planned to find a breakthrough through Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. The White Tiger Sanctum that Zhu Luqi was in was closer to the Black Turtle Sanctum, so he went to the White Tiger Sanctum first. He did not know if he was lucky or not. As soon as he arrived at the White Tiger Sanctum, he saw Zhu Luqi, who had just left the White Tiger Sanctum's altar and was returning to the residence of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. However, he did not see any White Tiger Sanctum's disciples around him. Whoosh! Li En's body moved like the wind. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Zhu Luqi. Who's that? When the sound of wind whistling entered his ears, horror dawned on Zhu Luqi immediately. He could tell the sound of wind whistling was coming toward him. However, at this moment, horror dawned on Zhu Luqi. Before he could even react, Li En's vast and terrifying energy had already shackled him, causing him to lose his ability to move. He was completely toyed with by Lian. Following that, the scenery before Zhu Luqi's eyes kept changing. He realized he was being carried by someone and was moving at high speed. After a while, the person who was carrying him slowed down and came to a stop. He also came to a stop. Lian? Although Zhu Luqi could not see the other party's appearance clearly, it was not difficult for him to guess who the other party was. With such strength, it was obvious the other party had a motive for bringing him away from the place he was at earlier. He immediately thought of Duan Lingtian's reminder 3 months ago and the secret tactic that Duan Lingtian had taught him to defend against the soul-searching secret tactic. In the next instant, a flash appeared before Zhu Luqi's eyes as an old man appeared in front of him. He had seen this old man once when he first came to the Zoroastrianism. It was none other than Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. As it turned out, he had guessed correctly. It's a good thing I've been circulating the secret tactic Duan Lingtian taught me. When Lian performed the soul-searching secret tactic on Zhu Luqi, this was the last thought that appeared in Zhu Luqi's mind before he completely lost consciousness. Lian stood in front of Zhu Luqi and looked at Zhu Luqi, whose eyes had completely dimmed. He asked nonchalantly, "Who are you?" Zhu Luqi. Zhu Luqi, whose eyes had lost their light, was like a walking corpse. When he heard Lian's question, he immediately answered without any hesitation. "Who's Duan Lingtian?" Lian asked again. "My friend." Zhu Luqi replied. "What's his origin? Where did he come from?" When Lian asked this question, his eyes shone with excitement. This was what he wanted to know the most. As long as he could find out about Duan Lingtian's origin, he would send the information to Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Yang Chong would then go and deal with those who were related to Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, if they caught Duan Lingtian's relatives, they might be able to force Duan Lingtian to leave the Zoroastrianism. Once Duan Lingtian left the Zoroastrianism, he would be like a fish on a chopping board that they could do whatever they wanted to him. "I don't know." However, Zhu Luqi's answer caused the excited smile on Li An's face to freeze. He asked in a deep voice, "Aren't you his friend? How come you don't know his origin?" "I only met him a few days before I came to the Zoroastrianism. I don't know his origin. He didn't mention it, and I didn't ask." Zhu Luqi continued to answer Lian's question. Damn it. When Lian heard Zhu Luqi's words, his expression turned grave immediately. He knew he had been happy for nothing. Zhu Luqi did not know about Duan Lingtian's origin at all. Humph. Since Lian could not get an answer from Zhu Luqi, he did not waste any more time on Zhu Luqi and left immediately. After Lian left, Zhu Luqi's eyes regained their color. When Zhu Luqi regained his senses, he realized he was in a remote mountain forest in the White Tiger Sanctum. After a while, he regained his senses and recalled what had happened. He muttered to himself, "Lian must have used the soul-searching secret tactic on me. I hope the technique Duan Lingtian taught me to resist the soul-searching secret tactic works. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have unknowingly betrayed him." Put aside Zhu Luqi's worries, Lian had also left the White Tiger Sanctum when he did not get the answer he wanted from Zhu Luqi. He had gone to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. He planned to wait for a chance to capture Gu Li and use the soul-searching secret tactic on him. At this moment, Lian was unaware that Gu Li had already left the Vermilion Bird Sanctum and the Zoroastrianism 3 months ago. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Li An's little tricks in the dark. Currently, Duan Lingtian was standing next to the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guxiong. They were getting closer and closer to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. "Elder Guxiong, I heard there are many first-grade Saint Stones reserves in the Zoroastrianism. There's even a quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserve. Is the first mine where the quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserve is located?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Guxiong. "Of course not." Guxiong shook his head and said, "The quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserve is very important to the Zoroastrianism, so it's not in the Four Symbol Sanctums. Moreover, the quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserve has a great cultivation environment even if there's no spirit gathering formation. It's hidden underground in the center of the Saint Land. Usually, it's mined by slaves, Saint Land elders, and Saint Land disciples who have committed crimes and are sent there as punishment. Its existence makes the Zoroastrianism Saint Land one of the best cultivation places in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. With the help of the spirit gathering formation, it's very efficient to cultivate there." Guxiong finished his sentence in one breath. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Currently, he was no stranger to quasi-celestial grade Saint Stones. For example, the Secundus house where the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples resided had quasi-celestial grade Saint Stones as the foundation of each of the 5 spirit gathering formations. Due to this reason, it was very efficient to cultivate in the Secundus house. This advantage was not something the other forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land could compare to. Only the other two great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were as bold as the Zoroastrianism to use quasi-celestial grade saint stones on their outer disciples. Due to the existence of the spirit-gathering formation, there was no need to hold the saint stone in one's hand to cultivate. The spirit-gathering formation would extract the heaven and earth spirit energy from the saint stone for the person cultivating in the formation to sense and absorb. Other than the quasi-celestial grade saint stone reserve, the remaining first-grade saint stone reserves are all in the four symbol sanctums. The first mine in the four symbols sanctums that I'll bring you to is the largest first-grade saint stone reserve in the Zoroastrianism. Guxiong continued to explain. With Guxiong's introduction, Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the first mine in the four symbol sanctums. The largest first-grade saint stone reserve in the Zoroastrianism's first mine was buried in the four symbol sanctums first mine. It was divided into two areas, one big and one small. The big area was called the slave area. It was filled with lowly slaves with low innate talent that the Zoroastrianism had gathered from all over the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. From the moment they came to the Zoroastrianism, their fates had already been sealed. If they did not want to die, they could only obediently stay in the Zoroastrianism and mine saint stones for the Zoroastrianism for the rest of their lives. The small area was called the punishment area. Those who mined saint stones there were all disciples of the Zoroastrianism who had committed crimes in the four symbol sanctums. They were all punished to serve in the punishment area. The four symbols sanctums disciples served there for at least 3 to 5 years while some served there for more than 100 years. Only the first mine has the punishment area. The other mines only have the slave area, Guxiong said. Duan Lingtian nodded. With Guxiong's in-depth introduction, he had a better understanding of the first mine in the four symbol sanctums. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also knew that the first mine of the four symbol sanctums had 2 golden flame elders guarding it. The other mines had 1 golden flame elder guarding it as well. Of the 2 golden flame elders in the first mine of the four symbol sanctums, one of them was in charge of the slave area while the other was in charge of the punishment area. The first mine of the four symbol sanctums is right in front. Guxiong's voice resonated, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. Chapter 1962. Duan Lingtian followed Guxiong's gaze and saw a vast and boundless valley in front of him. There were floating islands in the sky above the valley. There were buildings on the islands that were shrouded in clouds. Due to the distance, he could not see them clearly. When he looked down, he could see people bustling about in the valley. Every once in a while, he could see many people entering the mines. At the same time, many people would come out of the mines as well. After they came out, they would head to the same place. The place in front of us is the punishment zone of the first mine. The people you see are the four symbols sanctums disciples who have committed crimes and were sent here for service. Guxiong said to Duan Lingtian, in the punishment zone, every four symbols sanctums disciple has a specific mission every day. They can only return to their residences to rest after they've completed their mission. Why are they coming in and out so frequently? Don't tell me those who have come out have already completed their tasks for the day? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. How's that possible? Guxiong shook his head. Those who have come out are there to hand in the saint stones that they've just mined. Since they don't have spatial rings, they can only send the saint stones that they've mined to the designated location. They can only rest after they've mined enough for the day. Look, they're all carrying baskets on their backs. The saint stones that they've mined are all placed in the baskets. This is also the punishment zone's rule. The saint stones that they've mined must be placed in the baskets distributed by the punishment zone. Guxiong added. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian began to observe carefully. He discovered that the people who were coming in and out of the punishment zone were carrying baskets on their backs. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the baskets on the backs of the people who had entered the mines were empty. As for those who came out, the baskets on their backs were full, and they were filled with holy stones. Duan Lingtian could guess why the four symbols sanctums disciples who served in the punishment zone did not have spatial rings. Their storage rings must have been confiscated by the punishment area when they first arrived here. If they kept the spatial rings, would anyone not be able to hide saint stones? Although he could ask them to remove the ownership of the storage ring every time, it was impractical to do this every day. He put away the storage rings and decided that using a wicker basket was the best choice. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian and Guoxiong continued to walk forward. Not far ahead of them, a figure quickly approached them. It was a middle-aged man wearing the Zoroastrianism bronze flame elder uniform. However, based on the pattern on his robe, one could tell he was a Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. On the way here, Guoxiong had told him about the structure of the elders in the mining areas of the four symbol sanctums. Other than the golden flame elders and silver flame elders from the Saint Land, the remaining bronze flame elders were from the four symbol sanctums, including the Black Turtle Sanctum. Elder Guoxiong. This Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder was coincidentally in charge of patrolling the southern part of the first mine's punishment zone. As a Black Turtle Sanctum's elder, he naturally knew Guoxiong. When he faced Guoxiong, this Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder was very humble and respectful. He even had to treat ordinary silver flame elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum with respect. Let alone this Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder. I remember you. You seem to be called Peng Hua. Guoxiong nodded at the Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder before he asked with uncertainty. I'm Peng Hua. I didn't expect Elder Guoxiong to remember me. Peng Hua was flattered when he heard Guoxiong's words. As an enforcement elder, Guoxiong could freely enter and leave the mining areas of the four symbol sanctums. For this reason, Guoxiong and Duan Lingtian were not stopped when Peng Hua recognized Guoxiong. This young man. Don't tell me he's Duan Lingtian, the new troublemaker in our Black Turtle Sanctum? Peng Hua's eyes widened when he saw Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian leaving. He stared at Duan Lingtian's back as though he had seen something shocking. He could not help but feel shocked. Although he was usually in the punishment zone in the four symbol sanctum's first mine, he knew a little about what was going on outside since there would be disciples from the four symbol sanctums who made mistakes in the punishment zone every once in a while. Among them, it included the deeds of Duan Lingtian. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian's deeds had already spread throughout the four symbol sanctums. After all, he was a new disciple from the Black Turtle Sanctum who dared to fall out with the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder. It was difficult for the people from the four symbol sanctums to not pay attention to him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's name had spread throughout the four symbol sanctum's first mine because of the incident 3 months ago. At that time, Duan Lingtian had killed 2 Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. However, he was not sentenced to death. He was only punished to serve in the four symbol sanctum's first mine for 10 years. This matter could be said to have alarmed the entire four symbol sanctums, including the various mines in the first mine. Now that I think about it, today is indeed the day Duan Lingtian came to serve in the first mine. The young man next to Elder Guoxiong must be Duan Lingtian. Soon after, Peng Hua confirmed it. However, he's just an ordinary disciple with a yellow innate spiritual root. What right does he have to be protected by Elder Guoxiong and the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall? Peng Hua could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. The news of Holy Land Bronze Flame Elder Wei He going to the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall to sue the Black Turtle Sanctum's Enforcement Elder Guoxiong for abusing his authority for personal gain had also spread to the first mine. Moreover, the first mine had also received the results of the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall's investigation and Wei He's death 3 days ago. Due to this reason, everyone knew Guoxiong was not the only one who was protecting Duan Lingtian. Even the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall was protecting Duan Lingtian as well. Many people knew about the incident that happened in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum 3 months ago. They also knew that if they followed the proper procedures, Duan Lingtian would definitely be executed. However, Duan Lingtian did not die, and he was even protected by the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall. This made many people's imaginations run wild. However, nobody connected the fact that Duan Lingtian was protected with Duan Lingtian's innate talent. This was because the news of Duan Lingtian possessing a yellow innate spiritual root had long spread. everyone had already assumed that Duan Lingtian's innate talent was only average. Otherwise, they would not have racked their brains to figure out how Duan Lingtian was protected by the Saint Lan's Enforcement Hall. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was led by Guoxiong to the place where new disciples were registered in the first mine's punishment zone. After Guoxiong brought Duan Lingtian to the place, he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he left. Since he had brought Duan Lingtian here, it meant that he had completed his mission. The person in charge of the registration was a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder. When the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder found out the person who was registering was Duan Lingtian, he could not help but shudder. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. His tone was polite. He did not hate Duan Lingtian for killing 2 of his Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples 3 months ago. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was very mysterious. Moreover, he seemed to have a powerful background. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be protected by the Saint Lan's Enforcement Hall with his yellow innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian, according to the rules of the punishment zone, you'll have to hand in your spatial ring. Naturally, you don't have to remove the ownership of it. When the 10 years are up, you'll have your spatial ring back when you leave. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder said to Duan Lingtian in a friendly manner. At the same time, he took out a large basket and a few pieces of clothing and handed them to Duan Lingtian. This basket is used to store the saint stones when you're mining. According to the rules of the punishment zone, all the saint stones mined must be placed in the basket. The saint stones placed outside the basket are not counted and will not be included in the daily quota. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder explained to Duan Lingtian patiently. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already learned about this from Elder Guoxiong, so he was not surprised. However, this wicker basket seems to be 1 size bigger than the wicker baskets that most people carry. Along the way here, I've seen very few of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples serving in the punishment zone carrying such a large basket. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the basket in his hand. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still unaware that there were 2 types of baskets in the punishment zone. One of them was an ordinary wicker basket, which was what most of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples were carrying. The other type was the extra-large basket in his hand. There were less than 100 of them in the punishment zone. The volume of these baskets was twice the volume of ordinary baskets. In other words, the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples who had such an extra-large basket would be able to save half of the time they had to hand in their saint stones. The number of saint stones transported by such an extra-large basket was equivalent to the number of saint stones transported by ordinary baskets twice. For this reason, extra-large baskets were very popular in the punishment zone of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. If one did not have sufficient strength, one might not be able to keep it. This was also one of the trials that the 4 Symbols Sanctums of Zoroastrianism had for the disciples in the punishment zone. Only the strong were qualified to own an extra-large basket. Usually, when the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples registered here, it would depend on their luck to see if they could obtain an extra-large basket. This was because extra-large baskets were only distributed once in a while. Apart from that, the extra-large baskets in the punishment zone were often taken back by the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples who had completed their service. For this reason, the number of extra-large baskets in the punishment zone was limited to 80 to 90. However, there were more than 1,004 Symbols Sanctum's disciples in the punishment zone. Chapter 1963. It was not due to luck that Duan Lingtian obtained the extra-large wicker basket. Instead, it was a benefit that the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder had given him. Since the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Elder was not in a position to say much, Duan Lingtian, who had just arrived at the punishment zone, was unaware of this. Moreover, he did not know what this extra-large wicker basket represented in the punishment zone of the first mine. These are the uniforms of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples serving in the punishment zone. Unlike the uniforms of the ordinary 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, all the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples in the punishment zone were the same uniforms. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder continued to introduce the uniforms to Duan Lingtian. For this reason, unless you take the initiative to say you're a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple in the punishment zone, those who don't know you won't know you're a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Duan Lingtian nodded. In fact, he had already noticed this when he was on his way here. The four symbols Sanctum's disciples were all wearing the same uniform. Moreover, it was not the uniform of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, Vermilion Bird Sanctum, or Black Turtle Sanctum. Apart from that, there's a rule in the punishment zone that all new disciples who come to register before noon will have to mine saint stones in the mine on the same day. There's still about an hour before noon. When the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder reached this part of the sentence, he hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and said to Duan Lingtian, "Why don't you stay here for an hour? You can leave after an hour. I've only registered your name, but I haven't registered your arrival time. As long as I push back your arrival time by an hour, you won't have to mine saint stones in the mine today. You can look for a place to rest and enter the mine tomorrow." It was obvious the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder was trying to help Duan Lingtian by abusing his position. It was so obvious that he was abusing his position for personal gain. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel touched. He thought to himself, there are still many good people in this world. If the four symbols Sanctum's disciples who came to register before noon and had to enter the mine on the same day heard this, they would be so angry that they would throw up blood. Because they didn't receive such treatment. Duan Lingtian did not know the reason he was given such treatment was because the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder was wary of his background. After all, in the eyes of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder, Duan Lingtian was merely a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root. The reason he was able to obtain the protection of the Saint Lands Enforcement Hall must be due to his extraordinary background. It was precisely because of this that the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder was so polite. If it was someone else, even if they came to register a second before noon, he would still chase them away with a cold face to mine holy stones. "Thank you for your care, Elder. However, it's still early today. I want to go down to the mine to familiarize myself with the environment." Duan Lingtian thanked the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder and politely declined his offer. Since Duan Lingtian had rejected his offer, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder did not say anything else. In the end, he reminded Duan Lingtian, "You can ask the others how many holy stones you need to mine since the number of holy stones won't be the same every day. Apart from that, you can also follow them to the place where you have to hand in the holy stones." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded and bade farewell to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder before he left. After leaving the registration area, Duan Lingtian changed into the uniform of the four symbols Sanctum's disciples serving in the punishment zone. He carried an extra-large wicker basket on his back and blended into the crowd of people who were carrying empty wicker baskets. Duan Lingtian's addition to the crowd was particularly eye-catching due to the extra-large wicker basket on his back. Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed many people looking at him. "Do I look that much like a newbie or a rookie?" When Duan Lingtian saw these people looking at him, he could not help but feel puzzled. Until now, he still did not realize it was the extra-large wicker basket on his back that caused this. "I don't think I've seen someone carrying an extra-large wicker basket before. Could he be a newbie?" It's possible, but not necessarily. However, if he's a newbie, why would he have an extra-large wicker basket? According to the previous extra-large wicker basket, we'll have to wait at least 3 months before the next extra-large wicker basket is issued, right? I don't know about that. Duan Lingtian was unaware that many of the four symbols Sanctum's disciples who were staring at him were communicating with each other through voice transmissions. In the end, these four symbols Sanctum's disciples were no longer certain that Duan Lingtian was a newbie. This was because the extra-large wicker basket had appeared at the wrong time. Perhaps, this fellow who carried an extra-large wicker basket was just a nobody, who carried an ordinary wicker basket in the past. Perhaps, he had suddenly shown his prowess and snatched an extra-large wicker basket today. After all, there were more than 1,004 symbols Sanctum's disciples in the punishment district. It was impossible for anyone to remember the appearance of every single four symbols Sanctum's disciple who carried an ordinary wicker basket. They could only barely remember the four symbols Sanctum's disciples who carried an extra-large wicker basket. They were certain that there was no such person among the 89 people who carried an extra-large wicker basket today. There were only two possibilities. First, this young man was a newbie who was lucky enough to obtain an extra-large wicker basket. Second, this young man was just a nobody who carried an ordinary wicker basket in the past. He had only managed to snatch an extra-large wicker basket today. Out of these two possibilities, the four symbols sanctum's disciples who were staring at Duan Lingtian were more inclined towards the latter. This was because there was a pattern to the extra-large wicker basket's appearance. They had also grasped that pattern. Because of this, they were certain that this young man was not a newbie. Under normal circumstances, the extra-large wicker basket should not have appeared in the hands of a newbie at this time. However, these four symbols sanctum's disciples would never have guessed that Duan Lingtian was indeed a newbie. He was a newbie who had just arrived at the first mine's punishment district today. As for the extra-large wicker basket on his back that did not follow the pattern, it was given to him by the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's bronze flame elder at the registration office. All of this was because he was Duan Lingtian. It was because of his name that the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's bronze flame elder gave him an extra-large wicker basket in order to take care of him. I really hope he's just a newbie who obtained this extra-large wicker basket because he was lucky. Many four symbols sanctum's disciples stared at the extra-large wicker basket on Duan Lingtian's back. Their eyes lit up, and they were almost drooling. An extra-large wicker basket. This was an extra-large wicker basket. Once they obtained an extra-large wicker basket, it would mean they would be able to reduce the distance they had to travel to hand in Saint stones by half. This was because the extra-large wicker basket could hold twice as many Saint stones as an ordinary wicker basket. Since they could not figure out Duan Lingtian's background, the four symbols sanctum's disciples who coveted the extra-large wicker basket on Duan Lingtian's back were not in a hurry to make their move. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian followed the flow of people and entered one of the mines in the punishment district. When Duan Lingtian entered the mine, a spectacular scene appeared. This mine seemed to have turned into a delicious cake in an instant. Compared to the other mines, the number of four symbols sanctum's disciples who entered this mine was 3 times more than the other mines. Why are there so many people? Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed there were so many people following behind him. When he turned around, he saw many greedy and burning gazes on the extra-large wicker basket on his back. For a moment, he could not help but be stunned. These people. Why are they looking at the wicker basket on my back? Don't tell me they want to snatch my wicker basket? Subconsciously, Duan Lingtian thought the wicker basket was a cheap item. No matter how big it would not be enough to attract the attention of the Zoroastrianism disciples from the four symbols sanctums. In fact, he had forgotten the most important thing. Perhaps, the wicker basket was a cheap item if it was placed outside. However, in the punishment district of the four symbols sanctum's first mine, an extra-large wicker basket meant they would be able to reduce the distance they had to travel to hand in Saint stones. By saving half of the wasted time, he would be able to complete his mission earlier every day. Due to this reason, who would not want an extra-large wicker basket in the punishment district? Duan Lingtian casually picked a few people to look at. However, he discovered the wicker baskets on their backs were ordinary wicker baskets. The size of the wicker basket on his back was twice as big as the wicker basket on his back. It's just a cheap wicker basket. It shouldn't be enough for them to fight over it. I think I'm overthinking. Duan Lingtian shook his head and did not think too deeply about it. He continued to follow the crowd and walked deeper into the mine. The deeper part of the mine was the underground. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was walking through a tunnel that had been dug out that led to the underground. The deeper he went, the wider the tunnel became. Moreover, it was filled with potholes. These potholes. It seems like someone had forcefully removed something. Don't tell me. There used to be a Saint stone mine here? Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate as he thought about it. After walking for a while, Duan Lingtian heard some noises coming from the tunnel in front of him. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 Wang! 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 There were all kinds of noises as though they were playing a special song. After walking deeper, Duan Lingtian arrived at the source of the noises. He discovered many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were already mining for saint stones. While they were mining for saint stones, they displayed various divine abilities. This was an eye-opener for Duan Lingtian. Some used their fists. Some used their swords. Some used their palms. Some used their spears. There were only things that could not be seen. There seems to be more and more saint stone mines. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also discovered many saint stone mines on both sides of the tunnel. Chapter 1964. I haven't seen any elders from the punishment zone watching us along the way. However, I'm certain they're watching us. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he glanced to his left and right before he looked forward again. He thought to himself, they must be hiding in the dark somewhere that we can't see. Even a bronze flame elder in the punishment zone was at the saint celestial stage or above. It was too easy for such a person to hide from the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples below the mastery quintessential saint stage. This was because most of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples above the mastery quintessential saint stage could enter the saint land and become a saint land disciple. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was certain the most powerful Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples serving in the punishment zone in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine was at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. There's no one there. Duan Lingtian suddenly realized there was no one at a saint stone mine nearby. His eyes lit up immediately as he walked over. When he was close to the saint stone mine, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and formed a sword with his fingers. Whoosh! In just an instant, a sword ray formed by the sun saint energy shot out from his sword fingers and slashed toward the saint stone mine. However, as soon as the sword landed, Duan Lingtian discovered there was only a small portion of the saint stone mine. The saint stone mine that he had his eyes on only had a small surface, and it was very thin. When he slashed it with his sword, it was completely shattered. There was not even a single first-grade saint stone. How's this possible? Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded when he saw the saint stone's powder that was scattered all over the ground. Initially, he thought he would be able to dig out 10 or 8 first-grade saint stones from the saint stone mine. It did not cross his mind that this was only a small portion of the saint stone mine. It was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Scam! What a scam! While Duan Lingtian was cursing inwardly, the eyes of many people behind him brightened. They could see something from Duan Lingtian's actions. He actually didn't discover such an obvious holy stone mine. All he needs to do is extend his divine sense, and he'll be able to discover that it's just a small saint stone deposit. There's no goods in it. He doesn't know how to use such a simple detection method. Newbie. He must be a newbie. It seems that the extra-large wicker basket on his back was obtained by luck. Although I don't know why the extra-large wicker basket didn't appear at the right time, but now I can be sure that he's just a newcomer. Humph. A newcomer shouldn't have an extra-large wicker basket. At the same time, the group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who had been following Duan Lingtian also communicated with their companions through voice transmissions. Based on their words, they all felt that Duan Lingtian was not qualified to possess an extra-large wicker basket. For a moment, a greedy luster appeared in their eyes. Whoosh! Just as a few of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were about to make a move, a gust of wind blew past. One of them made a move first. With a flash, he appeared beside Duan Lingtian. When this person made his move, Duan Lingtian had already noticed him. When the person approached him, he took a few steps back unhurriedly. He looked at the middle-aged man standing in front of him calmly and asked nonchalantly, "What's the matter?" The middle-aged man standing in front of Duan Lingtian was tall and sturdy. He looked like an iron tower as he stood there. Although Duan Lingtian's height was over 1.8 meters, in front of the 2-meter-tall middle-aged man, he still seemed small and weak, purely in terms of appearance. "You're a newcomer, right?" the middle-aged man asked. His voice was as loud as a bell, causing the eardrums of many people with a weaker cultivation base to vibrate. As the middle-aged man spoke, more and more people gathered around to watch the show. Moreover, some of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were originally mining saint stones had also stopped what they were doing and gathered around to watch the show. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were banished to the first mine's punishment zone would naturally feel bored after staying in the punishment zone for a long time. For this reason, whenever a fight broke out, they would watch with interest. This was one of the few forms of entertainment they had in the punishment zone. Moreover, they did not have to pay any price to obtain visual enjoyment. What's going on? Isn't that Niukong? Did someone offend Niukong? Huh. The young man who's fighting with Niukong is actually carrying an extra-large wicker basket on his back. I don't think I've seen him before. Don't tell me he's a newcomer. No. Even if he's a newcomer, it's impossible for him to have an extra-large wicker basket. The timing doesn't match. This means he must have snatched the extra-large wicker basket on his back from someone else. He's strong enough to snatch the extra-large wicker basket from one of the 89 people. His strength isn't something Niukong can compare to. What's Niukong trying to do? Is he looking for trouble? The onlookers who did not know what was going on began to whisper among themselves. However, they soon learned about the ins and outs of the matter from some of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were in the know. He doesn't even know how to use his divine consciousness to investigate the Saint Stone Reserve. He chose a Saint Stone Reserve that's as thick as a fingernail to mine. Usually, only a newcomer would make such a mistake, right? He's a newcomer. If he's a newcomer, then the extra-large wicker basket on his back must have been taken for free. However, the timing doesn't seem to match. According to the past, the extra-large wicker basket shouldn't appear at this time. Let's not bother about the timing. Based on his actions, we can tell he's a newcomer. No wonder Niukong charged forward. As it turns out, he's after the extra-large wicker basket on the newcomer's back. This newcomer is really unlucky to have encountered Niukong. It's said that Niukong's cultivation base has already reached the peak of the exemplary saint stage not long ago. The group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. All of them felt Duan Lingtian was going to be unlucky. Moreover, he might not even be able to keep the extra-large wicker basket on his back. The peak of the exemplary saint stage? When Duan Lingtian heard the discussions in the surroundings, especially when he heard that the tall middle-aged man's cultivation base was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he almost laughed out loud. A Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage actually wanted to snatch his things? Did he really think he, Duan Lingtian, was made of paper? However, at the same time, Duan Lingtian was also surprised. He did not expect someone would really want to snatch the wicker basket on his back. Was it necessary? Wasn't it just a lousy wicker basket? Until now, Duan Lingtian still did not know how rare and precious the extra-large wicker basket on his back was in the punishment zone. He thought everyone would choose their own wicker basket. It did not cross his mind that not everyone had an extra-large wicker basket. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's thoughts did not last long. As the discussions in the surroundings grew louder, Duan Lingtian learned something from the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples around him. As it turned out, before he came to the punishment zone in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, there were only 89 extra-large wicker baskets like the one on his back. The 89 extra-large wicker baskets were all in the hands of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were at the peak of the exemplary saint stage or the quintessential saint stage or above. Apart from that, although the newcomers who came to the punishment zone would be able to obtain an extra-large wicker basket, there was a time limit. It all depended on luck. Based on the time it took for a newcomer to obtain an extra-large wicker basket, by right, it would not be Duan Lingtian's turn to obtain the extra-large wicker basket. That Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder used his authority to obtain this extra-large wicker basket for me? At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized this. He could not help but smile wryly. Did the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder look down on him? Did he think he would not be able to obtain an extra-large wicker basket with his own strength? However, even though he was grumbling inwardly, he still owed the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder a favor. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely return the favor. Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question. Are you new here? Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses when he heard Niu Kong's thunderous voice. When he regained his senses, he noticed Niu Kong was glaring at him with an unfriendly expression. So what if I'm new here? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. Put aside the fact that Niu Kong was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, even if Niu Kong was at the peak of the quintessential saint stage, he was not qualified to make Duan Lingtian cower. Good, good. Very good. Boy, you're very courageous. Initially, I thought I wouldn't touch you as long as you obediently hand over the extra-large wicker basket you're carrying. Niu Kong's gaze turned cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. However, I've changed my mind. Whether you're willing to hand over the extra-large wicker basket obediently or not, I'll still teach you a good lesson. I'll let you know that in the first mine's punishment zone, newcomers have to respect the seniors. Niu Kong's words were filled with anger. As soon as his words left his mouth, a majestic aura surged out of his body. It was the aura of the Sun Saint energy that he had mobilized. Niu Kong is angry. This newcomer is really valiant. He actually dares to provoke Niu Kong. It seems like he's in for a bad time. Niu Kong has always been hot-tempered. I'm afraid this won't end well for him since he's angered Niu Kong. I only hope Niu Kong will go easy on him. Otherwise, I'm afraid this newcomer will have to lie in bed for some time. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian pitifully. Niu Kong, is it? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and looked at the enraged Niu Kong coldly. I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight within the span of 3 breaths. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, it still drowned out the discussion in the surroundings. Everyone present on the scene could hear his words clearly. The entire place fell silent immediately. Chapter 1965. You want me to get out of your sight in 3 breaths? When Niu Kong heard Duan Lingtian's threat, he was stunned just like the other Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. At this moment, he even thought he had heard wrongly. Therefore, he had to confirm it. Whoosh! At the same time, the other Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples regained their senses as well. There was an uproar as they looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. Did I hear wrongly? This new disciple is threatening senior brother Niu Kong? He wants Niu Kong to get out of his sight. Is he crazy? When the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. All of them felt this new disciple was too arrogant. In the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, anyone who dared to be arrogant would not have an easy time unless they were strong enough. No matter how they looked at it, they did not think this new disciple was strong at all. At the very least, they did not think this new disciple was stronger than Niu Kong. When Niu Kong heard the discussion among the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples, he immediately realized he had not heard wrongly. This new disciple was indeed threatening him. Brat, you're seeking death. Niu Kong was instantly enraged. His eyes were burning with rage as the saint energy in his body surged. It was as though a raging dragon was about to burst out at any moment. I've given you a chance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in the air again. In the end, his voice suddenly turned cold. 3 breaths have passed. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Sun Saint energy that had been accumulating for a long time shot out from his back and transformed into a pair of flaming wings. It was a shocking sight. In the next moment, the wings suddenly flapped. Boom! 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 All of a sudden, a series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. It was the golden crow's wings on Duan Lingtian's back that caused an exaggerated commotion. Such a commotion naturally shocked many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, Duan Ling Tian, who had cast the high-grade movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, charged toward Niu Kong at a ridiculously fast speed as though he had transformed into a cannonball that had left the barrel. Not good. As soon as Duan Ling Tian cast his movement divine ability and charged toward Niu Kong finally regained his senses. His heart jolted as horror dawned on his face. Now, he finally realized it. The reason why this new disciple in front of him dared to be so arrogant in front of him was because he really had the strength, and not because he was overestimating himself. Due to the fact that the saint energy in his body was ready to be unleashed, Niu Kong instantly mobilized his saint energy and cast his movement martial tactic in an attempt to dodge Duan Ling Tian, who was charging toward him. Although Niu Kong's cultivation base had already broken through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he had yet to master any movement divine ability above the intermediate level. It made sense when one thought about it. If he had mastered a movement divine ability above the intermediate level, with his cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, it would be easy for him to obtain an extra-large wicker basket in the punishment zone. There was no need for him to snatch a new disciple like Duan Ling Tian. Your speed is too slow. Duan Ling Tian's indifferent words caused Niu Kong's heart to jolt. In the next moment, just as Niu Kong was about to dodge, the Golden Crow's wings on Duan Ling Tian's back flapped violently again. His speed instantly increased to another level. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian had already arrived next to Niu Kong. Boom! The casual palm strike contained a vast amount of Sun Saint energy. As the golden radiance shone brightly, it enveloped Niu Kong. Although Niu Kong had cast a defensive martial tactic in a hurry, he was not fully prepared. Due to this reason, there were many flaws in his defense. It was easily crushed by the Sun Saint energy on Duan Ling Tian's palm. Bang! A loud noise resonated in the air as Niu Kong's body trembled before he was sent flying backward. He crashed hard on the ground, but his momentum did not diminish at all. When Niu Kong was sent flying by Duan Ling Tian's palm strike, he continued to spit out blood. Blood stained the ground. It was a ghastly sight. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples' expressions changed drastically when they saw this. They could not help but inwardly gasp. Niu Kong, a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, was completely powerless in front of this new disciple. In just one blow, he was severely injured. I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight in the span of 3 breaths. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The new disciple's threatening words to Niu Kong reverberated in the ears of many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples. Although they had said the same thing, their reactions were completely different. Before the conflict began, all of them felt this new disciple was too arrogant and overestimating his own strength. However, now that they saw this new disciple severely injuring Niu Kong in just one blow, they realized this new disciple was not overestimating his own strength. He was truly powerful. Which sanctum of the Four Symbols Sanctums did he commit a mistake and was banished to the first mind's punishment zone? When the group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian again, they could not help but feel puzzled. Based on this new disciple's strength, he was definitely at the quintessential saint stage. Quintessential saint stage disciples were not nameless people in the Four Symbols Sanctums. However, although the Four Symbols Sanctums disciples were from different sanctums, they looked at each other. None of them knew this new disciple. Don't tell me he's a new disciple who committed a mistake and was banished to the first mind not long after he joined Zoroastrianism? Many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples began to speculate. How dare you try to snatch my belongings with such strength? Duan Ling Tian glanced coldly at Niu Kong, who was lying in the dark. Horror dawned on Niu Kong's face as he apologized profusely. Niu Kong failed to recognize Mount Tai earlier. Please forgive me, senior brother. He apologized because he was worried Duan Ling Tian would attack him again. Although Zoroastrianism did not allow fellow disciples to kill each other, as long as one did not injure or kill one's fellow disciples, it would not be a problem since it did not violate the rules of Zoroastrianism. Didn't you say you're going to teach me a lesson? Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly when he saw Niu Kong had admitted defeat. The anger on his face had subsided a lot. I dare not. I dare not. Niu Kong quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Duan Lingtian anymore. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would attack him again in a fit of anger. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and no longer bothered with Niu Kong. He continued to walk deeper into the tunnel. After learning about the significance of the extra-large wicker basket in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine's punishment zone, Duan Lingtian felt it was understandable that Niu Kong wanted to snatch his extra-large wicker basket. However, Niu Kong was unlucky because he was not as strong as Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, his extra-large wicker basket would have already been in Niu Kong's possession. After all, Niu Kong only wanted to snatch his extra-large wicker basket from the beginning until the end. He did not intend to kill him at all. Snatching wicker baskets was a very common thing in the punishment zone. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not continue to argue with Niu Kong. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian was still around, the group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples did not even dare to breathe loudly. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian's silhouette gradually disappearing, they heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they could not help but discuss among themselves. Who's he? There's no doubt he's a quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse. I'm a White Tiger Sanctum's disciple, but before I was banished to the first mine, I've never heard of such a person in our White Tiger Sanctum. I'm a Azure Dragon Sanctum's disciple, but I've never heard of such a person in our Azure Dragon Sanctum as well. I'm from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, but I've never heard of such a quintessential Saint Stage disciple in our Vermilion Bird Sanctum either. I'm from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Just like all of you, I don't recognize him. The group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. Based on their words, it was obvious they were curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. That pair of flaming wings that appeared behind his back just now should be an extremely powerful movement divine ability. Soon after, a Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples' attention shifted to the high-grade movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, that Duan Lingtian had cast earlier. His voice was filled with shock. I've never seen such a movement divine ability before. I've never heard of it before. However, it feels like it's in no way inferior to our Vermilion Bird Sanctum's most treasured movement divine ability. Moreover, its visual effect is much stronger than our Vermilion Bird Sanctum's most treasured movement divine ability. That's right. The movement divine ability he cast is too powerful. That pair of powerful wings seemed as though they really grew out of his body. It doesn't look out of place at all. I feel the same way as well. The group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples was shocked by the movement divine ability that Duan Lingtian had cast earlier. I remember now. All of a sudden, a sharp voice resonated in the air. It drowned out everyone's discussion and attracted everyone's attention. The person who spoke was a skinny Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple. He looked like a thief. His small eyes kept darting around. One could tell he was up to no good with just a glance. Don't tell me all of you have forgotten. When the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple saw everyone looking at him, he said excitedly, "There's a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who's going to be banished to the first mine's punishment zone. Weren't we all talking about him earlier? Also, among the 3 high-grade movement divine abilities that Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple mastered, isn't there a high-grade movement divine ability that has wings on his back?" Upon hearing the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples' words, the group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples narrowed their eyes. Gasp! 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 Immediately after, the sound of people inhaling cold air swept through the underground mine tunnel, and the sound of people landing on the ground could be heard. Chapter 1966. After the sound of people gasping gradually died down, the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene, including Niu Kong, looked at each other. They could see the same answer in each other's eyes. Everyone, please search for the complete answer. Damn! Duan Lingtian. In the next instant, many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples cried out in surprise. Their expressions were interesting. How could I have forgotten about him? 3 months ago, one of the 2 Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples he killed was said to be at the early quintessential saint stage. Even if his strength is not at the intermediate quintessential saint stage, it's definitely close to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Rumor has it that he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. Logically speaking, an ordinary disciple with a yellow innate spiritual root might not even be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage. However, he managed to kill an early quintessential saint stage Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple. I heard his cultivation base has yet to break through to the quintessential saint stage. The reason he's so strong is because of the 3 high-grade divine abilities he has mastered. Put aside his innate spiritual root, just his innate talent in mastering divine abilities is unrivaled in Zoroastrianism. After all, those are 3 high-grade divine abilities. In Zoroastrianism, even Lord Sect Leader has only mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. The most surprising thing is he killed the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples for no reason, but the Saint Land Enforcement Hall still protected him. Moreover, there was even a Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder with a blue innate spiritual root who went to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall to make a fuss about him killing the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. In the end, he was sentenced to death as well. I'm sure Duan Lingtian's innate talent in martial Dao might be ordinary, but his innate talent in divine abilities is extraordinary. Of course, the most extraordinary thing about him is his mysterious and unpredictable background. You're right. If it's not for his extraordinary background, why would the Saint Land Enforcement Hall protect him? After learning the new disciple was Duan Lingtian, the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. They were no longer surprised by his strength. After all, they had heard of Duan Lingtian's strength before. So he is Duan Lingtian. A bitter smile appeared on Niu Kong's face. If he had known that this person was Duan Lingtian, he would not have dared to snatch the extra-large wicker basket from him even if he was given 100 guts. At the same time, many 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples looked at Niu Kong with pity in their eyes. Although Niu Kong's strength was not bad, it could not be compared to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples had already guessed his identity. Continuing deeper into the mine, Duan Lingtian continued mining. With his current strength, the entire mining process was very smooth. Not long after, the extra-large basket on his back was filled to the brim with first-grade saint stones. These saint stone ores were of different sizes. They had not been polished and were very rough. I actually didn't encounter a quasi-celestial grade holy stone. Duan Lingtian was a little disappointed that he didn't find any quasi-immortal grade saint stones after digging up a basket full of first-grade saint stones. Now that the basket is full, it's time to hand in these saint stones. I wonder how many baskets of first-grade saint stones I'll need to fill up for today's mission. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he thought to himself. In fact, it would not take long for Duan Lingtian to fill up a basket full of first-grade saint stones. It was precisely because he had secretly sent many first-grade saint stones into the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda that he had wasted some time. Naturally, he did not waste much time. If Duan Lingtian was not worried that he would be discovered if he had too many first-grade saint stones, he would not have stopped until now. I'll continue mining next time. For now, I'll stop for now. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian carried the extra-large basket full of first-grade saint stones and returned the way he came. Along the way, he became the center of attention. It's Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples exclaiming, he realized he had been recognized. I can't believe I'm recognized so quickly, Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly. Meanwhile, along the way, Duan Lingtian discovered the people who were tailing him had disappeared. He did not find this strange. At this moment, he finally understood why there were so many people following him when he entered the mine. As it turned out, they had their eyes on the extra-large basket on his back. However, after he had revealed his strength and revealed his identity, those people no longer dared to covet the extra-large basket on his back. What a joke! In the punishment zone of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine, including the extra-large basket on Duan Lingtian's back, there were a total of 90 extra-large baskets. However, there were only 50 to 60 people at the quintessential saint stage or above in the punishment zone. In other words, there were many elites at the peak of the exemplary saint stage who possessed extra-large baskets as well. Unless there was something wrong with their heads, the four symbols sanctum's disciples in the punishment zone would rather snatch the extra-large baskets from those powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage instead of coveting the extra-large basket in Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian was a powerful person who could even kill an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. His strength was comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Senior brother, do you know how many saint stones we have to mine today to complete the mission? When Duan Lingtian was about to leave the mine, he noticed many four symbols sanctum's disciples were still walking out. He walked up to a middle-aged man who was walking out and asked politely. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, you can just call me junior brother. I don't dare to be called senior brother in front of you. When the middle-aged man saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of him, he was already anxious. When he heard Duan Lingtian calling him senior brother, he looked like a mouse that had just encountered a cat. He was also present when Duan Lingtian injured Niu Kong with just a blow. Due to this reason, he knew the person before him was Duan Lingtian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who had just been banished to the punishment zone of the first mine. He was only an intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, so it was only natural that he was anxious when he saw Duan Lingtian. Based on the extra-large basket you're carrying, senior brother Duan Lingtian, you'll only need 6 baskets to complete the mission today. Although the middle-aged man was anxious, he did not dare to slack off when faced with Duan Lingtian's question. Thank you. When Duan Lingtian saw the middle-aged man was so afraid of him, he merely shook his head and did not say anything else after he thanked him. Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian's body moved, and his speed increased a lot. Soon after, he left the mine. 6 baskets. Based on the speed I mined the first-grade saint stones earlier, I'll only need 15 minutes to fill up a basket of first-grade saint stones. However, I'll need another 15 minutes to throw the first-grade saint stones into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Let's just say it'll take half an hour. 6 baskets. I'll need 3 hours. Including the time needed to transport the saint stones, it won't take more than 4 hours. After leaving the mine, Duan Lingtian calculated in his heart. At the same time, he followed the crowd and made his way to the place where he had to hand in the saint stones. With the extra-large saint stones on his back, Duan Lingtian was destined to be the center of attention. Along the way, he attracted the attention of many four symbols sanctum's disciples. These gazes were filled with envy, jealousy, and greed. When some of the four symbols sanctum's disciples saw Duan Lingtian, they suspected he was a newcomer. At the same time, they also had designs on the extra-large basket on Duan Lingtian's back. However, when these four symbols sanctum's disciples learned about Duan Lingtian's identity from some of the four symbols sanctum's disciples who knew about Duan Lingtian's identity, horror dawned on them immediately. At the same time, they suppressed the greed in their hearts. What a joke! This was Duan Lingtian, a powerhouse who had killed an early quintessential saint stage vermilion bird sanctum's disciple. If they tried to snatch his basket, they would be digging their own graves. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the place where the saint stone ores were to be handed over, one of the White Tiger Sanctum's bronze flame elders who was in charge of collecting saint stone ores was also attracted by Duan Lingtian. An extra-large wicker basket? This person looks unfamiliar. Duan Lingtian? However, when he was registering Duan Lingtian, the White Tiger Sanctum's bronze flame elder learned about Duan Lingtian's name. Since he was Duan Lingtian, it was not strange for him to have an extra-large basket. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength was obvious. Similar to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder, the White Tiger Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder was very polite to Duan Lingtian after learning about his identity. Duan Lingtian, you can just deliver this basket of saint stones today. You've just arrived at the first mine, so it's better for you to rest first. Based on the White Tiger Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder's words, it seemed like he intended to help Duan Lingtian. There's no need for that. Upon hearing the White Tiger Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder's words, Duan Lingtian immediately became anxious and rejected the Bronze Flame Elder's suggestion. What a joke! He still wanted to stay in the mine a little longer, because the longer he stayed, the more first-grade holy stone ores he could send into the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Although a first-grade saint's stone mine was not of much use to him, who practiced Zoroastrianism. However, he did not hide the first-grade saint's stone mine for himself. Instead, he hid it for his family and friends. To the azure cloud mansion that was located in the Debussy subterranean, a large amount of first-grade saint stones was definitely a huge fortune. It could even raise the overall strength of the azure cloud mansion by more than one level. Although the White Tiger Sanctum's bronze flame elder did not know why Duan Lingtian rejected his good intentions, he did not say anything since Duan Lingtian insisted. After spending another 3 hours, Duan Lingtian successfully completed his mission for the day. Next, it's time for me to look for a place to stay. It said that the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples' residence in the punishment zone in the first mine of the Four Symbols Sanctums has a cultivation environment that's similar to the Primus houses in the Four Symbols Sanctums. I, Duan Lingtian, want that mansion. His eyes gleamed as he made up his mind. Chapter 1967. The residence of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples in the punishment zone of the first mine of the Four Symbols Sanctums had many cultivation residences. Similar to the sanctums of the Four Symbols Sanctums, they were divided into Primus houses, second houses, third houses, and fourth houses. They were arranged in the shape of a four-tiered pyramid. However, since there were not many Four Symbols Sanctums disciples in the punishment zone of the first mine of the Four Symbols Sanctums, there were not many cultivation residences. For example, each of the Four Symbols Sanctums disciples had 10 Primus houses, but there was only one here. There were only 10 second houses. There were only 100 third houses. There were more fourth houses. There were a total of 2,000 fourth houses. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the residence of the Four Symbols Sanctums disciples in the punishment zone of the first mine of the Four Symbols Sanctums disciples, he immediately fixed his gaze on the floating island at the highest point. The floating island was suspended at the highest point. It was like a moon surrounded by stars. It was like a crane among chickens. It was extremely eye-catching. He's not here? Duan Lingtian, who was hovering near the Primus house where the Four Symbols Sanctums disciples stayed in the punishment zone, extended his divine consciousness. He discovered the Primus house was empty. It seems like the person staying in the Primus house hasn't returned yet. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, Duan Lingtian decided to wait here for the owner of the Primus house to return. Since he's able to stay in the Primus house, he must be one of the most outstanding disciples among the Four Symbols Sanctums disciples in the first mine of the punishment zone. In fact, he can be said to be the strongest among the Four Symbols Sanctums disciples in the first mine of the punishment zone. Although Duan Lingtian knew his opponent was powerful, he was not afraid at all. Currently, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Just his son's saint energy alone was comparable to the saint energy of an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. For this reason, with the help of his divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, he was able to toy with Niu Kong, whose cultivation base had just broken through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage. With just a single blow, he had severely injured Niu Kong. In terms of saint energy alone, he was not inferior to Niu Kong. Naturally, it was easy for him to defeat Niu Kong. Of course, defeating Niu Kong did not give Duan Lingtian any sense of accomplishment. It was to the extent that even if he defeated the current owner of the Primus house, Duan Lingtian would not feel much of a sense of accomplishment. When Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the intermediate divine saint stage, he could easily kill an ordinary early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator with the various divine abilities he had mastered. His strength was comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. Currently, his cultivation base had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs and had broken through to the peak of the divine saint stage. In other words, his current strength was so strong that it surpassed most mastery quintessential saint stage martial cultivators. It was almost comparable to a martial cultivator at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Naturally, the prerequisite for him to be able to overpower a mastery quintessential saint stage martial cultivator was that his opponent did not master any powerful divine abilities, especially high-grade divine abilities. Otherwise, there would be too many uncertainties. Even Duan Lingtian would not dare to say he would win easily. Isn't that Duan Lingtian? Why is he standing outside the Primus house? Soon after, 2 Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples returned from their mission. When they saw Duan Lingtian standing outside the Primus house with an extra-large wicker basket on his back, they could not help but be stunned. He. Don't tell me he's going to challenge senior brother Sunda in the Primus house. Soon after, one of them regained his senses. His eyes widened as he asked in disbelief. That's possible. The other person nodded. He's crazy. He's really crazy. Does he think the early quintessential Saint Stage Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple whom he killed can compare to senior brother Sunda? Senior brother Sunda is someone who has half a foot in the Mastery Quintessential Saint Stage. He could break through to the Mastery Quintessential Saint Stage at any time. That's right. Once senior brother Sunda breaks through to the Mastery Quintessential Saint Stage, he'll have a chance to become a Saint Land disciple. On the day he becomes a Saint Land disciple, he'll be exempted from his previous punishment and leave the first mine. The 2 Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples spoke highly of the owner of the Primus house, a Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple called Sunda. Based on their words, they did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Sunda. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian standing in the air outside the Primus house with his eyes closed as he waited for Sunda's return, they did not return to their own residences in a hurry. Instead, they accompanied Duan Lingtian as they waited for Sunda's return. As time passed by, more and more Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples returned. When they saw Duan Lingtian's intention of seizing the Primus house, none of them were in a hurry to return to their own residences. Instead, they waited for Sunda's return with great interest. This Duan Lingtian actually wants to challenge senior brother Sunda. Senior brother Sunda is the strongest powerhouse among the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples in the first mine's punishment zone. He's someone who has half a foot in the Mastery Quintessential Saint Stage. That's not all. Senior brother Sunda has even mastered 2 medium-grade divine abilities. It's said that he has already comprehended most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Before he was banished to the first mine, he's widely acknowledged as one of the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Senior brother Sunda is a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, and Duan Lingtian is also a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. This is going to be interesting. More and more Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples gathered to watch. Their whispers were heard by Duan Lingtian. Someone who has half a foot in the Mastery Quintessential Saint Stage. One of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who has the highest chance of comprehending the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. The former did not make Duan Lingtian feel pressured at all. However, the latter caused ripples in Duan Lingtian's heart. If Sunda really manages to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, it'll be a good thing for me. In the past, Duan Lingtian was eager to witness someone casting the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, with his own eyes. This was because he discovered that he could only cast a divine ability. Only by witnessing someone perform a divine ability with his own eyes would he be able to successfully comprehend the divine ability in a short period of time with the Sovereign Heart Sword, which had been tempered thousands of times. Senior brother Sunda is back. Duan Lingtian only opened his eyes when someone exclaimed in surprise. He saw the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple, Sunda, flying toward him under everyone's watchful eyes. Sunda was a middle-aged man. He looked inconspicuous, but he gave off a simple and unadorned feeling. No matter how noisy the surroundings were, his expression did not change at all. From the beginning until the end, he had a solemn expression as though someone owed him money. You want to challenge me? Sunda asked calmly when he arrived near Duan Lingtian. He looked at Duan Lingtian who had turned around. Please enlighten me, senior brother Sunda. Duan Lingtian nodded. Make your move. Sunda was very straightforward. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic aura surged out of his body. It was the aura of the majestic saint energy that he had mobilized in his body. As soon as the saint energy appeared on the surface of his body, it caused ripples to form in the air around him. The aura of an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse swept out in all directions. Elementary devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. The Sun Saint energy in his body instantly extended out through his 99 saint veins as he cast his high-grade assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool that was clearly visible appeared with his body as the center. As the whirlpool twisted and spun rapidly, a powerful suction force appeared. In just a few moments, it devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. It's Duan Lingtian's high-grade assist-type divine ability. What a terrifying assist-type divine ability. In just a blink of an eye, I feel like all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings is being devoured by him. I can't even sense how much heaven and earth spirit energy there is in the surroundings. His saint energy is constantly increasing. As Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, the group of 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples' attention was attracted by the whirlpool that overlapped with his body. Although they had heard that Duan Lingtian had mastered a powerful high-grade assist-type divine ability, they could not help but feel shocked when they witnessed it with their own eyes. At this moment, as Duan Lingtian cast this high-grade assist-type divine ability, they could clearly sense that Duan Lingtian's saint energy was constantly increasing. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint energy was only comparable to the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. After that, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint energy continued to increase. First, it gradually increased to the saint energy at the early quintessential saint stage. Then, it successfully increased to the saint energy at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Since then, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint energy did not continue to increase. Even so, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint energy had already increased to the point where it was comparable to Sunda's saint energy. Both of their saint energies were at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Naturally, unlike Sunda, Duan Lingtian's saint energy was only increased by the assist-type divine ability. It would not last for long. Previously, when Duan Lingtian defeated Niu Kong, I was there as well. However, I didn't notice if Duan Lingtian had cast any assist-type divine ability. Now, it seems like Duan Lingtian did not cast any assist-type divine ability during his battle with Niu Kong. Currently, Duan Lingtian, who has cast his assist-type divine ability, has actually increased his saint energy to the intermediate quintessential saint stage in such a short period of time. In fact, when he had increased his saint energy to the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he was able to kill an early quintessential saint stage disciple in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Currently, I'm afraid it won't be difficult for him to defeat senior brother Sunda. Heavens! Duan Lingtian's strength has actually increased to such a level in just 3 months. Is he really just a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root? Chapter 1968. Many of the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples present on the scene knew Duan Lingtian had defeated Niu Kong. However, they thought Duan Lingtian had used his high-grade assist-type divine ability to defeat Niu Kong. However, they finally realized Duan Lingtian might not have used his assist-type divine ability when he defeated Niu Kong. Before he used his assist-type divine ability, his saint energy was already at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. In other words, his current cultivation base is most likely at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. How's this possible? In fact, his cultivation base was only at the intermediate exemplary saint stage 3 months ago. He managed to break through from the intermediate exemplary saint stage to the peak of the exemplary saint stage in just 3 months. I'm afraid only those monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots would be able to achieve such a feat. Duan Lingtian only has a yellow innate spiritual root. How's it possible for his cultivation base to improve so quickly? Something must have gone wrong. Could it be that something went wrong when the Black Turtle Sanctum tested his innate spiritual root? Even after he killed his fellow disciples, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall still protected him. Could it be because he displayed his true martial Dao innate spiritual root? Now that you mention it, it's possible. If that's the case, everything makes sense now. The group of 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. They began to suspect Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was a high-grade innate spiritual root. Otherwise, How was it possible for his cultivation base to break through from the intermediate exemplary saint stage to the peak of the exemplary saint stage in just 3 months? I don't think so. At this moment, a Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple suddenly spoke. His voice was so loud that it drowned out most of the voices in the crowd. After successfully attracting the attention of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples, he continued to say, based on what I know, when Duan Lingtian first came to the Zoroastrianism, he used a special technique to conceal his cultivation base. I'm thinking the cultivation base at the intermediate exemplary saint stage that he displayed earlier might be his cultivation base after he hit it. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples' words caused many disciples to recall the rumors about Duan Lingtian. That seems to be the case. It's possible. If that's the case, it makes sense. However, I can't believe Duan Lingtian has concealed his cultivation base. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is cultivation innate spiritual roots cultivation base spiritual root cultivation base. Based on the 3 high-grade divine abilities that Duan Lingtian has mastered and his past attacks, even if his cultivation base is only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he'll be able to display strength comparable to a mastery quintessential saint stage martial cultivator for a short period of time. At this time, the situation at the scene became even more muddy. It Four Symbols Saint 4 Saint Marshals A, Tian's disciples as, made 4 maids, s, however, the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were certain of one thing. Currently, Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability had raised his strength so he was much stronger than Sun De. At the same time, Sun De's expression changed for the first time, becoming solemn. It was apparent he felt the pressure as well. Whoosh! After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, Sun De no longer dared to be careless. With just a raise of his hand, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. As saint energy surged into it, the spear ray grew brighter. Senior brother Sun De has taken out his 100 inscriptions saint weapon. It seems like he's feeling the pressure from Duan Lingtian's strength. Of course. However, even if senior brother Sun De has taken out his 100 inscriptions saint weapon, there shouldn't be any suspense in this battle. Perhaps, he'll be able to fight with Duan Lingtian if his cultivation base has broken through to the mastery quintessential saint stage and mastered the Black Turtle's barrier, That's right. Although Duan Lingtian won't be able to last long with his current strength, it won't be difficult for him to defeat senior brother Sun De in a short time with his strength and 3 high-grade divine abilities. In the beginning, the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene thought highly of Sun De. However, now that they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, they thought even more highly of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Sun De chose to make the first move. His figure flashed like a phantom as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Boom! Rumble! At the same time, the 100 inscriptions saint spear in Sun De's hand trembled as a vast amount of saint energy swept out. It caused the air to tremble as a loud explosion rang in the air. Golden Crow's wings. However, in the face of Sun De who was charging toward him with his spear, Duan Lingtian cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. In just a blink of an eye, a pair of flaming wings appeared behind Duan Lingtian. Without warning, the Golden Crow's wings flapped forcefully. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of thunderous air explosions that shook the sky, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and easily dodged Sun De who was charging at him head-on at an extremely fast speed. Sun De's speed was nothing compared to the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, that he had cast. Since he knows he can't catch up to me, he's giving up. After dodging Sun De's attack, Duan Lingtian realized Sun De had stopped moving at the spot where he was standing. He could not help but think to himself. However, before Duan Lingtian could think of anything else, he noticed Sun De had made his move again. Sun De extended his arm and lifted the 100 inscriptions saint spear in his hand. The tip of the spear pointed upwards as he pointed it at Duan Lingtian's head. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness could clearly feel a mysterious energy shooting out from Sun De's 100 inscriptions saint spear. It was extremely fast as it shot toward the sky above his head. This mysterious energy was invisible. If it was not for Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness, he would not have noticed it. However, since this energy did not attack Duan Lingtian did not do anything. He only lifted his head to look at the sky above his head. What's he doing? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. However, in the next moment, his pupils could not help but shrink. As he lifted his head, he saw the sky above his head. As the mysterious power from Sunda's 100-pattern Saint Spear struck the space above his head, the space immediately trembled and seemed to distort. Boom! 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 In the next moment, with the sound of thunder, bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm appeared in the distorted void. They gathered in the blink of an eye. Over 100 thick bolts of purple lightning floated in the air, looking very strange. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Fall. At this moment, Sunda's roar rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. When Duan Lingtian glanced at Sunda from the corner of his eye, he saw Sunda shake the 100 inscriptions Saint Spear in his hand and press the tip of the 100 inscriptions Saint Spear down. Boom! 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 As soon as Sunda made his move, a series of earth-shattering thunderclaps resonated above Duan Lingtian's head. Hundreds of bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm appeared as well. Dao Cultivator. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened again. His expression turned solemn when he realized Sunda was not a martial cultivator but a Dao cultivator. Although Duan Lingtian had encountered Dao cultivators since he came to the Dao martial saint land, he did not encounter many Dao cultivators. He had always been puzzled by this. In the Dao martial saint land, Dao and martial referred to Dao cultivators and martial cultivators. However, why was it that after coming to the Dao martial saint land for such a long time and coming to the upper province from the distant lower province, he had not met many Dao cultivators? Duan Lingtian could only console himself that it was a matter of luck. However, now, he had finally met a Dao cultivator. Moreover, it was a Dao cultivator with extraordinary strength. The moment he made his move, he mobilized the heaven and earth energy and transformed it into hundreds of bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm. They rained down on Duan Lingtian. Each bolt of lightning was extremely fast. It was not any slower than an ordinary intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. There seems to be more than just traces of Dao techniques in these bolts of lightning. There are traces of divine abilities as well. Faced with the thick bolts of lightning that covered the sky, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense something when he extended his divine consciousness and came into contact with the bolts of lightning. The Dao technique, the 100 thunderclaps, that senior brother Sunda has cast seems to be completely different from the 100 thunderclaps he had cast in the past. Didn't he cultivate this Dao technique to the highest stage a long time ago? When the hundreds of bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm rained down on Duan Lingtian and were about to devour him, the four symbols sanctum's disciples who were watching by the side also noticed something. Isn't this the aura of the intermediate offensive divine ability, the unstoppable thunderbolt? At the same time, some people also noticed the profundity of Sunda's attack. Not only did it contain the Dao technique, the 100 thunderclaps, but it also contained the intermediate offensive divine ability, the unstoppable thunderbolt. 100 thunderclaps? Unstoppable thunderbolt? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Faced with the hundreds of bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm, he did not dodge them. Instead, he stood still on the spot. Myriad sword territory. At this moment, with Duan Lingtian as the center, the area within a 100-meter radius of him had become a golden ocean formed by 10,000 golden sword rays. It completely blocked everyone's line of sight, including Sunda's. Open. With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, a huge opening suddenly appeared on top of the myriad sword territory. The hundreds of bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm entered the opening. Duan Lingtian was instantly exposed to the hundreds of bolts of lightning. Qi. 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 Chapter 1969. Duan Ling Tian, who had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, was completely exposed to the hundreds of bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm. Even then, Duan Ling Tian was still like a towering mountain that stood there without moving. The lightning flashed and purple light flashed, causing the dragon scales on Duan Ling Tian's body to reflect dazzling rays of light. Boom! 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 Finally, the hundreds of thick bolts of lightning struck Duan Ling Tian's body and completely engulfed Duan Ling Tian. The power of each of the hundreds of bolts of lightning was not inferior to the attack of an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. When they were close to Duan Ling Tian, they gathered together and struck Duan Ling Tian's body at the same time. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian only felt a vast, majestic, and terrifying energy surging toward him and pressing down on his body with a loud bang. After a while, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the 9-clawed dragon warrior's body was not weak at all. Although the energy caused his body to tremble and his organs to vibrate, it did not hurt him at all due to the powerful physical body of a 9-clawed dragon warrior that had merged with the Sun Saint energy. Although the impact was strong, it did not break through the defense on the surface of his body. The physical body of a 9-clawed dragon warrior combined with the Sun Saint energy that was comparable to an intermediate quintessential Saint stage powerhouse easily blocked Sunda's attack that contained both Dao method and divine ability. As expected of a 9-clawed dragon warrior whose physical defense is comparable to an 8-clawed divine dragon, Duan Ling Tian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. With Sunda's cultivation base, this attack must be his most powerful attack. Duan Ling Tian, who was unscathed after taking on the hundreds of bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm, thought to himself. At the same time, the characteristics of dragons on his body faded away, and he returned to his human form. The 9-clawed dragon warrior disappeared and concealed himself. Now, it's my turn to counterattack. With a glint in his eyes, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his 10,000 swords territory that was blocking everyone's sight. In the next moment, the unscathed Duan Ling Tian reappeared before everyone's eyes. Sunda, who was standing nearby, widened his eyes as horror dawned on him. Initially, he thought he would be able to injure Duan Ling Tian with his full strength. If Duan Ling Tian was injured, he would have a chance to strike. And perhaps, he could buy some time until the effect of Duan Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability had disappeared. Once the effect of Duan Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability disappeared, he would return to his original state and might even fall into a weakened state. Duan Ling Tian, whose cultivation base was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, was no match for him after he lost his assist-type divine ability. However, while imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel. Duan Ling, king of Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian S. Duan Ling Tian Ling. Although he did not know what technique Duan Ling Tian had used when he consolidated his territory, he did not know. However, it was a fact that Duan Ling Tian had effortlessly withstood his full force attack. It was also because of this that he switched from being active to being passive. He's actually unscathed. At the same time, the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian was unscathed. Although they knew Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Sunda, they did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to withstand Sunda's full-strength attack so easily. Unfortunately, senior brother Duan Ling Tian has consolidated his territory to block our sight. Otherwise, we would have been able to see how he withstood senior brother Sunda's attack. Many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples felt it was a pity. Naturally, they did not think Duan Ling Tian had intentionally consolidated his territory to block their sight. They thought Duan Ling Tian had to rely on his territory to withstand Sunda's full-strength attack. Senior brother Sunda is going to lose. At the same time, the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples thought to themselves. They did not think there was any suspense in this battle. Senior brother Sunda, please excuse me. When the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples thought there was no suspense in this battle, Duan Ling Tian happened to look at Sunda. After exchanging greetings, a pair of flaming wings appeared on Duan Ling Tian's back. It was the wings that were transformed from his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. In the next instant, the Golden Crow's wings flapped. At once. Boom! 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 Another series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian charged towards Sunda at an extremely fast speed like a fleeting shadow. Sunda's expression turned solemn as soon as the golden crow's wings on Duan Ling Tian's back flapped. The saint energy on the surface of his body increased rapidly. One could see he was continuously mobilizing the saint energy in his body as though he was preparing for something. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian, who was moving at lightning speed, was already near Sunda. Whoosh! 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 As Duan Lingtian's sun saint energy spread out from his body, in the next instant, solidified golden sword chi appeared around his body. Each sword chi contained an extremely sharp aura as though it could tear everything apart. There were more than 100 sword chi. Go! Duan Lingtian shouted in his heart. The hundreds of sword chi that were originally revolving around his body seemed to have received an order as they charged towards Sunda like rain. The hundreds of sword chi shot out in a domineering manner. Although the scene was not as exaggerated as Sunda's previous attack, its power was not inferior to his previous attack. When the sword chi shot out, it gave Sunda great pressure. Black Tortoise's barrier. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Sunda's eyes turned red as he suddenly shouted. His voice was so loud that it reverberated in everyone's ears. His shout not only shocked the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples, but it also shocked them so much that they narrowed their eyes and revealed looks of shock. Even Duan Lingtian was taken aback. The Black Tortoise's barrier? In the next instant, Duan Lingtian clearly saw the sword chi. Before the hundreds of sword chi that he had infused with the profundity of the Sovereign Heart sword could get close to Sunda, they were blocked by an invisible force. It was as though they had collided with an invisible wall. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, a gigantic black tortoise's silhouette strangely appeared around Sunda's body. The black tortoise's silhouette was translucent. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it clearly. The hundreds of sword chi controlled by Duan Lingtian were blocked by the black tortoise's silhouette. The black tortoise's silhouette was like an iron wall that protected Sunda. Although it managed to block the hundreds of sword chi, the black tortoise's silhouette did not have an easy time. The gigantic black tortoise's silhouette trembled violently from the impact. Ripples began to appear in the air and spread out. It gave people a visual shock. So this is the black tortoise's barrier? Duan Lingtian was in no hurry to launch a second attack since his first attack had failed. Although he knew he could easily defeat the black tortoise's silhouette with his divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, he was in no hurry to do so. This was because he had more important things to do at this moment. Duan Lingtian stared at the black tortoise's silhouette in front of him as though he was observing something. His mind was completely immersed in the black tortoise's silhouette. The other Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples also regained their senses at this moment. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on their faces. Senior brother Sunda. He actually managed to successfully comprehend the Black Tortoise's barrier, the most treasured divine ability in the Black Tortoise Sanctum. The Black Tortoise's barrier is not only the most treasured divine ability in the Black Tortoise Sanctum, but it's also the #1 defensive divine ability in the Zoroastrianism. I can't believe Senior Brother Sunda actually managed to comprehend it. Since Senior Brother Sunda has comprehended the divine ability, the Black Tortoise's barrier, he can directly enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. When did Senior Brother Sunda successfully comprehend the Black Tortoise's barrier? Since he has successfully comprehended the Black Tortoise's barrier, why isn't he leaving? The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. Many of them found it strange that Sunda did not leave the first mine even though he had successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Tortoise's barrier. Could it be that Senior Brother Sunda has just successfully comprehended the Black Tortoise's barrier? One of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples could not help but guess. His words caused an uproar again. Then, many people looked at Sunda, who was shrouded by the Black Tortoise's silhouette, in unison. He had just successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Tortoise's barrier? Was this true? Their hearts were filled with questions and curiosity. Senior brother Sunda. Did you just successfully comprehend the divine ability, the Black Tortoise's barrier? Soon after, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Sunda, who was shrouded by the Black Tortoise's silhouette. At this moment, he could see the pleasant surprise on Sunda's face. This was why he asked this question. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian was observing the Black Tortoise's silhouette, he had also noticed many traces of inexperience on it. Due to this reason, he guessed. Sunda must have just successfully comprehended the Black Tortoise's barrier, the Black Tortoise's barrier. When he saw the pleasant surprise on Sunda's face, he could not help but confirm his guess. Sunda must have just comprehended the divine ability, the Black Tortoise's barrier. That's right. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Sunda suppressed the wild joy in his heart and cupped his fists at Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, you're the main reason I'm able to successfully comprehend the Black Tortoise's barrier today. I'd like to thank you. As soon as Sunda finished speaking, he bowed at Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were dumbfounded. What was going on? Sunda had successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Tortoise's barrier, so why would he say his opponent was the main reason? The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were puzzled. Duan Lingtian was puzzled as well. Senior brother Sunda, what do you mean by that? Earlier, under the pressure of your attack, I felt as though I was going through a life and death situation. In that moment of life and death, many of the problems I had when I was comprehending the divine ability, the Black Tortoise's barrier, were resolved. Under your pressure, I successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Tortoise's barrier. Chapter 1970. The Black Turtle's barrier was a high-grade defensive divine ability. Not only was it the most treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle's sanctum, but it was also the #1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism. As the #1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's barrier was very famous in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Of course, it was extremely difficult to successfully comprehend such a divine ability. Currently, there were less than 10 people who had successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in Zoroastrianism. Due to this reason, the group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene was shocked when they saw Sunda casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Because this was a very shocking thing. If news of this spread out, it would definitely cause a commotion in the Four Symbols Sanctums. Senior brother Sunda has only just comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier. Many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were shocked when they heard Sunda's words to Duan Lingtian. I knew it. If senior brother Sunda had already comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, he wouldn't have to stay here and mine Saint Stones today. As it turns out, he has only just comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier. Many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples finally understood. Based on senior brother Sunda's words, it's all thanks to Duan Lingtian that he was able to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. Sometimes, pressure can be transformed into motivation. Senior brother Sunda managed to find a suitable opportunity under the pressure from Duan Lingtian and successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier. Since senior brother Sunda has successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, it means he doesn't have to stay in the first mine anymore. How enviable. Not only does he no longer have to stay in the first mine, but since he has successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, he can directly enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. The group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. Their gazes were filled with envy as they looked at Sunda. Becoming a Saint Land disciple was the goal of every Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple. As for the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who had been banished to the first mine for service, they had no choice but to accept it. Becoming a Saint Land disciple would not only allow him to achieve his goal of many years, but he would also be exempted from punishment and would no longer have to serve in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. He could even leave for the Holy Land of Zoroastrianism and become a disciple of the Holy Land. Because of this, they were very envious of Sunda. Congratulations, senior brother Sunda. Hearing Sunda's words, Duan Lingtian immediately came to a realization and congratulated Sunda. Junior brother Lingtian, since I've already mastered our Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. This means that I can be exempted from punishment and leave the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mind to head to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. From today onward, the Primus House in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mind belongs to you, Sunda said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, he smiled wryly and added, naturally, even if I didn't leave, I wouldn't be able to keep this Primus House in front of you, junior brother Lingtian. I know very well that although I've successfully mastered the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, and managed to block your attack earlier, junior brother Lingtian, you still haven't used your full strength. Junior brother Lingtian, you haven't unleashed your full strength yet. Once you cast your high-grade offensive divine ability, even if I cast the Black Turtle's barrier, I won't be able to block your attack. Sunda was very self-aware after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. He said bluntly that even if he had mastered the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, he would still not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Sunda's words, the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene agreed. Senior brother Sunda, you must be joking. You're very strong as well. If it wasn't for the assist-type divine ability, I wouldn't be a match for you. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he spoke politely and modestly. Assist-type divine ability is also a part of one's strength. Junior brother Lingtian, I look forward to meeting you in the Saint Land. Sunda shook his head as well. When he reached the end of his sentence, he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and turned around to leave. Since he had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the most treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum, there was no need for him to continue staying in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. He could directly enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. I will. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked at Sunda's disappearing figure, and he muttered in his heart. However, it's an unexpected gain to be able to witness senior brother Sunda casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a little excited. Although Sunda had only managed to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, due to his oppression, Duan Lingtian had given him a chance. However, Sunda's casting of the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, had given him a chance to personally experience the Black Turtle's barrier. Now that he had witnessed Sunda casting the Black Turtle's barrier with his own eyes, he was enlightened. I'm confident that I'll be able to comprehend the number one defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in half a year at most. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. Then, under the watchful eyes of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples, Duan Lingtian entered the Primus House that originally belonged to Sunda. From now on, this would be Duan Lingtian's residence. Initially, I thought I'd have to stay in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine for another half a year before I can head to the Saint Land. After all, the Saint Land assessment is in half a year. However, now that I've witnessed senior brother Sunda casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, there's no need to wait for another half a year. As long as I successfully comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, just like senior brother Sunda, I'll be able to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as soon as he entered the Primus House. When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with determination. I'll soon enter the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. I know you're in the enforcement hall of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Wait for me. It won't be long before you and I meet again. Also, our daughter. I'm an incompetent father, but I'll be able to see her soon. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, a hint of gentleness could be seen in his eyes. A hint of anticipation could be seen in his gentle gaze. From now on, I'll wholeheartedly comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, the number one divine ability of Zoroastrianism. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he immediately entered the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. His mind was completely immersed in comprehending the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Since he had personally witnessed Sunda casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, today, Duan Lingtian had a much easier time comprehending the divine ability. Many of the problems he had in the past had been solved. It could be said that he had inadvertently helped Sunda master the Black Turtle's barrier, and he had also helped himself. Otherwise, he would not have known where he could go to observe others casting the Black Turtle's barrier. Now that he had personally witnessed Sunda casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, it was as though he had received divine help. With the help of his heart that had been tempered by the sovereign heart sword, he was confident he would be able to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian was cultivating in the Primus house. However, he was unaware that the group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples outside had not dispersed for a long time. Currently, the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were gathered together. Their conversation did not stray away from Duan Lingtian. I can't believe Duan Lingtian is so powerful. That's right. Even senior brother Sunda, who has mastered the #1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's barrier, is no match for him. Senior brother Sunda is an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Moreover, he's about to head to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. Humph. He only has a yellow innate spiritual root. His cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage is the limit of his innate talent. He'll only be like this for the rest of his life. High-grade divine abilities are really terrifying. A mere martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage has mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. His strength is not inferior to an ordinary mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse. If only I can master a high-grade divine ability as well. As the saying went, all good things must come to an end. After the group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed for a while, they dispersed and returned to their own residences. The next day, a shocking piece of news swept through the Four Symbols Sanctums of Zoroastrianism. This shocking piece of news was Sunda, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was banished to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine for 20 years, was exempted from his previous punishment because he had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the treasured divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Someone has actually successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Black Turtle's barrier? The Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and the Black Turtle Sanctum were filled with similar discussions. It pressured the disciples of the 3 sanctums. After all, the treasured divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum was widely acknowledged as the most difficult one among the Four Symbols Sanctums. Now that someone had successfully comprehended the most difficult divine ability, if the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Vermilion Bird Sanctum did not make any progress, would they not be looked down upon? Would people not think the 3 sanctums were inferior to the Black Turtle Sanctum? At this moment, many people began to gather around the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Black Turtle Sanctum. All of them were trying their best to comprehend the treasured divine ability of each sanctum. Well done, senior brother Sunda. Ha! Our Black Turtle Sanctum has another person who has comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Senior brother Sunda, you've really made our Black Turtle Sanctum proud. Unlike the other 3 sanctums, the Black Turtle Sanctum was bustling with noise and excitement. Many people were even celebrating the fact that the Black Turtle Sanctum had another person who had successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability. At the same time, another piece of news from the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine also spread like wildfire in the Four Symbols Sanctums. Chapter 1971. The name Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar to the people from the Four Symbols Sanctums. How could it be unfamiliar? First, he had offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, as soon as he arrived at the Zoroastrianism Sanctum. Then, he had even killed Lian's grand disciple, Yuan Hong, a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Not only did he kill Yuan Hong, but he had also killed Yuan Kuang, Yuan Hong's younger brother. Just when everyone thought he had intentionally killed Yuan Kuang and would be sentenced to death, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong had protected him. Even the Saint Land Enforcement Hall had protected him. All these reasons were enough to make the name Duan Lingtian a legend in the Four Symbols Sanctums. However, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Lingtian, had caused trouble again. Moreover, the trouble he caused was related to Sunda, who had caused a commotion in the Four Symbols Sanctum. Duan Lingtian defeated Sunda as soon as he arrived at the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. You must be joking. When the people from the Four Symbols Sanctums, whether it was the people from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, Vermilion Bird Sanctum, or Black Turtle Sanctum, most of them did not believe it. However, when the news was confirmed by some of the Four Symbols Sanctum's elders, they had no choice but to believe it. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage? Then, does this mean he didn't use his full strength when he fought with Yuan Hong earlier? Isn't he hiding his strength a little too well? Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Four Symbols Sanctums. It was apparent the people from the Four Symbols Sanctums had also learned about Duan Lingtian displaying his saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. For a moment, they were certain Duan Lingtian had been hiding his cultivation base from the beginning. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage because he's intentionally hiding his cultivation base? Many people had the same thought. However, their doubts were quickly rejected by the others. Impossible. Don't forget that he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. On the other hand, mediocre people with yellow innate spiritual roots would usually reach the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Breaking through to the quintessential saint stage is harder than ascending the heavens. The news that Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root had long spread in the Four Symbols Sanctums. Due to this reason, everyone in the Four Symbols Sanctums knew about it. For a moment, most people felt that Duan Lingtian's current cultivation had reached his limit. In the future, it would be difficult for him to advance even an inch. However, these people thought this way because they were certain Duan Lingtian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. It was only natural for them to assume that he had a yellow innate spiritual root. In the Four Symbols Sanctums, some people knew Duan Lingtian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root but a blue innate spiritual root. One of them was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. Lian had also heard about how the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Sunda, had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the treasured divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Regarding this matter, at the same time he was surprised, his heart was also filled with jealousy. Even he, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, had yet to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. How could he not be jealous when an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple had successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, before him? Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. He defeated Sunda. Li An's attention was diverted by this piece of news. Horror dawned on him. That little bastard. Has he been at the peak of the exemplary saint stage for a long time or has he just made a breakthrough? Lian could not help but wonder about Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. This was because even he was not certain if Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage or not. However, regardless of whether Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage, Duan Lingtian's existence made him feel threatened. He knew this very well. Since Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root, it meant Duan Lingtian's achievements in the future would not be inferior to his. Not only that, but with Duan Lingtian's innate talent in comprehending divine abilities, he would most likely become a Golden Flame Elder in the future. A Golden Flame Elder was an existence that was superior to him, Lian. If Duan Lingtian really went that far, he, Lian, would be finished. Completely finished. No. I can't let this drag on any longer. Duan Lingtian must die. Li An's breathing quickened when he regained his senses. As he muttered to himself, his eyes gleamed coldly like a venomous snake that was looking around, ready to pounce at any time. Li An did not think much of Duan Lingtian, who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. He knew Duan Lingtian's innate talent in comprehending divine abilities was heaven-defying. However, Duan Lingtian, who possessed a blue innate spiritual root and had a heaven-defying innate talent in comprehending divine abilities, made Lian wary and fearful. He was almost certain. An existence like Duan Lingtian would definitely become a huge threat when he grew up in the future. However, it won't be easy to kill him in the first mine. Moreover, his current strength is comparable to an ordinary mastery quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. Li An's expression turned grave when he thought of this. In the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, apart from the elders of the first mine, only the enforcement elder and the sinners brought by the enforcement elder were allowed to enter. It was impossible for Lian to enter the first mine, let alone kill someone there. Duan Lingtian. Do you really think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the first mine? Lian sneered before he left his residence. He continued to move forward rapidly. When he finally came to a halt, he had already arrived at the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. He stopped in front of a Primus house. Elder Lian. It's Elder Lian. Li An's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Hong Su. After Lian came to a halt, he glanced at the Primus house in front of him and extended his divine consciousness. He easily entered the Primus house and sent a voice transmission to the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple inside. Who's there? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was cultivating in the Primus house was suddenly awakened. His expression turned grave immediately as flames of fury burned in his eyes. He wanted to slap the person who had awakened him a few times. It's me, Lian. The voice transmission rang again, causing the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's expression to turn grave again. However, this time, his expression was no longer grave. Instead, he forced a smile that was uglier than crying. That was not all. Even the blazing fury in his eyes had completely vanished at this moment. Creak. Under Li An's gaze, the door of the Primus house opened. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple walked out and bowed respectfully at him. Greetings, Elder Lian. This Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was a middle-aged man. He had an ordinary appearance and a medium build. He was extremely ordinary. In fact, he was so inconspicuous that he could not be found in the group. It's senior brother Hong Su. Why is Elder Lian looking for senior brother Hong Su? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who did not return to their own residences immediately saw the middle-aged man who was called out by Lian. When they saw the middle-aged man, their eyes were filled with respect. Hong Su was widely acknowledged as the great senior brother by the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. The reason he was widely acknowledged as the great senior brother was because he was very powerful. Moreover, his cultivation base had already broken through to the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage more than a year ago. Hong Su was also the only Mastery Quintessential Saint stage disciple in the Black Turtle Sanctum. However, when they saw Lian looking for Hong Su, they found it strange. They did not know why Lian was looking for Hong Su. As far as they knew, there was no relationship between the two of them. While the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples was still feeling puzzled, Hong Su's voice rang out. Come with me. Lian said to Hong Su indifferently before he flew out of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence. His silhouette gradually disappeared before the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' eyes. When Li An's silhouette disappeared into the distance, Hong Su followed him even though he was still puzzled. Lian was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. He would still be a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple before the next Saint Land assessment. Due to this reason, he did not dare to offend Lian. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples saw Lian and Hong Su leaving one after another, they finally withdrew their gazes. Naturally, due to Li An's deterrence, nobody dared to follow him. Outside the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence, Lian came to a halt in a remote bamboo forest. Elder Lian, you're looking for me? Hong Su, who was following behind him, came to a halt. At the same time, he looked at Lian, who had turned around and asked in confusion. Hong Su, I want you to go to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine and kill someone. Li An's eyes flashed coldly as he said bluntly. Swoosh. Upon hearing Li An's words, horror dawned on Hong Su's face. Elder Lian, you want me to go to the first mine to kill Duan Lingtian? Although Hong Su had been in closed-door cultivation most of the time, he would still come out sometimes. For this reason, he knew everything about Duan Lingtian. For this reason, when Lian directly asked him to go to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine to kill someone, the first person he thought of was Duan Lingtian. That's right. Lian nodded when he heard Hong Su's question. Elder Lian, I'm afraid I can't do as you say. After taking a deep breath, Hong Su rejected Lian in the end. Put aside the fact that he was not confident he could kill Duan Lingtian, so what if he could kill Duan Lingtian? In the end, he would still be executed for violating the Zoroastrianism's rule. Hong Su, have you thought this through? If I'm not mistaken, your clan, the Hong clan, is in the western region. Lian was not surprised by Hong Su's rejection. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Hong Su meaningfully. Hong Su's expression turned grave immediately. Elder Lian, are you threatening me? You can take it as a threat. Chapter 1972. Hong Su's expression changed again when he heard Lian's words. In this world where only the strong were respected, most people were selfish. However, to Hong Su, his family was even more important than his life. This was because he had relied on his clan's support to achieve what he had today. If it was not for his clan's support, he would not have been able to achieve what he had at such a young age, since his innate spiritual root was only light green. In other words, he had relied 30% on himself and 70% on his clan to achieve what he had today. Elder Lian, Duan Lingtian is so strong that even Sunda, who has mastered the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, was defeated by him. Although my cultivation base is at the mastery quintessential saint stage, I might not be a match for him. Hong Su looked at Lian with bloodshot eyes as he said with a grave expression, even if I'm stronger than him, I won't be able to defeat him by much. It's difficult for me to kill him in such a short time without giving the elders in the punishment zone of the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine a chance to interfere. It was apparent Hong Su had compromised when faced with Li An's request. However, he had no choice but to compromise. In his heart, the importance of his family was even more important than his own life. He even suspected that it was precisely because of this that Lian had used his clan to threaten him. He had thought of resisting Li An's threat and seeking justice from the enforcement elder. However, he knew that even if he managed to seek justice, Lian would only be lightly punished at most. After all, Lian had only threatened him. He had not harmed or killed him. As for his clan and the lives of his family members, before he grew to the point where the Zoroastrianism valued him, the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism did not care about him at all. Even if Lian destroyed his clan, the Zoroastrianism would not interfere. In the eyes of the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism, this was merely Li An's personal grudge. It had nothing to do with the Zoroastrianism. When Hong Su thought of this, he dismissed the idea of seeking justice from the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong. He chose to compromise. I've thought about what you just said. You don't have to worry. As long as you make your move in the Four Symbols Sanctum's residence in the first mine's punishment zone, even if the elders in the punishment zone want to rush over, they'll need some time. All you need to do is to kill him before the punishment department elder arrives. Lian continued to speak when he heard Hong Su's words. Even if we take a step back and you find it difficult to kill him with your current strength, or even if you're not a match for him, I've already made preparations for this. As soon as he finished speaking, Lian raised his right hand and an exquisite pill bottle appeared in it. With your strength, as long as you consume the pill inside, you'll be able to kill that Duan Lingtian in one move. As he spoke, Li An's gaze landed on the pill bottle in his hand. Hong Su's expression changed slightly when he saw Li An's gaze on the pill bottle. When he heard Li An's words, he knew the pill bottle contained a pill that could raise one's strength. Naturally, in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only pills that could raise one's strength for a short period of time. The effect of this pill was similar to the assist-type divine ability that could raise one's strength for a short period of time. However, the side effects were much more severe than the after-effects of the assist-type divine ability. The after-effects of the assist-type divine ability were usually temporary. One would be able to fully recover after a certain amount of time. However, it was difficult to fully recover from the after-effects of the pill. Even if it was possible to fully recover from it, the conditions were very strict. For this reason, when Hong Su heard Li An's words and saw the pill bottle in his hand, horror dawned on him. Elder Lian, what pill is this? After a long while, Hong Su took a deep breath and shook his stiff neck. He looked at Lian with a fearful expression on his face. Kismet rejoining pill. Lian replied indifferently. Gasp. As soon as Li An's words left his mouth, Hong Su's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened, and he could not help but gasp. He had heard of this pill before. As its name implied, the Kismet rejoining pill was a type of pill that would cause one to perish together with one's opponent. It was also one of the few forbidden pills in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Usually, only quasi-celestial grade saint refinement masters who specialized in medicine refinement were able to refine it. Moreover, the medicinal efficacy contained in it was extremely powerful. It was said that a high-grade Kismet rejoining pill could even raise a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse's strength in a short period of time. Moreover, the increase in strength was not weak at all. However, there were pros and cons. Although consuming the Kismet rejoining pill could raise one's strength in a short period of time, the side effects were also very severe. If it was light, one would be severely injured. If it was severe, one would die. Due to this reason, Hong Su had such a huge reaction when he heard Lian said the pill in the pill bottle was a Kismet rejoining pill. The Kismet rejoining pill was not an ordinary forbidden pill. Even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Kismet rejoining pill was a very famous forbidden pill. Naturally, it was also very expensive. Hong Su did not expect Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, would not hesitate to use such a precious forbidden pill like the Kismet rejoining pill just to kill Duan Lingtian. He knew very well. Even if Lian was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, he might not even have a second Kismet rejoining pill. The Kismet rejoining pill was too precious. Naturally, Hong Su was unaware that in Lian's eyes, Duan Lingtian was someone who could threaten his life. Once Duan Lingtian grew stronger, it would be impossible for him to stay in Zoroastrianism even if he wanted to live. At that time, with Duan Lingtian around, there would be no place for him in Zoroastrianism. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not a mediocre person who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Instead, he possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Moreover, his innate talent in comprehending divine abilities was also heaven-defying. When he grew stronger in the future, his status in Zoroastrianism would definitely surpass Hong Su. For this reason, in order to get rid of Duan Lingtian, Lian did not hesitate to use the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, that he had kept for many years. Judging from your expression, you must have heard of the Kismet rejoining pill. In that case, I won't explain it to you anymore. Lian raised his hand and passed the pill bottle to Hong Su as he said nonchalantly. When Hong Su saw Lian passing the pill bottle to him, his hand froze in midair. At the same time, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes when he looked at the pill bottle. It was as though the thing in front of him was not a pill bottle but a ferocious beast. Humph. When Lian snorted coldly, Hong Su's body trembled. He reached out and took the bottle of pills from Lian. It was a small pill bottle, but in Hong Su's hands, he felt as if it weighed thousands of kilograms. I don't think I need to teach you how to get to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, right? Lian glanced at Hong Su indifferently before he left without waiting for Hong Su's reply. Hong Su was left standing on the spot with a gloomy expression on his face. He had put the pill bottle away and clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Li An's departing figure. There was only unwillingness in his eyes. If he had a choice, he did not want to be led by the nose by Lian. However, he no longer had a choice. Unless he did not care about his clan, he could only follow Li An's instructions. In the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. In the mine, the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples had stayed far away from Duan Lingtian due to their fear of him. This allowed Duan Lingtian to easily mine the first-grade saint stones in the surroundings. If this continues, it won't be long before I'll be able to collect a large number of first-grade saint stones. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he threw the first-grade saint stones into the extra-large basket on his back and put them into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Unless someone was standing next to Duan Lingtian and staring at him, it would be impossible for them to notice his movements. Duan Lingtian's movements were so subtle. First-grade saint stones were useless to Duan Lingtian who practiced Zoroastrianism. However, without Zoroastrianism, these saint stones were undoubtedly a source of wealth. In the upper province of the Dao martial saint land, saint stones were the common currency. Huh! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's sword was obstructed. Immediately, he looked over and extended his divine sense. Soon after, he discovered a saint stone that was emitting rich heaven and earth spirit energy was embedded in a large piece of first-grade saint stone. The heaven and earth spirit energy was much richer than a first-grade saint stone. A quasi-celestial grade saint stone. Duan Lingtian instantly realized he had encountered a quasi-celestial grade saint stone. His eyes lit up as excitement filled his face. However, his expression quickly returned to normal as he continued to work as though nothing had happened. During this time, Duan Lingtian threw a large piece of first-grade saint stone that contained a quasi-celestial grade saint stone into the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. His movements were so subtle that it was difficult for others to notice. It seems like I'm quite lucky. I've encountered a quasi-celestial grade saint stone on the second day. Moreover, the quasi-celestial grade saint stone is quite big. Although Duan Lingtian's expression had returned to normal, he was still excited. As far as he knew, an ordinary Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple would need an average of 10 days to come across a quasi-celestial grade saint stone. The mineral reserve in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine was a first-grade saint stone reserve after all. Although there were quasi-celestial grade saint stones in there, they were extremely rare. Moreover, some people would not even come across a quasi-celestial grade saint stone reserve for a whole month. However, the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine is also a scam. Even if we manage to mine a quasi-celestial grade saint stone reserve, there's no special treatment. To us, there's no difference between mining a quasi-celestial grade saint stone reserve and a first-grade saint stone reserve. Chapter 1973. Currently, it was Duan Lingtian's second day in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Due to this reason, he was much more daring. While Duan Lingtian put the first-grade saint stone ores he mined into the basket on his back, he also secretly threw many first-grade saint stone ores into the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. As a result, the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda accumulated more and more first-grade saint stone ores. In terms of quantity, the number of first-grade saint stones Duan Lingtian sent into the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda on the second day was more than double the number of first-grade saint stones he sent in on the first day. Soon after, Duan Lingtian finished his work for the day and returned to the only Primus house in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine's punishment zone. Currently, Duan Lingtian was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples in the first mine's punishment zone. When he walked outside, many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples would respectfully address him as Senior Brother Lingtian. In this world, the strong were revered. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed during his battle with Sunda had won the respect of many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples. The quasi-celestial grade saint stones inside should be able to be divided into 100 standard quasi-celestial grade saint stones. After returning to the Primus house, Duan Lingtian took out the piece of first-grade saint stone that contained the quasi-celestial grade saint stones and cut it open. He took out the basketball-sized quasi-celestial grade saint stones. Next, he divided the quasi-celestial grade saint stones. Whoosh! 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 As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, the basketball-sized quasi-celestial grade saint stones were divided into 123 quasi-celestial grade saint stones. As expected of a quasi-celestial grade saint stone. What rich heaven and earth spirit energy! Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the heaven and earth spirit energy contained in the quasi-celestial grade saint stones. I remember. When I was still in the Moon Illumination sect, I obtained 3 formation discs. They were the array discs that contained the offensive array, the defensive array, and the illusory array. I wonder what kind of power they'll be able to display if they're activated by a quasi-celestial grade saint stone. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian took out the spatial ring that he had hidden in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. This spatial ring was the spatial ring that he usually wore. However, the spatial ring he handed over after arriving at the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine's punishment zone was empty. However, if he didn't remove the ownership of the storage ring, no one would be able to discover that it was empty. When Duan Lingtian found out the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine was going to confiscate his spatial ring, he had secretly changed his spatial ring. At that time, even the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong who came with him did not notice his little trick. With a thought, Duan Lingtian took out the 3 formation discs that had been covered in dust for many years. After taking out the 3 formation discs, he casually picked up the formation disc that contained the illusory formation. With a raise of his hand, he placed the 9 quasi-celestial grade saint stones into the formation disc's groove. After putting the holy stone in, Duan Lingtian immediately activated the array disc. Crack! However, as soon as Duan Lingtian activated the formation disc, a crisp sound resonated in the air. The formation disc in Duan Lingtian's hand shattered immediately. It's destroyed by the energy of the saint stones? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect the energy of the 9 quasi-celestial grade saint stones would be so domineering to the point of destroying the formation disc. It seems like this formation disc isn't a high-grade formation disc. Even the activation of the quasi-celestial grade saint stones overloaded. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I wonder what the limit of the formation disc is. Soon after, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the other 2 formation discs. After experimenting for a while, he discovered the limit of the formation discs was 2 first-grade saint stones. The offensive formation disc had also been destroyed after using 3 first-grade saint stones. Only the defensive formation disc was left. However, the defensive formation cast by the defensive formation disc using 2 first-grade saint stones was useless to Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he put the defensive formation disc away without hesitation. I can't believe I've destroyed 2 formation discs with this experiment. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he looked at the 2 piles of shattered formation discs on the ground. However, he did not feel any heartache at all. Perhaps, he felt that even if the formation discs were not destroyed, they would not be of much help to him. I'll continue to comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Initially, I thought I'd need half a year to comprehend it. However, after comprehending it for 10 days in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'm certain I'll be able to comprehend it in 3 months at most. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he did not waste any time. He immediately entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and began to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. After witnessing Sunda casting the Black Turtle's Barrier yesterday, Duan Lingtian's understanding of the Black Turtle's Barrier had increased by more than 1 level. He only spent 1 day in the outside world and 10 days in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda before he managed to comprehend the profundity of the Black Turtle's Barrier. According to Duan Lingtian's calculations, at this rate, he was confident he would be able to successfully comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in less than 3 months. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. While he was comprehending the Black Turtle's Barrier, another person in the Black Turtle's Sanctum had committed a crime and was sent to the punishment zone in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. This person's crime had shocked the entire Black Turtle Sanctum. Although this person was only an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, he was publicly acknowledged as the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Due to this reason, even if it was just a small matter, it was enough to cause a commotion in the Black Turtle Sanctum. This person was none other than Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum. When Hong Su arrived at the punishment zone in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, it was already afternoon. Due to this reason, he did not have to mine saint stones today to complete his mission. Soon after, he arrived at the residence of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples. As soon as he arrived at the residence of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples, he attracted the attention of many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were carrying baskets back. Senior Brother Hong Su. It's really Senior Brother Hong Su. Senior Brother Hong Su has been sent to the first mine as well. Many people recognized Hong Su. Apart from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, there were also disciples from the other 3 sanctums. As the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum, Hong Su was very famous even in the Four Symbols Sanctums. Due to this reason, many disciples from the other 3 sanctums knew who he was. What crime did senior brother Hong Su commit? He's actually been sent to the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine as well. No matter what crimes senior brother Hong Su committed, he won't be able to stay in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine for long. He's already at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. He only has to participate in the Saint Land's assessment soon, and he'll be exempted from his previous punishment. He'll be able to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. Indeed. Although they were surprised to see Hong Su here, most of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples felt Hong Su would soon leave the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine and head to the Saint Land. Where's Duan Lingtian staying? When Hong Su saw more and more 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples gathering around him, he asked a 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciple who was standing nearby. Primus House. When the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples saw Hong Su looking over and asked where Duan Lingtian was staying, he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately pointed at the floating island hovering at the highest point. On the island in the air, there was a grand and imposing mansion. The mansion was divided into a front and back courtyard. There was a spacious room in the middle. It was none other than the Primus House. It was the only Primus House in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine's punishment zone. Whoosh! As soon as Hong Su obtained his answer, he soared up into the air and arrived in front of the Primus House in just a blink of an eye. Senior brother Hong Su, are you trying to snatch the Primus House? I don't think so. Didn't you hear senior brother Hong Su asking where senior brother Duan Lingtian is staying? If he wants to snatch the Primus House, he can just do it. Why would he ask where senior brother Duan Lingtian is staying? Senior brother Hong Su has just arrived at the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine today. Perhaps, he has heard about Duan Lingtian defeating senior brother Sunda, but he doesn't know senior brother Sunda is staying in the Primus House. For this reason, he probably doesn't know senior brother Duan Lingtian is staying in the Primus House. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked that question earlier. Does this mean senior brother Hong Su is specifically looking for senior brother Duan Lingtian? Or perhaps, he made the mistake of coming to the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine because of senior brother Duan Lingtian? That's possible. Regardless of how the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples guessed, Hong Su, who was standing near the Primus House, suddenly spoke. His domineering voice resonated in the air. Duan Lingtian. I, Hong Su, will be taking your Primus House. As soon as he spoke, he wanted to snatch the Primus House that Duan Lingtian was staying in. Of course, Hong Su had an ulterior motive as well. The reason he said that was to prevent others from knowing his true intentions. He had made a mistake and was banished to the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine because he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Apart from himself, the only person who knew this was Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder who had threatened him with his clan. As expected, when the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples heard Hong Su's words, realization dawned on them. As it turns out, senior brother Hong Su is really here to snatch the Primus House from senior brother Duan Lingtian. Only a few 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples frowned slightly. They felt something was amiss. This was because Hong Su had asked where Duan Lingtian was staying and not where the Primus House was. Although they felt something was amiss, they did not expect Hong Su's purpose of coming here was to kill Duan Lingtian. Hong Su. I seem to have heard of this name before. Duan Lingtian, who was comprehending the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, suddenly opened his eyes when he heard Hong Su's voice. His eyes shone brightly. I remember now. Hong Su is the great senior brother of our Black Turtle Sanctum. Chapter 1974. I heard that Hong Su's cultivation base has already entered the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. He's also the only Mastery Quintessential Saint stage powerhouse in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Lingtian had heard about Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Due to this reason, he was not unfamiliar with Hong Su. I wonder what crime he committed to be banished to the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. However, with his strength, he'll definitely be able to pass the Saint Land's assessment and enter the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple. Hong Su won't be staying in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine for long. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. However, I'll have to see if he's capable of snatching my Primus house. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After leaving the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian put the pagoda away and pushed the door open. He soared into the air and shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, Duan Lingtian came to a halt and faced the aloof figure outside the Primus house. He's Hong Su. At the same time, Duan Lingtian studied the middle-aged man in front of him carefully. The middle-aged man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was very inconspicuous. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian was studying Hong Su was also studying Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian was the purpose of his trip. At the same time, the words that the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian had said to him before he came to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine rang in his ears again. Hong Su, I know you'll definitely die no matter what the outcome is. However, I still have to warn you. If Duan Lingtian doesn't die, I'll take it that you've shown mercy to him even if you die. I'll still annihilate your entire Hong clan. Li An's words completely destroyed the last bit of hope in Hong Su's heart. Originally, he was still thinking, he was threatened by Li An to kill Duan Lingtian. No matter what the result was, he would definitely die. If that was the case, could he choose to stop at the critical moment and let Duan Lingtian kill him? This way, he wouldn't have to bear the burden of sin before he died. After all, he had no enmity with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he hated Li An very much in his heart, so he naturally didn't want Li An to get what he wanted. However, Li An's words made him completely give up on this idea. Duan Lingtian must die. Otherwise, even if he died, his family would be implicated. Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry. For the sake of my family, I can only kill you. Don't worry, after you die, I will accompany you. If there is a next life, even if I have to work like a cow or a horse, I am willing to do everything I can to compensate you. Hong Su thought to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, Hong Su was widely acknowledged as the great senior brother. Apart from his powerful strength, another reason was that he was kind and never had a falling out with anyone. He was famous for being a nice person. However, it was precisely such a good person who had been forced into a desperate situation by Li An today. At the same time, a hint of pity could be seen in the depth of Hong Su's eyes. Duan Lingtian clearly saw the hint of pity in Hong Su's eyes. What's Hong Su feeling sorry for? He can't bear to snatch my Primus house. If that's the case, why does he still want to snatch my Primus house? This was how Duan Lingtian understood the hint of pity in Hong Su's eyes. That was the only way he could understand it. After all, it did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum whom he had never met before, would want to kill him the first time they met. Duan Lingtian. Hong Su said bluntly, today, regardless of whether you're willing to give up your Primus house or not, I hope you'll be willing to fight me. I'd like to see the 3 high-grade divine abilities you've mastered. Upon hearing Hong Su's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel stunned. Wasn't Hong Su a little too confident? Did he really think Duan Lingtian would admit defeat and give up his Primus house? Senior brother Hong Su is really confident. At the same time, the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene understood Hong Su's words. With the 3 high-grade divine abilities, senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength is not inferior to a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Senior brother Hong Su seems to be looking down on senior brother Duan Lingtian. I agree. Do you think senior brother Duan Lingtian will give up his Primus house on his own accord? How's that possible? With senior brother Duan Lingtian's character, it's impossible for him to give up his Primus house on his own accord unless senior brother Hong Su can defeat him. The group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. Based on their words, none of them felt Duan Lingtian would admit defeat or give up his Primus house on his own accord. Qingji, it's you? Why are you here as well? What did you do? A Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple suddenly appeared next to another Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple and asked in surprise. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple standing before him was also from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Moreover, they knew each other and had a good relationship. Due to this reason, he decided to join in. We'll talk about it later. The latter shook his head. His eyes did not leave Hong Su, who was standing in the distance. Let's watch the show first. Perhaps we'll be able to get some inspiration from their fight. Upon hearing this, the former nodded in agreement before he shifted his gaze to Hong Su and Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, the latter suddenly narrowed his eyes and transmitted his voice to Hong Su. Senior brother Hong Su, I'm someone sent by Elder Lian. If you can kill Duan Lingtian with your own strength, give me the Kismet reuniting pill after you kill him. When Hong Su heard the voice, he glanced at a Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple in the distance from the corner of his eyes. Although he did not know this Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple, he had some impression of him. He was certain he was from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Upon hearing the other party's voice transmission, Hong Su nodded subtly even though he was infuriated. Before he came to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, Lian had looked for him and told him this. Hong Su, if you can kill Duan Lingtian with your own strength, then kill him with your own strength. After you kill him, think of a way to pass the Kismet reuniting pill to the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple I sent without attracting any attention. At that time, he'll contact you. At the same time, he'll also determine if you can kill Duan Lingtian with your own strength. If he finds out you're able to kill Duan Lingtian with your own strength, but you still use the Kismet reuniting pill. If that's the case, don't blame me for making a move on your clan. When Hong Su recalled Li An's words, he felt aggrieved and resentful. However, this proved one thing. Just as he had guessed, a forbidden pill like the Kismet reuniting pill was extremely precious even to Lian. For this reason, Lian did not hesitate to send a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple to follow him to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Hong Su, do you really look down on me, Duan Lingtian? Do you think I'll admit defeat and give you the Primus House? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently as he looked at Hong Su. I'm just worried you won't let me enjoy myself to the fullest, Duan Lingtian. Hong Su replied nonchalantly. You don't have to worry about this. I'll definitely let you enjoy yourself to the fullest today. As soon as Hong Su finished speaking, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body surged out through his 99 Saint veins and formed a faint whirlpool. Elementary devouring tactic. At the same time, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was absorbed by the whirlpool at a terrifying speed. All of it surged into Duan Lingtian's body and strengthened the Sun Saint energy in his body. After a while, the whirlpool disappeared. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. However, in just a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area around Duan Lingtian was completely absorbed and became a part of the Sun Saint energy in his body. Naturally, this energy was only temporarily for him to use. He needed to use his spiritual energy to support it. Once his spiritual energy was almost depleted, the energy that he had absorbed would also disappear without a trace. At that time, his Sun Saint power would be beaten back to its original state. What a brilliant assist-type divine ability. Hong Su narrowed his eyes when he sensed the change in Duan Lingtian's Saint energy. Initially, the Saint energy that surged out of Duan Lingtian's body was only comparable to the Saint energy at the peak of the exemplary Saint stage. However, in just a blink of an eye, the aura on Duan Lingtian's body had changed again. It was now comparable to the Saint energy at the intermediate quintessential Saint stage. Golden Crow's wings. As Duan Lingtian cried out in his heart, a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. As they flapped gently, the air and the surroundings seemed to have heated up. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as Duan Lingtian flapped the Golden Crow's wings on his back and took the lead to charge toward Hong Su like a cannonball that had been fired. He did not dare to be careless in the face of Hong Su, who was a mastery quintessential Saint stage disciple. For this reason, he decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. Hong Su, take this. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared near Hong Su. He cried out loudly as he raised his hand. His Sun Saint energy surged out immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and formed a palm before he slammed it down on Hong Su. The palm that was accompanied by the majestic Sun Saint energy seemed to have transformed into a gigantic mountain as it pressed down on Hong Su. It was as though it was trying to suppress Hong Su. Just in time. Hong Su cried out loudly in the face of Duan Lingtian's palm that was slamming down like a mountain. He borrowed the force from the palm and shot out. Boom! Faced with Duan Lingtian's majestic palm, Hong Su did not dodge at all. Instead, he clenched his right hand into a fist as Saint energy surged out. Then, he swung his fist out violently to meet Duan Lingtian's ferocious palm. Chapter 1975. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian's palm collided with Hong Su's punch. Following that, the two energies collided violently. Instantly, the void shook. With the collision of the two forces as the center, a vast and distorted wave of air swept out in all directions, setting off gusts of violent wind. The gusts of wind were as sharp as knives, forcing many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who had a weaker cultivation base to retreat. Boom! 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 When the two energies collided, a series of deafening explosions reverberated in the air. It was as though the sky was about to collapse. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Hong Su stood there motionlessly like a statue. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, who had made the first move, was pushed back by the vast energy. It took him a while before he managed to dodge the remaining force of Hong Su's punch. Hong Su was a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse after all. His punch contained the mastery quintessential saint energy. Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint energy, on the other hand, was only comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse's saint energy even after the boost from the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Due to this reason, he was at a disadvantage in this direct collision of energy. The strength of a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse is so terrifying. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian was at a disadvantage. They did not expect Hong Su to be so powerful. Although they were shocked by Hong Su's strength, they were not certain Hong Su would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had mastered 5 high-grade divine abilities. One of the high-grade divine abilities was an offensive divine ability. It was the only high-grade divine ability that Hong Su had not cast yet. I'm still inferior to him in terms of pure strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Hong Su in the distance. However, he was not discouraged. He was not discouraged because he still had more powerful techniques that he had not cast yet. Use your high-grade offensive ability. Otherwise, you're no match for me. After sending Duan Lingtian flying with a punch, Hong Su, who did not continue to pursue, said in a cold voice. It wasn't that he didn't want to give chase. If Duan Lingtian used a high-grade movement divine ability, his speed would be incomparable. When Duan Lingtian cast his high-grade movement divine ability to charge at him, he discovered Duan Lingtian's speed was definitely at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. He might even be faster than most powerhouses at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Because of this, he could only passively defend. Because he couldn't catch up with Duan Lingtian. As long as he could hold on until the effect of Duan Lingtian's support god art wore off, his chance would come. At that time, it would be extremely easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian. As you wish. Upon hearing Hong Su's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. After replying to Hong Su softly, he flapped his golden crow's wings again and charged at Hong Su at an extremely fast speed. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Hong Su's expression turned grave as well. Saint energy was faintly visible on the surface of his body as he prepared for battle. Currently, Duan Lingtian was an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator before the effect of his support divine ability wore off. Even Hong Su did not dare to underestimate an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator who cast a high-grade offensive divine ability. Boom! As soon as Duan Ling Tian arrived near Hong Su, a loud noise rang in the air. He stomped his feet on the air and soared into the sky. Golden crow's wings. Otherworldly celestial. The high-grade movement divine ability coupled with the high-grade offensive divine ability caused Duan Lingtian's body to disappear before Hong Su's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Hong Su's expression turned grave when he saw this. Senior brother Duan Lingtian cast a high-grade offensive divine ability. At the same time, the eyes of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples brightened as they stared at the sky. He's out. Suddenly, someone called out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian appeared. It was as though he had come out from the clouds. However, the Duan Lingtian who came out from the clouds was not one person, but 5. It's just as the rumors say. Upon seeing this, many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples' eyes lit up. Prior to this, they had also heard about the characteristics of the high-grade offensive divine ability that Duan Lingtian had mastered. At this moment, they realized Duan Lingtian had indeed cast the high-grade offensive divine ability he had mastered when faced with the 5 Duan Lingtians that they could not tell the real from the fake. At this moment, Duan Lingtian descended from the sky. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his aura was graceful as though he was a celestial. Moreover, there were 5 celestials. Apart from the graceful aura, the 100 inscription saint swords in the hands of the 5 Duan Lingtian emitted a chilling aura. At this moment, it was as though Duan Lingtian had transformed into a sword celestial. Moreover, he had split into 5 before he charged toward Hong Su and launched an attack. Apart from casting the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, his attack also contained the profundity of the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword, that was close to the 3rd stage. The latter was equivalent to a brilliant sword technique. Buzz! The saint saber that Hong Su was holding began to tremble violently when Duan Lingtian emerged from the clouds and split into 5. Naturally, it was not trembling on its own. It was trembling violently because Hong Su was injecting more and more saint energy into it. The saint saber in Hong Su's hand was a 100 inscription saint saber. The Hong clan had spent a lot of money to find an advanced saint inscription master to make it for him. It was extremely powerful. Due to this reason, he would definitely not be at a disadvantage in terms of saint weapons in his battle with Duan Lingtian today. Saber King Manifestation. Hong Su yelled inwardly when he saw Duan Lingtian casting the advanced divine ability, the otherworldly celestial. Immediately after, the saint energy in his body skyrocketed and spread out, causing a huge illusory figure to appear around his body, shrouding him within. It was a huge illusory figure. One could vaguely see that it was a burly man who exuded a domineering aura. He held a huge saber in his hand. The sharp aura on the saber was a perfect match with his domineering aura. When the aura spread out, it caused the surrounding void to resound with faint but continuous explosions. It was as though the saber god had descended. This was Hong Su's intermediate offensive divine ability, the Saber King Manifestation. It was a saber-type offensive divine ability. This mystique could congeal the Saber King Phantom and control it to attack. Its power was much stronger than if he were to attack himself. Ghastly Shadow Thousand Slash. As soon as Hong Su cast the divine ability, the Saber King Manifestation, Duan Lingtian roared in his heart and made his move. The 100 inscription Saint Saber flashed and moved in a mysterious trajectory. In the end, it was swung around like a gust of cold wind. Of course, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Slash. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hong Su yelled. As he swung the 100 inscription Saint Saber in his hand, the Saber King Manifestation moved as well. The Saber King Manifestation's movement was exactly the same as Hong Su's. After a while, the 100 inscription Saint Saber in Hong Su's hand swept out toward Duan Lingtian, who was not far from him. At the same time, the Saber King Manifestation's saber slashed toward Duan Lingtian. Buzz! 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 Buzz. Streaks of solid and powerful saber rays were accompanied by a series of wails and howls as they charged toward Duan Ling Tian, who looked like 5 sword celestials who had descended to the mortal world. There were hundreds and thousands of saber rays that formed a saber net in the air. It was as though they were going to envelop Duan Ling Tian. The 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples were still dazzled by the scene before them when Duan Ling Tian suddenly yelled, "Break!" In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, the 100 inscription saint sabers in the hands of the 5 Duan Ling Tian who looked like sword celestials suddenly lit up. From afar, it looked like 5 blazing suns in the sky. The saber net seemed to be shrouded in darkness. However, when the 5 blazing suns rose into the sky, 5 enormous rays of light illuminated everything and broke through the darkness. Boom! 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 Another series of deafening explosions reverberated in the air, causing the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples' eardrums to vibrate. However, they continued to watch the scene unfold before their eyes. Even those who had a weaker cultivation base were gritting their teeth and persevering. They did not want to miss out on any of the exciting scenes. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian, who looked like a sword celestial, destroyed the saber net with his 500 inscription saint swords. At the same time, the 5 Duan Ling Tian and the 500 inscription saint swords merged into one. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian stood with his sword in hand like an invincible sword celestial. His sword was invincible. Barf. After the saber net was destroyed, the Saber King manifestation disappeared as well. Hong Su also suffered quite a bit of backlash. His face was flushed as he threw up a mouthful of blood. After spitting out the congested blood, his face quickly turned from red to pale white. It was as though he had lost all color in his face. Senior brother Hong Su lost? I think so. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is too powerful. That high-grade offensive divine ability is invincible. Even if senior brother Duan Ling Tian's strength has yet to reach the peak of the quintessential saint stage, he's not far from it. At the very least, not many mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouses are on par with him, let alone defeat him. When the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian again, the respect in their eyes was even more intense. The strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed had not only shocked them, but it had also won their respect. Hong Su, you've lost. Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly as he looked at Hong Su calmly. However, in his heart, he was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. I didn't expect the otherworldly celestial to be so much more powerful after being upgraded. Hong Su's attack was not weak, but it was easily broken by me. Chapter 1976. Hong Su's earlier attack contained an extraordinary saber technique and saber technique divine ability. Duan Ling Tian could see and feel this. Of course, he was certain that Hong Su's previous attack was his strongest attack. Even his most powerful attack had been defeated by him. What else could Hong Su use to fight him? Just when most of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, thought Hong Su would retreat in the face of overwhelming odds. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Hong Su took out a pill bottle from his bosom. Crack. As Hong Su exerted force in his hand, he crushed the pill bottle. In the next instant, a blood-red pill that emitted a gloomy aura appeared before everyone's eyes. Hong Su flipped his hand, and the pill entered his mouth. Gulp. In just a blink of an eye, Hong Su had swallowed the pill. The sound of his gulp could be heard clearly. This is not a healing pill. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed, and his eyes widened. He could tell it was a healing pill, but the pill Hong Su took out was definitely not a healing pill. Moreover, it gave him a dangerous feeling. Boom! While the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples were still puzzled, Hong Su's saint energy surged again. However, the saint energy that surged out of Hong Su's body was on a completely different level compared to before. His current saint energy gave everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, a feeling of invincibility. At the same time, Hong Su's eyes turned red, and the saint energy that spread out of his body was shrouded in a layer of gloomy black qi. It was a bone-chilling sight. Forbidden pill. It was unknown who cried out, but it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, causing an uproar. Senior brother Hong Su. He actually consumed a forbidden pill? Isn't it just for a Primus house? Is there a need to do this? Although the effect of the forbidden pill is similar to the effect of the assistive divine ability, the side effect is far greater than the side effect of the assistive divine ability. Is senior brother Hong Su out of his mind? For the sake of an A-class house, he didn't hesitate to consume a forbidden pill. Even if he uses the forbidden pill to defeat Duan Lingtian, once the effects of the pill wear off, Duan Lingtian can easily take back the Primus house. I really don't understand what he's thinking. After Hong Su consumed the medicinal pill, his body began to change. The four symbols sanctum's disciples were in an uproar. They couldn't understand why Hong Su would do such a thing. Forbidden pill? When Duan Lingtian heard the words of the four symbols sanctum's disciples, a look of deep fear immediately appeared in his eyes. He had naturally heard of the forbidden pill before. He knew that it was an extremely terrifying pill that could allow a person's strength to rise to an extremely terrifying level in a short period of time. Of course, the side effects were also very strong. After Hong Su consumed the forbidden pill, his saint energy seems to have risen to the peak of the quintessential saint stage. What kind of forbidden pill did he consume? As far as Duan Lingtian knew, the higher one's cultivation base was, the rarer the forbidden pill was. A forbidden pill that could raise a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse's cultivation base to the peak of the quintessential saint stage was rare even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Huh. He wants to kill me. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that Hong Su was glaring at him with bloodthirsty eyes. Moreover, Hong Su emitted a bloodthirsty killing intent. It was as though he would not rest until he killed Duan Lingtian. In the next instant, Hong Su made his move. So, under Duan Lingtian's watchful eyes, Hong Su was charging toward him at an extremely fast speed. He felt extremely threatened by Hong Su. Golden Crow's wings. Duan Lingtian instantly mobilized his son's saint energy and transformed it into a pair of Golden Crow's wings. As soon as the Golden Crow's wings flapped, he shot into the distance at an extremely fast speed in an attempt to increase the distance between him and Hong Su. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian cast the Golden Crow's wings, he discovered that Hong Su's speed was much faster than Hong Su's. Hong Su's speed was much faster than Duan Lingtian had imagined. In fact, he was even faster than Duan Lingtian. Hong Su was closing the distance between him and Duan Lingtian. Naturally, the four symbols sanctum's disciples present on the scene also noticed this. Heavens! What's senior brother Hong Su doing? Is he trying to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian? What a terrifying killing intent! When did senior brother Duan Lingtian offend senior brother Hong Su? Why would senior brother Hong Su consume a forbidden pill just to kill him? No wonder senior brother Hong Su asked about senior brother Duan Lingtian's whereabouts instead of the Primus house. As it turns out, he has an ulterior motive. He doesn't want the Primus house, he wants senior brother Duan Lingtian's life. I knew senior brother Hong Su wouldn't consume a forbidden pill just for a mere Primus house. As it turns out, he wants to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the four symbols sanctum's disciples present on the scene had also noticed Hong Su's intention to kill Duan Lingtian. A few four symbols sanctum's disciples hastily left to report this to the elders in the first mine's punishment zone. Usually, there were no elders stationed in the four symbols sanctum's residence in the punishment zone. Duan Lingtian, there's no need for you to run anymore. Your greatest advantage is your speed. Compared to your speed, your attack is much weaker. Now that I've caught up to you, do you think your high-grade offensive divine ability will be able to block my attack? Hong Su said coldly as he chased after Duan Lingtian. He was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. My current strength is extremely close to the Saint Celestial stage. It can be said that I'm invincible below the Saint Celestial stage. Unless you've entered the Saint Celestial stage, you won't be able to escape death today. Hong Su spoke once more, and his tone was emotionless. Hongshu, you're willing to consume the forbidden pill just to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. Waves of shock surged in Duan Lingtian's heart. Although he knew Hong Su's strength would increase tremendously after consuming the forbidden pill, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. It was extremely close to the Saint's celestial stage. No wonder Hong Su's speed was even faster than him even after he cast the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. What kind of forbidden pill did senior brother Hong Su consume? It's so exaggerated. He's only a mastery quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator, but his strength increased to such a terrifying level after consuming the forbidden pill. The forbidden pill he consumed is definitely not an ordinary forbidden pill. That's right. An ordinary forbidden pill wouldn't have such a terrifying effect. When the group of 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples heard Hong Su's words, an uproar broke out immediately. All of them had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Senior brother Hong Su shouldn't possess such a forbidden pill, right? That's right. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, such forbidden pills are extremely rare. Usually, only quasi-celestial grade saint refinement masters who are skilled in medicine refinement Dao would be able to refine them. I heard senior brother Hong Su has a third-rate force behind him. If it's his clan, they might be able to obtain such a pill. Many 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves in shock. At this point, I'm not afraid to admit it. I consumed the forbidden pill to kill you, Duan Lingtian. Hong Su growled. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time I've seen you. There's no enmity between us, so why do you want to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked again. I'll tell you all this when we're on the road to hell. Hong Su growled again. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian's expression changed completely at this moment. He could tell. Hong Su was determined to kill him even at the cost of his own life. In other words, Hong Su was even willing to sacrifice his own life to kill him. How great was the enmity between them for Hong Su to be so desperate? Upon hearing Hong Su's growl, the group of 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples fell into an uproar again. They understood what Hong Su meant. Heavens! Did senior brother Duan Lingtian kill senior brother Hong Su's father or snatch senior brother Hong Su's wife? He's actually willing to sacrifice his own life to avenge senior brother Hong Su. That's right. Only the enmity of killing one's father and snatching one's wife would make senior brother Hong Su act so crazily, right? Many 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples were shocked. Saber King Manifestation. When Hong Su was still a distance away from Duan Lingtian, he suddenly shouted and cast his intermediate offensive divine ability, the Saber King Manifestation. Immediately, a Saber King phantom that was as large as a mountain appeared around him. The illusionary figure of the Saber Emperor was more than twice the size of the one Hong Su had previously produced. Moreover, the aura of this Saber King manifestation and the gigantic saber in his hand was much more terrifying than the one he had conjured earlier. They were not on the same level at all. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he realized something. Hong Su, whose strength was extremely close to the Saint's celestial stage, was not only faster than Duan Lingtian, but his attack had also completely surpassed Duan Lingtian's most powerful attack. Even if Duan Lingtian had comprehended the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, he might not be able to fight Hong Su on equal footing. Ghastly Shadow Thousand Slash. With another shout, the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber in Hong Su's hand shone brightly. It seemed to have transformed into a bright moon as it shot toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the Saber King manifestation made its move as well. Following Hong Su's example, he swung his saber and targeted Duan Lingtian. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to change color in the wake of the saber ray. The sun and moon dimmed. Oh, no! Duan Lingtian, who was being targeted, watched as the saber ray that seemed to be able to cut through everything split into thousands of saber rays and interweaved into a saber net before charging at him. It made him feel suffocated. At this moment, he felt as though a huge rock was pressing on his chest. Unbearable. It was too unbearable. Chapter 1977. The saber net swept out accompanied by waves of ghastly ghost cries, and its target was locked onto Duan Ling Tian. One could imagine Duan Ling Tian would definitely die if he was enveloped by the saber net. With my current strength, it's impossible for me to block Hong Su's saber. It seems like I can only transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Faced with the menacing saber net, the vast Sun Saint energy in Duan Ling Tian's body instantly stimulated the dragon energy that was hidden in every part of his body, causing the dragon energy to spread all over his body. Wherever the dragon energy passed, Duan Lingtian's body would undergo tremendous changes in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's hands and feet had transformed into dragon claws in just a blink of an eye. Dragon scales that shone with a cold light appeared all over his body, causing his body below his chin to transform into a humanoid divine dragon. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold as he stretched his dragon claws that had 9 claws and felt the explosive energy in his body. He lifted the 100 inscriptions saint sword and charged toward the saber net that was coming at him menacingly. It was as though he was going to fight it head-on. Duan Ling Tian had no choice but to do so. After transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his speed did not increase much. Instead, his defense and brute strength had increased the most. With the combination of his brute strength and the Sun Saint energy in his body, he could unleash more powerful attacks. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian no longer hid the fact that he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After all, there was no way he could hide it. Faced with Hong Su who had consumed the forbidden pill, Duan Ling Tian only had 2 choices. If he did not choose between the 2 choices, he would definitely die. One of the 2 choices was to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. The other was to use the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. With his current Sun Saint energy, he was confident he could kill a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage if he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword, let alone Hong Su whose strength was close to the Saint Celestial stage. However, to Duan Ling Tian, exposing the Jasper Celestial Sword or his transformation into a 9-clawed dragon warrior was more troublesome. Once the Jasper Celestial Sword was exposed, even the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would be tempted. For this reason, he decisively chose to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, Duan Lingtian's defense and brute strength was much stronger. If Hong Su came 7 or 8 days, I wouldn't be afraid of him even if I didn't transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. This thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind when he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. If he had another 7 or 8 days, he would be able to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier and the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for another 70 to 80 days. Moreover, he was confident that he would be able to successfully comprehend and master the Black Turtle's barrier within 70 to 80 days. However, Hong Su did not give him any time and rushed over. After Duan Ling Tian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he lifted his sword to meet the saber net formed by Hong Su's attack. The 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples widened their eyes as they stared at Duan Ling Tian in shock. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked completely different in their eyes. He had transformed from a human into a variant with a dragon's body. It's the technique of transforming into a dragon warrior. Many of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene had sharp eyes. They could tell Duan Lingtian's technique with just a glance. Dragon warrior? It said that every dragon warrior is a human who has been granted the ability to transform into a dragon by a divine dragon with more than 7 claws. Every divine dragon with more than 7 claws can only create 1 dragon warrior in their lifetime. I can't believe senior brother Duan Ling Tian is a dragon warrior. I wonder which 7-clawed divine dragon created him to become a 7-clawed dragon warrior. The 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples did not forget to whisper among themselves as their eyes widened. At this moment, their attention was completely focused on Duan Ling Tian. They did not notice that Duan Ling Tian had 9 claws on each of his dragon claws. Otherwise, they would have been shocked. This was because a 9-clawed dragon warrior was a legendary existence to them. Otherworldly celestial. Duan Lingtian, who had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, split into 5 as he charged toward the saber net. The 4 clones were extremely lifelike. Moreover, the 100 inscription saint swords in their hands were extremely lifelike as well. It was impossible to tell if they were real or fake. The otherworldly celestial was a high-grade offensive divine ability. It did not require one to dive down to cast it. Duan Lingtian, who had split into 5 clones, charged toward the saber net at an extremely fast speed with the help of the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. If Duan Lingtian, who had not transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior before he cast the otherworldly celestial, he looked like 5 celestials. However, now that Duan Lingtian had cast the otherworldly celestial, he looked like 5 devils from the bottomless abyss. Moreover, he looked like a devil with a dragon's body. Whoosh! 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 5 short-lived sword cries rang in the air as the 100 inscription saint swords in the hands of the 5 Duan Lingtian intertwined with each other and charged toward the saber net. At this moment, not only did Duan Lingtian release the Sun Saint energy in his body that had been boosted by the elementary devouring tactic, but he did not hold back his powerful physical strength as a 9-clawed dragon warrior at all. Finally, Duan Lingtian charged toward the saber net. Wherever the 5 sword gleams passed, over 100 of the thousands of saber gleams that interweaved into a net of saber gleams were instantly shattered. After Duan Lingtian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his strength was extremely close to the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, he was not afraid of the thousands of saber rays that were released by the Saber King Phantom that had left Hong Su's body. Whoosh! 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 However, the thousands of saber rays that had formed the saber net were just too many. Although some of them were shattered by the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, many of them still landed on Duan Lingtian's body. After a while, the 4 clones of Duan Lingtian could no longer withstand the attacks and were the first to collapse. Roar! At the same time, Duan Lingtian let out a roar that sounded like a beast's roar. Whoosh! At the same time, a thick and sharp dragon tail appeared behind him. It lashed out and easily shattered the saber rays that were attacking him. Even so, many saber rays still landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Clang! 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 Accompanied by the sound of metal colliding, the saber rays landed on Duan Lingtian's body one after another, causing sparks to appear due to the friction between the saber rays. The dragon scales on Duan Lingtian's body blocked the saber rays. However, there were still many deep saber marks on the dragon scales. If the saber rays went deeper, they would be able to break the dragon scales. Hong Su. After successfully breaking the saber net, Duan Lingtian stared coldly at Hong Su, who was standing in the distance. His throat bobbed as he suddenly shouted. At the same time, the golden crow's wings on Duan Lingtian's back flapped rapidly. In the next moment, boom! 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 With the help of the golden crow's wings, Duan Lingtian, who had a dragon's human form, charged toward Hong Su at an extremely fast speed. Hong Su's expression changed drastically. This was because Hong Su had used his full strength in the attack earlier. The full strength he used referred to his full strength after consuming the forbidden pill, the Kismet reuniting pill. Initially, Hong Su thought Duan Lingtian would definitely die under his powerful attack. Although he was surprised that Duan Lingtian had transformed into a dragon warrior, he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to block his full-strength attack that contained the divine ability, the Saber King manifestation, and the Saber technique, the ghastly Shadow Thousand Slash. Naturally, like the other 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, he thought Duan Lingtian was only a 7-clawed dragon warrior. If Duan Lingtian was only a 7-clawed dragon warrior, it would be impossible for him to block Hong Su's full-strength attack, let alone neutralize it. How can a 7-clawed dragon warrior be so powerful? The moment Hong Su thought of this, he instinctively glanced at Duan Lingtian's dragon claws. This glance was enough to scare him out of his wits. 9 claws? This was because he could clearly see that after Duan Lingtian had transformed into a dragon warrior, each of his dragon claws had 9 sharp claws. These were the claws of a 9-clawed divine dragon. 9-clawed divine dragons were legendary dragons. They were also known as the 9-clawed ancestral dragon and the 9-clawed winged dragon. This Duan Lingtian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Hong Su's expression was ghastly. He did not move at all in the face of Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack. This was because the effects of the forbidden pill, the Kismet reuniting pill, had faded a lot. It was impossible for him to unleash the same attack again. For this reason, he no longer had any intention to fight Duan Lingtian. That's 9 claws? At the same time, many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples noticed the difference in Duan Lingtian's dragon claw when they saw Duan Lingtian charging toward Hong Su at an extremely fast speed after destroying the saber net formed by thousands of saber rays. Those are the claws of a 9-clawed divine dragon? A 9-clawed dragon warrior? Oh my god. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples regained their senses one after another. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on their faces as they stared at Duan Lingtian. How's this possible? Chapter 1978. A 9-clawed dragon warrior. To the disciples of the Four Symbols Sanctums, including Hong Su, this was undoubtedly a legendary existence. However, today, they had seen this legendary existence with their own eyes. The scene before their eyes felt surreal. Many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples felt as though they were dreaming. However, after some tests, they realized they were not dreaming. Everything before their eyes was real. Duan Lingtian was really a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I can't believe senior brother Duan Lingtian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, even senior brother Hong Su, who had consumed the forbidden pill and raised his strength to the Saint Celestial stage, is no match for him. That's right. Senior brother Hong Su's attack earlier could be considered as the strongest attack he could unleash after consuming the forbidden pill. Now, the effect of the forbidden pill must have faded a lot. It's impossible for him to unleash such a powerful attack again. Senior brother Hong Su is going to be defeated. Defeated? Do you think it's possible? Senior brother Hong Su wanted to kill Duan Lingtian earlier. Even if senior brother Duan Lingtian kills him now, it's only in self-defense. It won't violate the rules of Zoroastrianism. Do you think senior brother Duan Lingtian will let him go? The group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. They were shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. At the same time, they felt Hong Su was going to die in Duan Lingtian's hands. Currently, Duan Lingtian really wanted to kill Hong Su. Whoosh! With the help of his high-grade movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, Duan Lingtian charged toward Hong Su at his fastest speed. He was not worried Hong Su would be faster than him. This was because he knew the effect of the forbidden pill would not last for long. It wouldn't be long before the effects of the forbidden pill in Hong Su's body faded away. At that time, Hong Su would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of him. However, just as Duan Lingtian thought Hong Su would flee in a hurry when he saw him chasing after him, Hong Su suddenly stopped. He also noticed that Hong Su had no intention of fleeing. Hong Su stood there motionless like a piece of wood. What is he trying to do? Seeing Hong Su's reaction, Duan Lingtian became a little scared. When he was still some distance away from Hong Su, he stopped and looked at Hong Su with a frown. Even though he wished he could kill Hong Su. However, the current Hong Su was simply too strange. He did not dare to act rashly. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a clear voice transmission resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell that it was Hong Su's voice. Immediately, Duan Lingtian's face darkened, and his frown deepened. Why was Hong Su transmitting his voice at a time like this? Was he trying to beg for mercy? Duan Lingtian, I know you want to kill me. However, this is normal. After all, the reason I'm here today is to kill you. Hong Su continued to transmit his voice. I'm transmitting my voice to you for the sake of my clan. I know even if I've consumed the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, I'm still no match for you after you've transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Moreover, the effect of your assist-type divine ability is obviously longer than the Kismet rejoining pill. For this reason, it's impossible for me to kill you. Upon hearing Hong Su's words, Duan Lingtian's frown eased slightly. At least this Hongshu was aware of his own limitations. The Kismet rejoining pill is a very famous forbidden pill in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Kismet rejoining pill I consumed is only a low-grade Kismet rejoining pill. A high-grade Kismet rejoining pill can raise a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse's strength in a short time. Apart from that, the Kismet rejoining pill can only be refined by quasi-celestial grade Saint refinement masters who specialize in medicine refinement Dao. It's a very precious forbidden pill. Hong Su continued to say. Duan Lingtian had no idea what the Kismet rejoining pill was. However, his eyes widened when he heard Hong Su's last sentence. A pill that can only be refined by a quasi-celestial grade Saint refinement master? I've told you so much, mainly because I want you to do me a favor. I hope that after I die, you can think of a way to send a message to my family so that they can quickly move away. Hong Su continued to transmit his voice to Duan Lingtian. To repay your kindness, I'm willing to tell you a secret. Lian, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, used my clan to threaten me. That's why I'm here and want to kill you. He was also the one who gave me the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill. When Hong Su mentioned Lian, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Lian? Upon hearing Hong Su's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. He believed Hong Su's words. This was because he still remembered when he first met Hong Su, there was a hint of pity in Hong Su's eyes when he looked at him. Previously, he did not understand the meaning behind the hint of pity in Hong Su's eyes. However, after listening to Hong Su's words, he finally understood. At this moment, he could clearly feel the helplessness in Hong Su's heart. Under Lian's coercion, Hong Su did not have a choice at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's killing intent that was directed at Hong Su had dissipated by quite a bit. He no longer wanted to kill Hong Su as much as he did before. Currently, he was much calmer. As it turned out, Lian was the mastermind behind all of this. You can report him to the Enforcement Elder. Duan Lingtian looked at Hong Su and said through voice transmission, if you think it's useless to report him to the Enforcement Elder, you can report him to the Enforcement Hall after you've passed the Saint Land's assessment and entered the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. It's useless. Hong Su smiled wryly and replied through voice transmission, even if I successfully report him, he'll only receive a light punishment at most. After he's punished, he'll definitely hold a grudge. At that time, he might not dare to make a move on me because he's afraid of the rules of Zoroastrianism. However, my family will definitely be annihilated by him. If it wasn't for my clan, I wouldn't have been led by the nose by him. After all, he won't dare to make a move on me because of the rules of Zoroastrianism. Hong Su paused for a moment before he continued to say bitterly, before I came here, he told me that if I don't kill you, he won't let my clan go no matter what. For this reason, Duan Lingtian, I beg you, you must find a way to inform my clan. Ask them to move away so they won't fall into his evil hands. As long as you help me, I'm willing to do anything for you if there's an afterlife. When Hong Su reached the end of his voice transmission, he struck his head at lightning speed and committed suicide. Boom! When Hong Su's body fell to the ground, the group of 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, finally regained their senses. Duan Lingtian looked at Hong Su's body with a complicated expression before he reverted to his human form. On the other hand, the other 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples were shocked. Senior brother Hong Su actually committed suicide? It seems like he was worried that Duan Lingtian would kill him. Otherwise, why would he choose to commit suicide so decisively? It's good that he committed suicide. Since he's going to die anyway, he might as well commit suicide. Although the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were shocked by Hong Su's suicide, they could understand his decision. Useless thing. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was sent by Lian to monitor Hong Su could not help but frown when he saw Hong Su committing suicide so decisively. However, when he saw Duan Ling Tian in the distance, a hint of dread appeared on his face. Moreover, this Duan Ling Tian is actually a nine-clawed dragon warrior. I must inform Elder Lian about this as soon as possible. Naturally, he knew what a nine-clawed dragon warrior meant. Soon after, a few bronze flame elders from the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine arrived. The four bronze flame elders were respectively from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, the White Tiger Sanctum, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and the Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder. When they received the news, they rushed over anxiously. At the same time, they felt it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to survive. Perhaps, Hong Su might not be able to kill Duan Ling Tian if he was not in his usual state. However, after Hong Su consumed the forbidden pill, his strength had increased tremendously. It should not be difficult for him to kill Duan Ling Tian. This was what they thought. They were anxious when they rushed over because they were worried something would happen to Duan Ling Tian. They did not know what Duan Ling Tian's background was. However, based on how the Saint Land Enforcement Hall protected Duan Ling Tian, they could tell that Duan Ling Tian's background was not simple at all. Otherwise, how could Duan Ling Tian be protected by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall even though he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root? They were worried the Saint Land Enforcement Hall would vent their anger on them because of Duan Ling Tian's death. For this reason, they traveled at full speed and were extremely anxious. However, when they arrived at the scene, they were dumbfounded. This was because the scene before their eyes was completely different from what they had imagined. Hong Su is dead. Soon after, the Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder discovered Hong Su's body. Shock was written all over his face. After a long while, he finally shifted his gaze away from Hong Su's body and began to look around. In the end, his gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian. He's Duan Ling Tian? At the same time, the bronze flame elders from the punishment zone from the other three sanctums also shifted their gazes to Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 1979. This Hong Su, Duan Ling Tian turned a deaf ear to the arrival of the four punishment district's elders. At this moment, it seemed as though Hong Su was the only person left in his world. Everyone, please search for the complete picture. Dead. To be more precise, only Hong Su's corpse was left. Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to Hong Su. Hong Su's voice transmission to him earlier continued to reverberate in his ears. He could feel Hong Su's anger and displeasure when he mentioned the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder, Lian. He could also feel Hong Su's frustration and helplessness when he mentioned how he was threatened by Lian. Hong Su's emotions had affected him to a certain extent. Hong Su was originally the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum. He was about to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. He had a bright future ahead of him. However, Lian wanted to use him to deal with Duan Ling Tian and forced him into a dead end. Duan Ling Tian's feelings were complicated as he looked at Hong Su's corpse. Don't worry. I'll help you inform your clan. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and secretly made a promise to Hong Su. Naturally, he could not leave the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine now, and he had to inform Hong Su's clan as soon as possible. Due to this reason, he could only find someone to do it on his behalf. He already had a candidate in mind. Duan Ling Tian transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Ling Tian easily blocked Hong Su's attack when his strength was raised to the Saint Celestial stage after he consumed a forbidden pill. Hong Su chose to commit suicide when faced with the pressure from Duan Ling Tian. While Duan Ling Tian was staring at Hong Su's corpse in a daze, the four punishment district's elders learned about what had happened from the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were present on the scene. After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, their hearts involuntarily stirred up waves of shock and awe. Hong Su did not hesitate to consume a forbidden pill in order to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, he did not succeed in the end. This was because he did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to transform into a legendary nine-clawed dragon warrior. If not for that, he would definitely have succeeded. All of a sudden, the four elders looked at Duan Lingtian in a completely different light. The person in front of him was someone who could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Such an existence, even if placed among the dragons, would be worshipped by the dragons like stars surrounding the moon. Of course, the dragons mentioned here were not dragons from the lower province, but dragons from the upper province. Could it be, the Holy Land's enforcement hall is protecting him because of this? Thinking up to this point, the 4 punishment district elders could not help but let their imaginations run wild. At the same time, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and looked at the 4 elders of the punishment district. He nodded slightly and greeted them, "Greetings to the 4 elders." If it was any other time, perhaps they would feel displeased when they saw Duan Lingtian greeting them so casually. They would feel that Duan Lingtian did not take them seriously and was just brushing them off. However, when they learned that Duan Lingtian could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, they completely dismissed this thought. A 9-clawed dragon warrior was a legendary existence. It was an extraordinary existence among the dragons. For elders, I'd like to look for Elder Peng Hua. Duan Lingtian did not forget that Hong Su had asked him for help. After greeting the 4 punishment district elders, he immediately asked for help. Peng Hua was the first punishment district elder he saw when he followed the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong to the punishment district in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. He was an elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum. He did not know anyone else in the punishment district in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Now that he wanted to contact Guoxiong, he immediately thought of him. "You're looking for Elder Peng Hua? I'll bring you there." Among the 4 punishment district elders, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder took the initiative to speak to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had long noticed this punishment district elder was wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder's uniform. When he heard his words, he immediately nodded his head. "3 elders, I'll leave this matter to you." After the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder spoke to the other 3 punishment district elders, he took the lead and flew out to lead the way. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind him. At this moment, only a group of 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples and the 3 punishment district elders remained in the area where the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples stayed. They only retracted their gazes when Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared from their sight. To the 3 punishment district elders, it was easy to deal with the following matter. Hong Su had consumed a forbidden pill in order to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if he did not succeed, it was still a heinous crime. Under such circumstances, even if Duan Lingtian killed Hong Su, Duan Lingtian would still be innocent. Let alone the fact that Hong Su had committed suicide. After the 3 elders from the punishment district dealt with Hong Su's corpse and left, the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, who had been silent for a while due to the arrival of the punishment district's elders, could no longer remain silent. They whispered among themselves as they discussed among themselves. Their words never left Duan Lingtian's side. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was led by the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder to meet the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder, Peng Hua, whom he had met when he first arrived at the punishment district of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Duan Lingtian? When Peng Hua saw Duan Lingtian, he did not dare to put on airs and greeted him with a smile. "Elder Peng Hua, I've come to look for you because of one thing. I would like to ask you to bring our Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Elder Guoxiong, here. I need his help with something." Duan Lingtian looked at Peng Hua and did not beat around the bush. "No problem." Peng Hua agreed immediately. He knew Duan Lingtian seemed to be in a hurry, so he immediately left the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine and went to the Black Turtle Sanctum. Soon after, Peng Hua returned. The Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong had returned with him. "Duan Lingtian, you're looking for me?" Guoxiong asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If it was an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who had come to look for him, Guoxiong would not have bothered. He was the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder no matter what. How could he be someone who could come and go as they pleased? However, when he heard the person who was looking for him was Duan Lingtian, he immediately rushed over. The reason was none other than Duan Lingtian's innate talent. He had a bright future ahead of him. As long as he did not die prematurely, his future achievements would not be inferior to Guoxiong's. Such a person was worthy of Guoxiong's respect. Elder Guoxiong. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush when he saw Guoxiong. He also told Guoxiong everything that Hong Su had told him through voice transmission. Guoxiong's expression turned graver and graver as he listened to Duan Lingtian's description. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was forced to such a state by Lian in broad daylight. This completely enraged Guoxiong. "Don't worry, I'll seek justice for him," Guoxiong said in a deep voice. "Elder Guoxiong, seeking justice for him is secondary. I hope you can help to inform Hong Su's family as soon as possible and ask them to leave their homeland. If it's too late, I'm worried Lian will vent his anger on Hong Su's family for failing to kill me," Duan Lingtian said to Guoxiong with a solemn expression. "Elder Guoxiong, please help me. Take it that I owe you a favor for this matter." Duan Lingtian did not even hesitate to promise Guoxiong a favor for this matter. Guoxiong could not help but feel shocked. "According to what you said earlier, this is the first time you've met Hong Su. Although he has a favor to ask of you, is there a need for you to be so concerned about him? Elder Guoxiong, please help me." Duan Lingtian continued with a serious expression. "Xianxin? Perhaps." At this moment, even Duan Lingtian did not know why he was so concerned about Hong Su's matter. Perhaps it was because he pitied Hong Su. Or perhaps it was because he subconsciously felt that Lian had forced Hong Su into a dead end because of him. For this reason, he subconsciously felt guilty. "Don't worry. I know Hong Su's family. After I leave the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, I'll look for 2 friends and head to Hong Su's family with them. I'll warn his family to leave their homeland as soon as possible," Guoxiong promised solemnly to Duan Lingtian when he saw how serious Duan Lingtian was. Perhaps, he could sue the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, for Hong Su's death. However, even if the Saint Land Enforcement Hall confirmed the truth, Lian would only receive a symbolic punishment since he was not the one who killed Hong Su. As for Hong Su's family, even if Lian killed them, it would not violate the rules of Zoroastrianism. "Thank you, Elder Guoxiong. I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Guoxiong bade him farewell and left in a hurry. After obtaining Guoxiong's promise, Duan Lingtian was relieved. He immediately returned to the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples' residence and entered the Primus house under the respectful gazes of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples. He continued to comprehend the first defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in the Zoroastrianism. Meanwhile, the news of Duan Lingtian transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and defeating Hong Su without a fight had spread from the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. When this news spread to the Four Symbols Sanctums, it caused quite a commotion. Duan Lingtian is a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Heavens! A 9-clawed dragon warrior? Why did he come to the Zoroastrianism instead of enjoying life in the dragons? When the people from the Four Symbols Sanctums found out Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, they were stunned. As far as they knew, a 7-clawed dragon warrior was equivalent to a 6-clawed divine dragon among dragons, while an 8-clawed dragon warrior was equivalent to a 7-clawed divine dragon among dragons. A 9-clawed dragon warrior was equivalent to an 8-clawed divine dragon among dragons. However, there was not a single 8-clawed divine dragon among the current dragons. Chapter 1980. To a certain extent, the dragon warriors were the spokespersons of the mystical dragons. To be more precise, he was the spokesperson of the divine dragon that gave him the ability to transform into a dragon. 7-clawed dragon warriors were the representatives of the 7-clawed divine dragons. 8-clawed dragon warriors were the representatives of the 8-clawed divine dragons. 9-clawed dragon warriors were the representatives of the 9-clawed divine dragons. Duan Lingtian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It seems like there was a 9-clawed divine dragon in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. That's right. To us, a 9-clawed divine dragon is a legendary existence. In the past, We weren't even sure if a 9-clawed divine dragon had ever appeared in the Dao Martial Saint land. However, since Duan Lingtian can transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, this proves that a 9-clawed divine dragon had once appeared in the Dao Martial Saint land. Duan Lingtian must have obtained the inheritance of the 9-clawed divine dragon. That's why he can transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian's luck is really enviable. Everywhere in the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, the news that Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior was spread everywhere. This news was shocking. At the same time, they also vaguely realized, in the history of the Dao Martial Saint land, there was once a 9-clawed divine dragon. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had obtained the legacy left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. That was how he mastered the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. They couldn't think of any other possibility. Senior brother Hong Su was forced to his death by Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums, was not peaceful as well. Many people found it hard to accept the news that Hong Su had committed suicide in the face of pressure from Duan Lingtian. These people were all Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who idolized Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Humph. What did he mean by being forced to death by senior martial brother Duan Lingtian? If Hong Su didn't want to kill senior martial brother Duan Lingtian, would senior martial brother Duan Lingtian force him? Ridiculous. There were also many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who knew what had happened. They stood on Duan Lingtian's side and spoke up for Duan Lingtian. Exactly. In order to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian, Hong Su did not hesitate to consume a forbidden pill. What a big deal. It's a pity that he's no match for senior brother Duan Lingtian even though he's taken a forbidden pill. Compared to those who defended Hong Su, there were undoubtedly more Black Tortoise Tower disciples on Duan Lingtian's side. As the saying goes, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. In addition, Duan Lingtian was in the right. Therefore, those who supported him naturally outnumbered those who supported Hong Su. Humph. To think that I treated Hong Su as my eldest senior brother. I didn't expect him to be so cruel to his fellow disciples. He didn't even hesitate to consume a forbidden pill to kill his fellow disciples. I was really blind before. Me too. In the past, I used to treat Hong Su as my idol. Now that I think about it, I feel disgusted. Why would I treat someone like that as my idol? There were also many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who originally respected Hong Su who had turned against him. Hong Su's actions had hurt their hearts. Naturally, there were also a few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who found it strange that Hong Su killed Duan Lingtian. Logically speaking, both of them don't know each other at all. However, why would senior brother Hong Su kill Duan Lingtian? Moreover, he did not hesitate to consume a forbidden pill. How deep is the enmity between them? If there's enmity between them, senior brother Hong Su would have made his move on Duan Lingtian long ago. Why would he wait until Duan Lingtian was banished to the 4 symbols sanctum's first mind before he chased after him? You're right. I feel like something strange about this matter. Do you still remember that Elder Lian came to the residence of our Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples 2 days ago to look for senior brother Hong Su? You mean senior brother Hong Su killed Duan Lingtian under Elder Lian's orders? Shoo! Lower your voice. Are you seeking death? These Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were smart. They knew Hong Su's pursuit of Duan Lingtian to the 4 symbols sanctum's first mind to kill Duan Lingtian had something to do with their Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame Elder Lian. After all, the enmity between Lian and Duan Lingtian was not a secret in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the 4 symbols sanctums. However, even though they knew about it, they did not dare to spread it. If they were caught by Lian, they would be severely punished even if they did not die. They were not Duan Lingtian, so they did not dare to go against Lian. While the Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar over the matter between Duan Lingtian and Hong Su, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder, Lian, had just returned from outside. As soon as he returned, he received news from the 4 symbols sanctum's first mind before he could even warm his seat. The source of the news was the person he had planted in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Useless trash. Lian cursed when he found out Hong Su had committed suicide and Duan Lingtian was safe and sound. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the new stone table in the front yard of Li An's residence that had just been replaced was once again smashed into pieces by his palm, turning into powder that scattered all over the ground. The trash that Lian was cursing was, naturally, Hong Su. Initially, he thought it would be easy for Hong Su to kill Duan Lingtian since he had the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, that Hong Su's strength was close to the Saint Celestial stage. Who knew God would play a joke on him? Even Hong Su, who had consumed the forbidden pill, the Kismet reuniting pill, was not a match for Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior. During the final moment of the death Duan Lingtian and Hong Su's battle, Duan Lingtian had transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. That was why he was able to withstand Hong Su's full-force attack after consuming the forbidden pill, the Kismet reuniting pill. It was also the most critical moment. The failure of that attack meant Hong Su no longer had the chance to kill Duan Lingtian. And that Duan Lingtian. He's actually a nine-clawed dragon warrior. What did he do to deserve the legacy left behind by a nine-clawed divine dragon? Damn it. Damn it. Li An's expression turned grave when he thought about how Duan Lingtian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian must be eliminated. He must be eliminated before he grows stronger. Lian said through gritted teeth after he took a deep breath. In the past, the innate talent in the martial Dao and divine ability that Duan Lingtian had displayed was enough to make him wary. Now that he found out that Duan Lingtian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior, his heart could not help but tremble. He was even more wary of Duan Lingtian now. If the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian was only a minor one, perhaps he would have put down his pride and taken the initiative to seek peace with Duan Lingtian due to Duan Lingtian's identity as a nine-clawed dragon warrior. After all, he did not know if Duan Lingtian had contacted the dragons or not. Although the current dragons were only slightly stronger than an ordinary first-rate force due to the fact that they only had a few seven-clawed divine dragons, the strength of the dragons was something that he could not help but be wary of. Even though any one of the three great sects was much stronger than the dragon clan, they did not dare to provoke the dragon clan. Dragons were an ancient and mysterious race. This clan had existed in the Dao martial saint land for a very long time. It had even surpassed the three great sects. Who would believe that such an ancient and mysterious clan did not have any trump cards? However, Lian knew very well what was going on. The conflict between him and Duan Lingtian had long since reached a point of no return. There was simply no room for negotiation. What he needed to do now was to kill the Duan Lingtian before the Duan Lingtian matured. Otherwise, once Duan Lingtian matured, he would be dead for sure. Before Hong Su committed suicide, he met eyes with Duan Lingtian for a while. I'm sure he must have communicated with Duan Lingtian via voice transmission during that period of time. Even though Lian wasn't present when Duan Lingtian and Hong Su fought, Lian didn't dare to offend Duan Lingtian. However, through the people he had planted in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, he had learned about the entire situation. He had not missed out on any insignificant details. Humph. Hong Su must have sold me out. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, he must have asked Duan Lingtian to help inform the Hong clan so that they can leave their homeland. However, does he really think I'll leave the Hong clan behind after he kills Duan Lingtian? I'm not so stupid that I don't even know the principle of eliminating the source of trouble. Lian snorted coldly as he narrowed his eyes. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Just 2 days ago, after Hong Su had entered the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, he had made a trip to the Hong clan and annihilated the entire clan. The Hong clan was located in the western region, and it was not far from Zoroastrianism. If he traveled at full speed, it would only take him half a day to reach the Hong clan. As for annihilating the entire clan, it would not even take him half a day. Currently, he had just returned from the Hong clan. I'm afraid Hong Su didn't expect that even if Duan Lingtian really sent someone to the Hong clan to inform them, what awaited them was only a pile of ruins. When Lian reached this part of his sentence, the sneer on his face turned even more sinister. However, news of Duan Lingtian being a nine-clawed dragon warrior and suspected to have obtained the inheritance of a nine-clawed divine dragon must be spread to the Northern Plethora sect and Zhaochong. Li An's thoughts suddenly changed. When he muttered again, he could not help but think about some things. Currently, what we can be sure of is that ever since the Dao Martial Saint land was divided into the Upper Province and Lower Province, there has never been a nine-clawed divine dragon. In other words, even if Duan Lingtian obtained the nine-clawed divine dragon's inheritance, it's highly likely that he did not obtain it in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint land. It's very likely that he obtained it in the Lower Province. Duan Lingtian might be from the Lower Province as well. The moment Lian thought of this, he immediately took out an empty jade token and sent it to the first-rate force, the Northern Plethora sect, to pass it to Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. In the jade token, he also gave Zhao Chong a suggestion. If they could not find anything about Duan Lingtian in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint land, they could head to the Lower Province to search. Duan Lingtian did not expect Lian to be so smart. Just based on the fact that he was a nine-clawed dragon warrior, he was able to deduce that he was from the Lower Province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Chapter 1981. 2 days later, Duan Lingtian, who was in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, met the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong again. Damn! However, Guoxiong's expression was grave. Elder Guoxiong? A bad feeling rose in Duan Lingtian's heart when he saw Guoxiong's expression. When I arrived, the Hong clan was already in ruins. The entire Hong clan had been annihilated. Guoxiong said in a deep voice, actually, before I arrived at the Hong clan, I already had my suspicions. As far as I know, Lian is a ruthless and meticulous person. Perhaps, from the moment he wanted to use Hong Su to deal with you, he had no intention of letting the Hong clan go. Even if Hong Su killed you, he wouldn't let the Hong clan go. This was because he was worried the Hong clan would seek revenge from him in the future. After all, there's no such thing as an absolute secret in this world. Sooner or later, the Hong clan would suspect him of Hong Su's death. As it turns out, my guess was right. Lian had already made his move and annihilated the Hong clan before I arrived. Guoxiong finished speaking in one breath. How ruthless. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and his heart couldn't help but tremble as he deeply realized Li An's ruthlessness. The sense of danger he felt increased immediately. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Hong Su, I've already fulfilled your request. Unfortunately, Lian has already made his move on your clan. However, you don't have to worry. It won't be long before I send Lian down to reunite with you. As Duan Lingtian thought to himself, his eyes flashed coldly. He would kill Lian sooner or later. Suddenly, Guoxiong seemed to have thought of something. He said to Duan Lingtian, apart from that, I plan to go to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall today and sue Lian for threatening Hong Su and sending him to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine to kill you. However, you must be mentally prepared. For this matter, the Holy Land Enforcement Hall will only punish Lian symbolically at most, and this matter won't spread. Can we spread the news ourselves? Duan Lingtian recalled the incident from before. It was precisely because he spread the news that Li An's eldest direct disciple, Wei He, was pushed into the limelight and caused Wei He to be executed. Don't be foolish. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he was rejected by Guoxiong. In the next moment, Guoxiong said solemnly, this matter is completely different from the previous matter. The previous matter was more of an attempt by the Saint Lands Enforcement Hall to protect their dignity. After all, Wei He's actions were a challenge to the authority of the Holy Lands Enforcement Hall. However, this matter is not as exaggerated as it seems. Even if news of this spread out, it's impossible for the Enforcement Hall to execute Lian. After all, Lian is a Silver Flame Elder, and he didn't kill you personally. The most important thing is that you are safe and sound. When Guoxiong reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Unless you can get the dragons to intervene in this matter. Perhaps, the pressure from the dragons might be enough to make the Saint Land Enforcement Hall consider executing Lian. When Guxiong met Duan Lingtian previously, he did not know Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It was only when he returned today that he heard Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. With Duan Lingtian's identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his position among the dragons was not low. It was comparable to an 8-clawed divine dragon. Dragons? Upon hearing Guxiong's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly as he shook his head. Elder Guxiong, I don't have any contact with the dragons. In fact, I don't even know where the dragons are. For this reason, it's impossible for me to ask the dragons to intervene in this matter. It seems like it's just as they guessed. You must have obtained the legacy of a 9-clawed divine dragon. Guxiong sighed. Duan Lingtian remained silent. However, Guxiong took this as a tacit agreement. If I'm not mistaken, you must have obtained the legacy of a 9-clawed divine dragon in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, right? As far as I know, ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into two, the upper and lower province, there has never been a 9-clawed divine dragon in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Guxiong speculated. Ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into two, the upper and lower province, there had never been a 9-clawed divine dragon in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Upon hearing Guxiong's speculation, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. His expression turned grave immediately. Why didn't I think of this before? At this moment, the reason Duan Lingtian's expression was so grave was because of Guxiong's speculation. He was not surprised when others guessed he had obtained the legacy of a 9-clawed divine dragon. However, what did Guxiong say earlier? Guxiong actually guessed he had obtained the technique to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior from the Wuxia subterranean. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew what this meant. If Guxiong could guess it, how could Lian not? Moreover, Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, could not guess it as well. Damn it. Why didn't I think of this earlier? If I knew transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior would expose my origins in the Wuxia subterranean, I'd rather use the Jasper celestial sword than transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian regretted it. He really regretted it now. He knew that by doing this, he had left behind a hidden danger for his family and friends. This was equivalent to him providing Lian and Yang Chong with clues about his background. Duan Lingtian, Guxiong was puzzled when he saw the grave expression on Duan Lingtian's face. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled apologetically at Guxiong. Elder Guxiong, thank you for everything you've done for me. I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor. It's nothing. Guxiong shook his head and smiled. Then, his expression turned solemn as he said solemnly, Duan Lingtian, with your strength, you'll definitely be able to pass the Saint Land's assessment soon and enter the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple. However, you'll have to be careful when you become a Saint Land disciple. Now that you've exposed your identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior, not only will Lian, who'll fight to the death with you, not be afraid of you, but he'll kill you at all costs. To him, as long as you're alive, he'll be in trouble sooner or later. For this reason, he won't show any mercy to you. Guxiong reminded him solemnly. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he knew this, but he did not care about it at all. What he was most worried about was not his own safety, but his family's safety. Elder Guxiong, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Duan Lingtian suddenly took a deep breath as though he had made up his mind. Then, he prepared a voice transmission jade token and asked Guxiong to pass it to Zhu Luqi on his behalf. The content of the jade token was to ask Zhu Luqi to return to the Wuxia subterranean and inform his family to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion as soon as possible to find a safe place to seek refuge. In the future, he would bring them out after he had dealt with all the threats. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also asked Guxiong for help to secretly send Zhu Luqi to the inter-province transportation formation without Lian noticing anything. You're from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Although Guxiong was slightly surprised by this, he was not too surprised. After all, he had already guessed that Duan Lingtian had obtained the technique to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior from the lower province, since the legacy of a nine-clawed divine dragon would usually only exist in the lower province. As for why Duan Lingtian asked him to send someone to the inter-province transportation formation, he could roughly guess the reason. You're worried that Lian and Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, will go to the lower province to deal with your family and friends? Yes. Duan Lingtian trusted Guxiong. At the very least, he did not have any conflict with Guxiong. Moreover, Guxiong usually stood against Lian, so it was impossible for him to betray him. Please help me, Elder Guxiong. If this matter is successful, I'll owe you a huge favor. Elder Guxiong, I'll owe you a huge favor. Duan Lingtian said solemnly to Guxiong. He especially emphasized the words big favor. Even Guxiong did not know why, but when he heard the words huge favor from Duan Lingtian, he felt a little emotional. Perhaps it was because he could see that Duan Lingtian had a bright future, and the huge favor he promised Duan Lingtian would be more important in the future. To me, this matter is as easy as lifting a finger. I'll send him off right now. After Guxiong took the voice transmission jade token from Duan Lingtian, he left the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine and headed to the White Tiger Sanctum to look for Zhu Luqi. Duan Lingtian watched as Guxiong left. He only sighed in relief when Guxiong's silhouette disappeared from his sight. With Palace Master Zhu's warning, I'm sure father knows what to do. It's a good thing that Elder Guxiong reminded me earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that I've inadvertently caused such a disaster. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. If something went wrong, it would definitely cause a huge disaster. Actually, Duan Lingtian wanted to return to the lower province personally. However, when he recalled that he was currently serving in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine and could not leave, he dismissed this thought. Moreover, even if he managed to comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in a few more days, he would definitely be targeted when he entered the Saint Land. It was impossible for him to leave the Zoroastrianism and head to the lower province without alerting Lian. I'll continue to comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier. I'll definitely be able to comprehend it in 5 to 6 days at most. At that time, I'll be able to leave the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine and head to the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he returned to the Primus House and the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The 5 to 6 days he mentioned referred to the time in the outside world. 5 to 6 days in the outside world was equivalent to 50 to 60 days in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In other words, Duan Lingtian was confident he could successfully comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in 2 months. Chapter 1982. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Lingtian appeared out of thin air in the only Primus room in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine's punishment zone. After putting away the 7 Treasures Jewel Pagoda, Duan Lingtian pushed open the door and came to the front yard of the huge mansion. He raised his head to look at the sky and took a deep breath. The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. I finally succeeded in comprehending it. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, boundless Sun Saint power immediately swept out of his body through the 99 Saint veins in his body. When it spread out, it formed a huge shadow around his body. It was the silhouette of a black tortoise. At the same time, the light of the Sun Saint force was faintly discernible on the black tortoise's shadow. The gigantic shadow of the black tortoise protected Duan Lingtian within, leaving no gaps. Clearly, this was the most powerful divine ability of the Black Turtle's Sanctum, the Black Turtle's Barrier, that Duan Lingtian had successfully comprehended and mastered. It was also the number 1 divine ability of Zoroastrianism. Now, all the high-grade divine abilities I've mastered, offensive divine abilities, defensive divine abilities, movement divine abilities, and support divine abilities, are all gathered. A satisfied smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he withdrew the black tortoise silhouette. Since I've successfully comprehended the Black Tortoise's Barrier, there's no need for me to mine saint stones today. I can leave now. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He rose into the air and flew away from the residence of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples in the first mine's punishment zone. In the past few days, although Duan Lingtian had been comprehending the divine ability, the Black Tortoise's barrier, he still took some time out to mine saint stones to complete the missions given to the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples serving in the first mine. Of course, while completing the mission, he also threw a lot of first-grade saint stones into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He found another quasi-celestial grade saint stone mine, but it was not as big as the one he found before. He casually threw it into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Where should we go now? After leaving the residence of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples in the first mine's punishment zone, Duan Lingtian did not know where he could go to display his divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in order to be pardoned. Finally, he went to the registration area of the new disciples in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. What a coincidence. The one on duty today was the same elder from the punishment district whom he had met the other day. The eyes of the punishment district's elder, who was wearing the exclusive uniform of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder, lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian, you. What's the matter? He had heard that Duan Lingtian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior and that his strength was almost on par with a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse after he transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Therefore, when facing the Duan Lingtian now, he was even more polite than before. Elder, I would like to ask. If I want to be pardoned by the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, who should I look for? Duan Lingtian asked straightforwardly. Pardoned? The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he smiled wryly. Duan Lingtian, I know you're very strong. However, if you want to be pardoned, you'll have to pass the Saint Land's assessment and become a Saint Land disciple first. When you participate in the Saint Land's assessment, you can apply to leave the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine temporarily. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder explained patiently. Elder. As far as I know, if one manages to comprehend the divine ability from one of the Sanctum's most treasured sanctums, one can be pardoned directly, right? I remember senior brother Sunda did the same. Duan Lingtian said again. Gasp. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder narrowed his eyes immediately. At the same time, he gasped in shock. You've successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier? Yes. As Duan Lingtian nodded, the Sun Saint energy on his body surged out and transformed into the silhouette of a gigantic black turtle. It's really the Black Turtle's barrier. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder could not help but gasp when he saw the Black Turtle silhouette. In less than a month, 2 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the Black Turtle's barrier. Did they not say that the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability was the most difficult to comprehend? Was this a joke? Since Duan Lingtian had comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, the rest was easy. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder at the registration office contacted another punishment zone's elder and asked him to bring Duan Lingtian to the Saint Land's Silver Flame Elder who was in charge of pardoning. As long as Duan Lingtian cast the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in front of the Silver Flame Elder, he would be pardoned and be able to leave the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine to head to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. Whoosh! Under the Silver Flame Elder's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, again. A gigantic black turtle silhouette appeared and protected him. Upon seeing this, even the Saint Land's Silver Flame Elder could not help but gasp. Duan Lingtian, you really live up to your reputation. I heard that you've already mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. Now that you've mastered a high-grade defensive divine ability, you've mastered 4 types of high-grade divine abilities. An envious expression could be seen on the Silver Flame Elder's face as he spoke. Even he had only mastered 2 high-grade divine abilities. However, the person in front of him had mastered a total of 4 high-grade abilities, and they were all different types of high-grade abilities. Offensive divine ability. Defensive divine ability. Movement divine ability. Assist type divine ability. He was envious and jealous of Duan Lingtian for having all 4 of them. This is the pardon document. From now on, you no longer have to serve in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. The Silver Flame Elder raised his hand and handed the pardon document to Duan Lingtian. With this pardon document, Duan Lingtian would no longer be obstructed when he left the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Otherwise, he would have been stopped by the patrolling elders of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine before he could leave. Duan Lingtian, you've already successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, so you can head to the Saint Land directly. As long as you cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in front of the patrolling elders of the Saint Land, he'll bring you to the Saint Land to register as a Saint Land disciple. Before that, if you have any trivial matters to attend to in the Black Turtle Sanctum, it's best for you to return first. After all, once you become a Saint Land disciple, it'll be difficult for you to return to the 4 Symbols Sanctums. The Silver Flame Elder reminded Duan Lingtian before he left. However, Duan Lingtian did not have any trivial matters to attend to in the Black Turtle Sanctum. For this reason, after he left the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine, he directly made his way to the Saint Land. Soon after, he was stopped by the patrolling elders of the Saint Land. After Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, the patrolling elders brought him into the Saint Land. It was Duan Lingtian's first time in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He looked around curiously. The Saint Land of Zoroastrianism was a barren desert. There were mountains and rivers, but there was not even a hint of green. In this barren land, apart from the mountains and rivers, the most common thing one could see was red. From afar, the red color looked like red flowers. However, they were not real flowers. For humans, it was a very representative thing. Without it, survival would be a problem. Flames. The red flowers that filled the ancient and mysterious barren land were the flames that humans relied on to survive. Especially in this desert, the flames were like a veil of mystery and supremacy. Spacious altars could be seen everywhere in this barren land. In the center of these altars, there were large braziers that were held up by brackets. Dazzling flames rose from the braziers, and a scorching aura swept out. It turned into heat waves that hit the people in the surroundings, causing many of them to break out in cold sweat. However, these people did not feel uncomfortable or disgusted. Instead, they prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed to the braziers. To be more precise, they were kowtowing to the flames that rose from the braziers. Upon closer inspection, one could see their eyes were filled with reverence when they looked at the flames. It was as though each of them was a devout believer of the flames, and the flames were their religion. This was indeed the case. These people were natives of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. They were ordinary people who were self-sufficient and lived in seclusion. They believed in the flames, and they were the most devout believers of the flames. In their eyes, the flames were everything. Only with the flames could there be a world. Is this how the Christian name of Zoroastrianism came about? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the group of people who were devoutly worshipping the flames. Duan Lingtian continued to follow the Saint Land's patrolling elder. Behind the barren land, a group of active volcanoes appeared. The peaks of the volcanoes continued to spit out scorching flames. Every time it spat out flames, it would fill the sky with a red glow, causing the surrounding environment to become extremely bright. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, due to the existence of these volcanoes, there's never night. Perhaps, night will only truly descend when these active volcanoes no longer spit out flames. The Saint Land's patrolling elder explained. That volcano, soon after, Duan Lingtian saw a gigantic volcano. This volcano was surrounded by active volcanoes that continued to spit out flames. It was like a moon surrounded by stars. It was like an emperor. However, since it did not spit out flames, it formed a strong contrast with the active volcanoes around it. This volcano is also an active volcano. However, the frequency of its spitting flames is not high. It only spits out flames once a month. As though he saw Duan Lingtian's confusion, the Saint Lands patrolling elder explained. Chapter 1983. Upon hearing the Saint Lands patrolling elder's words, Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to look up. In the sky above the gigantic volcano, there were islands floating in the air. On these islands, there were sparse clusters of buildings. The floating island surrounded a huge floating island in the middle, like stars surrounding the moon. This enormous floating island was the main island. That huge floating island is the main island of the fire worship sect Saint Land. It's where you'll be staying. You'll be staying there as well, the Saint Land's patrolling elder explained to Duan Lingtian. As for the islands around the main island, they're the residences of the Bronze Flame Elders and true disciples of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Every Bronze Flame Elder and true disciple has their own independent island. The Saint Land's patrolling elder continued to explain. True disciple? Duan Lingtian knew about the Bronze Flame Elders. However, this was his first time hearing about true disciples. He could not help but look at the Saint Land's patrolling elder in confusion. Elder, what's the deal with true disciples? In response to Duan Lingtian's question, the Saint Land's patrolling elder replied in a timely manner, true disciples are the most outstanding disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. They're also the future pillars of Zoroastrianism. There are two ways to become a true disciple. The first way is to possess an indigo innate spiritual root or above and have a cultivation base at the divine saint stage or above. The second way is to have a cultivation base at the saint celestial stage. A monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root or above. Have a cultivation base at the saint celestial stage. Upon hearing the Saint Land's patrolling elder's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened immediately. He finally understood the significance of being a true disciple in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. A true disciple was equivalent to the future of Zoroastrianism. As such, it was understandable that each of them had an independent island around the main island, as a place of cultivation. Elder. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He asked again, don't tell me the Silver Flame Elders, Golden Flame Elders, Guardians, Vice Sect Leaders, and Sect Leader of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism are all staying on the main island? As he spoke, Duan Lingtian looked at the gigantic floating island in front of him. Of course not. The Saint Land's patrolling elder shook his head and said, in our fire worship sect, those who are Silver Flame Elders and above usually stay on the otherworldly island. Otherworldly island? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Come with me. The Saint Land's patrolling elder called out to Duan Lingtian before he soared up into the sky. Duan, Duan, Duan. After a short while, Duan Lingtian discovered the Saint Land's patrolling elder had brought him up to the sky. They continued to fly even after they had surpassed the height of the main island. At the same time, the main island's full view appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. In terms of size, the main island was not as big as the Black Turtle Sanctum that Duan Lingtian was in previously. There were mountains and rivers on the main island. Apart from that, one could also see many green plants. Apart from that, there were also various buildings. The buildings were scattered everywhere in an orderly manner. When one looked at it from afar, it gave off a comfortable feeling. Don't tell me the otherworldly island is above the clouds in the sky? Duan Lingtian could not help but wonder when he saw the Saint Land's patrolling elder flying through the clouds and reaching a higher altitude. When he saw the scenery behind the Saint Land's patrolling elder, he realized he had guessed correctly. These are the otherworldly islands? After flying through the clouds and reaching a higher altitude, Duan Lingtian's attention was focused on the floating islands in the distance. These floating islands were located above the clouds above the main island of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. They were located at 4 different levels. At the highest point, there was only one floating island. Below that, there were a total of 5 floating islands. Below that, there were a total of 10 floating islands. Below that, there were a total of 50 floating islands. That's right. These are the otherworldly islands. The Saint Lands patrolling elder nodded. Look at the otherworldly island at the highest point. That's where Lord Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism cultivates. Lord Sect Leader is currently in closed-door cultivation there. The Saint Lands patrolling elder had a respectful expression on his face when he mentioned the Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism. Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism? Upon hearing the Saint Lands patrolling elder's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Currently, it was precisely because the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had not come out of closed-door cultivation that his wife and daughter were only imprisoned in the Saint Lands Law Enforcement Hall. They were not executed. However, once the sect leader of Zoroastrianism came out of closed-door cultivation, his wife and daughter would face execution. The outcome of the execution would definitely be death. If possible, he really hoped that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would never come out of closed-door cultivation. However, he also knew that it was destined to be a delusion. The 5 otherworldly islands below are the cultivation places of the 2 deputy sect leaders and 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism. The Saint Lands patrolling elder continued. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also regained his senses. He had heard of the 2 deputy sect leaders of Zoroastrianism before. As for the 3 guardians, they were even more well known. It was said that the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism were the senior powerhouses of Zoroastrianism. Their positions in Zoroastrianism were as high as the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Xie Zong. When Duan Lingtian thought about the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, he could not help but recall the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder Xie Zong who had snatched his Devil Seal tablet and killed Elder Ku in the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. As far as he knew, Xie Zong was the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Duan Lingtian had long regarded Xie Zong as his mortal enemy. However, since Xie Zong was too strong, he could only bury this hatred in the depths of his heart for now. However, when he was strong enough, he would definitely look for Xie Zong and kill him to avenge Elder Ku and take back the Devil Seal tablet. Xie Zong, just you wait. It won't be long before I come looking for you. At that time, I'll let you know that even an ant in your eyes can take your life. Duan Lingtian swore as his eyes gleamed coldly. At the same time, the Saint Lands patrolling elder's voice continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. The 10 islands below are the cultivation grounds of the 10 golden flame elders of Zoroastrianism. However, most of the time, these 10 islands are empty since the 10 golden flame elders are either in charge of the 4 symbol sanctums or in the minds of the 4 symbol sanctums. Since you're from the 4 symbol sanctums, I'm sure you know how important the 4 symbol sanctums and the minds of the 4 symbol sanctums are to Zoroastrianism. The Saint Lands patrolling elder continued to speak. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he knew about this. In Zoroastrianism, the 4 symbol sanctums was not only a place that provided the Saint Land with new blood, but it was also the gateway to Zoroastrianism. If someone attacked the Zoroastrianism, the 4 symbol sanctums would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. It was reassuring to have the 4 golden flame elders in charge of such an important place. As for the minds of the 4 symbol sanctums, they were the second gateway to Zoroastrianism. Once the 4 symbol sanctums fell, they would have to fend off the next wave of attacks. Moreover, there were first-grade saint stones reserves in each of the mines. For this reason, the mines of the 4 symbol sanctums were guarded by the remaining 6 golden flame elders of Zoroastrianism. For this reason, it was rare to see golden flame elders in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Usually, the 10 golden flame elders would stay in the 4 symbol sanctums and the mines of the 4 symbol sanctums. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, the people in charge were mostly silver flame elders and bronze flame elders. The group of silver flame elders and bronze flame elders in the Saint Land was directly led by the 2 vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, after the sect leader and guardians, the 2 vice sect leaders were the most powerful. They were even stronger than the 10 golden flame elders. For this reason, having them guard the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism would form the 3rd line of defense for Zoroastrianism. If a strong enemy attacked, the 3 lines of defense would be able to hold on until the 3 most powerful guardians and the sect leader of Zoroastrianism personally made a move. Zoroastrianism is indeed one of the 3 most powerful forces in the Dao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. As for the remaining 50 islands, I'm sure you can guess that those are the residences of the Silver Flame Elders. The Saint Land's patrolling elder continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, he had guessed it. It's alright to look at these islands from afar. However, if we get any closer, let alone you, even I will be severely punished if I'm caught. When the Saint Land's patrolling elder reached this point, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. The Saint Land's patrolling elder was merely a bronze flame elder in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He was not qualified to cultivate on the islands. Let's go. I'll bring you to register. The registration office for our Zoroastrianism Saint Land is on the main island. The Saint Land's patrolling elder called out to Duan Lingtian again. The moment his words left his mouth, he took the lead to descend from the sky and flew toward the main island in the distance. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian, naturally, followed suit. When they arrived near the main island, Duan Lingtian saw many figures passing by in a hurry. These people were wearing the Saint Land's disciple uniform. It was obvious they were Saint Land disciples. A fiery red flame was embroidered on the chest of the Saint Land's disciple uniform. It was a seal. This was something that the 4 symbols sanctums did not have. The Saint Land's Silver Flame Elder in the punishment zone of the 4 symbols sanctums first mine and this Saint Land's patrolling elder also have this seal on their uniforms. It seems like this is the symbol of the Saint Land's elders and disciples. Chapter 1984. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already changed back to the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Naturally, he attracted the attention of many Saint Land disciples when he appeared together with a Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? Some of the Saint Land disciples' eyes landed on Duan Lingtian's exclusive uniform. They could see through his background. A few days ago, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple entered the Saint Land and became a Saint Land disciple because he comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. It has only been 2 weeks, why is there another Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple here? A Saint Land disciple said in surprise. Although they were far away, Duan Lingtian still heard his words. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew the Saint Land disciple was talking about Sunda, who was also a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Sunda had successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Not only was he pardoned in the 4 symbols sanctum's first mine, but he was even allowed to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. In fact, Sunda was the reason Duan Lingtian was able to appear here today. After all, if Sunda had not cast the Black Turtle's Barrier in front of him, he would not have been able to comprehend it so quickly. Don't tell me this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple has also comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier? After all, the Saint Land assessment won't begin for a while. The 4 symbols sanctum's disciples who are allowed to enter the Saint Land must have comprehended one of the treasured divine abilities in the 4 symbols sanctums or be recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Another Saint Land disciple chimed in. However, many Saint Land disciples scoffed at this Saint Land disciple's words. He has also comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier? I think you're thinking too much. That's right. The Black Turtle's Barrier is not as simple as the treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum. It's also the number 1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism. Among the high-grade divine abilities in the fire worship sect, the difficulty of comprehending it is definitely in the top tier. It's not easy to comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier. In my opinion, this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple must have been recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum because of his high innate talent. I think so too. The group of Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. Based on their words, they seemed to have confirmed that Duan Lingtian was recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. In the face of such a misunderstanding, Duan Lingtian only smiled calmly, not minding it at all. The patrolling elder of the Holy Land beside him shook his head inwardly when he heard the discussions of the Holy Land disciples. Because he knew very well in his heart, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple next to him was not recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Instead, it was because this disciple had displayed the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, that the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum had personally brought this disciple to the main island of the Saint Land for registration. This was also one of his duties as the patrolling elder of the Holy Land. So many people. When Duan Lingtian and the patrolling elder of the Holy Land passed by the square in the middle of the Saint Island, they noticed many people had gathered there. At first glance, there were at least 1,000 people. 1,000 people might not be a big deal in any of the four symbol sanctums. However, what was this place? This was the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Generally speaking, Zoroastrianism disciples who could enter the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism would be recommended by the sanctum leaders of the four symbol sanctums to become a disciple of the Saint Land unless they possessed monstrous innate talent as soon as they entered the Zoroastrianism. It was either that or they possessed monstrous innate talent and managed to comprehend the treasured divine ability of one of the four symbol sanctums before their cultivation base was at the mastery quintessential saint stage. Otherwise, they would need to have a cultivation base at the mastery quintessential saint stage or above to pass the Saint Land's assessment and become a disciple of the Saint Land. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was surprised to see 1,000 people in the Saint Island Square. The 1,000 people in the Saint Island Square were definitely not all the Saint Land's disciples in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. Based on this, there must be at least a few thousand Saint Land's disciples in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. What did it mean to have a few thousand people at the mastery quintessential saint stage or above? This is the central square of the main island of the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. It's usually the busiest place here. Apart from the various palaces, it's also the place where the Saint Land's disciples discuss their martial arts. Many Saint Land's disciples who have reached a bottleneck in their cultivation would gather here to join in the fun. Who knows, they might be enlightened and find an opportunity to improve their cultivation base. At the same time, the Saint Land's patrolling elder's voice resonated in the air, allowing Duan Lingtian to know where he was. The central square of the Saint Island. Elder, how many Saint Land's disciples are there in the Saint Land? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the 1,000 people in the central square again. What's wrong? Are you shocked to see that there are more than 1,000 people in the central square? The Saint Land's patrolling elder asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian did not deny it. If there are more than 1,000 Saint Land's disciples in the central square, there must be at least 3,000 to 5,000 Saint Land's disciples in the Saint Land, right? Duan Lingtian speculated as he waited for the Saint Land's patrolling elder's reply. It's not as exaggerated as 3,000 to 5,000. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Saint Land's patrolling elder shook his head. I've already told you that many Saint Land's disciples who have reached a bottleneck in their cultivation would gather in the central square. Their purpose is simple. They want to interact with the other Saint Land's disciples and be enlightened by the other Saint Land's disciples' words. From there, they'll find an opportunity to improve their cultivation base. The improvement mentioned here does not only refer to cultivation, but also martial arts techniques and even divine abilities. I'm sure you know that 99% of the Saint Land's disciples in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land are at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage or above. Some of them are at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage, but most of them are at the peak of the Quintessential Saint stage. Most of the Saint Land's disciples at the peak of the Quintessential Saint stage have been stuck at the peak of the Quintessential Saint stage for hundreds or even thousands of years. If they haven't broken through to the Saint Celestial stage, they won't be able to become a true disciple or a bronze flame elder. The Saint Land's patrolling elder said slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded. Regarding this, he could understand. After all, not all Saint Land's disciples at the peak of the quintessential saint stage could break through to the Saint Celestial stage. One had to rely on innate talent and fortuitous encounters to break through to the Saint Celestial stage. Innate talent accounted for more than 90% of the time. Generally speaking, those with green innate spiritual roots or lower would not be able to break through to the Saint Celestial stage unless they had fortuitous encounters. Even for those with green innate spiritual roots, it was not easy for them to break through to the Saint Celestial stage. Only those with blue innate spiritual roots or higher would be able to break through to the Saint Celestial stage without facing any major bottlenecks. Naturally, this meant there were no major bottlenecks. Due to various reasons, one would more or less encounter a minor bottleneck. Take Duan Lingtian for example. Although he possessed a blue innate spiritual root, his cultivation base was only at the peak of the divine saint stage. However, due to the fact that his cultivation speed was too fast, it would be difficult for him to break through to the exemplary saint stage in a short period of time before his cultivation base at the peak of the divine saint stage stabilized. This was the small bottleneck. Actually, the thousands of Saint Lan's disciples gathered in the central square account for more than half of the Saint Lan's disciples. There are over 2,000 Saint Lan's disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. When the Saint Lan's patrolling elder spoke again, Duan Lingtian realized he had guessed wrongly. However, even if he guessed wrongly, the number of Saint Lan's disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism still shocked him. This meant there were about 2,000 people at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage or above in the Zoroastrianism. Most of them were at the peak of the Quintessential Saint stage. As expected of one of the three most powerful sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. With such a foundation and strength, it's not something a first-rate force can compare to. Let alone those forces that are weaker than a first-rate force. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Put everything else aside for now. According to the information he had obtained from the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong, the Hong clan's Hong clan was in the Hong Kong clan. The Hong clan behind Hong Su whom Lian had threatened to kill him was one of the third-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, such a force was annihilated by a Silver Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism alone. Although the Silver Flame Elder who attacked was powerful and could be considered as one of the best among the Silver Flame Elders in the Zoroastrianism, this was enough to show the difference between a third-rate force and a Zoroastrianism. A slightly stronger Silver Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism is able to annihilate a third-rate force in the upper province on his own. Doesn't this mean a slightly stronger Golden Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism would also be able to annihilate a second-rate force in the upper province on his own? If they send out the Vice Sect Leader or the three Great Guardians, it wouldn't be difficult for them to annihilate a first-rate force. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but gasp inwardly. At the same time, he was deeply aware of how terrifying Zoroastrianism was. Put aside the Saint Land disciples from the Zoroastrianism, just the high-ranking officials from the Zoroastrianism were all powerful people who could do whatever they wanted in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As for the palaces around the central square, you can come and learn about them yourself after you've registered as a Saint Land disciple. The Saint Land's patrolling elder said to Duan Lingtian before he brought Duan Lingtian to the registration office for new disciples of the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. They did not stop along the way. What's your name? When they were about to arrive at the registration office for new disciples of the Zoroastrianism Saint Land, the Saint Land's patrolling elder suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian and asked without any warning. Ever since Duan Lingtian came to the Saint Land and cast the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in front of him, the Saint Land's elder was stunned. It was only now that he realized. Chapter 1985. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled in response to the Saint Land's patrolling elder's question. He had a good impression of this patrolling elder who had patiently introduced him to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian? However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the Saint Land's patrolling elder suddenly came to a halt. His eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. You're Duan Lingtian? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Lingtian, who can transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, went against the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder and offended the Northern Plethora sect's 5th Elder as soon as he entered the Fire Worship sect. Elder, you've heard of me? Duan Lingtian was equally shocked when he saw how shocked the Saint Land's patrolling elder was. His name had even spread to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Of course, I've heard of you. The Saint Land's patrolling elder nodded before he said with a wry smile on his face, put aside the fact that everyone in the Four Symbols Sanctums knows about you, Duan Lingtian, even in our saint land, apart from those who are in closed-door cultivation and those who are oblivious to the outside world, I'm afraid there aren't many who haven't heard of you, Duanling Tian. I didn't expect the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who mastered the Black Turtle Sanctum's divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, would be you, Duanling Tian. As far as I know, you've already mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities before this. They're an offensive divine ability, a movement divine ability, and an assist-type divine ability. Now, you've even mastered the Black Turtle Sanctum's divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, as well as the number 1 divine ability in Zoroastrianism. You've mastered all 4 types of high-grade divine abilities. Put everything else aside, in terms of divine ability comprehension, I'm afraid only Lord Sect Leader and the 3 guardians in Zoroastrianism can compare to you. Even the 2 vice leaders of our Zoroastrianism are not as good as you in this regard. When the Saint Land's patrolling elder reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with envy as he looked at Duanling Tian. Compared to Duanling Tian, he felt that he had wasted all these years of his life. As a bronze flame elder of the Saint Land, he had only mastered 1 high-grade divine ability. Compared to Duanling Tian, the difference was like heaven and earth. Fortunately, his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root, and his cultivation base is only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. I wonder if he'll be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage. At the same time, the patrolling elders secretly rejoiced. When he thought about how Duanling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, he felt much better. Although he was a Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder, he possessed a green innate spiritual root. He was much stronger than Duanling Tian in this regard. However, the patrolling elders of the Saint Land did not expect Duanling Tian to possess a yellow innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian's innate spiritual root was no longer a yellow innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian's innate spiritual root was currently a blue innate spiritual root. It was a grade higher than the green innate spiritual root. In the entire Zoroastrianism, there were only a few dozen people who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Apart from that, as long as a person with a blue innate spiritual root did not die prematurely, he would be able to become a silver flame elder or even a golden flame elder in the Zoroastrianism in the future. Elder, you flatter me. I was just lucky. Duanling Tian smiled indifferently when he sensed the envious and jealous gazes from the Saint Land Enforcement Elder. He appeared very calm. The Saint Land's patrolling elders had a better impression of Duanling Tian when they saw how calm he was. At the same time, they could not help but sigh inwardly. Duanling Tian has a monstrous innate talent for divine abilities, and he's a good person as well. Unfortunately, God didn't bestow him with monstrous innate talent for divine abilities but not for martial Dao. Otherwise, he would have definitely become a prodigy of Zoroastrianism in the future. A prodigy was also known as a prodigy. In Zoroastrianism, only young prodigies with indigo innate spiritual roots were qualified to be called a prodigy. Naturally, being a prodigy was only a title. It could be used anywhere. However, those who were given the title of prodigy were like cranes in a flock of chickens. They were either extremely talented or powerful. Previously, before the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into the Upper Province and the Lower Province, there was only one prodigy in the world. During that time, there was only one person in the Dao Martial Saint Land who was qualified to be called a prodigy. He was none other than the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang. It was also during that era that he was a legendary figure who stunned the entire era. Let's go. The Saint Land's new disciple registration area is just ahead. After the Saint Land's patrolling elders called out to Duanling Tian, they took the lead and descended. Naturally, Duanling Tian followed suit. The Saint Land's new disciple registration area was located in a side hall. It was very inconspicuous. If Duanling Tian were to look for it himself, he might not be able to find it. Elder Xiao Zhen, aren't you supposed to be patrolling today? Why are you here? When Duanling Tian followed the Saint Land's patrolling elders into the side hall, he heard a loud voice coming from inside. It was a middle-aged man behind the counter in the side hall who was greeting the Saint Land's patrolling elders. This middle-aged man was dressed exactly like the Saint Land's patrolling elders. He was also a Saint Lan's bronze flame elder. Elder Xiaozhen. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally found out the name of the Saint Lan's patrolling elders who had brought him here. Elder Ding Zhong, as the saying goes, one never visits a temple without a cause. I'm here to send him here. Now that he's here, it's time for me to return to my patrolling duties, Elder Xiaozhen said. The patrolling elder of the Holy Land, Xiaozhen, said. After he finished speaking, he first greeted the middle-aged man before looking at Duan Lingtian and saying with a smile, I'll be leaving first. Elder Ding Zhong will make the arrangements for you. Thank you, Elder Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen left swiftly amidst Duan Lingtian's thanks. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man behind the counter, the Saint Lan's bronze flame elder Ding Zhong, who was in charge of the new disciple registration, began to size up Duan Lingtian. Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? When Ding Zhong saw the uniform Duan Lingtian was wearing, he raised an eyebrow before a smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, since this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was sent here by the Saint Lan's patrolling elders before the Saint Lan's assessment, he must have been recommended by the Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum and possessed the recommendation document from the Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Such existences were generally extremely monstrous existences. They must have at least a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root or higher. Even if such a person had not matured yet, he was already worthy of Ding Zhong's respect and flattery. In fact, as long as such a person did not die prematurely, he would at least become a silver flame elder or even a golden flame elder in the Zoroastrianism when he matured in the future. There was a saying that went, well, you may ignore me today, but you won't be able to reach me tomorrow. Due to this reason, Ding Zhong wanted to build a good relationship with this genius disciple from the Black Turtle Sanctum before he matured. Ding Zhong immediately said to Duan Lingtian warmly and politely, Little brother, take out the recommendation document that Sanctum leader Wu gave you. I'll register it for you now. The Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum had the surname Wu. Duan Lingtian knew about this. Initially, Duan Lingtian was puzzled by Ding Zhong's enthusiasm. However, when he heard Ding Zhong's words, he realized Ding Zhong had misunderstood. Ding Zhong must have misunderstood him as a genius disciple recommended by the Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Due to this reason, Ding Zhong was so friendly to him. Elder Ding Zhong, I think you've misunderstood. I don't have the recommendation document. Duan Lingtian said. You don't have the recommendation document? Duan Lingtian's words not only stunned Ding Zhong, but even the two young men standing near Ding Zhong were stunned as well. After a while, Ding Zhong regained his senses and continued to say, Little brother, stop joking. The fact that you're here before the Saint Land's assessment shows that you're qualified to enter the Saint Land in advance and become a Saint Land disciple. If you're not recommended by Sanctum leader Wu, don't tell me you've also successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier? When Ding Zhong reached the end of his sentence, he began to laugh. Even he felt it was unrealistic. The other two young men nodded as well. They also felt it was unrealistic. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not say anything. Instead, he directly cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, as a response to Ding Zhong. Whoosh! At this moment, the Sun Saint energy on Duan Lingtian's body suddenly rose before it spread out and transformed into the silhouette of a gigantic black turtle that shielded him. When Ding Zhong and the other two saw this, their expressions froze immediately. At this moment, they felt as though thousands of horses were galloping wildly in their hearts. How was this possible? In less than half a month before the Saint Land's assessment began, two Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had arrived. Both of them had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Since when was it so easy to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier? Was it still the number one defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism? Ding Zhong was stunned. The two young men were stunned as well. Elder Ding Zhong, can you register me now? It was only when Duan Lingtian spoke that Ding Zhong snapped out of his daze. Yes, of course. At this moment, a smile appeared on Ding Zhong's face again. Someone who could successfully comprehend the number one defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, from Zoroastrianism was also worthy of his respect. As long as such a person's martial Dao innate talent was not too bad, his future achievements would not be inferior to his. Little brother, what's your name? Before registering Duan Lingtian, Ding Zhong asked as a routine. Although it was just a routine, there was a warm smile on his face from the beginning to the end. It gave Duan Lingtian a feeling of being at home. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1986. The name, Duan Lingtian, was not unfamiliar to Ding Zhong. Although this name had become famous in the fire worship sect recently, it did not mean that it would be impossible for the fire worship sect to become famous. However, since the owner of this name only had a yellow innate spiritual root, he did not take this person seriously. He had even told more than one person, Duan Lingtian was just a mediocre person who got lucky. A mediocre person would always be a mediocre person. Even if he was lucky for a moment, he would still be a pile of mud that couldn't be supported. So what if he was talented in divine ability? Without the support of martial arts talent, it would be difficult for one to achieve great things. So what if he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior? A mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root would not be treated as an 8-clawed divine dragon even if he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. The 8-clawed divine dragon was not only a symbol of status, but also a symbol of strength. In fact, the reason why the 8-clawed divine dragon had such a lofty status among dragons was because of their martial talent and strength. In Ding Zhong's opinion, these were also things that the Duan Lingtian did not have. Among the dragons, only the strong were respected. The weak would never be recognized by the dragons. So you're Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, Ding Zhong's expression changed. The smile on his face was no longer there, replaced by indifference. Although he had heard that Duan Lingtian's strength was extremely close to the Saint's celestial stage, he still did not take Duan Lingtian seriously. In his opinion, that was the limit of the Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. His cultivation base was already at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Even if he managed to break through to the quintessential saint stage, it would still be difficult for him. At the end of their lives, their strength would at most be comparable to the first form of the saint's celestial stage. Such an existence was simply not worthy of Ding Zhong taking the initiative to curry favor with. Seeing the sudden change in Ding Zhong's expression, Duan Lingtian was at a loss. A moment later, as if realizing something, Duan Lingtian shrugged. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint helpless smile, but in the end, he did not say anything. Duan Lingtian was not a fool. He could roughly guess the reason why Ding Zhong had tried to curry favor with him. Ding Zhong must have felt that his future was limitless and wanted to seize the opportunity to curry favor with him in advance so that there wouldn't be any opportunities in the future. And now, Ding Zhong's change in expression came from him saying his name. Suddenly, he realized something. At this moment, in Ding Zhong's eyes, he was no longer worth fawning over. As for the reason, there were only two reasons. First, Ding Zhong, like most people in Zoroastrianism, thought he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Secondly, Ding Zhong did not think that he could defeat Lian. He felt that he would die in the middle of the battle. No matter what the reason was, there was a common fact. Currently, in Ding Zhong's eyes, he had lost the value of fawning over him. It was precisely because of this that Ding Zhong's attitude towards him had undergone such a drastic change. How realistic, although Duan Lingtian had seen many similar situations along the way, he could not help but shake his head and sigh when he saw this. Naturally, he did not care. It did not matter if Ding Zhong's attitude toward him was friendly or not. It was fine as long as Ding Zhong obediently completed the registration process for him and did not cause any trouble for him. Fortunately, although Ding Zhong was snobbish, he did not make things difficult for Duan Lingtian during the registration process. After Ding Zhong finished registering Duan Lingtian, he looked at the young man on his left and said, "Bring him a few Saint Land disciples' uniforms." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the other young man and said, prepare a Saint Lan disciple's identity token and a crystal card to store contribution points for him. Yes. The two young men were Ding Zhong's assistants at the Saint Lan disciple registration office. Naturally, they would carry out Ding Zhong's orders unconditionally. Perhaps it was due to Ding Zhong's influence. When they looked at Duan Lingtian from the corner of their eyes, there was a hint of disdain in their eyes. Duan Lingtian acted as if he didn't see this. Everyone had their own way of living. Since they were snobbish, he would let them be as long as they did not cause him any harm. A Saint Lan disciple has an identity token? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. When he was in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he only had the Black Turtle Sanctum's uniform and did not have an identity token. It seemed like the treatment of a Saint Lan disciple was indeed extraordinary. Also, the crystal card to store contribution points must be the same as the crystal card used to store merit points in the Moon Illumination sect. The contribution points inside must be used to exchange for some precious items in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. Soon after, the two young men prepared a few sets of Saint Lan disciples' uniform, an identity token, and a crystal card for Duan Lingtian. Thank you for the trouble. Faced with Ding Zhong and the other two's cold gazes, Duan Lingtian politely nodded at them before he turned around and left. After he left, Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled something. He did not know where the Saint Lan disciples lived. Duan Lingtian instantly wanted to return. However, when he recalled how the three of them looked at him coldly before he left, he dismissed the idea of going back. Forget it, I won't look for them. I'll just ask any disciple from the Saint Land outside. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he left. Elder Ding Zhong, don't you think it's inappropriate for us to not send him to the Saint Land disciples' residence? After all, it's his first time in the Saint Land. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, one of the young men looked at Ding Zhong and asked. What? Don't tell me you want to curry favor with him? Ding Zhong smiled disdainfully as he said disdainfully, no matter how high Duan Lingtian's innate talent is in comprehending divine abilities, he won't have any great achievements in the future. After all, his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root. Put aside Ding Zhong's disdain, Duan Lingtian had also successfully stopped a Saint Lan disciple and asked for the location of the Saint Lan disciple's residence. Thank you, senior brother. After obtaining the information he wanted, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, overjoyed. He quickly thanked the Saint Lan disciple whom he stopped. The Saint Lan disciple standing before Duan Lingtian was a tall and well-built middle-aged man. He had a simple and honest appearance. He quickly waved his hand in the face of Duan Lingtian's gratitude. We're all brothers from the same sect. You're welcome. Based on his words and actions, the middle-aged man had the bearing of an honest person. Junior brother. When the middle-aged man saw Duan Lingtian was about to leave, he called out to him. Huh? Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man with a puzzled expression on his face. Why don't I send you there? The middle-aged man asked. No need. Duan Lingtian knew the middle-aged man was not going in the same direction. He could tell from the direction the middle-aged man was heading. For this reason, he immediately rejected the middle-aged man's good intentions. You really don't need it? The middle-aged man was still hesitant. I really don't need it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then, he no longer bothered with the middle-aged man and continued to walk in the direction the middle-aged man had pointed out. Guanxiu, do you know that Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? At the same time, a young man who was passing by approached the middle-aged man and asked curiously. Based on the young man's attire, it was obvious he was also a Saint Lan disciple. No, I don't. The middle-aged man, Guanxiu, shook his head and smiled innocently. He must be a new disciple who has just arrived at our Saint Land. He doesn't know the way to our Saint Land's disciples' residence, so he came to ask me. Should be? He must be a new disciple who has just arrived at our Saint Land. The young man said confidently. Moreover, he must have been personally recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. The Saint Land assessment for the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples will only begin after some time. Since he's here now, he must have extraordinary innate talent. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Personally recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum? So amazing. Guan Xiu was a little slow. Although he noticed Duan Lingtian was wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' attire, he did not think too much about it. I really have to hand it to you. How can you miss such a good opportunity? If it were me, I'd want to get to know such a genius as well. You, on the other hand, didn't even show him the way when he asked for directions. Otherwise, you'll definitely benefit greatly if you get to know him. The young man looked at Guan Xiu and said in disappointment. Are you still my friend when you're so calculative? However, Guan Xiu was non-committal when he heard the young man's words. Guan Xiu, hurry up and chase after him. There's still a chance. The young man glanced at the figure that was about to disappear from his sight before looking at Guan Xiu and reminding him. I'm not going. Guan Xiu was very stubborn. I won't make friends with calculative thoughts. A friend who makes friends with such a method isn't a friend at all. After Guan Xiu finished speaking, he left. You're really a piece of wood. You can't carve rotten wood. The young man could not help but curse when he saw Guan Xiu did not appreciate his kindness. He had a look of disappointment on his face. About 15 minutes later, Duan Lingtian arrived at the residence of the Saint Lan's disciple. The residence of the Saint Lan's disciple was not divided into levels. Due to this reason, there was no competition. The residence of the Saint Lan's disciple was located in a vast valley. The residence of the Saint Lan's disciple was a small courtyard built around the valley. There were flowers, grass, a stone table, and a few stone stools in the small courtyard. Behind the small courtyard was an independent stone house. Chapter 1987. Not only were there no levels in the residence of the Saint Lan's disciples, but there were also 3,000 courtyards for the Saint Lan's disciples to stay in. The 3,000 courtyards were located in the vast valley. They were like terraced fields. However, due to the vastness of the valley, it did not feel crowded even though there were 3,000 courtyards. Currently, there were only 2,000 Saint Lan disciples in the Zoroastrianism. Even if all the Saint Lan disciples were to stay here, there would still be plenty of empty rooms. The cultivation environment here is similar to the Primus house in the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind's punishment zone. No. Although there are also 10 spirit gathering formations set up here, the amount of heaven and earth spirit energy here is even more abundant than the Primus houses. After finding an empty courtyard and entering the room, Duan Lingtian discovered that the heaven and earth spirit energy here was much more abundant than the Primus house. The density of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the room was even higher than that of the primeval house he used to live in. It must be because this place is close to the quasi-celestial grade mine. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. I hope I can comprehend the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword in one go this time. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian took out the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and entered the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He immersed himself in comprehending the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had reached a bottleneck. It was impossible for him to break through to the early exemplary saint stage in such a short time. Moreover, he had already mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. He was only lacking in mastering the divine abilities. For this reason, Duan Lingtian began to focus on comprehending the Sovereign Heart Sword. Moreover, he was only one step away from entering the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. That person earlier seemed to be wearing the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Duan Lingtian was unaware that some of the Saint Lan disciples had noticed him when he arrived at the residence of the Saint Lan disciples and found a courtyard to stay in. Naturally, these Saint Lan disciples did not know his identity. A day later, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the holy land of Zoroastrianism. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Lingtian, had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. He was pardoned by the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind's punishment zone and came to the Saint Lan to officially become a Saint Lan disciple. This news immediately caused quite a stir in the Holy Land. Duan Lingtian? That nine-clawed dragon warrior? That Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian and the Northern Plethora sect's fifth Elder Yang Chong as soon as he arrived at the Zoroastrianism sect? That troublemaker? It's said that although his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root, since he's a nine-clawed dragon warrior and has mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities, his battle strength is comparable to a Saint Celestial. Now that he has successfully comprehended the number 1 defensive divine ability of the Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's Barrier, does this mean his strength is comparable to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage? Impossible. The Black Turtle's Barrier is only a defensive divine ability. It only grants him defensive strength. It doesn't increase his offensive strength at all. For this reason, his defensive strength is only comparable to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for offensive strength, he's definitely inferior to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. I heard his cultivation base is already at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Unfortunately, his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root. It's hard to say if he'll be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage or not. Even if he breaks through, it'll be difficult for him to achieve anything with his innate talent. The Saint Land's central square and the residences of the Saint Land's disciples were filled with similar discussions. It seems like the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who stayed in the courtyard yesterday is Duan Lingtian. Many of the Saint Land's disciples were looking at the courtyard where Duan Lingtian stayed. These Saint Land's disciples had witnessed Duan Lingtian's arrival and stay in the Saint Land's disciples' residence yesterday. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Soon after, most of the Saint Land's disciples learned about Duan Lingtian's residence. Junior brother Ling Tian has also comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier. Today, Sunda had just come out of his room and was about to go to the reward palace in the central square to see if there were any missions that he could complete to earn contribution points. However, he heard many people whispering in the Saint Land's disciples' residence. He instantly learned that Duan Lingtian had come to the Saint Land and had become a Saint Land's disciple. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's situation was similar to his. Both of them had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. I can't believe junior brother Ling Tian and I have both entered the Saint Land and become a Saint Land's disciple in less than half a month. Moreover, it's because both of us have successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier. I'm afraid everyone in the Black Turtle Sanctum has gone crazy because of this news, right? Sunda muttered to himself with an expression of shock on his face. This Sunda was none other than Sunda whose Primus house was snatched away by Duan Lingtian in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine's punishment zone. Due to Duan Lingtian's challenge, he was pressured into comprehending the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Moreover, he was granted amnesty by the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. After leaving the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, he came to the Saint Land and became a Saint Land's disciple. It was just as Sunda had expected. Currently, the Black Turtle Sanctum was not calm. Perhaps, the words "not calm" were not enough to describe the current Black Turtle Sanctum. The Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar because of the news from the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine and the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian has successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, and has been granted amnesty by the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. He has entered the Saint Land and become a Saint Land's disciple. Heavens! Was this real or fake? In less than half a month, 2 disciples from our Black Turtle Sanctum have successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Not only is the Black Turtle's Barrier our Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, but it's also the number 1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism. The difficulty of successfully comprehending this divine ability is publicly acknowledged to be much higher than the Azure Dragon Sanctum, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and the White Tiger Sanctum. However, this divine ability that is so difficult to successfully comprehend has been successfully comprehended by 2 people in just half a month? Senior brother Duan Lingtian is really monstrous. Indeed. Naturally, if he doesn't have a yellow innate spiritual root, even if he only has a green innate spiritual root, his future would be limitless. However, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to improve his strength now. That's right. His innate spiritual root is too much of a hindrance to him. Initially, I was wondering why a 9-clawed dragon warrior like him would be comparable to an 8-clawed divine dragon if he joined the dragons. Why would he come to Zoroastrianism? Now that I think about it, it must be because he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. With such an innate talent, why would those arrogant dragons treat him with respect like an 8-clawed divine dragon? I think so too. I think he must have been ostracized by the members of the dragons and can't stay in the dragons anymore. That's why he came to Zoroastrianism. The Black Turtle's sanctum was bustling with noise and excitement. The topic of discussion revolved around Duan Lingtian. For a time, the news of Duan Lingtian comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier, the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, and entering the Saint Land had spread throughout the Four Symbols Sanctums. It caused quite a commotion in the Four Symbols Sanctums. Bang! In a spacious mansion on the east side of the Black Turtle Sanctum, a loud noise suddenly sounded. An old man had raised his hand and smashed the stone table that had just been replaced into dust. This old man was none other than the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. How's this possible? He actually comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier and left the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mind to enter the Saint Land. While muttering to himself, Lian's expression turned extremely ugly. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect this. Duan Lingtian, whom he wished he could kill, had also successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the most treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle's sanctum, just like Sunda. Not only that, but he had also entered the Saint Land and became a disciple of the Saint Land. It was also because of this news that Lian felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. In the eyes of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior and had mastered 4 different types of high-grade divine abilities, his future achievements would still be limited. However, Lian knew something. Duan Lingtian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. In order to verify this news, his eldest direct disciple, Wei He, had been executed by the Saint Land's enforcement hall. After a long while, Lian raised his head with a dark expression on his face. His eyes were cold as he looked in the direction of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He muttered to himself, "It's good that he's in the Saint Land. This way, Yang Wen and my other 2 direct disciples can deal with him as well." Yang Wen was the elder brother of Jianghu, whom Duan Lingtian had killed when he had just arrived at the fire worship sect's Black Turtle Sanctum. He was also the eldest son of Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Yang Wen had entered the Saint Land many years ago and became a disciple of the Saint Land. Currently, his cultivation base had already broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, making him a true disciple of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Yang Wen was furious when he found out his younger brother had been killed. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Although he was afraid of the rules of Zoroastrianism and could not kill Duan Lingtian, he could not wait to beat Duan Lingtian up and make Duan Lingtian suffer a fate worse than death. However, Zoroastrianism had its own rules. Saint Land disciples were not allowed to enter the Four Symbols Sanctums without the permission of a Golden Flame Elder. Otherwise, it would be considered a violation of the sect's rules and would be severely punished. Yang Wen must have received news that Duan Lingtian has arrived in the Saint Land, right? Chapter 1988. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, there were 2 types of Saint Land disciples. The first type was the elite disciples. All the fire worship sect's disciples who could enter the Saint Land from the Four Symbols Sanctums and become Saint Land disciples were all elite disciples. For this reason, all the Saint Land disciples in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land were elite disciples of Zoroastrianism. The second type was the true disciples. Unlike the wide range of elite disciples, there were not many true disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. There were only slightly over 170 true disciples. Most of these true disciples were powerhouses who had entered the Saint Celestial stage. The rest of them were monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots. Those with indigo innate spiritual roots would definitely be able to enter the Saint Celestial stage and become a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Let alone those with indigo innate spiritual roots. There were only 10 people with indigo innate spiritual roots in the Zoroastrianism. Some of them were older powerhouses of Zoroastrianism. For example, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. 2 of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism and one of the vice sect leaders also possessed indigo innate spiritual roots. Although the other guardian and vice sect leader only possessed indigo innate spiritual roots, their innate spiritual roots were dark blue. It was almost as good as an indigo innate spiritual root. It was due to these monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots that they had the privilege of becoming true disciples in the Saint Celestial stage in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Although their cultivation base had to be at the divine saint stage or above, for monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots, breaking through to the divine saint stage was as easy as eating and sleeping. It was not difficult at all. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, the elite disciples lived in a vast valley that the Saint Land had built for them on the Saint Island. There were 3,000 small courtyards there for them to live in. Moreover, the cultivation environment there was much better than the Primus rooms in the 4 symbol sanctums. As for the true disciples, they did not live on the Saint Island. They lived on the independent floating islands around the Saint Island. Each of them occupied an island and each had an independent and spacious mansion. There was also a large open space in front of the mansion where they could practice their martial arts and divine abilities. Creak, a soft sound came from one of the independent floating islands. In the spacious mansion above, a young man pushed open the door of one of the rooms and walked out. This young man was tall and had a taut face. It was hard to tell if he was happy or angry. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this young man, he would definitely notice that this young man was 50 to 60% similar to Yang Wu whom he had killed in the past. This young man was none other than Yang Wu's older brother, Yang Wen. I'm still lacking a little. I should be able to successfully comprehend it the next time I enter seclusion. Yang Wen muttered to himself after he walked out of the room. As a true disciple of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, not only had his cultivation base broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he had also mastered a high-grade movement divine ability. In the past few years, apart from cultivating, he had also been focusing on comprehending a high-grade offensive divine ability. It was only during this closed-door cultivation that he finally saw the light of success. Unfortunately, little Wu won't be able to see me master the second high-grade divine ability. Yang Wen's expression turned grave when he thought of his younger brother, Yang Wu, who regarded him as an idol. Although 90% of the people in the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism who knew the cause of Yang Wu's death felt that Yang Wu had brought it upon himself, he had brought it upon himself. However, as Yang Wu's elder brother, he did not think so. In his opinion, his younger brother was always right. Even if his younger brother had done something that angered the heavens, as his elder brother, he would still support him to the end regardless of whether it was right or wrong. Due to this reason, Yang Wen treated Duan Lingtian as his sworn enemy when he learned about Yang Wu's death. He would not rest until he was dead. Duan Lingtian has come to the Saint Land? Yang Wen heard the conversation of a few Saint Land disciples when he was about to leave the independent floating island and enter the Saint Island and arrive at the central square. Based on the conversation, he learned that Yang Wu's younger brother, was Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but he also learned that the person who killed his younger brother, Yang Wu, had come to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism and had become a Saint Land disciple. He actually managed to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. A hint of jealousy flashed in Yang Wen's eyes when he learned the reason why Duan Lingtian was able to come to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism to become a Saint Land disciple. Yang Wu was also from the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums. He had tried to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. However, after so many years, he still did not manage to comprehend it. In the end, he could only choose to give up and began to comprehend another high-grade movement divine ability. It was the high-grade movement divine ability that he had already mastered. Even if I can't kill or cripple you openly, I'll still let you taste a fate worse than death. Yang Wen's eyes flashed coldly as he left the central square in a flash. He made his way to the Saint Land disciples' residence. As his figure moved, his aura was also very aggressive, giving people a feeling that he had come with ill intentions. He was not Lian. As a Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, it was only natural that he would not attack a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, let alone torture him to the point where he would wish he was dead. This was because not only was he bullying the weak, but it would also have a huge impact. If news of this spread out, Zoroastrianism would definitely be humiliated. Moreover, many martial Dao geniuses who originally intended to join Zoroastrianism might choose to join the other two great sects instead. This would undoubtedly be a huge loss to Zoroastrianism. For this reason, Lian was worried the high-ranking Zoroastrianism official would kick him out of Zoroastrianism in a fit of rage. That said, while Lian was worried, Yang Wen was not. He was not a Zoroastrianism elder. He was only a Zoroastrianism disciple just like Duan Lingtian. He had killed Duan Lingtian in a fit of rage to avenge his younger brother. Even if news of this spread out, it would not affect Zoroastrianism's reputation at all. Not only that, as long as he did not cripple or kill Duan Lingtian, it would not be considered a violation of Zoroastrianism's rules. In fact, this could be considered a loophole in Zoroastrianism's rules. However, this loophole had always been there. It was as though it was intentionally left behind. Due to this loophole, there would be people who would be tortured to the point where they would wish they were dead every once in a while. These people who were tortured to the point where they would wish they were dead would work hard in the end. Some of them managed to avenge their younger brother in the end. Some of them did not manage to avenge their younger brother in the end. However, when they looked back, they realized they had improved a lot during this period of time. There were losses and gains, but the gains were greater than the losses. One could say that this loophole in Zoroastrianism's rules had motivated many Zoroastrianism disciples to a certain extent. Naturally, in Zoroastrianism, unless one really hated someone to death and was unwilling to sign a life and death pact with them, one would not torture another person to the point where they would wish they were dead. Its senior brother Yang Wen. When Yang Wen's figure appeared at the residence of the Saint Land disciples in the vast valley, he immediately attracted the attention of many Saint Land disciples. Yang Wen was also a Saint Land disciple who used to live here. However, due to the fact that his cultivation base had broken through to the Saint Celestial stage and he had become a true disciple, he had left this place. However, there were still many Saint Land disciples who remembered him. Moreover, they recognized him with just a glance. Whoosh! Yang Wen's figure flashed, and he arrived at the side of the valley in just a few moments. There were 5 disciples of the Holy Lands gathered together. They were originally chatting, but their attention was drawn over by Yang Wen's arrival. When they saw Yang Wen standing next to them, they immediately felt a little awkward. Senior brother Yang Wen. Senior brother Yang Wen. The 5 Saint Land disciples felt a little awkward and nervous when they faced a true disciple like Yang Wen. Where's Duan Lingtian staying? Yang Wen glanced at the 5 Saint Land disciples with an arrogant expression on his face. He asked as he looked at the 5 of them like a superior looking at a subordinate. Upon hearing Yang Wen's words, the 5 Saint Land disciples realized Yang Wen was not targeting them. For a moment, they all breathed a sigh of relief and pointed in one direction. Yang Wen looked in the direction the 5 Saint Land disciples were pointing at. His gaze quickly locked onto a small courtyard, and he immediately flew over. However, when he arrived outside the small courtyard, he did not force his way in. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes to meditate. As he cultivated, he waited patiently. It was not that he did not want to force his way in. However, if he forced his way in, he might not be able to bear the consequences. Firstly, the stone houses behind the small courtyards of the Saint Land disciples' residences were soundproof. Moreover, there was a formation set up to block the probing of divine consciousness. If one wanted to wake the person inside, apart from pushing open the door and entering, the only other way was to destroy the formation that blocked the divine consciousness or destroy the stone house. However, if one did that, there was a high possibility that the person inside would suffer from qi deviation. According to the rules of Zoroastrianism, those who disturbed the cultivation of their fellow disciples and caused them to suffer from qi deviation would be sentenced to death by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, regardless of their innate talent or identity. Naturally, Yang Wen wanted Duan Lingtian to suffer from qi deviation. However, he felt it was not worth it if he had to sacrifice his life for this. Otherwise, he would not have come here to torture Duan Lingtian until he wished he was dead instead of killing Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1989. Naturally, even if Yang Wen did not kill Duan Lingtian now, it did not mean he would not kill Duan Lingtian in the future. The reason he did not kill Duan Lingtian now was because he was afraid of Zoroastrianism. In the future, as long as he had the chance, he would definitely kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his younger brother, Yang Wu. What's senior brother Yang Wen doing? It seems like he's waiting for Duan Lingtian to come out. At the same time, Yang Wen's actions had attracted the attention of many Saint Land disciples. They knew Yang Wen had come for the new disciple, Duan Lingtian. However, they could tell Yang Wen was not here to have a heart-to-heart talk with Duan Lingtian. This could be seen from his aggressive manner. At this moment, the Saint Land disciples present on the scene were certain Yang Wen did not come with good intentions. There's enmity between Duan Lingtian and senior brother Yang Wen? I've never heard of it before. I've never heard of it before as well. Moreover, one of them was in the Saint Land while the other was in the Four Symbols Sanctums. They don't seem to have any interactions, right? What's going on? Many Saint Land disciples were puzzled when they saw Yang Wen had come with ill intentions. Confusion could be seen in their eyes. Really? All of you don't know there's enmity between senior brother Yang Wen and Duan Lingtian? At this moment, a Saint Land disciple asked in surprise. It was as though he had heard something shocking. What? You know about it? The group of Saint Land disciples immediately shifted their attention to this Saint Land disciple. Do all of you still remember how Duan Lingtian became enemies with the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, when he first arrived at the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism? The Saint Land disciple kept them in suspense as he asked this question. Of course. As soon as the Saint Land disciple finished speaking, another Saint Land disciple nodded and said, "It's because Duan Lingtian killed the son of Elder Li An's best friend." The other Saint Land disciples nodded as well. They had heard of this matter before. For this reason, they admired Duan Lingtian very much. After all, no one would dare to openly go against a Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism when they had just joined Zoroastrianism. Since all of you know about this matter, then do all of you know who Elder Li An's best friend is? The first disciple asked again. Who? Don't keep me guessing. Tell me who it is. Exactly. Do you believe that we will beat you up if you continue to keep us in suspense? Many of the Holy Land's disciples were enraged when they saw the Holy Land's disciple trying to keep them in suspense again. All of them glared at him as though they would beat him up if he dared to keep them in suspense again. Although the other Holy Land's disciples didn't do the same, their gazes towards this Holy Land's disciple were filled with hostility. It's Yang Chong. At this moment, another Holy Land disciple muttered to himself for a moment before exclaiming in surprise. It was obvious that he had just remembered. Yang Chong? I remember now. It's Yang Chong. I remember now. The person Duan Lingtian killed that day was Yang Wu, the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. When the first Holy Land's disciple spoke, another two Holy Land's disciples finally realized what was going on. Don't tell me senior brother Yang Wen is related to Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect? At the same time, the Holy Land's disciples present on the scene began to speculate. At the same time, most of the Holy Land's disciples shifted their attention to the Holy Land's disciple who liked to keep them in suspense. All of them wanted to get an answer from him. Since this Holy Land's disciple had angered everyone earlier, he did not dare to go overboard this time. He said bluntly, "Senior brother Yang Wen is the eldest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. As for Yang Wu who was killed by Duan Lingtian, he's senior brother Yang Wen's younger brother." Whoosh! As soon as the Holy Land's disciple finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. However, a commotion broke out again in the next moment. Senior brother Yang Wen is the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect? Heavens! There's such a thing? I've never heard of it before. Me too. I've never heard of it before. After learning that the true disciple of their Zoroastrianism Holy Land, Yang Wen, was actually the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, the Saint Land's disciples present on the scene were shocked. In fact, they had never heard of Yang Wen being the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, before this. Senior brother Yang Wen really hid his identity well. He's actually the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. In the past, I've only heard that senior brother Yang Wen is very arrogant. However, I've finally seen it for myself now. To think that senior brother Yang Wen is so arrogant that he's unwilling to use his father's name to intimidate others. Many Holy Land's disciples were filled with emotions when they learned of Yang Wen's identity. If that's the case, then it's easy to explain why senior brother Yang Wen targeted Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian killed his younger brother. It'd be strange if he's willing to let the matter rest. That's right. Perhaps, senior brother Yang Wen doesn't dare to kill Duan Lingtian or cripple him because of the sect's rules. However, he still dares to torture Duan Lingtian. After all, it's allowed by the sect's rules. Then, doesn't this mean Duan Lingtian is going to be in trouble? Of course. Although he's quite strong and has few opponents below the Saint Celestial stage, his strength is nothing compared to senior brother Yang Wen, who's at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's right. There's a huge gap between the Saint Celestial stage and the quintessential Saint stage. Duan Lingtian's strength is no match for senior brother Yang Wen. It seems like even if Duan Lingtian doesn't die or become crippled, he's going to lose a layer of skin. After learning about Yang Wen's identity, the group of Saint Land disciples was no longer surprised by Yang Wen's hostility toward Duan Lingtian. Instead, they began to sympathize with Duan Lingtian. Although they had heard that Duan Lingtian's strength was very close to the Saint Celestial stage, it was still not close to the Saint Celestial stage. However, even if he was very close to the Saint Celestial stage, he was still not at the Saint Celestial stage. Due to this reason, in their opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Yang Wen. He was destined to be tortured by Yang Wen. Due to the good soundproofing of the stone house behind the Saint Land disciples' residence, Duan Lingtian, who was in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, did not notice anything at all. He did not know there was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse waiting for him outside. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing in the air of the fourth level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. He was as straight as a javelin. Duan Lingtian stood there motionlessly like a statue. No one knew what he was doing. Time continued to pass by. A day went by. 2 days went by. After a month had passed, Duan Lingtian finally made a move. When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a simple and unadorned 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. At first glance, the Jasper Celestial Sword looked like an extremely ordinary sword. Whoosh! However, when Duan Lingtian held it in his hand and swung it, it emitted a terrifying aura as though it could destroy heaven and earth. A semi-transparent sword energy flashed around the Jasper Celestial Sword as it emitted an oppressive aura. With the sword in my heart, the shadow of the sword follows my heart. Controlling the sword with my heart, the heart of the sword is illuminated, the heart and sword become one. At some point, Duan Lingtian began to mutter to himself without opening his eyes. No one knew who he was talking to. He kept repeating the names of the 5 stages of the Sovereign Heart Sword as though he did not know the meaning of exhaustion. He did not stop for a long time. Time continued to pass by. Another month had passed. After swinging the Jasper Celestial Sword once a month ago, Duan Lingtian, who had not made a move since then, began to make a move again. A month ago, he swung the Jasper Celestial Sword horizontally. Whoosh! However, this time, he swung the jasper celestial sword vertically and did not make a move after that. In just a blink of an eye, another month had passed. However, this time, Duan Lingtian still did not make a move. He stood there with the jasper celestial sword in his hand as though he was a statue of a sword cultivator. What a powerful sword chi! Unknowingly, Elder Hua's figure appeared on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. His eyes landed on Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air with a sword in his hand. His eyes narrowed as shock filled his face. Duan Lingtian stood there with the sword in his hand and looked ordinary. However, Hua Lao could clearly sense that the sword chi emanating from Duan Lingtian was extremely powerful. It was so dense that it seemed as though it could tear through everything. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see that. The air around Duan Lingtian's body was being divided into many parts. It was so dense that it seemed as though it was being affected by thousands of invisible forces. He's just one step away. I hope he can succeed. Once he takes this step, his achievement in the Sovereign Heart Sword is enough to reach the peak of offensive martial arts in this mundane realm. It's even stronger than most of the top offensive martial arts in this mundane realm. Hua Lao mumbled to himself. Then, he disappeared from the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. It was as though he had never appeared. After Hua Lao left, the air around Duan Lingtian's body was further divided. On the 10th day, the air around Duan Lingtian's body was divided into thin threads. It was as though it was being cut into layers by an invisible force. Using the heart to wield the sword. I see. I see. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes that were as bright as the stars. The gaze in his eyes was like a sword gleam. At the same time, the air around Duan Lingtian's body that was divided began to gather again. It was no longer affected by the invisible force. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian let go of his hands. At the same time, the jasper celestial sword in his hand turned into a sword ray and shot out. Its speed became faster and faster. In the end, it disappeared into the air as though it had become one with the air. Whoosh! 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 However, when Duan Lingtian's jasper celestial sword disappeared into the air, the sound of the sword whistling did not stop. It continued to resound in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. After about 15 minutes, the sound of the sword whistling finally stopped. Chapter 1990. It's exactly 100 days. As Duan Lingtian put the jasper celestial sword away, he muttered to himself for a moment before his eyes lit up. He recalled the time he spent comprehending the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart. After all, he was not in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had a sense of time. 100 days in the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda is equivalent to only 10 days outside. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he raised his hand, and a crystal card appeared in his other hand. It was the crystal card he had obtained from the St. Land's new disciple registration office. I wonder what I can exchange the contribution points in this crystal card for. I'll go to the central square to have a look. If there's anything I need, I'll see if there's any way I can earn contribution points. After he inserted the Sun Saint energy into the crystal card in his hand, it showed that he still had 100 contribution points. The 100 contribution points could be obtained by any 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciple who entered the Saint Land and became a Saint Land disciple. This was a welcome gift from the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism to every Saint Land disciple who had just entered the Saint Land. Since he decided to go to the central square of the Saint Island of Zoroastrianism Saint Land, Duan Lingtian put the jasper celestial sword and the crystal card into his spatial ring. Then, he walked up to the heavy stone door and pushed it open. Rumble. The stone door slowly opened when it was pushed open. The sound it made was slightly muffled. When the stone door was pushed open, the true disciple, Yang Wen, who was sitting cross-legged in the air outside the small courtyard where the stone house was located, suddenly opened his eyes that were as bright as stars. A terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. Duan Lingtian has come out. Many Saint Lan disciples heard the commotion and shifted their attention to the small courtyard where Duan Lingtian was staying. Most of these Saint Lan disciples had a pitiful expression on their faces. In their opinion, since Duan Lingtian had come out, it meant that Duan Lingtian was in trouble. After all, the true disciple, Yang Wen, had been waiting for him for 10 days. Looking at Yang Wen's attitude, there was no way he would let him off so easily. Perhaps Yang Wen did not dare to kill Duan Lingtian or cripple Duan Lingtian because he was afraid of the rules of Zoroastrianism, but he could torture Duan Lingtian and torture Duan Lingtian until he wished he was dead. Although Yang Wen did not say what he planned to do to Duan Lingtian, the people present were able to deeply sense Yang Wen's hatred for Duan Lingtian from the killing intent emitted from his body. The enmity of killing one's brother was not a small enmity. Before the stone door was completely pushed open, Duan Lingtian sensed a terrifying killing intent sweeping in from the outside, causing him to involuntarily become vigilant. Even the movement of pushing the door open had slowed down a little. At the same time, a series of discussions resonated from outside and entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Senior brother Yang Wen is a true disciple. He's a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Saint Origin form. It'll be easy for him to deal with Duan Lingtian. That's right. Duan Lingtian is destined to be in trouble today. It's useless even if he doesn't come out now because senior brother Yang Wen is certain he's not in closed-door cultivation. Even if he destroys the stone house, he won't have to worry about chi deviation. So what if his strength is close to the Saint Celestial stage? So what if he has successfully comprehended the number 1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's Barrier? So what if he has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities? He's like a dog in front of a true Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. He can only blame himself for killing senior brother Yang Wen's younger brother, Yang Wu. Otherwise, why would senior brother Yang Wen make things difficult for him? The waves of discussion entered Duan Lingtian's ears without missing a single word. It also allowed Duan Lingtian to know who the killing intent from earlier came from. It was none other than the true disciple, Yang Wen. I've long heard that Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, has 2 sons. His younger son, Yang Wu, was killed by me. His elder son is in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism and is a disciple of the Saint Land. However, I didn't expect Yang Chong's elder son, Yang Wen, is actually a true disciple whose cultivation base has entered the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian was secretly surprised by this. Naturally, it was limited to being surprised. Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as usual. There was no hint of fear on his face at all. Even if Yang Wen doesn't dare to kill me because of the fire worship sect's rules and cripples me, I'm sure he'll do everything he can to torture me and make me wish I was dead. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his eyes flashed coldly. The rules of Zoroastrianism don't prohibit disciples from torturing and humiliating them. Perhaps, this is one of the ways Zoroastrianism motivates its disciples to work harder. Duan Lingtian thought to himself at the same time. Rumble. The sound of the stone door being pushed resonated in the air again. Duan Lingtian quickened his movements. In just a short while, the stone door was pushed open. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, including Yang Wen, after the stone door was pushed open, a tall and handsome young man appeared before their eyes. His calm appearance was deeply engraved in their hearts. Although the young man's clothes were exactly the same as theirs, it could not conceal the aura he exuded. It caused them to feel a sense of inferiority. You're Duan Lingtian? Almost as soon as the young man stepped out of the stone house and entered the small courtyard, Yang Wen instantly stood up in the air and stared at the young man fiercely before he asked in an interrogating tone. Yang Wen's gaze was unusually sharp. If looks could kill, the young man before him would have been killed many times over. Yang Wen? The son of Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Yang Chong? When Yang Wen stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely and questioned him, Duan Lingtian did not answer him. Instead, he asked in return. When Yang Wen heard the young man before him was still so calm after learning his identity, he was certain the young man before him was indeed Duan Lingtian. This was his first time seeing a Saint Lan's disciple who dared to be so arrogant in front of a true disciple like him. No wonder you dare to go against Elder Lian. You're really arrogant. After confirming Duan Lingtian's identity, the killing intent in Yang Wen's body intensified. His eyes shone fiercely. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stared at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to cut Duan Lingtian into pieces. However, do you think I'm Elder Lian? Do you think I won't make a move on you because of my identity? As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before he made his move. He was prepared to make a move on Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the Saint Lan's disciples who were watching felt their hearts in their mouths as they watched the scene unfold before their eyes. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was going to be in trouble. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's words caused Yang Wen gang, who was about to make a move, to come to a halt. Moreover, the Saint Lan disciples who were watching from the side were shocked and in disbelief. Yang Wen, you must be itching to kill me right now, right? Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to kill me without violating the rules of Zoroastrianism. These were Duan Lingtian's words. Yang Wen stopped moving when he heard these words. He asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean by that?" When Yang Wen asked this question, he couldn't help but frown. What else can I mean? Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently when he saw the frowning Yang Wen. He said nonchalantly, "If I'm not mistaken, there should be a place in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism for disciples to sign a death pact, right? I'll give you a chance now. Lead the way." Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he reached the end of his sentence. Yang Wen, who was frowning, frowned slightly when he heard this. Lead the way. Yang Wen's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After his expression changed greatly, there was another wave of change. He stared at Duan Lingtian and remained silent for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. Whoosh! At the same time, the Saint Lan disciples who heard Duan Lingtian's words finally regained their senses and broke into an uproar. Heavens! Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seems like he wants to have a death pact with senior brother Yang Wen. One of the Saint Lan disciples who was watching could not help but exclaim. A death pact? With senior brother Yang Wen? Where did he get his courage from? Many Saint Lan disciples narrowed their eyes in disbelief. He's just a Saint Lan disciple who has just entered the Saint Land. Although he's quite strong, he can only show off among those below the Saint Celestial stage. It's impossible for him to be compared to a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Another Saint Lan disciple said confidently. Even if that's the case, why is he doing this? Look at how calm he is. It doesn't seem like he's seeking death. Some Saint Lan disciples felt something was amiss. Didn't you notice? Ever since Duan Lingtian appeared, his expression did not change at all. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression on his face. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. This is either a display of confidence or a deliberate act. One of the Saint Lan disciples speculated. Confidence? Don't tell me you think he can kill senior brother Yang Wen? The Saint Lan disciple's words instantly aroused disdain from more than one Saint Lan disciple. Humph. He must be deliberately acting mysterious. More and more Saint Lan disciples said confidently. They did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Yang Wen, the true disciple whose cultivation base had already entered the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian must be deliberately acting mysterious to scare Yang Wen away. Look. Senior brother Yang Wen seems to be slightly hesitant when faced with his suggestion of a death pact. Don't tell me he really thinks he's weaker than Duan Lingtian? Soon after, a Saint Lan disciple glanced at Yang Wen and noticed his hesitation. You're right. Chapter 1991. Duan Lingtian really has some tricks up his sleeve. He's just deliberately mystifying him, and he managed to scare senior brother Yang Wen. Don't tell me senior brother Yang Wen really doesn't dare to accept Duan Lingtian's suggestion for a death duel? The Saint Lan disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Yang Wen. Their words were filled with mockery. They were mocking Yang Wen's cowardice. Deliberately mystifying? Naturally, Yang Wen had thought of the Saint Lan disciple's thoughts. However, he did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's suggestion so easily. He did not dare to take the risk. If he lost, it would be over for him. It seems like you don't dare to accept my life and death duel. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally spoke. He glanced at Yang Wen indifferently before he said disdainfully, "A true disciple is nothing more than this." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he rose up into the air and prepared to leave. A true disciple is nothing more than this. Duan Lingtian's disdainful words completely enraged Yang Wen. His expression turned grave as he snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, I agree to your suggestion. Do you really think I'll be frightened by you just because you're deliberately mystifying me? What a joke. In the blink of an eye, Yang Wen made his decision. If he did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's suggestion, it meant he was afraid of Duan Lingtian, the person who killed his younger brother. If Duan Lingtian was really stronger than him, it would be a wise decision for him to reject Duan Lingtian's suggestion. On the other hand, if Duan Lingtian was not as strong as him and was only trying to scare him, he would not dare to agree to Duan Lingtian's suggestion. It would undoubtedly be very embarrassing. When Yang Wen heard Duan Lingtian's disdainful words, he finally agreed to Duan Lingtian's suggestion after weighing the pros and cons. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was most likely deliberately mystifying him. Agreed? Upon hearing Yang Wen's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. A surprised expression appeared on his calm face. When the group of Saint Lan's disciples saw this, it caused another round of discussion. Did you see that? Duan Lingtian's expression changed, as if he didn't expect senior brother Yang Wen to agree to his suggestion. From this, it can be confirmed that he is indeed deliberately mystifying. Fortunately, senior brother Yang Wen agreed to his suggestion. Otherwise, not only would senior brother Yang Wen lose face for himself, he would also lose face for the core disciples. That's right. As a true disciple, he actually dared not agree to the life and death duel of an ordinary elite disciple. If this matter were to spread out, not only would he embarrass himself, but he would also embarrass the other true disciples. Fortunately, senior brother Yang Wen finally agreed to Duan Lingtian's suggestion at the critical moment. This also disrupted Duan Lingtian's scheme. The group of Holy Land disciples all felt that Yang Wen's decision was the right one. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying. As for the purpose of deliberately mystifying, it was, naturally, to scare Yang Wen into not agreeing to the life and death duel that he proposed. However, now that Yang Wen had agreed to it, it meant that Duan Lingtian's scheme had been disrupted. At this moment, would Duan Lingtian still dare to continue with his life and death duel? Senior brother Yang Wen's agreement to Duan Lingtian's life and death duel is tantamount to checkmate Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian's expression has changed, I think he no longer dares to continue with his life and death duel. If he continues, he'll definitely die. At this moment, in the face of a choice between life and death, I'm sure he'd rather be tortured by senior brother Yang Wen than lose his life. His plan of deliberately mystifying has failed in the end. The group of Holy Land disciples whispered among themselves again. All of them felt Duan Lingtian would definitely go back on his word after Yang Wen agreed to his life and death duel. Duan Lingtian, I've already agreed to it. Don't tell me you don't dare to accept it now. Or perhaps, you're willing to be bashed by me instead of heading to the Hall of Life and Death to sign a life and death contract and carry out a battle of life and death? Yang Wen had also noticed the surprised expression on Duan Lingtian's face. At once, a mocking smile appeared on his face. His words were filled with disdain. At this moment, Yang Wen recalled his hesitation from before and felt a sense of exhilaration. At the same time, he was glad that he had agreed to it. Otherwise, he would be the one who would be embarrassed instead of Duan Lingtian. Lead the way. In the face of the group of Holy Land disciples' disdain and Yang Wen's mockery, Duan Lingtian's expression regained its calmness. He merely uttered two words in response to Yang Wen's words. Lead the way. The two words that came out of Duan Lingtian's mouth caused the entire place to fall silent again. The group of Holy Land disciples stared at Duan Lingtian in shock. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would still dare to continue at this moment. Was he not afraid of going overboard? Yang Wen was stunned as well. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would still dare to be so domineering even after he had agreed to it. For a moment, his resolute heart was shaken again, and his expression changed again. What's wrong? You don't dare to do it anymore? Didn't you agree so readily just now? Duan Lingtian mocked when he saw the change in Yang Wen's expression. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Yang Wen's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see if you're still going to be so mysterious when it's time to sign the death pact. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Yang Wen's body moved and shot out like a bolt of lightning. His target was the central square. If you have the guts, follow me to the Palace of Death and sign the death pact to have a death duel with me. If you don't, I'll let you have a taste of a fate worse than death. Yang Wen's voice resonated from afar as he shot out. His voice was so cold that it seemed to cause the air and the surroundings to turn colder. However, after a while, Yang Wen slowed down again. He would occasionally turn around to look at Duan Lingtian in disdain as though he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian dared to follow him to the Palace of Death. The Palace of Death was located in the central square of the Saint Island of Zoroastrianism. The Saint Island was the name of the main island of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, Saint Land disciples who had irreconcilable enmity with each other could meet at the Palace of Death and sign the death pact under the witness of the Palace of Death's elders. Moreover, they would fight to the death in the death arena of the Palace of Death. At this moment, Yang Wen was preparing to lead the way to the Palace of Death in the central square of the Saint Island. Naturally, the prerequisite was that Duan Lingtian dared to follow him. Senior brother Yang Wen has become smarter this time. He's not fooled by Duan Lingtian anymore. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. If senior brother Yang Wen still doesn't learn, he'd be a true disciple and a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse in vain. That's right. A true disciple who doesn't dare to have a death duel with an ordinary elite disciple. Wouldn't he be laughed at if news of this spread out? Most of the Saint Land disciples secretly gave Yang Wen a thumbs up when they saw how domineering he was. At the same time, these Saint Land disciples shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. A hint of mockery could be seen in their eyes. It was as though they wanted to see if Duan Lingtian still had the guts to follow Yang Chong to the Palace of Death in the central square of the Saint Island. Once they entered the Palace of Death and signed the death pact, they would not be able to return. Junior brother Lingtian, don't go. Senior brother Lingtian, don't go. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to follow Yang Chong, two voice transmissions entered his ears. The two voice transmissions came from two people. Duan Lingtian instantly noticed the two Saint Land disciples standing in different directions. They were the ones who had sent him voice transmissions to stop him from following Yang Chong to the Palace of Death in the central square of the Saint Island. One of them was none other than Sunda, who was robbed of his Primus house by Duan Lingtian in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine's punishment zone. Similar to Duan Lingtian, Sunda was also from the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the Four Symbols Sanctums. Sunda was able to leave the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine in advance to come to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple because he had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. The reason he was able to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier was due to the pressure Duan Lingtian had given him that day. It was precisely because of this that he had always been grateful to Duan Lingtian. For this reason, when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to jump into the fire pit, he quickly sent a voice transmission to stop Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, where there's life, there's hope. As long as you're still alive, you'll be able to take revenge one day. There's no need for you to follow Yang Chong to the Palace of Death just because of a moment of anger. If you really go to the Palace of Death and sign the death pact, it'll be too late even if you want to go back on your word. Sunda advised earnestly. The meaning of Sunda's words was simple. As long as he was alive, he would have a chance to take revenge. It was not worth it to die now. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Sunda. I know what I'm doing. After Duan Lingtian gave Sunda a reassuring look, he shifted his gaze to the other person who had sent him a voice transmission. He had only seen the other person who had sent him a voice transmission once. For this reason, he was very surprised when he saw the other person. This person was none other than the Saint Land disciple he had met 10 days ago. At that time, he had just left the Saint Land's new disciple registration office. He did not know where the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were staying, so he had stopped the other party to ask for directions. Apart from that, he had no other interactions with the other party. He did not expect the other party would send him a voice transmission at this moment. Senior brother, why are you calling me senior brother now? Duan Lingtian asked with a wry smile on his face through voice transmission. He remembered when he had asked for directions that day, he had addressed the other party as senior brother, and the other party had politely addressed him as junior brother. Senior brother Lingtian, Guanxiu didn't know your identity that day, so I've neglected you. Please forgive me. The Saint Land disciple who had reminded Duan Lingtian was none other than Guanxiu, who had given directions to Duan Lingtian 10 days ago. When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he immediately replied in a slightly fearful manner. Duan Lingtian's strength was far greater than his. Chapter 1992. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard Guanxiu's words. However, he did not continue to argue with Guanxiu on this topic, since he knew this was a world where the strong were respected. Guanxiu had addressed him as senior brother from the bottom of his heart. If he continued to address Guanxiu as senior brother, it would put a lot of pressure on Guanxiu. Senior brother Lingtian, although you're strong, I'm afraid you're not as strong as a true disciple. All of them are at the Saint Celestial stage or above. This is especially true for senior brother Yangwen. He has already broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. Guanxiu reminded him through voice transmission with a solemn expression on his face. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he heard Guanxiu's kindness. After all, he had only met Guanxiu once. It was rare for Guanxiu to be so kind to him. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian replied to Guanxiu through voice transmission and gave him a reassuring look. Then, under Guanxiu and Sunda's helpless gazes, he flew up and caught up with the true disciple, Yang Wen, who had already flown a distance away. Huh! Yang Wen's expression turned solemn when he saw Duan Lingtian dared to follow him. He actually dares to follow him? It seems like he won't give up before he signs the death pact. He's really going all out. However, even if he's not as strong as senior brother Yang Wen, he'll still be able to pressure senior brother Yang Wen. That's right. Look at the grave expression on senior brother Yang Wen's face. As the Saint Land disciples shifted their gazes to Yang Wen, the grave expression on his face finally disappeared. He looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain and said disdainfully, Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see if you'll still be so unyielding when we enter the Palace of Death and sign the Death Pact. I hope you'll sign the Death Pact obediently at that time. Otherwise, I'll pull out your fingernails one by one and make you suffer a fate worse than death. When Yang Wen reached the end of his sentence, his tone became colder and colder, as though it came from an ice cave. Although it was not targeted at the group of Saint Land disciples, it still made them shudder. Pull out my fingernails one by one? Hearing Yang Wen's harsh words, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent. However, his expression was frighteningly calm. Humph. I'd like to see how long you can keep up this pretense. Yang Wen was infuriated when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged after hearing his harsh words. He snorted coldly before he suddenly sped up and made his way to the square at the center of the Saint Island. Duan Lingtian followed at a leisurely pace. From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of running away. Behind them, Sunda, Guanxiu, and the group of disciples who were watching the show also followed. When the group arrived in the air above the central square of the Holy Island, the majestic flow of people alarmed the group of Holy Land's disciples in the central square. What's going on? Why are there so many people here? Huh? The person in the lead seems to be senior brother Yang Wen. It's indeed senior brother Yang Wen. The group of people behind him seems to be brought by senior brother Yang Wen. Senior brother Yang Wen's expression seems a little off. What's going on? In the saint land of Zoroastrianism, there were only 170 over true disciples. For this reason, many saint land disciples quickly recognized Yang Wen, the true disciple. Although Yang Wen's strength could only be considered as the weakest among the group of true disciples, there were still many true disciples. However, there were only so many successor disciples, so it was still very easy to recognize them. Senior brother Yang Wen. Is he going to the Palace of Death? Heavens! What's going on? Which true disciple is senior brother Yang Wen going to have a death duel with? When the thousands of Saint Land disciples in the central square saw Yang Wen taking the lead and heading towards the Palace of Death, it caused a commotion in the central square. When Yang Wen's figure landed outside the Palace of Death, the thousands of Saint Land disciples in the central square learned about what had happened from the group of Saint Land disciples behind Yang Wen. Senior brother Yang Wen is actually the son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder. That young man behind senior brother Yang Wen is Duan Lingtian, who's famous in Zoroastrianism recently. A nine-clawed dragon warrior. A genius martial cultivator who has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. Duan Lingtian is the one who issued a death duel with senior brother Yang Wen today. When the matter was revealed, the group of Saint Land disciples in the central square burst into an uproar again. An ordinary elite disciple issuing a death duel with a true disciple. In the history of Zoroastrianism, such a ridiculous matter had never happened before. After all, a true disciple represented the strength of a saint celestial. It was not something an ordinary elite disciple could compare to. For a time, many Saint Land disciples felt the same way as the Saint Land disciples who had just arrived. They felt Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying and trying to scare Yang Wen. I'm guessing Duan Lingtian will definitely not dare to sign the death duel after entering the Palace of Death. This Duan Lingtian is not simple. He's been playing mind games. I'm guessing he'll only refuse to sign the death duel after senior brother Yang Wen signs his name on the death duel and imprints his fingerprint. Based on the current situation, he'll most likely do that. Once senior brother Yang Wen hesitates and refuses to sign the death duel, he'll win this mind game. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard the discussion among the Saint Land disciples. Mind games? Perhaps. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who heard the Saint Land disciples' discussion. Even Yang Wen had heard it as well. Yang Wen hesitated for a moment. Up until now, it seemed like he was not mentally prepared for the death duel. Even when he brought Duan Lingtian here, he only wanted to scare Duan Lingtian. After all, he was only 90% confident he could kill Duan Lingtian. The reason he was not 100% confident was because up until now, he still did not dare to be 100% sure if Duan Lingtian was really strong or if he was just bluffing when he suggested a death duel. The reason for this was because of the death of his younger brother, Yang Wu. He was well aware of how Yang Wu had died. It was Yang Wu who first challenged Duan Lingtian to a death duel. During the death duel, Yang Wu was killed by Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, he was traumatized. Although he was 100% certain Duan Lingtian was not a match for him in the depths of his heart, he did not dare to make up his mind to fight Duan Lingtian to the death due to the shadow in his heart. As an older brother, he did not want to follow in his younger brother's footsteps. Don't tell me this Duan Lingtian is only going to go back on his word after I sign the death duel and put my handprint on the death duel? Yang Wen's heart sank when he thought of this. However, faced with the thousands of Saint Land's disciples behind him, he knew this matter was no longer going to end peacefully. As the saying went, there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. Palace of Death? At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was following closely behind Yang Wen, shifted his gaze to the majestic and gigantic palace in front of him. He saw a plaque hanging on the palace's main entrance with the words Palace of Death written in flamboyant calligraphy. Why did senior brother Yang Wen stop? Go in. He's already at the entrance, why did he stop? Senior brother Yang Wen is afraid, right? He's a true disciple. Why is he afraid of an ordinary elite disciple who's deliberately mystifying himself? Since Yang Wen, who had taken the lead, was standing outside the Hall of Life and Death without making a move for a long time, the group of Holy Land's disciples who had followed behind him to watch the show became impatient and began to complain. True disciple? If you don't dare to do it, leave now. Don't embarrass yourself here. He's a disgrace to all true disciples today. No matter when or where, there was no lack of people who wanted to stir up trouble. Many Saint Land's disciples were hiding in the dark. They were afraid Yang Wen would drag them out, but they could not help but mock Yang Wen. Shut up. Along with a loud shout, Yang Wen's face darkened as he spoke in anger. His voice was so loud that it drowned out the noise at the entrance of the Hall of Life and Death, causing a group of Holy Land disciples to shut their mouths. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Yang Wen turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly before he said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian, I hope you'll have the guts to sign your name and put your handprint on the death duel after I sign the death duel. If you go back on your words at that time, not only will I pull out your fingernails one by one, but I'll also tear the skin off your face and destroy your face. As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the Palace of Death without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. The moment Yang Wen's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's expression changed immediately. He was no longer as calm as he was before. Tear the skin off his face piece by piece? Yang Wen's ruthlessness enraged Duan Lingtian. He could no longer maintain his composure. When Duan Lingtian saw Yang Wen walking into the Palace of Death, he followed suit. He's going in. Let's go. Let's go in and watch the show. The Palace of Death's death duel hasn't been opened for a long time. This time, I must bet all the contribution points in my crystal card. Even if the payout for senior brother Yang Wen's victory isn't high. Don't you think it's too early to say all these? We don't even know if Duan Lingtian dares to sign the death duel yet. The group of Saint Land's disciples at the back made a fuss as they followed suit. However, they stopped at the entrance of the Palace of Death. Chapter 1993. Yang Wen, who took the lead, and Duan Lingtian, who followed closely behind, entered the Palace of Death one after another. After entering the Palace of Death, the first thing that entered Duan Lingtian's eyes was a battle arena in the distance. The battle arena was huge. Apart from the area where Duan Lingtian was standing, the other three sides of the battle arena were seats for spectators. However, at this moment, the seats were empty. One could vaguely see many dried bloodstains on the battle arena. It was obvious the bloodstains were left behind in the past. So this is the death arena? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes at this moment. The death arena was a venue provided by the Palace of Death for two Zoroastrianism Saint Land disciples who had signed a death pact to fight to the death. One of them was destined to die in the death arena. Both of you are going to sign a death pact? When Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen's eyes landed on the death arena in the distance, a hoarse voice resonated in their ears. At first, the hoarse voice sounded from afar. However, in just a blink of an eye, it seemed to be right next to them. When Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen regained their senses, they instantly noticed that an old man had appeared next to them without them noticing. The old man was skinny and had an ordinary appearance. He was dressed in the uniform of a Silver Flame Elder. It was obvious he was a Silver Flame Elder. The custodian of the Palace of Death? Along the way, Duan Lingtian had learned about the Palace of Death from many Saint Land disciples. He knew there was a Silver Flame Elder and 3 Bronze Flame Elders in the Palace of Death. The only Silver Flame Elder was the manager of the Palace of Life and Death. The custodian of the Palace of Death was called Niezue. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest Silver Flame Elder in the Zoroastrianism. If Lian was the first Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum of the 4 Symbols Sanctums, then Niezue would be the first Silver Flame Elder in the Zoroastrianism. This is the custodian of the Palace of Death? An expert in the top 100 of the Supreme Saint ranking? Looking at this inconspicuous old man, Duan Lingtian secretly gasped. When the group of Saint Land disciples mentioned the Palace of Death earlier, they naturally mentioned the Palace of Death's custodian, Niezue. Therefore, Duan Lingtian knew that Nie Zui was not only the steward of the Palace of Life and Death, but he was also ranked 78th on the Supreme Saint ranking. It was said that among the Silver Flame Elders of Zoroastrianism, only 2 of them were ranked in the top 100 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Nie Zui was ranked 78th on the Supreme Saint ranking, while the Silver Flame Elder who was ranked in the top 100 of the Supreme Saint ranking was ranked 99th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was far behind Nie Zui. True disciple Yang Wen greets Elder Nie Zui. While Duan Lingtian was guessing that the person before him was Nie Zui, Yang Wen had already bowed respectfully to the old man. Even someone as arrogant as Yang Wen lowered his head before Elder Nie Zui. Duan Lingtian greets Elder Nie Zui. Yang Wen's voice jolted Duan Lingtian back to his senses. Duan Lingtian immediately nodded his head and greeted the old man. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed the old man's calm gaze swept past him and Yang Wen. Although his gaze was calm, it gave Duan Lingtian a sense of pressure. Did both of you come to the Palace of Death to sign a death pact and have a death duel? The old man finally asked. As the steward of the Palace of Death, he, naturally, knew the Saint Land disciples would not come to him unless they had a death duel. As soon as Nie Zui finished speaking, Yang Wen did not reply to the old man. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian to see how Duan Lingtian would respond. This was because if Duan Lingtian said yes and Duan Lingtian went back on his word, although the steward of the Palace of Death would not force him to sign the death pact, he would definitely teach him a lesson. This was because he was already making fun of the steward of the Palace of Death and insulting the dignity of the Palace of Death. It was understandable for the steward of the Palace of Death to teach him a lesson. As long as he was not killed or crippled, even the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall would not care. Yes. When Duan Lingtian saw Yang Wen did not reply to Nie Zui and looked at him instead, he naturally knew what Yang Wen was thinking. However, he still responded without any hesitation. However, Yang Wen's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's response. However, Yang Wen's expression only changed for a moment before a gloating expression appeared on his face again. It was obvious he did not think Duan Lingtian would dare to sign the death pact. Follow me. After Nie Zui finished speaking, he walked to the side. Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen followed closely behind him. Soon after, under Nie Zui's instructions, one of the 3 bronze flame elders in the Palace of Death brought a piece of life and death contract, a brush that was dyed with ink, and a plate of specially made ink. Who's going to go first? Nie Zui asked nonchalantly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen. Him. Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen looked at each other at the same time and said in unison. Humph. Nie Zui snorted when he saw Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen's refusal. He looked at Yang Wen and said nonchalantly, You didn't reply when I asked if you're here to sign the death pact. Now, you'll sign the death pact first. Yang Wen did not expect he would be placed in such a situation because he did not reply to Nie Zui earlier. Nie Zui actually asked him to sign the death pact first. He immediately thought of the death of his biological brother, Yang Wu, and a hint of dread rose in his heart. He looked at Nie Zui and said, Elder Nie Zui, can you let him sign the death pact first? If he dares to sign the death pact, I'll definitely sign it as well. Ha! Yang Wen, you're a true disciple after all. Don't tell me you're afraid of an ordinary elite disciple like me. The moment Yang Wen's words left his mouth, Nie Zui's expression turned grave immediately. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, could not help but laugh out loud. At the same time, he did not forget to mock Yang Wen. Naturally, he would not sign the death pact first. What if Yang Wen went back on his word after he signed the death pact? After all, the reason he came here today was to kill Yang Wen. It was not only because Yang Wen wanted to kill him, but it was also because Yang Wen's father, Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had threatened him earlier. Yang Chong actually wanted to kill his family. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the moment Yang Chong threatened him with his family, he was already on the opposite side of Yang Chong. He would not rest until one of them was dead. Since Yang Chong wanted to kill his family, he would kill Yang Chong's son. Since he had already killed the younger one, he would kill the older one as well. Yang Chong. I really want to see what kind of expression you'll have when you find out I killed your eldest son as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Wen's expression turned grave immediately. He immediately glared at Duan Lingtian. Yang Wen? You're the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect? Niazue asked indifferently as he looked at Yang Wen. Yes. Upon hearing Niazue's question, Yang Wen hurriedly withdrew his angry gaze from Duan Lingtian and replied respectfully. No matter what, your father is a powerhouse ranked at the 146th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. As his son and a true disciple of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, don't tell me you don't dare to sign the death pact even though you've come to my palace of death with someone else? If you don't dare to sign it, get lost now. A hint of anger could be seen on Niazue's face when he finished speaking. His tone was not friendly at all. At the same time, a terrifying aura emitted from Niazue's body and shrouded Yang Wen's body. It was so oppressive that Yang Wen's face turned pale. Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue and said, I wonder if Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, would be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood when he finds out his eldest son missed the opportunity to avenge his youngest son? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Yang Wen's eyes widened immediately. Niazue also looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You're Duan Lingtian? Although he was in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, he had heard about the death of Yang Wu, the youngest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. He knew Yang Wu was killed by a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple called Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but he had also heard about Duan Lingtian. He also knew Duan Lingtian had come to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism to become a Saint Land disciple because he had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the treasured divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Although he had heard about Duan Lingtian more than once, he had never seen Duan Lingtian before today. For this reason, he did not recognize Duan Lingtian. Yes. When faced with Niazue, Duan Lingtian quickly put away his expression that seemed eager to see the world plunged into chaos and nodded respectfully. I'll sign it. While Niazue was looking at Duan Lingtian and was about to say something, Yang Wen suddenly shouted. Then, Yang Wen stepped forward with bloodshot eyes and took the writing brush from the Palace of Death's bronze flame elder's hand. With a few swishing sounds, he signed his name on the death contract. Smack! A soft sound resonated in the air. Yang Wen placed his right hand on the special ink pad and used his hand that was stained with the ink pad to leave his handprint on the death contract. After signing the death contract unilaterally, Yang Wen turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian. He sneered and said, Duan Lingtian, if you don't dare to sign this death contract, it means you're toying with Elder Niazue and blaspheming the Palace of Death. As soon as Yang Wen spoke, he had forced Duan Lingtian to the opposite side of the Palace of Death. When Yang Wen spoke, apart from Niazue who was the overseer of the Palace of Death, the other 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death glared at Duan Lingtian with hostility. You don't have to worry about this. Chapter 1994. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian signed his name and left his fingerprint on the death pact under Yang Wen's incredulous gaze. The death pact is formed. As soon as Duan Lingtian signed the death pact, the bronze flame elder from the Palace of Death who was holding the death pact said loudly, Yang Wen and Duan Lingtian will enter the death arena in a little while and have a death duel. A little while? Duan Lingtian was stunned. A puzzled expression appeared on his face. He did not know why they had to wait until a little while before the death duel. Was there a need to wait until so late? In the next hour, the Palace of Death will be the banker and launch a bet for the death duel between you and Yang Wen. If you're confident, you can bet all your contribution points on yourself, and bet that you'll be able to survive until the end. Of course, if you die, even if you don't bet on yourself, your contribution points won't be of any use to you. As though he could see Duan Lingtian's confusion, Niazue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, explained nonchalantly, for this reason, those who enter the death arena will usually bet all their contribution points on themselves. Duan Lingtian finally understood. He did not expect the Palace of Death to have such a tradition even though it was a solemn place. The Palace of Death won't take any of the Saint Lan's disciples' contribution points. We'll only act as the middleman and mix all of your contribution points together before calculating the odds based on your contribution points. Naturally, if the elders from the Palace of Death think highly of someone, they can place a bet as well, Niazue said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Niazue, you mean the other Saint Lan's disciples can place a bet as well? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. Of course. Niazue replied. Otherwise, what do you think the spectator seats around the death arena are for? If you want to place a bet, you can look for the other 2 bronze flame elders in the Palace of Death. After you've placed your bet and entered the death arena, the other Saint Lan's disciples will be able to enter the Palace of Death to place their bets and enter the spectator seats around the death arena. Before I give the order, even though the 2 of you are in the death arena, you are not allowed to make a move. Otherwise, the first to attack will be severely punished by the Hall of Life and Death. Speaking up to this point, Niezue's tone became more severe. The traditions of the Hall of Life and Death cannot be overturned by anyone. Duan Lingtian nodded. He then walked out and looked for the other 2 bronze flame elders to place their bets. What a pity. I only have 100 contribution points. When he placed his bet, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh to himself. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, I only hope that the others will place their bets on Yang Wen. That way, I can still win quite a bit. Yang Wen. Why aren't you going to bet? After Duan Lingtian placed his bet and stepped into the death arena, Niazue looked at Yang Wen, who was still standing in place. His expression darkened as he shouted in a low voice. Yang Wen could not help but shudder immediately. When he regained his senses, he hastily placed his bet. After placing his bet, Yang Wen flew up to the death arena and stared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with hostility as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, although I don't know where you got your courage from to sign the death arena contract for a death duel with me, Yang Wen, I still have to tell you that I'll definitely kill you today to avenge my brother. To avenge my father. Yang Wen's expression was gloomy as he enunciated each word clearly. Everyone knows how to boast. Whether you can kill me or not depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Unlike Yang Wen, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm. After hearing Yang Wen's harsh words, he took his time to reply. I'd like to see if your expression will still be as calm after an hour. Yang Wen sneered. Then you can wait patiently. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to look outside the Death Palace. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze, the group of Saint Lan disciples outside the Death Palace seemed to have received some kind of order and immediately swarmed in. At once, the Death Palace seemed to have turned into a noisy marketplace. Duan Lingtian actually signed the Death Arena contract. Many Saint Lan disciples had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. Until now, they still had not recovered from the shock of Duan Lingtian signing the Death Arena contract. I really don't know where he gets his courage from. To think he actually signed the Death Arena contract. He's seeking death. Some Saint Lan disciples immediately said disdainfully. They felt Duan Lingtian had overestimated himself by signing the Death Arena contract. I think this Duan Lingtian is a little strange. Ever since he came to Zoroastrianism, he has been fighting with the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, since the beginning, but he didn't suffer any losses. Based on what he did after that, he doesn't seem like someone who would suffer losses. A Saint Lan disciple could not help but say when he recalled Duan Lingtian's experience after he came to Zoroastrianism. Many Saint Lan disciples began to laugh at this Saint Lan disciple's words. What? Don't tell me you think he's stronger than senior brother Yang Wen? Do you think he'll be able to kill senior brother Yang Wen in this death arena? Stop joking. The reason Duan Lingtian has not suffered any losses since he came to Zoroastrianism is because he's quite strong, and he hasn't encountered any tough opponents yet. As for Elder Lian, he didn't dare to make a move on him because of his status. Otherwise, do you think he'd be able to survive until now? That's right. If you think Duan Lingtian can survive today, you can bet on him. However, I'm afraid you'll lose everything. That's right. Since you're so confident in Duan Lingtian, you can bet on him. This way, we'll be able to earn more contribution points. Perhaps, even this Saint Lan disciple did not know his words would cause so many Saint Lan disciples to laugh at him. He immediately shut his mouth. As for betting on Duan Lingtian, he was not stupid enough to bet on him. What he said just now was purely an irresponsible guess. It was not his real thoughts. In his opinion, Yang Wen had a higher chance of surviving today's death arena. After all, Yang Wen was a true disciple of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. As for Duan Lingtian, although he had mastered a few high-grade divine abilities and was quite strong, it would be difficult for him to catch up to Yang Wen since he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, let alone kill him. I'll bet 300 contribution points on senior brother Yang Wen. I'll bet 500 contribution points on senior brother Yang Wen. I'm going all out. I'll bet 3,300 contribution points on senior brother Yang Wen. As the group of Saint Lan disciples entered the death arena, the two Palace of Death Bronze Flame Elders who were in charge of collecting the bets became busy as well. 15 minutes had passed, but not a single Saint Lan disciple had bet on Duan Lingtian. Based on this, one could see how much they did not think Duan Lingtian would win. Nobody's betting on Duan Lingtian? This situation quickly attracted the attention of some Saint Lan disciples. If this continues, how are we going to earn any contribution points? That's right. The wager in the Palace of Life and Death is calculated based on the bets placed by both parties. If everyone placed their bets on senior brother Yang Wen, we would only be able to take back our own contribution points. We wouldn't be able to earn a single contribution point. Otherwise, who's going to bet on Duan Lingtian? If this continues, we won't be able to earn any contribution points at all. Do you think we're stupid? Betting on Duan Lingtian? Wouldn't that be equivalent to wasting our contribution points? The group of Saint Lan disciples fell into an uproar again. None of them thought Duan Lingtian would win. All of them felt Duan Lingtian would definitely die today. Although Duan Lingtian is quite strong, he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. Due to his innate talent, it's difficult for him to achieve anything great even if he has mastered a few high-grade divine abilities. That's right. Under such circumstances, only a fool would bet on him. This can't go on. If we all bet on senior brother Yang Wen, we won't be able to earn any contribution points at all. There's nothing we can do about that. Why don't you bet on Duan Lingtian instead? I'm not a fool. Meanwhile, the group of Saint Lan disciples continued to discuss among themselves. Nobody was willing to bet on Duan Lingtian after a long time. A voice suddenly sounded and attracted the attention of the group of Saint Lan disciples. I'll bet 100 contribution points on Duan Lingtian. A Saint Lan disciple took the lead and placed his bet on Duan Lingtian. Although it was only 100 contribution points, many Saint Lan disciples' eyes lit up immediately. They felt it was good that someone took the lead. There would definitely be many people who would follow suit. In that case, they would not have to worry about not earning enough contribution points. It did not matter if they did not earn much. It was fine as long as they earned some contribution points. As the saying went, a mosquito is still meat. Isn't he, Sunda? Sunda. The Saint Lan disciple who successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, before Duan Lingtian and came to our Saint Land? That's him. I heard the reason he managed to comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier was because Duan Lingtian inadvertently helped him. No wonder he would bet on Duan Lingtian. As it turns out, he wants to return the favor to Duan Lingtian. He's smart to know that this is his last chance to return the favor to Duan Lingtian. After today, even if he wants to return the favor to Duan Lingtian, he won't be able to do so anymore. Many Saint Lan disciples recognized the Saint Lan disciple, Sunda, who had bet on Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, I've just arrived at the Saint Land, and I only have so many contribution points. Sunda smiled wryly as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was in the death arena.